Volume 6. Chapter 501, Plow Up the Earth. Chapter 501, Plow Up the Earth. Avoiding the few dangerous places, Zuo Mo finally found the target he was searching for. The moment he saw it, he felt as though his heart stopped beating. He stopped breathing and unconsciously slowed his steps as though he was afraid of scaring it away. His eyes showed all kinds of shock and disbelief. This was a tree. It was the most beautiful and grandest tree Zuo Mo had ever seen. It was not very tall, only about the same height as Zuo Mo. The body of the tree was bright red, even brighter than the most beautiful coral. The body of the tree was smooth as though the most accomplished craftsman had carefully sanded it down. There weren't any protrusions on the entire tree trunk. Every part of the tree had extremely beautiful curves that were perfect and would cause people to sigh at the wonder of nature. Zuo Mo's gaze was attracted by the balls of fire on the tree. Heavens, what was that? Zuo Mo gaped. He lost all abilities of speech. Once proud of his vast experience, he found that his imagination was so poor. That wasn't balls of flame, those were clearly miniature little suns. Each was the size of a fist, round, each one had a layer of orange-red flame shrouding it, they were all small suns. There were 10 small suns hanging like this from the tree. Zuo Mo froze for a moment and unconsciously walked towards the red tree. A warm presence blew across him. This presence was extremely unique. It seemed to be able to easily permeate the body. Zuo Mo felt that even his bones were warm. Sunshin tree. Was this the Sunshin tree? Zuo Mo suddenly recalled how Big Brother Qinglin had especially mentioned this in the thought imprint he had left behind. Looking at the red tree, he felt this name was extremely appropriate. This was definitely the Sunshin tree that Big Brother Qinglin had mentioned. Zuo Mo believed without a doubt. The Sunshin tree was the symbol of the Sun tribe. Whenever they came to a new place, they would plant this tree. The Sunshin tree was able to produce sun fruits. These sun fruits were usually given to the warriors in the tribe with potential to nurture their Shin power. The sun fruits would mature after 10 years. If they were not picked at maturity, they would form sun seeds after 40 years and naturally fall off the tree. Zuo Mo hurriedly bent his head. As expected, there was a thick layer of dark red and hard seeds on the ground. He picked one up and examined it. The body of the seed was dark red and filled with extremely fine golden scripts. It felt like heavy jade and gave off a clear warmth in his hand. Without a word, Zuo Mo started to furiously sweep sun seeds into the ring as though he was insane. Compared to the sun fruit, sun seeds were much better. The Sunshin power inside was even purer and thicker after being condensed for 40 years, and its quality a whole level above sun fruit. Other than consuming it to increase Shin power, it was also one of the favored weapons of the Sun tribe warriors. If it was processed slightly with the Sunshin power, it would become the crow thorn which had intimidated all of the lands. Many great heroes had fallen under these nondescript crow thorns. Qinglin had especially mentioned the Sunshin tree, and specifically the sun seeds. Qinglin had walked all over the Shin temple. He had been unable to enter the priest's hall, but he had detected the presence of the Sunshin tree. He had been wounded by a crow thorn, captured alive and brought to this place. He knew very well how powerful it was. Since he could feel the presence of the Sunshin tree, then it meant that the Sunshin tree inside the hall was alive. The tree would produce a batch of sun seeds every 5 decades. After tens of thousands of years, how many sun seeds had been produced? Zuo Mo buried his head to pick sun seeds, unwilling to miss even one. If he missed one of this kind of miraculous object, then he would be struck by lightning. After he plowed through the soil nearby and made sure that he did not miss anything, he finally stood up contentedly. He looked at the 10 sun fruits hanging on the tree. He took out a jade box and plucked the sun fruits to put them in the box. After picking the sun fruits, he looked at the bare Sunshin tree and his mind moved. He moved it, along with the surrounding soil, into his ring. How could he leave a Shin tree to those people? Even though the sun fruit would only form every decade and the sun seeds required 50 years to mature, but this kind of Shin tree was a rare treasure on its own. Zuo Mo did not know what grade the sun tree was, but it definitely was not low. At the least, it was a Shin tree. Finished moving the Sunshin tree, Zuo Mo looked around in hopes of finding something he missed. This was the garden of the Shin temple and there should have been ling trees planted. He quickly was disappointed. None of the other ling trees in this garden survived other than this Sunshin tree. Thinking about it, he understood. The Shin temple had been separated from the outside. It would have been difficult just to supply the Sunshin tree. They had no extra power to support other Shin trees. However, with little Moge's personality of plucking feathers from a chicken, his mind turned and he had a new idea. It was rational to think that such a large garden had not been planted with only the Sunshin tree. It was normal that the other Ling trees could not survive. However, the ground that was full of sun seeds reminded him that even if the Ling trees did not survive, would they leave behind any seeds? Tens of thousands of years. Something common tens of thousands of years ago might be a treasure now. If those seeds could survive, they definitely were treasures. This idea motivated him. Without another word, he started to dig through the dirt. In the past, GE had been a Ling farmer. How could plowing the ground be difficult for GE? Zuo Mo was like a human-shaped dirt plow that raked 3 chi into the ground. Everywhere he passed, the dirt flew. He did actually get a few items. A black fruit that was like a rock that was extremely hard and heavy. It was the size of a thumb but several caddies heavy. If there wasn't a thread of vitality contained inside, Zuo Mo would be certain it was a piece of rock. Other than this, Zuo Mo also got a section of half-rotten wood. It was the size of his arm and covered in dirt. When he wiped away the dirt, an unique scent burrowed into Zuo Mo's nose. Zuo Mo shuddered uncontrollably. Treasure. Zuo Mo instantly realized that this piece of wood that seemed rotten was definitely a treasure. Zuo Mo dug throughout the entire garden. It was a pity that there wasn't enough time. Zuo Mo looked with regret at the garden. If there was more time, he would dig 10 chi deep. But even now, Zuo Mo was content. He really had a good harvest. Zuo Mo paid attention to those people. The Yuanying that used fire had defeated the overflowing Earth secret realm and was hurrying in his direction. Zuo Mo shook. There were some minor traps along the way, but the other was able to defeat the overflowing Earth secret realm. These obstacles would definitely not be a problem for them. It was time to leave now. If he stayed longer, it would not be good. But there was still a place he hadn't gone to. Should he go or not? Zuo Mo hesitated. Elder Shun's face was slightly pale. Looking as the sand dunes disappeared like dust, he released a long breath. He was shocked inside. Zhu Gui's power was less than a tenth of what it had been after tens of thousands of years. The sect leader had divined correctly. With the ultimate treasure of the sect, with his cultivation of Yuanying, he had thought he would be able to subdue Zhu Gui. Yet he had almost fallen against Zhu Gui's last struggle before death. He really could not imagine just how great the power these ancient warriors possessed at their peak. The sand dunes beneath his feet completely disappeared. The overflowing secret realm was truly defeated. There was no joy in Elder Shin's eyes. He felt an extreme sense of urgency. One misstep, and he would get nothing. Also, the other had been in the Shin temple for so long. They definitely would not have ignored the ultimate treasures. Go! He did not wait for his Ling power to recover. He picked up Li Shu and Lu Jin to disappear from his spot. They occasionally encountered obstacles along the path. But Elder Shin didn't have any intentions of stopping against the cannon fodder. Without another word, the fire in his hand would flash and the other would turn into dust. Compared to how they were delayed in the overflowing Earth secret realm, their progress now was unstoppable. After flying for a long time, the three reached the copper door. Looking at the open copper door, Elder Shun's expression changed. When he saw the empty sacrificial room, his face paled even more. He stomped his feet and flew towards the garden with a dark face. Even though he had the help of the sect leader's divination, it took him some time to find the garden. When he arrived at the garden and saw the garden that it seemed to have been plowed and was full of holes, blood rose in his throat. Ah ha 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 ha. This old man will not have mercy. You cannot escape. A wrenching yell echoed in the entire Shin temple. Zuo Mo still decided to go take a look at the burning Shin realm. It was not far and there should be enough time. The burning Shin realm was the place that the Shin temple used to hold its enemies. Ancient warriors had been very strong, and even if they were captured, it was hard to kill them. Due to this, they were usually imprisoned in special cages. Burning Shin realm was one of those cages. The burning Shin realm was a place that Big Brother Chenglin had not gone into. The dark red earth under his feet exuded an astoundingly high temperature. The place was just multiple mu large but gave off a pressuring presence. The sunseed crystal above Zuo Mo's head gave off a faint golden light that covered Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo carefully explored. The power of the Shin temple was weak and the eternal flames of the burning Shin realm had been extinguished. Even so, it was not something that Zuo Mo could bear. If it wasn't for the sun crystal seed, Zuo Mo would not be able to enter this place. The burning Shin realm was dark and without a sun. Zuo Mo's vision was compressed and could only see the things 2 or 3 zhang ahead of him. It was completely bare. There was not anything. The high temperature under his feet gave Zuo Mo a feeling that he was walking on fire. The entire burning Shin realm, Zuo Mo felt uncomfortable, the area gave off a strong feeling of pressure and hopelessness. However, he still persisted in walking forward. He had the plan that if he was fast in his actions, it would not take much time. He would have regrets if he did not come. He quickly reached the end. His pupils suddenly contracted. Translator ramblings: I'm imagining Zuo Mo as a mole with huge claws and elongated forearms spinning in the dirt, if that makes sense. I'm also very happy we have passed chapter 500. Thanks for all the comments. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 502, Extreme Joy to Sorrow. Chapter 502, Extreme Joy to Sorrow. Zuo Mo carefully advanced. It was hard to feel safe in this ghastly place. Even though the Burningshan realm's flames had been extinguished for many years, the atmosphere of hopelessness and pressure that had formed over countless years pressed on Zuo Mo's heart like a rock. Zuo Mo's nerves were tightly tensed. Just now, he had seemed to see something out of the corner of his eye. Under this murderous environment, Zuo Mo's heart couldn't help but jump. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and managed to suppress it and calm himself down. This ghastly place. He really could not imagine how the people that had been imprisoned in the Burningshan realm had lived and wished for death. When he walked forward, Zuo Mo finally saw what that pile of things were. It was a pile of bones. Frightened for nothing, Zuo Mo instantly released a breath. It was most likely the bones left behind from a person imprisoned in the Burningshan realm, one burned to death. Zuo Mo shook his head. It seemed that there wasn't anything good left in here. He bent down and started to collect out of habit. When his hand came into contact with the bones, he instantly felt it was strange. His expression changed as he hurriedly picked up a piece of bone. He held it out in front of himself and started to examine it closely. This bone should be a bone in the arm. It was not different in size compared to normal bones, but when he held it, he felt a clear difference. It was extremely heavy, 4 to 5 times as heavy as normal arm bones. The bone was not the stark white of normal bones but a rare dark green. There were threads of dark red patterns on the surface and the bone felt as though it was made from jade. Zuo Mo picked up another bone and lightly tapped the two of them together. Ding! A clear sound. Without any warning, an invisible wave of sound suddenly exploded and headed at him. Zuo Mo was unable to react in time and felt golden light flash, so bright it blinded him. It was the sun crystal seed above his head that was stimulated and automatically protected its owner. Alarmed, Zuo Mo almost threw the 2 bones in his hands away. Fortunately, his second reaction was also extremely fast and he managed to stop. When his mood settled, his eyes became eerily green as though he wanted to eat these bones. Treasure. Definitely treasure. Zuo Mo didn't know how many times he shouted these words mentally. Common. So common. But he still couldn't help but shout. There was a glow that was called Jingshur on his face. He caressed the green jade bones on his hands and was filled with emotion. Great ones were really great ones. Even the bones of great ones after death were this extraordinary, this powerful. Zuo Mo carefully picked up the ink jade bones one by one, picking them up gently and putting them down gently. After picking up the ink jade bones on the top, Zuo Mo's gaze was suddenly attracted by an object. What was that? His mind alert, Zuo Mo instantly swept away the dirt and dust to pick it up. A bronze mask. Really ugly. Zuo Mo muttered. The mask was cold in his hand. What was most startling was the 2 empty eye sockets on the face. The mouth engraved on the mask gaped wildly as though it held viciousness and disdain. It revealed 2 rows of sharp fangs like that of a wild beast and was biting on a broken arrow. The broken arrow seemed to have been dyed by some unknown material that was red and appeared as though it was dripping blood. The craftsmanship style was very crude, but it held the flavor of savagery. This should be a treasure? Zuo Mo wasn't sure. Compared to the inky jade bones, the bronze mask did not seem very attention-catching. It seemed to be a normal bronze mask. Zuo Mo was even unable to feel any power ripples from it. But since it was able to survive for so many years, it should have some value. In such a heated Burningshan realm, the coldness that the mask radiated caused Zuo Mo to feel very comfortable. Without another word, he put the mask on. A wave of coolness passed over. Zuo Mo felt unspeakably comfortable. His body instantly felt lighter, and the pressure that had been covering his mind seemed to decrease. Good thing. Zuo Mo instantly felt affection for this mask. This wave of coolness was not thick, but it seemed to seep into his bones. His mind instantly became clearer. Talismans that could clear the mind were very popular on the market. It wasn't just beneficial for daily cultivation, they were also extremely practical in battle. They could decrease the power of the enemy's illusory spells and could help the wearer cast spells. This mask was able to subdue the effects of the burning Shin realm. Just this one quality was enough for Zuo Mo to hold on to it and not let go. What kind of place was the burning Shin realm? The effect that normal talismans could have in this place was so small it was insignificant. Good treasure, good treasure. Zuo Mo smiled and searched the entire burning Shin realm but did not have any more discoveries. The ground of the burning Shin temple was as hard as metal. Zuo Mo could only sigh. It would be hard to even leave a mark on the ground, much less dig down. Content: Zuo Mo did not notice that the power of the Shin temple was decreasing at an astounding rate. The Xiuzha that were fighting noticed immediately. No matter if it was the realm guardians or the traps, their power decreased dramatically. All of these people were old-timers and instantly understood what had happened. The power of the Shin temple has weakened. Li Shu looked at the sky and said lightly. Elder Shin snorted coldly, his voice carrying deep urgency and murderousness. He got it. Their speed suddenly increased. At the same time, the masked assassin suddenly erupted and defeated the aged gold secret realm. At this point, the middle-aged male was urgent and impatient. Faster, faster. That Sun Tribe descendant got it. Without another word, the masked assassin picked up the middle-aged male and disappeared as he used his movement method. In the other places, several groups coincided. However, they maintained a safe distance from each other with their gazes filled with thick enmity. However, they did not fight. Up until now, no one had gained anything. Everyone had come in search of wealth. Before there was anything profitable appeared, no one would move rashly. Everyone used their own movement methods to increase their speed, all moving towards the mask. Along the way, they could see traces that things had been moved. There clearly had been people that reached these places first. This caused everyone's expressions to become terrible. Damn it! If he knows who has these things, he'll cut off his hands. One of the people said hatefully. Is it those Yuanying? Someone asked. So what if it is the Yuanying? Yuanying means they can take it all? Do they not know the rules? If they eat the meat, they have to leave soup for us. Someone shouted out in discontent. No one verbally agreed, but many had expressions of agreement. Those that were able to enter were famous people on the rankings of Cloud CGF. Many of the top 10 had come. Those that did not were either on a distant trip or in seclusion, so they were unable to get here in time. Otherwise, they would have definitely come. These experts usually had their eyes pointed at the sky and were very proud. They all came with great expectations into the Shin temple. But they worked so hard and took such a great risk yet ended up with nothing. Several places that looked as though they had treasure seemed to have been searched by someone already. In the most exaggerated place, even the soil had been upturned. This caused many people to stare in shock. What kind of person was this? Searching for treasure like this? This attitude of turning the earth caused many people to feel deep shock. But more people had black faces, their eyes flashing with the sparks of anger as blood rushed into their throats. Was there anything more depressing than this? They could only furiously channel their Ling power and did not stop along the way. If you're lucky, don't let Yi catch you. Otherwise, spit out everything that you ate. Everyone's mental thought was unusually similar. These people were extremely outstanding in strength, and with their anger boiling, their wrath could be imagined. Adding on that the power of the Shin temple had weakened, they were unstoppable on their path. If one looked from the sky, they could see all the Xiuzha in the Sun Shin temple was furiously gathering in the direction that Zuo Mo was at. At the very front was the trio of Elder Shin. Contented, Zuo Mo came out of the burning Shin realm. He had originally went in with the thought of exploring and had not expected to get something. The joy in his heart could be imagined. Extremely content. Bastard! This old man finally found you. Do not run. A dark and furious voice suddenly came from behind him. Zuo Mo's expression changed dramatically. Damn it! This was fatal. His reaction was extremely rapid. Seeing the situation, he prepared to activate the light void wings to escape, but found to his shock that the three powers in his body had transformed back to Shin power. This suddenly change instantly caused Zuo Mo's soul to fly out. It did not require a long time for Shin power to turn to the three powers, but at this critical time, the delay was fatal. In this blink, Elder Shen and the other two surrounded him. Elder Shen felt very good. His gaze landed on the sun crystal seed on top of Zuo Mo's head and his eyes narrowed. He could not stop the greed in his eyes from showing as he said darkly, so it is the sun crystal seed. I was saying, how could there be sun descendants? Your luck is pretty good to get such a great treasure. Li Shu and Lu Zhen also had excited expressions. They were high on their guard and were wary of letting the other escape. Li Shu was more detail-minded. His gaze landed on the bronze mask on the other's face. For some unknown reason, he felt a threat of fear. This threat of fear came out of nowhere. He hurriedly focused. With Elder present, the other definitely could not escape. Eldshin said lightly, "Be good and give the treasures, I'll spare your life." Zuo Mo's heart sank and a bitter smile came onto his mouth. As expected, people died for wealth, birds died for food. The pressure of the Yuanying was like a mountain. Zuo Mo felt he couldn't breathe as the mountain-like pressure came onto him. What was even worse was that the sun crystal seed shrank back. It did not react at all against the pressure that came at him. The last life-saving straw was ineffective. Zuo Mo's heart reached rock bottom. At this moment, Elder Shen's expression changed. "Leaving the treasures is a given, but I think that the life doesn't need to be spared." A middle-aged person dressed in Taoist robes slowly appeared in Zuo Mo's vision. His appearance was extremely sudden as it seemed to be out of thin air. "I agree with Brother Ye's words." An old person with a bamboo staff came out of the corner. Zuo Mo's face was ashen. "Yuanying. 2 more Yuanying." Translator ramblings, the return of Lil Cliffy. "Also, I feel finally left the bottom of the pit and is slowly recovering. Thanks for all the good wishes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 503, Tianhuan. Chapter 503, Tianhuan. Elder Shen's expression was dark. He naturally recognized the two people in front of him. The one in the Supreme Polarity robes was called Go Hai, and name of the one holding the bamboo staff was unknown to Elder Shen, so he called him the Old Bamboo Staff Man. Both had Yuanying cultivation. Individually their power was not comparable to his, but if the two worked together, he wasn't sure what the result could be. One of them stood on the right and the other on the left, their positions forming triangle. Their intentions to work together was evident. "What do you two mean? Do you want to be enemies with my Tianhuan?" Elder Shen said faintly. Within his tone, a proudness could not be disguised. Tianhuan. The two's expression changed slightly. The Old Bamboo Staff Man snorted coldly. "Tianhuan? When did Su Ling sect become Tianhuan? Does sire feel we are easy to fool?" His words were hard, but his tone had unconsciously softened. Zuo Mo also gaped on hearing this. He naturally knew what Tianhuan was. The reason that the territories of the Xiuzhou were called Four Realms was because of Kunluan, Xiankong, Tianhuan, and Xixin. The names of the four realms represented the biggest sects of each region. Sword Show of Kunluan, Diana Show of Xiankong Temple, Seal Show of Tianhuan, and Roaming Show of the Xishan Alliance. So when the other two heard Elder Shen call himself one of Tianhuan, their presences instantly weakened and intentions of retreat rose. The four great sects were the largest sects of the Xiuzhou world. They were titans that could not be touched. The two of them might be Yuanying and could be ranked first and second in Cloud Sijia, but in front of Tianhuan, they were as minuscule as ants. However, they did not leave despite the reservations they had. It still needed to be proven if the other was really one of Tianhuan. They would not believe it so easily. Li Shu snorted coldly and opened his hand. An ring of light made from unique seal scripts floated on his palm. "You should recognize this." Even though he was facing a Yuanying Xiuzhou, Li Shu was not courteous at all. He was also extremely furious. Things kept on happening on this mission and he was already full of rage. The sect leader had told him to not expose their identities this time. He hadn't thought that they would end up being forced to reveal their identities in the end. When the two saw the ring of light, their expressions changed greatly. The ring of light slowly spun in Li Shu's palm. The seal script seemed to be connected like chains and formed a ring of light. This was the sky ring that shook all of four realm heavens. Every inner sect disciple of Tianhuan would have a sky ring that belonged to them. The sky ring was the proof of their identity and also their understanding of seal formations. The sky ring was a scripture unique to Tianhuan and outsiders were unable to forge it. Just as Li Shu thought the two would retreat, Go Hai suddenly said ambiguously, "I had really not expected to see people from Tianhuan. This old man is very fortunate. However, this Cloud Sea Jia is really far, it shouldn't be under Tianhuan's control." The thought of retreat decreased in the Old Bamboo Staff Man. So what if it was Tianhuan? No matter how big Tianhuan was, they could not control everything. If they took the secret treasure and then found a hidden place to seclude themselves and cultivate, how could Tianhuan find them? Elder Shen's expression changed slightly. His first reaction was, did they know of that treasure? Li Shu also felt this situation was terrible. He also had not expected that the name of Tian Huan would not intimidate these people. This was the first time it had happened to him. Even when he had been interacting with Ning Yi and the others, if he exposed even a bit of his identity, they all fawned warmly over him. Even a person as proud as Ning Yi did as well. Before he could think of a solution, other people had arrived. The incomer was Qiao Bei, the expert famed in Cloud Xijia. Seeing everyone's position, he instantly understood. He respectfully bowed towards Gu Hai and the old bamboo staff man. Greetings to Elder Gu, Elder Zhu. Little Qiao Bei has also come. Gu Hai said with a smile. The old bamboo staff man also exchanged greetings with Qiao Bei. Cloud Xijia was not large and there were just the few that could be called experts. Gu Hai and the old bamboo staff man were also the only Yuanying Xiuzhe in Cloud Xijia. Their reputation and status were naturally high. Without a second word, Qiao Bei stood on the side of these two people. Very quickly, the number of Xiuzhe that arrived increased. Those that could enter the Shin Temple were the top experts of Cloud Xijia. None of them were stupid. Looking at the situation, they instantly understood. Everyone started exchanging greetings and conversing with friendliness. Elder Shen and Li Shu had black faces. More and more people were joining Gu Hai and the old bamboo staff man's side. The situation was becoming increasingly disadvantageous to them. Elder Shen started to regret that he had not brought more people along. If one more Yuanying had come, he would dare to attack the other side. If it was one-on-one, these Yuanying from little sects would not be a problem. Right now, the numbers on the other side was increasing and their courage would grow as well. Gradually, the situation changed. There were three camps. Elder Shen's side, Gu Hai and the old bamboo staff man, and some Xiuzhe of unknown origins that were scattered about. Gu Hai and the old bamboo staff man had the most power. They were all local Xiuzhe of Cloud Xijia and knew of each other. With Gu Hai and the old bamboo staff man as the two Yuanying at the front, they were the most united. The three sides faced off. Zuo Mo was encircled at the center, unable to escape even if he had wings. Seeing the present situation, Zuo Mo felt it was interesting and the majority of his nervousness disappeared. Elder Shen said amusedly, Cloud Xijia is really a good place. Everyone is very courageous. However, this old man will put the words down. We will settle the debts of whoever becomes enemies with my Tian Huan today. Tian Huan. The crowd shifted and many people showed expressions of terror. Those that had sects and groups instantly showed hesitation. They could escape and hide but their sect could not. If they became enemies of Tian Huan, they would bring extinction to their sect. Is there proof? A voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. Li Shu's face is cold as he showed his sky ring again. A Xiuzhe came of the group and bowed with folded hands towards the crowd. This one has a family and will not enter into this affair, farewell. Finishing, he left without looking back. With him as the example, other people started to leave. These people all had sects or families. They did not want to bring calamity to their family or sect due to a search for treasure. The number of people on Gu Hai's side which had originally been the strongest instantly decreased. Less than a third remained. The name of Tian Huan was enough to scare the great majority of people. However, the remainder were all lawless brutes. They did not feel terror and showed an excited desire for battle. Zuo Mo looked with interest at this scene. It wasn't possible to see a big battle like this normally. His heart suddenly jumped and his body instinctively tensed. An almost indiscernible ripple came from the deeps of the Shin Temple like a heartbeat. It was from the direction of the sacrificial altar. Zuo Mo became alert. He suppressed his joy and gathered his attention. He was like the hunter in the snow waiting patiently for his prey. After about 10 breaths, another ripple passed across his mind. It was the sacrificial altar. Zuo Mo's heart beat uncontrollably. Fortunately, he was wearing a bronze mask on his face so no one detected his face change. He forced himself to calm down. He carefully raised his head and glanced at the people around him before he rapidly averted his gaze. No one else had noticed this ripple. Zuo Mo thought about how he was recognized by the Shin Temple. Was it because of this that he could detect this ripple? What was the meaning in this ripple? Was something changing on the sacrificial altar? Extremely sensitive to opportunity, Zuo Mo instantly realized that this may be his only chance. Any change for him who was in a state of certain death was beneficial. A thread of hope appearing in a situation of certain death made Zuo Mo feel as though his heart was raised up at his throat. At this time, Zuo Mo showed exceptional mental strength. He quickly calmed down and felt that ripple that was disappearing. Calm. He had to be calm. Another 10 breaths and he once again felt the ripple. The Shin power inside his body suddenly flowed of its own accord. Was it? Zuo Mo's mind moved. He did not stop it, and followed the ripple coming from the sacrificial altar to allow the Shin power to flow slowly. The flow of Shin power was very slow. Zuo Mo did not focus on anything else and memorized the pathways the Shin power flowed. He was motionless like a puppet. The face-off was suddenly interrupted by a suddenly attack. Someone suddenly shot out an arrow. That arrow was like a spark thrown into a barrel of gunpowder. The three sides that had been tense acted almost at the same moment. The situation instantly became extremely chaotic. Worried that they would cause the collapse of the ruins, the three Yuanying were restrained in their attacks. Li Shu, Qiao Bei, and the others did not have compunctions and attacked at full power. Having held back his anger for a long time, Li Shu used a major killing move the moment he attacked. The sky ring in his palm spun. Seal script suddenly lit up under everyone's feet. During the time he had presented the sky ring, he had stealthily set up formations on the ground. His move was an extremely beautiful and famed killing move of Tianhuan. It was called Sky Ring Shadow. Even Guhai and the old bamboo staff man who were Yuanying did not detect it. It was possible to see from this how powerful the attack was. The light of the seal scripts filled everyone's visions. Two Xiozha of Cloud Sijia only managed to wail before they were dismembered into multiple pieces by the light. Guhai was furious. Child has such a vicious heart. A black and white yin-yang symbol shot at Li Shu. Shin Wu Hai said coldly, a minuscule one dares to call glory to themselves. A fire pillar stopped the yin-yang symbol. Among the firelight, it was possible to see sea scripts flowing. This ball of flame suddenly grew as though it was alive and had opened its mouth to swallow the yin-yang symbol. The bamboo staff in the old bamboo staff man's hand suddenly turned from green into an inky black that reflected no light at all. Yet the leaves on the end of the bamboo staff were deathly gray and was extremely eerie. Shin Wu Hai's expression changed as he yelled, "Corpse sea bamboo! You dare to forge corpse sea bamboo!" Hearing the three words, corpse sea bamboo, the expressions of the surrounding Xiozha changed. The old bamboo staff man smiled. He waved the corpse sea bamboo and a ball of black energy flew at Shin Wu Hai. The black energy was roiling. It was possible to see twisted and blurry faces moving within it and it was frightening to see. Shin Wu Hai did not dare to underestimate it and shot out a firelight. The fire and the black energy collided and were mutually destroyed. Shin Wu Hai's expression became grave. He hadn't expected the other to have a wondrous object like the corpse sea bamboo. This caused his attack to lose out slightly. The old bamboo staff man did not dare to be careless. However, he did not feel surprised. How could people that came from Tianhuan be simple? No matter how fiercely the people fought, Zuo Mo who was at the very center seemed to be at the eye of the storm and it was unusually silent. The three Yuanying stopped all the attacks that targeted Zuo Mo. They all knew that the crux of this battle was between the three of them. Motionless like a puppet, Zuo Mo did not show any suspicious qualities that would attract their attention. No one noticed that the pair of eyes on that lowered mask was flashing at this time with an unusual light. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo, I'm invisible, don't look at GE, don't look at GE. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 504, Blood Script Bell. Chapter 504, Blood Script Bell. The situation was chaotic. The corpse sea bamboo in the old bamboo staff man's hand was a great treasure. Every time it was waved, black balls of energy were released, each held countless angry souls inside. The rumor was that corpse sea bamboo would only grow in extremely evil places within sea of corpses. The abundant death energy would become its nutrients. Shin Wu Hai never thought that he would see such a powerful talismans in a little place as Cloud Sijia. His seal fire that could be called masterful wasn't effective against this little corpse sea bamboo. In comparison, Guhai's cultivation, while higher than the old bamboo staff man, was less of a threat to Shin Wu Hai. Li Shu's cultivation was pretty good. As an inner sect disciple, he might only have Jindan cultivation but he had endless tricks. The little sky ring changed endlessly. At the side, Lu Jin was much more clumsy in comparison. His Ling power was greater than Li Shu, but no matter if it was the spells he cast or his talismans, they were far lacking compared to Li Shu. Even so, his power was still a great step above this group of Cloud Sijia Jindan. He was definitely the third most powerful Jindan. This was the difference between large and small sections. Any disciple of a large sect could usually rival the sect leaders of small sections. This was because the foundations of those large sects had been accumulated through thousands of years. They had abundant resources, profound spells, astoundingly powerful masters. This meant that their starting points were far higher than normal Xiuzhi. As they really started to fight, Li Shu calmed down. The battle was not as difficult as he had imagined. Except the surprise of the corpse bamboo, he did not feel any pressure due to the skill of the other Xiuzhi. They couldn't compare to the spars in the sect. He couldn't help but feel a threat of pride. This caused him to feel even more relaxed, and his skill was expressed to its limits. The sky ring in his hand rapidly changed. All kinds of formation methods took their turn and flowed. Those Xiuzhi that he was suppressing were filled with shock. Li Shu's strength far surpassed their expectations. He alone managed to suppress 7 Jin Dan. The constantly changing formations were like the invisible threads that controlled a puppet, exhausting the other's concentration to deal with it. Li Shu was idle and calm. No nervousness could be seen. His attention was on the entire situation. The corpse bamboo was powerful, but he was not worried. How could someone who was an elder in the sect just have only this level of strength? Also, in terms of talismans, how many sects could be spoken of in the same sentence as Tian Huan? His attention was mostly focused on those Xiuzhi of unknown origins. In his view, these people were the unstable factor. They were most likely to bring about an unexpected change. What reassured him slightly was that this group all fought for themselves. It seemed he needed to add some power and sort out these people from Cloud Jia as fast as possible. Murderousness flashed through Li Shu's eyes. At some time, a bronze bell appeared in his hand. This bell looked very normal. The yellow bronze body was covered in complex red seal scripts that crossed like the network of blood vessels. It was terrifying to see. This blood script bell was the talismans his master had bestowed onto him. The seemingly normal-looking pearwood handle came from a 1,000-year bitter pear tree. The body of the bell was forged from 13 kinds of rare bronze gold. When it was forged, the sound of the bell had rang out for 3 days among the mountains before ending. Li Shu usually treasured it. Other than imprinting on it every day, he rarely used it in battle. The other disciples knew that he had a defensive talisman, but there were only a rare few that had seen it. At this time, he wanted to finish the battle quickly, which was why he showed this treasure. At this time, a feeling of danger suddenly rose. A dot of light suddenly exploded in Li Shu's eyes. The extremely strong feeling of danger caused every hair on Li Shu's body to stand on end. Expression changing dramatically, Li Shu retreated suddenly. A dash of light shot out of the sky ring and shielded his body. Ping! Before the formation lit up, it cracked like glass. Among the flurry of shattered fragments, a serene light burrowed out and appeared in front of Li Shu. Masked assassin. For the first time, fear was on Li Shu's face. He suddenly felt a threat of regret. Damn it! How had he forgotten this dangerous guy? This serene light was like glue. The intimidating cold essence aimed at Li Shu's brow. At this moment of life and death, Li Shu could not consider anything else. His Ling power furiously flooded the blood script bell in his hand. Ding! A blood-red ripple of energy suddenly spread with the blood script bell as the center. The dot of light that was rushed at him from the front suddenly grew in brightness when it encountered this bloody light. It gave a ear-piercing howl. A blurry shadow silently appeared. This change came extremely suddenly. The Xiuzhi in the surroundings were not able to react until this bloody ripple reached them. All of them changed expression. As the bloody ripple script passed across their bodies, the blood in their faces seemed to drain out. They were frozen where they stood as though they were wooden puppets. There wasn't a wound on their bodies, but their exposed skin was ashen white and without any blood. The other Xiuzhi paled and jumped out of the battle range far from Li Shu. The power of the blood script bell caused all of them pale. The only one that did not retreat was the masked assassin. He advanced instead. His body was like a blurry ball that could not be caught. Every time that dot of light came into contact with the bloody light, it would suddenly light up as though there was friction with the air. What was even harder for people to accept was that the dot of light was extremely domineering. Even Li Shu was suppressed to the point he could not raise his head. Pia pia pia. Every time the dot of light came into contact with the bloodlight, Li Shu's hand that held the blood script bell would shake. The ghostly figure of the masked assassin continuously changed position and roamed around in search of an opportunity to make the fatal strike. This added great pressure to Li Shu. Pulses of vibration came from the bell. He was almost unable to hold onto the bell. The presence of death was so close, almost breathing on his face. It was the first time Li Shu was placed in such a dangerous situation. He gritted his teeth and held the blood script bell in a death grip to try to control the blood script bell. The masked assassin was unusually cunning. He probably had guessed that Li Shu's Ling power would be expended extremely quickly to control such a high-grade talisman like the blood script bell. So he continuously attacked head-on to increase the rate that Li Shu's Ling power was up. Under the storm of the masked assassin's attacks, Li Shu wavered. Xixiang. Lu Xun saw Li Shu was in danger. He did not attend to his own enemy, the blue ring on his hand expanding and shooting at the masked assassin. The ghostly masked assassin flashed. A dot of light appeared behind Lu Xun. The light flashed and then disappeared like an arrow. Bam! The Ling armor on Lu Xun's body suddenly exploded. His body shook and he froze where he stood. There was a bloody hole the size of a bowl in his chest. Shitty! Li Shu glared angrily, sorrowful inside. The difference in status between Lu Xun and he was great, and their relationship was normal. However, the other had died to save him. This was a great and unparalleled blow to Li Shu. A flush of blood suddenly appeared on Li Shu's handsome face. The sky ring suddenly released many lights. Seal scripts flew out of the sky ring like a stream of water. These bright seal scripts were so numerous that people felt it was endless. Li Shu stood solemnly as he shook the blood script bell gently, shouting, "Sky ring blood chime." Those seal scripts floating in the air suddenly froze and formed rings of light in the air. Hundreds of light rings formed an enormous formation. Chimes echoed with ripples of bloody light in this formation. At this instant, all the rings chimed. Boom! Everything inside the formation was completely shattered. Some Xiuzha were unable to escape and crumbled before even having the time to wail. The Xiuzha that were frozen like wood puppets also disappeared. An indiscernible muffled grunt, and a dot of light suddenly erupted out of the formation. Right after, a figure suddenly charged out of the formation, but he flashed like a ghost in front of everyone's eyes and then disappeared. Pia! The formation of light rings completely crumbled like an avalanche of snow and disappeared into the ring. A flow of blood came from Li Shu's mouth. His gaze landed on the ground. There was a little puddle of blood there. The corners of his mouth unconsciously jerked, and he was shocked inside. This skyring blood chime was his ultimate move. Even this move was unable to kill the masked assassin. The other was really unfathomable. Li Shu wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and smoothed out his ruffled clothing without even looking at the surrounding Xiuzha. No one dared to move forward. This move had frightened all these Xiuzha. Even the masked assassin had been wounded by this move. This youth was really powerful. As expected of a disciple of Tian Huan, Li Shu's move shocked all of the battlefield. But no one would ever expect that a strange feeling formed in Zuo Mo's mind, a figure who had his head bent and was dismissed by everyone. He felt Li Shu's move was very familiar. Wasn't that a stronger version of the Skyring Moonchime formation that he became famous with? The power of the blood-red bell was slightly scary, but those familiar rings of light when combined together in this move was the same as Skyring Moonchime Froamtion. So the Skyring Moonchime formation originated from Tian Huan. Zuo Mo released a sigh and then he twisted his mouth. TSK, leftovers of what GE played. But there was not much time left for him to ponder. He knew the masked assassin was here from before and was not surprised. At this time, he just desired to know what that indiscernible ripple that came from the sacrificial altar was. He wanted this fight to be as violent as possible. This way, he would have a chance. Shen Wu Hai had gotten serious. He was not affected by Lu Xun. The death of an outer sect disciple was not worthy of his attention. However, he was furious at the appearance of the masked assassin. He had been tangled up with the two old people and Li Shu had almost been killed. Li Shu was an inner sect disciple. If an inner sect disciple died in front of him, he didn't even want to know how many criticisms he would hear. Li Shu's channels were wounded. When he returned, the other old guys would complain greatly. Thinking about this, how could the proud Shen Wu Hai not be angry? Just a corpse see bamboo and you want to stop this old one? Shen Wu Hai shouted. His Ling power expanded, taste this old man's dark void fire. A clear and colorless flame appeared at the center of his palm. Boom! The moment this transparent flame appeared, everyone's hearts trembled. At this point, Zuo Mo, who felt it, suddenly opened his eyes. Editor Ramblings, Wandering Yumi of Doom here. Wahaha, I have taken over, fear my power. Wikwi has run into some computer trouble and until that is fixed I will be posting instead. It does sound like a serious problem, so cross your fingers and wish Wikwi luck. Also, turns out based on the last 500 chapters you should be able to guess ZM's origins. I did. Tee hee. Happy New Year's. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 505, Dark Void Fire. Chapter 505, Dark Void Fire. Zuo Mo looked in the direction of the sacrificial altar and his thoughts were turbulent. At this time, no one noticed Zuo Mo's abnormality. Everyone's eyes were locked onto the transparent flame in Shen Wu Hai's hand. Dark Void Fire. The clear fire soundlessly burned and pulsed in Shen Wu Hai's hand. The air seemed to suddenly become sticky. An invisible ripple spread out from the flame, and with each pulse, the heat could be felt. Dark Void Fire. Li Shu was alarmed. Elder Shen was going to go all out. Shocked, he widened his eyes in fear of missing a detail of the fight. Dark Void Fire was the technique that Elder Shen was famous for. It was well known in Tianhuan. This thread of Dark Void Fire contained what Elder Shen comprehended from studying seal scripts. It was named a fire, but it was not actually within the 5 elements. This thread of Dark Void Fire was the size of a pinky, but in reality, it was constructed of 300 extremely small seal scripts layered together. It was exquisitely crafted. The rumors were that the Dark Void Fire had reached the peak of seal fires. When Li Shu saw Elder Shen revealed his killing move, he became excited. The old bamboo staff man's expression changed. He detected the power the moment the Dark Void Fire appeared. The old bamboo staff man's expression became grave. He threw the corpse seed bamboo into the air and chanted. The corpse seed bamboo that was inky black started to melt and became a puddle of black water. A strange smelly odor spread that burrowed into everyone's hearts. Shen Wu Hai smirked coldly. The thread of Dark Void Fire coiled on his palm like a transparent snake. The Dark Void Fire was clear and colorless. If one did not look closely, it would be hard to detect it was there. Shen Wu Hai's expression was proud, but he did not dare to be careless. Wondrous objects like the corpse seed bamboo usually had unexpected abilities. He did not want to trip up on flat ground. The puddle of black water above the old bamboo staff man slowly moved. Suddenly, black bamboo shoots grew out of the black water at a visible rate. The black bamboo grew very quickly. In a blink, it was a half-moon patch of black bamboo. Like a black cloud, it floated above the old bamboo stallman's head. The mood suddenly became as heavy as lead. The pressure produced when Tu Yuanying went all out was a calamity for the surrounding Jindan. Even Li Shu did not have the ability to interfere in this high-level battle. The intimidating pressure was suffocating. He felt even his breathing was becoming difficult. Yuanying. This was Yuanying. Li Shu's gaze was reverent and burning. It was the first time he directly faced such a great power. The shock and awe it gave him surpassed his expectations. He carefully closed his mouth and nose. The strange stench that the corpse seed bamboo exuded had a strong corrosive quality. He raised his foot and stone powder rose into the air. There was a clear footprint on the hard stone brick. Under the corrosive presence of the corpse seed bamboo, the Shin Temple's hard stone tiles were as soft as bread. The Jindan activated their Ling armor to defend against the corrosive presence of the corpse seed bamboo. If there were Ningmai Shouja, just the presence of the corpse seed bamboo would be enough to kill all of them. The old bamboo staff man cast a spell. Above his head the leaves on the black bamboo sea started to fall. The black bamboo leaves formed all kinds of black poisonous insects or corpse insects that charged at Shen Wu Hai. At this time, hair-raising hissing came like the tide. The people felt the Shin Temple darken and felt as though it was inescapable. Shen Wu Hai's expression was grave. He slowly raised his right hand and pushed forward without any finesse. An enormous clear handprint left his hand and slammed at the black insects. Pew pew pew. Under the clear handprint, the black insects exploded like smoke and disappeared. The old bamboo staff man snorted coldly. The number of black bamboo leaves falling increased. The number of insects had increased, and were packed together into a tide that completely surrounded Shen Wu Hai. That clear handprint was unable to stand up by itself under the fearless attacks of the insects. In a blink, the black insects covered the entire handprint. It looked terrifying. The sound of the insects chewing and swallowing caused everyone's scalps to prick and feel shock. If this was a person, even the bones would be eaten. There were insects that exploded and disappeared, but these insects did not know fear and furiously chewed the enormous hand. The enormous handprint was becoming visibly smaller. In a flash, the enormous hand that had been multiple zhun large was chewed to the size of a fist. A thread of pride passed through the eyes of the old bamboo staff man. He had accidentally obtained this corpse sea bamboo. From the day he obtained it, he spent almost all of his time refining it. In order for the corpse sea bamboo to reach its maximum power, the old bamboo staff man had used a corpse forging method. It was strange to say, but after the bamboo formed, this corpse bamboo was as green as jade and did not have a hint of death energy. The old bamboo staff man was of high status in Cloud Jia. It had been many years since he had fought against someone else, so the power of the corpse bamboo had never been displayed. That was, until today. To use it against an elder of Tianhuan to baptize this talisman, it was enough. A thread of viciousness flashed across this old bamboo staff man's eyes. If the two people did not die here today, then their own days in the future would only be spent escaping pursuit. In order to get rid of all future obstacles, he had to kill them. Murderousness brimming, the old bamboo staff man unhesitatingly pointed at Shen Wuhai and shouted, "Go!" A sharp howl sounded in the air. Countless black worms charged at Shen Wuhai from all directions. Just as Shen Wuhai seemed to be swallowed by the black insects, a smile passed at the corner of his lips. Good move. The enormous palm that was whittled down until it was a fist-sized ball suddenly exploded in dazzlingly light. The black insects on the enormous hand burned up in the clear flame. They were burned to ash before they could make a sound. A thread of transparent flame once again appeared in everyone's view. It silently burned in the air. Under the flame, densely packed seal scripts appeared like an enormous spider web that spread and shrouded everyone. No one knew when this formation had been set up. The old bamboo staff man's expression changed. Even though he did not know what formation this was, he knew he was now at a disadvantage. All of his moves were predicted and had been part of the other's plan. As he expected, the transparent flame silently pulsed. The formation lit up. Whoosh! Flames exploded around Shen Wuhai and the black insects were all consumed by the flames. In a blink, the tide of battle flipped. Shen Wuhai looked around with a proud expression. With just you lot, and you dare to steal from my Tianhuan? You do not know your limits. Today, this old man will give you a taste of the dark void fire. The seal script spun. Everyone found that their feet were glued to the ground. No matter how they tried, they were unable to break free. The dark void fire silently pulsed. Boom! Two threads of flames suddenly shot out under the feet of two Xiuzha and swallowed them. The flames dissipated and nothing was left where the two people had been. Shock and hopelessness filled everyone's faces. They used all kinds of methods to struggle, but they were all ineffective. Li Shu's gaze was deeply attracted to the silently pulsing dark void fire. He was filled with reverence and respect. Elder's dark void fire lived up to the rumors. It was an enormous formation, but the thing truly effective was the dark void fire, made from 300 seal scripts. Li Shu felt greatly reverent about Elder's skill with seal formations. Compared to his skyring blood chime that seemed to make great noise, Elder's move was multiple times more skilled. The old bamboo staff man and Gu Hai all had distressed expressions. The two of them exchanged a look and found intentions of fighting to the death. The two of them were Yuanying and were the only two people among all of these people that could move. Shen Wuhai, who had been paying attention to the old bamboo staff man, felt his heart tighten. This dark void fire formation was powerful, but it was not easy to kill two Yuanying at the same time. He had planned on getting rid of these cannon fodder before gathering all his power to deal with these two people. Yet there was no time for him to regret how things had turned out. The half-mu of black bamboo above the old bamboo staff man's head turned back into the corpse bamboo. The old bamboo staff man sliced at his wrist with a fingernail. Blood spurted out. The corpse bamboo seemed to drink in all the blood that had poured out. The old bamboo staff man instantly seemed to age by 2 decades and his hair turned completely white. Go Hai's expression was grave. He carefully took out a supreme polarity bead that was black and white. This bad was about the size of a pigeon's egg and did not look eye-catching. But Shen Wuhai, who saw the supreme polarity bead, changed expression as he shouted, "Yin-yang null polarity bead." Li Shu's expression turned white. The yin-yang null polarity bead was a very mysterious treasure. It was unknown who forged it, or why it was forged. It had mysterious origins. In the beginning, this bead was unknown, but it had become famous after only one incident. A sect that possessed 3 Yuanying and 16 Jindan was massacred in one night. The culprit was just one person. When news of this incident spread, it shocked all of 4 Realm Heaven, and the yin-yang null polarity bead became famed. The yin-yang null polarity bead had stringent requirements on who could consume it. The user had to be one above Yuanying. It would cause the Xiuhua's primal spirit to burn and produce terrifying power, so the user could destroy enemies multiple times more powerful than they were. However, the user would die. This was one of the rare treasures that could cause terror in large sects. The corpse bamboo that drank enough blood was suddenly inserted into the ground. The body of the bamboo started to slowly shift. In the span of a few breaths, it formed something similar to a face. A short while later, the corpse bamboo finished its manifestation. a monster with a green face and fangs appeared. It stood like a man with long limbs. Its needle-like black hairs which grew from the head continued to the tailbone. It stood expressionlessly. There were no eyes, only two balls of shifting black energy. Time seemed to freeze. Shin Wu Hai was frightened by the yin-yang null polarity bead and the corpsey bamboo monster. Kill him. The aged old bamboo staff man pointed at Shin Wu Hai and shouted harshly. Shin Wu Hai prepared to fight. This vicious monster did not look easy. The corpsey bamboo monster did not move. Quick, kill him. The old bamboo staff man couldn't help but shout again. The corpsey bamboo monster remained motionless. At this time, people detected that the corpsey bamboo monster seemed to be looking at someone. Following the gaze of the corpsey bamboo monster, everyone found that his gaze was tightly locked onto the person wearing a mask. This sudden occurrence caused everyone to freeze. It was him? It was him. Everyone now found that they had neglected this mysterious person wearing the bronze mask from the beginning. At this moment, Zuo Mo's heart suddenly jumped. He figured it out. The ripple of the sacrificial altar. He figured it out. Boom, countless things flooded into his mind. Unconsciously, amidst everyone's suspicious, puzzled, and speculator gazes, Zuo Mo lifted his arms. It was like tens of thousands of years ago. Translator ramblings, so much plot armor. Well, fixing the screen isn't worth it, so I'm just making do with having actual monitors attached. My laptop really isn't portable anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 506, That Herd of White Lambs. Chapter 506, That Herd of White Lambs. Dawn. A deep rhythmic sound came from the depths of the Shin Temple. This sound was very strange and burrowed into people's hearts. Everywhere the sound passed, the flesh and blood of the people as well as their muscles suddenly shook uncontrollably. Everyone became deathly silent. All movement, all sound, after this sound arrived had disappeared. Everyone unconsciously stopped what they were doing and turned their gazes towards the depths of the Shin Temple. Everyone was frightened by this strange and sudden sound. The three Yuanying that were in a life-and-death battle had shocked expressions. A vast power was carried along with this sound, coming from the Shin Temple. Their complexions paled. This power was vast and burning like rampaging lava, like a violent sea of fire. Someone suddenly shouted in shock and broke through this deathly silence. Hearing the shout, everyone turned their faces and they saw a shocking scene. A golden ray came from above their heads like a golden sword breaking through darkness. The lights of all the spells and formations being cast were dim in comparison to this ray of golden light. It was so scorching, so dazzling that people could not look at it directly. Underneath the ray of light, Zuo Mo's arms were spread as though he was going to embrace this ray of light. Bathing in this golden light, there was a layer of gold energy flowing around Zuo Mo's body. Under the scorching light, the bronze mask was unusually dark and stood as a stark contrast to the light, as though it was a bottomless shadow. The thick golden light landed on Zuo Mo's spread arms and flowed along his arms as though it was sticky golden liquid. The golden light gathered at Zuo Mo's fingertips. It slowly gathered, grew, and formed a large drop of golden liquid that finally fell. As the golden liquid left his fingers, the outer layers of the golden liquid continuously dissipated into dots of golden energy that seemed like stars. Large amounts of golden liquid fell from Zuo Mo's arms and created hundreds of golden streaks of fragmented energy. They were in rows like golden features and beautiful to look at. Everyone was gaping. From beginning to end, no one ever looked twice at Zuo Mo, who was surrounded other than the first glance when he appeared before them. From every angle, this guy was the fish in the net, the lamb washed and waiting on the chopping block for slaughter. Depending on circumstances, the person who raised the knife would be different, but the lamb would still suffer the same fate. Zuo Mo had been dismissed, everyone had dismissed him. Only when this ray of light came from the sky did people suddenly realize that this incident was not as simple as they imagined. Shin Wu Hai was the first to react. He said angrily, "Kill him." Dawn. Another sound that shook people's bones interrupted Shin Wu Hai's angry shout. It passed through the layers of protection and struck on the deepest part of their hearts. The temperature of the Shin Temple rose dramatically. The air was burning so hot that it seemed the air would burn. Dawn, dawn, dawn. The beats followed each other and accelerated in frequency. Everyone found to their shock that they seemed to be restrained by an invisible power. No matter how they channeled Ling power, they were unable to move a finger. With every beat, their energies and blood would uncontrollably vibrate. After several beats, everyone's energies and blood was roiling, and their faces turned red and black in turn. Their eyes turned from shock into terror. Shin Wu Hai never thought such a thing could happen. He deeply regretted not having killed this mask-wearing guy at the beginning. This decision led him to such a desperate situation. If there had been a thread of doubt before that this mask-wearing guy was a descendant of the Sun tribe, he was completely sure of the other's identity now. The beat, the ray of light, the restraining power, they were all powered by the Shin Temple. This power was so strong it caused people to feel hopeless. But Shin Wu Hai was not robbed of hope. He was still struggling. Of all the people, he knew the most about the Shin Temple. This power was peerless and great, filled with domination, and burned without any disguise. It was like the burning sun in the sky that people were unable to look at directly. But Shin Wu Hai was not willing to wait to be captured. This scorching power was hard to resist, but under this vast dominance, he detected a threat of burning without regard for consequences. This Shin Temple that was reaching its end was burning its last vestiges of power. As long, if he could resist until it finished burning, he would be able to have a thread of a chance. Just one chance, he was confident he could reverse the situation. Even if the other was a Sun descendant, he didn't believe the other could master this Shin Temple. Because of the requirement for Shin power. Even if he was a Sun descendant, he could not cultivate Shin power. At present, there were no more lands with Shin power. All methods of cultivating Shin power had been lost in the dust of history. Without Shin power, he could receive recognition of the Shin Temple, but he definitely could not control the Shin Temple. This was just the last dying struggles of the Shin Temple. Shin Wu Hai suddenly calmed down. His gaze suddenly stopped and his body froze. The person with the bronze mask suddenly moved. Under the mask hidden in shadow came raw and simple sounds. His body twisted like a snake taking a strange position. The golden feathers constructed from fragmented golden energies drew out cryptic tracks in the air as Zuo Mo's fingers moved. An extremely unfamiliar power suddenly spread in waves. Shin Wu Hai that just calmed down looked at Zuo Mo as though he was seeing a ghost. This. Shin power. This was Shin power. Shin power, how was it possible? It was not possible. Unable to move, Shin Wu Hai's mind was completely blank. This astounding discovery exploded in his mind like lightning on a clear day. This was his last thought. A ray of light came from the sky and covered him. He felt his vision turn snow white and then he lost consciousness. Dozens of rays of light shot down from the Shin Temple. Every person was restrained by a ray of light. The Shouja that were caught, no matter their cultivation level, had frozen expressions as though they were puppets. Zuo Mo stopped moving. The golden energy on his body was much dimmer, so weak it seemed it would dissipate. Ha, SS. Hoarse laughter came from behind the mask, but it turned into sharp inhales. Zuo Mo jerked his lips with difficulty. He wanted to laugh, but every piece of muscle was extremely sore. Even the muscles in his face were very sore. A slight pull and it caused heart-boring pain. But even if his entire skeleton felt as though it was coming apart, and there was soreness everywhere, it could not diminish the pride and joy he felt. What could make one happier than turning around the situation from a state of certain death? Looking at the people in front of him that seemed like statues, Zuo Mo couldn't help but let out a smug yet regretful laugh. These rays were a defensive power of the Shin Temple. They could freeze the figures of the enemy and take away their consciousness. It was very powerful. When Zuo Mo felt the ripple from the sacrificial altar, he unconsciously thought about the cryptic things he received from the sacrificial altar. In a desperate situation, Zuo Mo did not have the room to pick, and charged without regard to try to communicate with the sacrificial altar. He had not expected that he would succeed. Having made successful contact, Zuo Mo instantly understood why the sacrificial altar was sending ripples. After being sealed for tens of thousands of years, the Shin Temple's activation had caused the remaining power to be quickly expended. The Shin Temple only had one more thread of power left. If Zuo Mo had not been involved, this last thread of power would have been used to burn the Shin Temple to ash. The ripples from the sacrificial altar were the warning signal before the death of the Shin Temple. But Zuo Mo, who was in successful communication with the sacrificial altar, used the last power to strike a fatal blow. The power of the Shin power was unparalleled. Even if it was the last thread, it was not something that Shin Wu Hai and the others could withstand. These rays of light were called Golden Crow Restraint Lights and the most powerful defensive attack of the Shin Temple. Those that were covered by the Golden Crow Restraint Lights would lose all consciousness and become puppets. However, the Golden Crow Restraint Lights could not directly kill the enemy. Additionally, the moment the other's body was damaged, they would wake up from the restraint. Yuanying like Shin Wu Hai would be able to kill Zuo Mo in the moment they woke up. The way the Sun Shin Temple usually dealt with enemies that were affected by the Golden Crow Restraint Lights was to throw them into the burning Shin realm and leave them to burn alive. He could not kill these people. Zuo Mo felt slight regret, but his eyes turned and he laughed strangely. Of course, inhales of pain could not be avoided. He suppressed the soreness of his body and came in front of Shen Wu Hai. Looking at the still Shen Wu Hai, his gaze was greedy and heated. Without hesitating, he started to search Shen Wu Hai's body. Ling armor, space ring, talismans. The excitement and joy of taking his spoils caused Zuo Mo to forget the pain of his body. With familiar movements, he crisply cleaned out Shen Wu Hai's possessions. Really cleanly. Zuo Mo didn't even leave behind the undergarments. This cloth was pretty good. Zuo Mo had keen eyes that instantly lit up. So sumptuous, so sumptuous. Woven from 5th grade flowing wind as the base mixed with the feathers of the blood-weeping bird. There were 3 formations on it: nurture, strengthen, and endurance. He could definitely sell this easily for 200 pieces of 5th grade jingshi. 200 pieces of 5th grade jingshi. You can't really blame GE. Zuo Mo smiled and his hands became even quicker. If their people were not experts, then they were leaders of local powers. Who among them wasn't rich? Zuo Mo didn't even look closely, but he still stripped them of clothing and armor. Corpse bamboo, yin-yang null polarity bead. His movements were extremely quick. It was not the first time he had done this job and his efficiency was naturally high. Even the pitiful masked assassin did not avoid this fate. He had not gone far after being wounded and sneaked back closer to hide in the shadows with the intentions of dealing a fatal blow at the crucial moment. But the Shin Temple had identified everyone except Zuo Mo as the enemy. The masked assassin had not been able to escape and was trapped in the Golden Crow restraint light. Towards the sky that had almost killed him, Zuo Mo was full of hatred. Without a word, Zuo Mo stripped the other clean and did not leave the other's trademark mask. A short time later, there was only a pile of naked puppets left in the Shin Temple. They were left clean like a group of lambs that had been sheared. Such a spectacular sight. Zuo Mo ran away filled with emotion and pride. The duration of the Golden Crow restraint light was not long. Everyone, goodbye. Translator ramblings, could this have ended up any other way except a looting session? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 507 First Makeup. Chapter 507 First Makeup. When Zuo Mo just returned to Turtle Island from the Greenwood Secret Realm, the Sunshin Temple collapsed like rotten wood. It created a giant cloud of dust. Yet before the dust settled, burning flames erupted out of the depths of the earth and swallowed the entire Shin Temple. The people watching exclaimed in shock. Shen Wu Hai felt his hand hurt and instantly woke. Fire? His vision was filled with red. A sea of fire? Why was he in a sea of fire? He flew into the air clueless. He instinctively escaped this sea of fire. He channeled his Ling power and flew into the sky. Midair, he felt his body cool, which caused his mind to clear up. His body felt cool, it was a very strange feeling. At this time, whoosh, 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 figures shot out of the Shin Temple debris. A dozen shadows appeared next to him. These people all swayed and their expressions were slightly bewildered. Shen Wu Hai was stunned where he stood. His expression became strange. Everywhere he looked, he saw white naked flesh. These people were not clothed, not even an inch of cloth. Wait, that cool feeling. Shen Wu Hai's face turned ashen as he looked down. What entered his field of view was a patch of smooth white skin. His naked body was completely exposed in the air. His head rang. The crowd of spectators were deathly silent. Shen Wu Hai swept across them out of the corner of his eyes and could clearly see the shock on their faces. Countless gazes gathered on his bare naked body, it felt cool. Laughter came like a tide. Pew! A mouthful of blood burst out of his throat. His figure wavered and he dropped down towards the sea of fire. Elder! Li Shu's weak voice came from afar and became blurry in Shen Wu Hai's consciousness. Zuo Mo was inspecting his spoils of war. The richness of the harvest this time surpassed his expectations. His grin almost reached his ears. Now that the Shin Temple was swallowed by fire, it had erased all the traces leading to him. No one would know that the masked person was him. But before this, there was much work to be done. Like the mountain of talismans piled up in front of him inside a formation. Among these talismans, many had imprints left behind. Zuo Mo had made a special formation to block the imprint. If he could not erase the imprints, then these talismans had to be hidden. Otherwise, he would just be waiting for the other people to come find him. Zuo Mo knew very well just how powerful the people he had offended this time were. But clearing out the imprint was not a difficult task for Zuo Mo. He had the Great Day Banded Flame, the Green Vine Mystical Water, Shin Power, these could all erase the imprints. What he was struggling with was another problem: how to prevent others from finding him. Supposedly, Tian Huan had many Shouja skilled in divination. These people could peek at fate. Tian Huan definitely would not swallow their anger at having such a major loss. Tian Huan would even take revenge more cruelly to tell other people what the outcome of being enemies with Tian Huan was. Zuo Mo didn't want to be the chicken that was killed to scare the monkeys. He needed to hide his tracks to prevent any future problems. Fortunately, he had Pu Yao. Disrupt divination? Pu Yao rubbed his chin. The eye that was exposed slightly narrowed. The lips that were as thin as blades slowly curved like the gleam of a blade. Zuo Mo nodded. Yes, yes. Pu Yao suddenly turned to ask Wei, what methods do you have? Wei glanced at Zuo Mo's sacrificial offerings, but it needs at least Yuanying level souls. This wasn't a field Wei was skilled in. Yuanying level souls? Zuo Mo asked hesitantly. He was suspicious that there was a problem with his ears. Yes, Wei replied seriously, I only know this one method. Zuo Mo unhesitatingly turned to look at Pu Yao. Was he joking? Yuanying level souls, even 10 of him could not kill a Yuanying. Pu Yao smiled. Zuo Mo suddenly had a bad feeling. Very good, I like business deals that only has one supplier. I want a good price. Pu Yao's evil and sharp smile caused Zuo Mo to shudder. A good price. Zuo Mo said tragically, state your price. You got pretty good things this time. Oh, those bones, pity. Pu Yao was full of regret in his words. Zuo Mo's heart suddenly jumped. He knew that Pu Yao was speaking of the bones he found in the Burning Shin realm. He secretly noted it down. So these bones were the best things out of what he got this time. Did this guy want the ink jade bones? Zuo Mo's heart was insecure, but when he heard Pu Yao say pity, his heart eased slightly. However, Pu Yao did not continue after pity. His tone changed, all of the sun fruits, and 100 sun seeds. Pu Yao looked smilingly at Zuo Mo. His heart just relaxing. Zuo Mo inhaled sharply and his heart jerked. Pu Yao's cut was really deep this time. It was fine for the sun fruits, but those 100 sun seeds were extraordinary in value. Zuo Mo had gotten a good number of sun seeds, but after this 100 was paid, then the total amount would shrink greatly. But Zuo Mo knew that he could not give Pu Yao a chance to give another price, otherwise. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and nodded agreed. Refreshing. Pu Yao stood, but no emotion could be seen on his handsome face. He threw a ball of light at Zuo Mo. Take it. Zuo Mo took the ball of light, and countless unfamiliar methods flowed into his mind. He hurriedly left the sea of consciousness and started to study it. At this time, he didn't dare to waste one moment. This was a race against time. The earlier he finished his defenses, the earlier he would escape the danger. If he was late, then no rescue efforts would help. In the sea of consciousness, Wei suddenly smiled warmly. Your negotiation was done well. It seems that I need to learn from you. You are right. Pu Yao blinked his bloody pupil with an open expression. There wasn't any evilness on his face. The two exchanged a look and then disappeared separately. Wasteland Beast Chessboard. Nan Yu was furiously cultivating. Her eyes were tightly closed, her expression focused her hands were placed together as though she was holding an invisible bow. Her South Sky Arrow art had progressed quickly. Her rate of improvement was akin to traveling 1,000 li in a day. The scenery around her constantly changed, and her hands changed positions as well. However, there seemed to be a faint connection between her hands throughout. Her consciousness was extremely unique and was like invisible water ripples. When the water ripples encountered enemies, they would quickly return with information about the other. The surrounding scenery that changed was both real and fake. Nanya needed to find the true target hidden among these real and fake Yao arts. It was not the first time she had trained like this. In reality, she was trapped in this illusion almost every day. Ever since they had been introduced to Teacher Pu for instruction, they would encounter all kinds of strange training. Many people complained. Teacher Pu's training was ever-changing, but what made people complain was that each type of training was extremely difficult. Teacher Pu's temper was also fickle. If they did not complete the training, their outcome would be very bad. Many people couldn't help but feel anger. But Nan Yu did not feel any rage. Teacher Pu was far stronger than any expert she had ever seen. Compared to Teacher Wei, the teachers at the Yao art houses were thousands of miles behind. Every cultivation illusion here had been created by Teacher Pu with a wave of the hand. The uncanny Yao arts caused everyone to gape in shock. With this kind of famed teacher guiding them, what else could they hope for? Nan Yu did not slack off and became even more diligent. She knew just how rare this chance was. She wasn't the only one. Ming Juzi, Sang Zhe, and the others all knew this and buried their heads in cultivation in fear of missing this chance. The elders of the Grey Clan also strictly supervised the members of the Grey Clan. Those that did not work hard on their cultivation were disciplined with the clan law. Selecting at the Wasteland Beast chessboard as the cultivation area was done out of helplessness. Thankfully, the Wasteland Beast chessboard was endless. No one noticed the corner they occupied. The number of people that could see through Pu Yao's illusory arts were pitifully few, and they would not appear in the Wasteland Beast chessboard. Just like usual, Pu Yao appeared in the Wasteland Beast chessboard. Such terrible skill. He looked down at the Yao that were cultivating. His brow furrowed and he was dissatisfied. He had enough qualifications to give this judgment. When he thought about this, he couldn't help but think of Guard Camp and his mood worsened. Guard Camp wasn't highly skilled in his eyes, but compared to these greenhorns, they were much better. Right now, Guard Camp was in Wei's hand. Having been tricked, Pu Yao naturally could not accept this, so he put his ideas onto Nan Yu and the others. Wei could not enter the 10-finger prison, so he could not see whatever Pu Yao did here. Thinking like this, Pu Yao's mood instantly became slightly better. But when he saw these clumsily people practicing what were extremely basic Yao arts in his eyes, his good mood instantly evaporated. Pu Yao had been planning to use these guys to form another camp, so he had initially trained them in battle formations. However, he quickly found that these people were extremely lacking in skills. With such terrible strength, no matter how much they trained battle formations, they could not catch up to Guard Camp. So he could only personally teach them Yao arts. Even though the improvement of Nan Yu and the others was considerable, to Pu Yao, who lacked patience, this kind of progression was not enough. He hadn't expected Zuo Mo to be able to enter the Sunshin Temple and to obtain so many treasures. He instantly locked on. Zuo Mo coincidentally came to ask for help, so he had gotten his hands on a lot of sun fruits and sun seeds. The first moment he saw the sun fruits and sun seeds, Pu Yao's heart had moved. He recognized these two treasures. They were like the golden souls, and could be taken into the 10-finger prison. It is really a waste to use them on you lot. Pu Yao murmured to himself as the sun fruits and sun seeds in his hand flashed with an enchanting light. Translator ramblings, the power of a monopoly, even the scalping, stripping, zombie must bow before the forces of the market. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 508, Inventory. Chapter 508, Inventory. After erasing all his tracks, Zuo Mo finally released a breath. It had to be said that Pu Yao really had the moves. According to the methods he traded, Zuo Mo had forged a Nether Mist Jade Pendant. The Nether Mist Jade Pendant was the size of a jade scroll and appeared mundane, but the cost of the materials was 3 whole pieces of 6th grade Jingshi. That was 3 pieces of 6th grade Jingshi. Bao Yi's expression had become gloomy at the time and the felt heartache at the decreasing storages. In the next few days, Bao Yi's mood was extremely terrible as the chief quartermaster. The people that came to get materials usually got cursed at. But the Nether Mist Jade Pendant was truly extraordinary in value. If Zuo Mo was skilled in divination, he would find that everything about him seemed to be shrouded in mist and could not be clearly seen. With the Nether Mist Jade Pendant, Zuo Mo's heart relaxed. He finally had the free time and the mood to inventory the things he obtained from the Sunshin Temple. As he made an inventory of his gains, Zuo Mo was excited. The products of this endeavor piled up like mountains. Every object was a rare treasure. The sun seeds made up of the largest portion of his gains. The number of sun seeds that accumulated over tens of thousands of years was astounding. Even though Pu Yao had scalped away 100, there were still a great many left. But among this pile of treasures, the 3 most eye-catching were the golden leaf, the Sunshin tree, and the inky jade bones. He didn't know what tree the golden leaf came from. It was entirely golden and made of a weighty material. Every pattern on it was extremely detailed. At the beginning, Zuo Mo thought that this was the leaf of the Sunshin tree. But later, when he compared, he found the two were completely different. Tens of thousands of years had passed, but the golden leaf still held a faint vitality, and it was a marvel. Zuo Mo held the golden leaf in his hand. Feeling the faint vitality exuded from the leaf, he couldn't help but marvel. This golden leaf had been placed in a position of great consideration. From a glance, it could be seen that it wasn't anything normal. Yet when he examined it over and over, he could not identify what was special about it. His mind shifted and Zuo Mo tried to channel a thread of Shin power into the leaf. Boom! Numerous thoughts rushed into Zuo Mo's mind like a furious flood. He seemed to have landed in an endless sky of stars. Countless stars spun around him and pulled at him. The thoughts that originated from the ancient era were like the vast and deep stars. At this moment, he lost himself. The stars changed, and at the empty part of the dark void, an imperceptible light rose. The light quickly became brighter. In a blink, the light was like the stars that lit up the deep and black sky. It was beautiful. But this beauty was only condensed for a brief moment. Then the burning light that tore apart the darkness swallowed Zuo Mo up. Zuo Mo didn't have time to close his eyes, yet the piercing pain he imagined did not appear. A cryptic and primitive song floated out of some unknown place, but Zuo Mo felt unspeakably close to it. Even though he could not understand, his restless heart calmed when hearing the distant song. Zuo Mo fell into a trance. As he listened, Zuo Mo suddenly detected that pitifully weak thread of Shin power in his body started to circulate in his body of its own accord. Was this? A daring idea appeared in Zuo Mo's mind. But when his attention slipped, the Shin power in his body instantly shrunk back like a frightened mouse. Zuo Mo hurriedly refocused and put his attention back on the song. The Shin power inside his body quickly started to circulate again and slowly moved around Zuo Mo's body. Zuo Mo silently noted down the pathways the Shin power circulation took. This was strange. As expected, this was strange. The pathways the Shin power took to circulate were extremely strange and completely different than the three powers. It did not follow the channels in his body like Ling power, nor did it stay in his sea of consciousness like his spiritual consciousness, nor did it become purified between his blood and bone like the Mo skills. The pathways it took included the channels, included the sea of consciousness, as well as his blood and bone, but had innate differences to the mainstream cultivation methods. Suddenly, a threat of exhaustion rose. The song became even more distant. Zuo Mo was shocked. Opening his eyes, the song suddenly stopped. He looked down. The golden leaf in his hand was gradually dimming. Zuo Mo hurriedly examined the golden leaf. He saw that the leaf had dimmed, but the thread of vitality on the leaf had not disappeared before he released a breath. So this was not one use only. Good. At this time, Zuo Mo seemed to have learned a bit of this golden leaf's use. It should be a treasure that the Sun tribe used in the past to record the cultivation methods. From this function, the golden leaf was similar to jade scrolls. However, Zuo Mo had a feeling. It shouldn't just be a golden leaf jade scroll, it should have other uses. Compared to the golden leaf, the use of the Sunshin tree was much simpler. However, Zuo Mo was stuck with a problem. What grade was the Sunshin tree? It was at least a great treasure of the Sun tribe, and it was called a Shin tree. Even the sun seeds it produced were extraordinary. It should be at least 7th grade. Zuo Mo unconfidently thought. However, while he was unable to judge the grade of the Sunshin tree, this did not stop him from using its power. The Sun tribe planted Sunshin trees to get more sun fruits and sun seeds. Zuo Mo naturally did not have the patience to guard the Sunshin tree for decades. The wood of the Sunshin tree was likely a great material, but its exact uses were unknown. Zuo Mo also didn't bear to use this ancient Shin wood that had lived for tens of thousands of years to forge into talismans. It would be a waste. After some thought, Zuo Mo quickly had an idea. He flew into the sky and looked around the island. He suddenly headed towards the south end of the island. Not long in flight, he landed on a little mountain top and entered a cavern. Entering the cavern, the thick fire element power hit him in the face. There were 5 fire element caverns on the island. This was one of them. The air was filled with the smell of sulfur. Zuo Mo had a content expression. This fire cavern was connected with earth fire, and was the best place to plant the Sunshin tree. The Sunshin temple was connected to earth fire. If it wasn't for the nurturing earth fire, this Sunshin tree would not have been able to live for so long. Zuo Mo carefully took out the Sunshin tree. When the Sunshin tree's roots touched the lava rock, the roots suddenly twisted like slender snakes and burrowed into the rock. In front of these soft roots, the hard granite was easily penetrated as though it was tofu. A crimson-red light spread at a visible rate from the roots towards the body of the tree. When the red light reached the topmost part of the Sunshin tree, there was a light snap and golden flames erupted out of the tree. A shocking wave of heat spread outwards. Zuo Mo could not tolerate it and retreated a few steps. The granite under his feet showed signs of melting. He had a grave expression. His body contained both the Great Day Banded Flame and the Sun Crystal Seed. He had extremely high resistance towards all kinds of flames, but he felt burdened in the face of this flame. The strength of this flame was shocking. At this time, Zuo Mo's expression suddenly changed. Deep beneath his feet, earth fire was furiously heading towards this direction like a flood. Damn it! Without a word, he sprinted towards the outside. Just as Zuo Mo sorrowfully flew out of the cave and turned around, he inhaled sharply. The green flora on the mountain were producing green smoke as they popped and turned to ash. The entire little mountain was bright red. Every piece of rock seemed to have been taken out of the kiln just now and could melt at any moment. Vast fire element power almost erupted through the restraint of the earth's surface. Zuo Mo's expression changed again. Damn it! If he waited for this earth fire to erupt, he would not be able to conceal it. Even though the Sunshin Temple had been burned away and the Shouja that came to Cloud CGF from different places were gradually leaving, but there were still many Shouja who had stayed behind. If the earth fire suddenly burned the sky at Turtle Island, those with intentions could guess that the masked person in the Sunshin Temple was him. Zuo Mo was decisive. No matter what, the eruption could not occur. But even though the eruption had not occurred yet, Zuo Mo could still clearly feel its power at such a distance. What could he do? His gaze at sweeping the surroundings, his eyes lit up. He had set up the island protecting formation with his own hands. There were two large formations. One was the Yin-Yang Thundercloud Formation, the other was the Meridional Azure Ether Formation. The Yin-Yang Thundercloud Formation had been set up when the Rin family was here. Even though Zuo Mo had planted the Sonic Lightning Walnut at the core and had increased its strength, it still could not compare to the Meridional Azure Ether Formation. But at this time, using the Yin-Yang Thundercloud Formation was a better choice than the Meridional Azure Ether Formation. Light flowed on Zuo Mo's hands and lights entered the ground in succession. Everyone on the island was disturbed by the earth fire and started to gather in its direction. However, when they saw Zuo Mo's movements, they instantly understood what was going on and stopped their movements. 10 minutes later, everyone from Golden Crow Camp had come. Seeing the situation, their expressions became grave. Under the directions of Master Sun Bao and Ji Wei, they quickly prepared to give aid when necessary. The surroundings were quiet. Everyone quieted their breathing and watched Zuo Mo's actions. Zuo Mo's hands were moving slowly as though he was pulling something thousands of caddies heavy. His expression was extremely serious. The earth fire in the cavern became even more restless. The granite on the mountaintop started to dissolve. The earth fire could erupt at any moment. The earth fire slowly pulsed. Every time it pulsed, the raging power contained was exposed and caused people's hearts to beat rapidly. Even eldest Xixiang Wei Shang that never lost his composure showed a rare worried expression on his face as his right hand was placed on his sword hilt. In the sky, Zuo Mo suddenly grabbed at the mountain. Pew! A streak of earth fire suddenly shot out of the little mountain like a raging dragon. Zuo Mo's right hand guided the dragon of fire and it seemed to be forcibly pushed towards the ground. At the same time, Zuo Mo's left hand swiped as he recited. At this tense moment, Zuo Mo unconsciously used the control method of Shin Power. His attention used in 3 ways. Pew! The earth fire was forced back into the ground. Flames flew out. A golden seal script landed from the sky onto the body of the dragon of fire. The dragon of fire suddenly formed a curving gold seal script line. Golden Crow Camp was shocked. Just now, they had sighed at the high difficulty of Zuo Mo's move. Even though they tried their best to not make a sound, sharp inhales were clear to hear. At this time, the earth fire suddenly erupted and advanced following the golden seal line that was produced by the dragon of fire. Translator Ramblings. Zuo Mo, oops, I didn't mean to make a volcano that might destroy my island. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 509, Inventory 2. Chapter 509, Inventory 2. The brightly burning earth fire continuously sparked as the temperature of Turtle Island quickly increased. Waves of high heat spread into the surroundings. When the dragon of fire covered the entire red line, the Yin-Yang Thunder Cloud Formation suddenly activated. Lightning flashed and thunder roared among the cloud layers in an intimidating display. Just as everyone had released a breath, a bright red cloud of fire suddenly rose out of the little mountain with a muffled bang. Pia pia pia. Red clouds rose up from the little mountain and seemed to fly and merge into the cloud layers of the Yin-Yang Thunder Cloud Formation. If one looked from the outside, they would find the thick clouds that never dissipated around Turtle Island were becoming red. Zuo Mo released a breath and so did the other people. The burning waves of heat disappeared and the temperature of the island slowly returned to normal. The fire clouds were still being produced. What Zuo Mo did not know was that after his actions, the Yin-Yang Thunder Cloud Formation was completely transformed. The power of the Sonic Lightning Walnut could not compare to the Sunshin Tree. Fortunately, thunder and fire were not in conflict, so the Sonic Lightning Walnut was not subdued by the Sunshin Tree. However, the walnut now only made up a very small portion of power in the formation. Zuo Mo wiped away the sweat from his forehead with lingering fear. From the beginning, he didn't dare to underestimate the power of the Sunshin tree, but he hadn't thought that he would make such a great mistake. He almost created a great problem. But they were past it. Seeing the situation resolved, the people quickly left. No one came over to ask, even Wei Shang left directly. Zuo Mo would always cause all kinds of situations. People were now used to it. If there was a peaceful period, people couldn't help but wonder how Darren had been so peaceful recently. The production of the fire cloud slowed but did not stop. Zuo Mo estimated that the entire process would take several days. Even he did not know what the Yinyan Thunder Formation would look like in the end. He ended up waiting by the little mountain for the entire process to finish. Bored, he could not resist the temptation and started to inspect his other spoils. He didn't dare to mess around with the ink jade bones. If he made another ruckus, it wouldn't be enough even if he had another life. However, he found something strange. These ink jade bones were unable to be pieced together into a complete skeleton. There were 3 bones missing. Had he missed one? Zuo Mo was puzzled. He had searched with great care and theoretically, he shouldn't have missed them. Zuo Mo might not know whose bones these were and what they were used for, but he had a strong suspicion that these bones, carved from ink black jade, were anything but ordinary. Zuo Mo quickly threw this riddle to one side and started to inspect his other spoils. What he got the most of was the sun seed from the Sunshin Temple. Zuo Mo knew they could help him cultivate Shin power and also could be forged into crow thorn, which was supposedly extremely powerful. Even Big Brother Qinglin had been wounded by it, but the problem was Zuo Mo did not know how to use the sun seed or how to forge the crow thorn. After flipping for a while, Zuo Mo found to his sorrow that while these ancient treasures were good, but Zuo Mo had no inkling how to use them. In comparison to those ancient talismans of the Sunshin Temple that were not useful, what Shin Wu Hai and the others gave Zuo Mo could be used immediately. There were many high-quality talismans. Even Zuo Mo, who was used to seeing good talismans, brightened up when he saw them. Jade Hook Tree, Blood Script Bell, Corpse Sea Bamboo. Any one of these, if they were sold onto the market, would be priceless. However, what moved Zuo Mo the most was what he had taken from Shin Wu Hai, who was of Yuanian cultivation, and a Tianhuan elder. These 2 qualities meant that his wealth was something that the old bamboo staff man and others could not rival. Shin Wu Hai did not have any talisman that was below 6th grade. Even though they were of different types, all of them were very fine. What Shin Wu Hai felt the most pain over losing was his ring. Inside were the treasures and materials that he had scrounged together over many years and with great effort. They all benefited Zuo Mo now. Of course, Zuo Mo had his own troubles. These numerous talismans dazzled his eyes, but he could not take them out and use them directly. These were dirty. If someone got even a hint of where they came from, it would be a great calamity to him, much less using them in the open. He also did not dare to sell them. There probably were an unknown number of eyes staring at him. Any trace connection to the Sunshin Temple would be fatal. Tianhuan was a titan. It only needed to breathe and he would turn to dust. Could not use them directly, could not sell them, then there was only one solution: forge them all into new talismans. Such a vast task. Zuo Mo gazed at the mountain of spoils and grimaced. Did he profit or lose this time after getting in so much trouble? Just as Cloud Sea Jie Shouja were immersed in the incident of the Sunshin Temple, in a deep region of the Cloud Sea, there was a fissure about 10 jang wide. The inside of the fissure was pitch black without any light. Suddenly, a tall figure stepped out of the fissure. After a while, other figures successively walked out. The leading figure suddenly turned. I smell the scent of Shouja. Shin Wu Hai crushed the paper crane in his hand with a dark face. Below him, Li Shu hesitated and then carefully asked, Elder. Li Shu recognized the paper crane. It was a paper crane unique to the sect. Had the sect given them a punishment sentence? Had they said ugly words? Why was the elder so furious? Shin Wu Hai was a Yuanian in the end and good at keeping his composure. With a long exhale, he recovered his normal composure. We're returning. Return? Li Shu stilled and said with disbelief, We have not found. There is not time to investigate. Shin Wu Hai was slightly impatient but still relaxed his tone. The sect leader is urging us to return. Do not ask this old man the reason, this old man does not know. Shin Wu Hai's tone was filled with unwillingness. He had tripped up so greatly this time, and under the eyes of so many people. How could he accept this? In these days, he had used all the influence and power that Tianhuan had in Cloud Sea Jie to investigate this matter. What almost drove him crazy was that they had not discovered anything even now. There wasn't a trace to found. How could he be willing to return, when the sect suddenly ordered them to? However, Xin Wuhai was slightly puzzled. The upper management of the sect would rarely interfere with missions. It was the first time he had seen such a non-negotiable order. Was it that something happened to the sect? When this thought formed, he erased it. What could happen to the sect? The sect leader had been in his position for over 2 decades and his position was rock solid. The other parts of the management occasionally fought for power, but compared to other sects, it was very gentle. They were more willing to immerse themselves into seal scripts. Even Xin Wuhai was like this usually. Otherwise, he would not have been able to form the Dark Void Fire. He always felt that Tianhuan was the best sect in the Four Realm Heavens. Li Shu had the same thought. As to outside enemies, what was that? Xin Wuhai had never encountered someone who dared to be enemies with Tianhuan. Even Koan Luan, that was called the strongest in fighting, had to purchase large amounts of talismans and seals from Tianhuan. The other sects naturally did the same. So why were they pressing so urgently for them to return? Xin Wuhai was confused. Many people speculated the mask-wearing guy had escaped as far as he could. However, Li Shu and Xin Wuhai felt that the other might not have even left Cloud Xijia. He had already sent people to seal the Jie River. Even though this caused discontent in some people, no one dared to provoke an angry Tianhuan elder. Yet up until now, there was no news of someone breaking through the Jie River. That guy had to be in Cloud Xijia. But he really was unwilling. When the last fire cloud rose, the burning red little mountain gradually dimmed and the surrounding temperature decreased. The little mountain quickly returned to normal, but the fauna around it had been burned clean, so there were only black stones left. Zuo Mo went into the cavern. The Sunshin tree was untouched and looked healthier than before. Stepping out of the cave, Zuo Mo flew into the sky. He looked over. The colors of the clouds above Turtle Island were like dusk, orange and red, beautiful and spectacular. The new formation had formed. The previous Yin-Yang Thunder Cloud formation had been completely changed by the Earthfire and formed a new formation. Zuo Mo decided to change its name to the Flowing Fire Cloud Thunder Formation. The new formation was much stronger than the previous one. As to that jade hook tree, Zuo Mo planted it into the center of the Meridional Azure Ether Formation. The wood element power that the jade hook would release would continuously feed the Meridional Azure Ether Formation and greatly increase the power of the large formation. Zuo Mo buried 3 sun seeds under the jade hook tree. If the jade hook tree could absorb the power inside the sun seeds, it could definitely go up a level and form the celestial green jade hook tree. With the protection of these 2 formations, the present Turtle Island was almost impenetrable. Zuo Mo's heart, which had been in the air all this time, lowered greatly. Even if Xin Wuhai came, it would be impossible for him to force his way into Turtle Island. He, after GE digests these treasures, cultivates Xin power. No one will know who will win if GE encounters Xin Wuhai again. Zuo Mo was full of ambition and resolve. At this time, the sky above his head suddenly darkened. Zuo Mo made a sound of surprise and raised his head to look. His body suddenly froze. The sky that had been clear just now seemed to appear as though it was dusk. The sun that had been burning in the sky seemed to be veiled by a layer of black mist and became weak and wavering. The scene looked as though it was the end of the world. A gust of wind blew past. Zuo Mo couldn't help but shudder. His expression changed again. This gust of wind was filled with a very powerful yin and cold energy, as though it blew from the underworld. Even Zuo Mo couldn't help but shudder in the cold. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Wei Shang, Zhongru, Xie Shan, and the others all flew into the sky and appeared next to Zuo Mo. All of them could not disguise their expressions of terror. What was happening? Translator ramblings. What? Rest. 1 chapter is enough. Lil Cliffy is ready for action. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 510, Sky-Splitting Calamity. Chapter 510, Sky-Splitting Calamity. The worldly apparition caused terror in the Xiuzha of Cloud Xijia. They quickly received news that similar apparitions had appeared in the nearby Jie. As this news spread, people became insecure. What did this apparition, that seemed to herald the end of the world, mean? The doorways of Divination Xiuzha were packed with people that came to visit them. The customers were all people who came to inquire what this worldly apparition meant. Cloud Xijia did not have any powerful people skilled in divination, but almost all the Divination Xiuzha reported that this apparition was an inauspicious one. This news caused all people to feel insecure. The effect of this was that the prices of goods on the market skyrocketed. The rumors quickly dissipated and the truth was revealed. A small sect called Sky Record Sect was attacked by a strange troop and almost the entire sect had been killed. At the start, this news did not attract much attention, but this strange troop quickly advanced and blood was spilled everywhere they passed. People suddenly discovered to their shock that this was an Mo army. In the beginning, many people snorted at the news. Mo army? Ha! This was too funny. The Cloud Sijia was thousands of li from the front lines. What Mo army could sneak into Cloud Sijia without being detected? But these people quickly stopped laughing. Because this Mo army was unstoppable. No one was able to stop their advance. The large sects along their warpath all fell under the heels of this Mo army. All the Xiuzha that managed to escape lost their courage and only knew to flee for their lives. They were too powerful. From when they were discovered, they were like a sharp drill. In only 3 days they advanced 6,000 li. The sects and the cities in their way were all uprooted and burned down. In these short 3 days, the atmosphere of Cloud Sijia changed. People fought to flee this place in hopes of avoiding this calamity. Yet the news that came from the outside caused them to feel hopeless. There were many Jia within 4 realms where these chaos rifts had appeared. Large numbers of Mo armies flooded out of these chaos rifts. No one knew why these chaos rifts appeared, but any Xiuzha with a thread of intelligence understood something. The sky had changed. It really changed. The battle at Blood Sky Metropolis Jia had never stopped, but for Xiuzha far from the front lines, the war was just another topic of discussion. But now, the abrupt appearance of the chaos rifts pushed the fighting into their lives. It was a cruel and inescapable bog. This was a disaster, a sky-splitting calamity. The fires of war appeared everywhere. When Zuo Mo learned of this news, he was stunned. Having fought his way out of Blood Sky Metropolis Jia, he knew much better than these normal Xiuzha what these chaos rifts represented. Lil Miss, Wei Sheng, Xulong, Zhongru. When the people heard the news, they didn't dare to believe their ears. The silent hall was oppressive to Shang Wei Ming. He timidly looked at the people gathered. This is what I managed to find out from the outside. It's crazy out there. Should. Everyone looked at him. He couldn't help but feel panic. Should we prepare to leave early? He gathered his courage and continued, everyone is packing up and preparing to leave Cloud Sijia right now. The Mo army is too strong. No one can stop them. There aren't any large sects around. It is very dangerous for us to stay here. No one paid him attention. Everyone turned their eyes to Zuo Mo. At these times, the person who always set the direction was Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo thought for a long time before he slowly spoke. If we leave Cloud Sijia, where would we go? The chaos rifts are everywhere. We do not even know how many chaos rifts are still undiscovered. If we move to an unfamiliar place, it is even more disadvantageous for us. We put great effort into Turtle Island and the defenses are very sturdy. Even if we encounter the Mo army, we have the chance to fight. We weren't afraid of them in Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. Are we going to be afraid of them here? The suppressive atmosphere inside the hall instantly swept away. Everyone's morale rose at Zuo Mo's words. Yes, everyone had fought and killed their way out of Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. They hadn't been afraid of the Mo military in Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. What was there to be afraid of here? We're not afraid. They dared to rampage on top of our head. I say kill them. Lei Peng's loud voice made people's eardrums hurt. He glared and held his golden crystal broadsword as though he wanted to start immediately. Nian Lu took over with a slightly soft voice, don't be so brutish. Be more gentle, be more gentle. Allow them to feel our friendship and enthusiasm towards Yama, let's be friends. Idiots. Looking at the display of his teammates, Ma Fan spat out. Zuo Mo looked at Gongsun Cha. There was a smile at the corners of Lil Miss' mouth that was filled with innocence and bashfulness. However, his eyes were filled with an excited light. Those familiar with him all felt their hearts jump. Zuo Mo gazed at Xulong. Xulong's presence had become even more solemn and heavy in recent days. Standing there, he seemed like a mountain. He noticed Zuo Mo's gaze. Raising his head, he did not disguise the fighting spirit in his eyes. Darren, Xulong requests to battle. Zuo Mo was slightly surprised. Xulong was steady in personality and his specialty in battle was the defense rather than offense. It was the first time he had seen Xulong desirous of battle. What? Your hand is itching? Zuo Mo said with a smile. This subordinate wants to see what true Mo military is like, Xulong said gravely. Zuo Mo finally understood. Guard camp cultivated Mo skills and the battle methods of guard camp were very close to the Mo military. Xulong probably wanted to see who was stronger, guard camp or the Mo army. Zuo Mo felt a small headache. Why did this guy also have to get competitive? Was it Wei that had egged him on from the back? At the side, Shang Weiming's mouth was open and could not close. What did they mean killed their way out of Blood Sky Metropolis yet? Why weren't they afraid? This was the infamous Mo army. He found to his shock that he understood pitifully little of Darren and the others. No one paid attention to him. After agreement of their thoughts, they quickly and methodically started to act. For this fight, Zuo Mo took out much of the materials he had gotten from the Sunshin Temple and gave them to Golden Crow Camp to forge into talismans. Fortunately, the stores on the island were filled and they were rich. They did not need to worry about running of supplies. Like an enormous machine, all of Turtle Island started to furiously turn. Which batch is this? The 6th. Is Turtle Island not planning to leave? Liao Qi-Chang was puzzled. At this time, every sect was racing against time to pack up and escape Cloud Sijia. Turtle Island's actions became extremely eye-catching. Xiuzha continuously flew out of Turtle Island on nimbus clouds and flew away with the wind. In the span of half a day, 6 groups of Xiuzha had left Turtle Island. Looking at the direction they flew in, it was in the direction of the Mo army. All the signs suggested that Turtle Island did not plan on leaving. Did they plan to fight against the Mo army? When this idea popped out, it frightened him. That was impossible. That was a Mo army. And it was also a very powerful Mo army. No way, isn't that seeking death? The Xiuzha beside him was disbelieving. Didn't you hear? Even the Wind Element sect was defeated. Who can stop them? Liao Qi-Chang's mood dimmed when he heard this. Wind Element sect was a large sect that was ranked 6th in Cloud Sijia. Even they had not been able to escape the knife of the Mo army. The strength of this Mo army could be imagined. Other than Wind Element sect, even Beautiful Water sect, a sect ranking in the top 10, was defeated. This was another reason why no one had the courage to fight back and only knew to run away. There was no possibility of victory. Even the sects that ranked at the top like Wind Element sect and Beautiful Water sect had been defeated. These two sects had been very powerful. With the examples in front of them, who would be the egg that tried to smash the rock? Liao Qi-Chang did not speak and only stared at Turtle Island. A while later, another few Xiuzha flew out. Liao Qi-Chang's eyes lit up. He recognized one of them and shouted loudly, "Is it Mr. Ma Fan?" Ma Fan heard the shout and turned to look. Seeing it was Liao Qi-Chang, he flew down. He said with a bow, "Boss Liao, you have not left yet? Where can we escape to?" Liao Qi-Chang sighed. Ma Fan's moved and he said, "Boss Liao can probably have a temporary stay on the island. The island is relatively safe." Safe? Such a great proclamation. The Xiuzha next to Liao Qi-Chang said with a snort. Ma Fan stared at the other and was too lazy to respond. Liao Qi-Chang's expression shifted. "You are not planning on leaving?" Ma Fan laughed lightly, "Just as Boss Liao has said, where can we escape to? Rather than that, we will make a stand here. I will give you people some words, don't try to be heroes and overconfident. You feel that your heads are harder than rock," the Xiuzha next to Liao Qi-Chang said in a strange tone. Lei Ping could not resist. His cowbell-sized eyes suddenly widened as his hand lit up as he slapped. "Shut up!" The other person reacted quickly. His Ling armor lit up. But Lei Ping's blow was extremely heavy. Without any finesse, it landed on the illuminated Ling armor. The person felt a great force pass over and his body uncontrollably fell back. Crash! Lei Ping slapped the person onto the ground. He jumped up of the ground, his face flushed with anger. "You dare to attack me, you don't want to live." Hiss. It was a quiet hiss. A line of coldness could be felt on his throat. The cold sword edge pressed tightly against his throat and caused his hairs to stand on end. He did not dare to move at all. Uncontrollable terror flooded him. His legs unconsciously rattled. Idiot! The flying sword returned to Ma Fan's hand. Ma Fan didn't look at the person that was frightened into a daze. He turned and said to Liao Qi-Chang, "If Boss Liao goes to the island, Darren will definitely welcome you. We have a mission to complete and will not linger. Farewell." Finishing, the three got on their nimbus clouds and disappeared into the sky. Translator ramblings, chaos rifts, the causes of chaos. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 511, Hope. Chapter 511, Hope. Did you hear? Turtle Island is not fleeing. Are they crazy? Are they waiting for their deaths? Waiting for their death? They want to fight against the Mo army. These are true men. But can they win? Look at Wind Element Sect and Beautiful Water Sect, there wasn't even one survivor. No matter how powerful Turtle Island is, are they stronger than Wind Element Sect and Beautiful Water Sect? And doesn't know if they are strong or not, but it knows everyone is fleeing and only they dare to fight. They are true men, and respects them. No, and has to also participate in this fight. Even if and dies, and will accept it. Don't do stupid things, his friend urged him out of concern. The news that Turtle Island was preparing to fight was like throwing a pebble into a pool of boiling water. The reactions were laughter, scorn, and indifference. But it also attracted many people's attention. Many Cloud CGA shoujo that grew up here were not willing to flee Cloud CGA like this. There were also people like Liao Chi Chang who had many illiquid assets and properties in Cloud CGA, so their faction would have a difficult time leaving. At the beginning, everyone was panicking, clueless, and disorganized like a pile of scattered sand. They soon calmed down and found reasons to fight. When the news that Turtle Island was preparing a resistance spread, they seemed to have found their spines. Large amounts of shoujo flooded from all directions towards Turtle Island. In the span of a few days, an astounding number of shoujo gathered near Turtle Island. When Zuo Mo discovered this situation, he had a great headache. Turtle Island was small in number, but they were well trained. They were familiar with battle formations, and directing them was as easy as controlling limbs. They had great combat capabilities. These shoujo that came now were varied in strength and had no training in battle formations. If they were put onto the battlefield, they couldn't even count as roaming warriors. But if he did not pay attention to them, and someone caused them to stir, they would be a great threat towards Turtle Island. Liao Chi Chang hurriedly said, "Island Master, morale is useful. Everyone's blood is boiling, Island Master, do not cool their hearts. I see that there are famed ones among them. This is an enormous power. If Island Master can recruit them, after this event, no one will be a rival for Island Master in Cloud CGA." Zuo Mo grimaced inside. He did not say what he worried him to Liao Chi Chang. This guy was an amateur in war and couldn't understand. He thought for a while. The arrival of these people wasn't completely a bad thing. Turtle Island wasn't small in scale, but their numbers were too few. The majority of them were also low-level production shoujo. The composition of their members was not rational. If they wanted to survive in Cloud CGA, they had to have enough combat shoujo. Otherwise, if the people of Vermilion Bird Camp and Guard Camp fell and could not be replenished, then they would only weaken the more they fought. As long as that chaos rift existed, Cloud CGA was akin to being on the front lines. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and said, "Get them to come in." Compared to Liao Chi Chang's excitement, the other people had serious expressions. They knew that Zuo Mo would have instructions following this statement. Zuo Mo wasn't courteous and said directly, "Pick the strong ones from these people and set up another camp, Black Turtle Camp. They are unskilled right now, so they need to train in battle formations." "Ma Fan, you caused this mess, so you will do this." Ma Fan was filled with regret. Getting him to train this group of greenhorns was worse than killing him. At the side, Nian Lu and Lei Peng had expressions of schadenfreude. They would willingly go onto the battlefield to kill enemies rather than interact with a group of greenhorns every day. They knew very well how difficult it was for Vermilion Bird Camp to go from nothing to something respectable. It definitely was not an easy task to bring a group of ignorant greenhorns to Vermilion Bird Camp's skill level. Glancing at the duo's expressions, Ma Fan asked Zuo Mo without changing his expression, "Darren, I won't be able to do it by myself. Can I get a few brothers to help?" Lei Peng and Nian Lu's expressions instantly changed. Zuo Mo waved his hand and crisply agreed, "Yes." This matter was finalized like this. Bu Sidong looked at the red fire clouds on top of Turtle Island. His thoughts wandered. He was one of the people in the first group allowed onto Turtle Island. He was born and raised in Cloud CGA and was naturally unwilling to see Cloud CGA become the backyard of the Yama. When he heard Turtle Island was preparing to have a great battle with the Mo army, he ran over in hopes of joining Turtle Island. But unexpected to him, Turtle Island did not immediately accept anyone. The island protecting formation was securely closed. Other than shoujo that entered and left every day, no one spoke to them. He personally saw how Turtle Island had gone from empty to being completely filled. All of the shoujo that came here only had one goal: they hoped to join Turtle Island and fight against the Mo army. Yet no one paid attention to the people. Several fiery-tempered people were so angry they charged at the formation. Then they were burned to ash by the formation. Those beautiful dusky red clouds were fatal. This scene caused the heads of the surrounding people to calm down. Another batch of shoujo rode on roaring nimbus clouds and headed into the fire clouds. Every time this happened, Bu Sidong's eyes turned around. This Turtle Island was really rich. He wasn't the only one to think this. The admiring words of the surrounding people entered his ears. They were not ignorant country bumpkins, but every time they saw this, they couldn't resist sighing in praise. Wearing intermediate 4th grade blue soul cold light armor, ethereal cloud wings on their backs, tiger-style flowing light boots on their feet, serene heart intelligence hats on their head, and the nimbus cloud that left trails behind them. It was a complete set of 4th grade attire. With the cloud wings, why did they drag nimbus clouds alone? Could they be any more wasteful? Countless people wanted to charge up and strip these people clean. At the beginning, people were envious, but they felt that it was acceptable that Turtle Island would outfit their elite with this level of equipment given Turtle Island's strength. Which power did not have a few hundred elite that were completely loyal? But they quickly found to their shock that this was their standard equipment. Anyone that came out of there wore this. Many people cried. These were real tycoons. Their heated hearts were stirred up further to the point that they almost burned themselves. Bu Sidong did not lose his calm. He looked around and thought. Turtle Island was still maintaining its silence. He suddenly had a feeling that Turtle Island was not so easy to join. When this thought appeared, it did not demotivate him. It increased his confidence. All of Turtle Island's actions showed how they were different from other factions. Maybe they could really defeat the Mo army? Bu Sidong jumped in fright at the thought that popped up. At this time, the large formation of Turtle Island suddenly opened and the dusky fire clouds split apart. A troop of about 200 Shouja appeared in people's view. All 4th grade attire, all golden flying swords, unusually regular. Sword Shio? Shocked, people thought inside, so many sword Shio, was Turtle Island a sword cultivating sect? They did not give people the time to digest this. The cloud wings on the back of the leading Shouja moved, and then the cloud wings on the back of the 200 sword Shio moved in unison. The entire troop disappeared from people's view. All of them were shocked. Such quick speed. Such great cooperation. They are up over there. Someone shouted in shock. Everyone raised their heads. They saw the 200 sword Shio, who were like an unsheathed sword at this moment, giving off rampant murderousness and battle spirit. They took over the entire sky. They looked down at them, the cold and murderous presence silently pervading. People suddenly had the feeling they were trapped in dark and cold bog. Any kind of struggle would cause them to move closer to death. So powerful. Bu Sidong's eyes were unfocused as he murmured to himself. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and his body shook. In the sky, a cold voice sounded. Kill. 200 people shouted, kill. The killing essence that took over the sky rained down like a typhoon. The ice-cold presence that was omnipresent filled every inch of space like sharp-edged daggers. Bu Sidong felt as though he was standing in a space filled with sword essence. The howling of the sword essence tearing through the air was like countless whales and caused him to lose any intentions of resisting. The vast sword essences were like an unstoppable flood that carried killing intent as it came down from the sky. All of the Shouja present paled in front of such a powerful attack and shook. No one dared to move. They feared that the tiniest move would cause the other's sword to change direction. These Shouja that were used to fighting one-on-one suddenly discovered, in front of such a tsunami-like attack from the battle formation, just how laughable their so-called rich experience was. Individual bravery was as minuscule as an ant in front of such powerful attack. The sword energies disappeared into the distance. Echoes carried back. Turtle Island's surroundings were deathly silent. Ma Fan was very satisfied with the effects of the demonstration. But when he recalled how these people had been so scared they didn't even dare to move and how they were going to become his subordinates, he became discontent again. But he did not show it on his face. He said solemnly, I come with orders from Darren to set up Black Turtle Camp. Those that are confident in their strength can come try. From today onwards until the time of the battle, Turtle Island is open. Everyone, Turtle Island has strict rules and requirements, take care of yourselves. With the lingering effects of that sword strike, no one dared to make a sound. Ma Fan did not speak more. He turned and led the troop back into Turtle Island. Bu Sidong quickly recovered from his shock. Turtle Island was open? Setting up Black Turtle Camp? He instantly started to think and was overjoyed. Without any hesitation, he flew towards Turtle Island. He was filled with confidence. Turtle Island's battalions were more powerful than the rumors said. He didn't know if this kind of battalion could defeat the Mo army, but he knew this was the battalion of Cloud Sijia that had the highest probability of succeeding. He was very curious. What was Turtle Island really like? On this day, the news that Turtle Island had opened quickly spread through Cloud Sijia. Ma Fan's group attack was also exaggerated to a great degree. Those scornful still snorted, those feeling afraid still rushed to escape. Only those that had a glimmer of hope remaining flew day and night towards Turtle Island. Translator ramblings, the pains of being a leader. Also, Ma Fan is really learning from Lil Miss on being evil. The other thing is that this war has been foreshadowed for a long time. The first Chaos Rift was in the first 200 chapters or so, and stirrings of war were foreshadowed a long time ago. Zuo Mo was just unable to run away any longer. He was able to run in Little Mountain Jie, away from the war in Bloody Sky Metropolis Jie, and also slipped out of participating in the overall war as part of the Yao. But now he really doesn't have a place to flee to, considering everywhere can have a Chaos Rift. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 512, Goal. Chapter 512, Goal. They are all moving towards a place called Turtle Island. Supposedly, there is a faction there that plans on fighting against us. The vice commander reported emotionlessly. Oh, Sher Dong's expression was cold as made a neutral sound. He said lightly, "This is also good. They are all gathering together and it will save us a lot of trouble." The vice commander did not speak, his eyes were half-lidded as he stood there like a rock. His commander was a daring and outstanding person who did not need looking after. Sher Dong might have been born a low-level Mantis Mo, but he possessed the rare bloodline of the Sky Mantis. He had the classic tall and slender body of Mantis Mo. There wasn't a flaw on his carven face. His blue pupils were as pure and clear as icy sapphires and his expression was forever cold and distant. His mantis blade was a completely different shape than normal mantis blades. It was held at his waist. The blade was narrow and long, almost touched the ground. The curve of the blade was very small and seemed between a saber and a sword. Looking at the handsome commander, the vice commander sighed inside. If Darren wasn't born a Mantis Mo, he probably would have been promoted long ago. Even though Darren did not care, he couldn't help but feel injustice on Darren's behalf. "Slow the advance," Sher Dong said coldly. "Yes." The vice commander's thoughts came back. With slight pondering, he understood what Darren intended. Darren wanted to give the other side enough time to gather. This way, they could avoid spending the time searching for these people and get rid of them in one battle. Darren was really confident. The large numbers of Shouja coming into Turtle Island caused Turtle Island to become bustling and noisy. Most of the Shouja that came were combat Shouja, filled with fighting spirit. There were some that were extremely rebellious and were hard to manage. However, when Wei Shang, Zhongru, Xie Shan, and the other Jindan came out, they instantly took care of those disobedient people. The rebellious people were thrown into the sword formation to experience its torture. The wails that occasionally passed out of the sword formation caused the passers-by to uncontrollably tremble. Turtle Island instantly became orderly. Every combat show that entered Turtle Island would attend the selection for Black Turtle Camp immediately, but they quickly comprehended what it meant to be part of a Turtle Island battalion. The combat show that had the bravery to come at this time all had rich combat experience and good strength. In other factions, they could easily become part of the elite battalion. In actuality, many of them had left the elite battalions of other factions to come here and fight. But these elites came out with dusty faces and dejection after experiencing the first day of qualifications. They finally tasted the great strength of Turtle Island's battalions. Strict regulations that they had never ever heard of, the level of training was so high that many people did not last through the first day. Now these Shouja understood that the 200 combat show they saw that first day was the standard combat show in Turtle Island. Turtle Island did not have a so-called elite battalion. Corresponding to the high requirements of Black Turtle Camp was the great benefits that many were jealous of. The first batch of people that were chosen and went through combat formation training would receive a complete 4th grade outfit. Many people were jealous of the 4th grade outfits that Vermilion Bird Camp wore. If they could finish the training, they could receive the same outfit. Where else could they find something as good as this? Black Turtle Camp was extremely busy. Zuo Mo took away his gaze. He would not be able to put any hopes on Black Turtle Camp in the short term. The formation of a battalion required time. The composition of Black Turtle Camp was also extremely varied. There were a mixture of Shouja. It took a lot of mental effort to even think of combat formations they could train in. Fortunately, other than the combat show, there were also 3 silver battle generals. With the help of the 3 silver battle generals, Ma Fan's burden lightened greatly. Even so, according to Lil Miss estimates, it would take at least 1 year for Black Turtle Camp to be ready for battle. We have found out that there are about 3,000 people in this Mo army. Their strength isn't bad, Gongsun Sha said unconcernedly. He probably had been influenced by Pu Yao. It was very difficult for this guy to even say not bad. They have slowed down their advance. They probably want to give us time to gather and then defeat us in one blow. Lil Miss smiled. Seeing Lil Miss smile, the surrounding people shivered. Lil Miss was angry. Some people had smiles of schadenfreude. What Yama, what monsters, if they provoke Lil Miss, he. How are we going to fight? Shu Long asked straightforwardly. Shu Long was clear to his strengths and weaknesses. In terms of scheming, ambushing and trickery, he was far from Lil Miss equal. Therefore, he decided not to waste the brainpower. Lil Miss said lazily, "Why don't we just charge over? I don't believe they are stronger than Vermilion Bird Camp." The lazy words were filled with confidence. Lil Miss was clearly enraged by the other battle general's intentions. This insane idea caused Vermilion Bird Camp to rustle excitedly. If it was other people facing the MO army, they would have mental pressure, but for Vermilion Bird Camp, a MO army was nothing. They had seen the MO armies of Blood Sky Metropolis, yeah, they were just that level. Vermilion Bird Camp had completely changed out their outfit, and their strength had grown. Their confidence was at a peak. Come. Face to face, let's have a fight. Many people wanted to howl. No. Zuo Mo blared at Lil Mississippi. It was not that he did not have the confidence in Vermilion Bird Camp, but even if they won through fighting head-on, the fatalities would be astounding. Everyone in Vermilion Bird Camp had followed him for this long, how could he bear for them to fight the other head-on? He could not do unprofitable business. We need to get the greatest victory with the smallest amount of fatalities. Zuo Mo's tone was concerned. Seeing that everyone still had opinions, he instantly followed up, "Our goal is to defeat this Mo army, not kill them all off. We only have to chase them back into the MO world so we can seal the Chaos Rift. Do not forget that when we win, we still need to have the strength to take care of Cloud Cgia. Do we want others to pluck the fruits of our labor?" Their heated heads finally calmed down. That was right, if they won this fight, Cloud Cgia was theirs. If they didn't have enough strength at that point, wasn't that working for others? No one believes we have the abilities to defeat the MO army. Right now, all the major factions have fled, and Cloud Cgia almost void of other powers. For us, this is a great chance. If we can grasp it, Cloud Cgia will be ours in the future. The leaders around him listened carefully with excited expression on their faces. Compared to the MO army, taking over Cloud Cgia caused more excitement in them. Zuo Mo said in a deep voice, "Cloud Cgia is not bad. This is a very remote place, and there is almost no influence from the four-realm heaven, it is not attention-catching. Right now, the sky-splitting calamity is happening everywhere, so they do not have the attention to spare to make trouble for us. For us, this is the best time." Everyone straightened their spines, and suppressed their excitement. They had roamed around with Zuo Mo this entire time and were extremely desirous of owning a stable territory. Even Wei Sheng, who was usually steady, couldn't help but nod his head at Zuo Mo's words. So this time, our goals are very clear. 1. Defeat the MO army and seal the Chaos Rift. 2. Take this opportunity to take control of the Jia rivers and take over Cloud Cgia. Light flashed through Zuo Mo's eyes. His right fist smashed down hard and a threat of dominance showed. Almost unconsciously, everyone shouted in unison, "Yes." Zuo Mo took a breath. Even he had gotten excited at his own words. Calming down, he jumped at his own daring. At the beginning, he did not have this idea. It was only when he saw large amounts of Xiozhi gathering at Turtle Island that this idea had suddenly formed. After thinking for a few days, he had finally made a decision. Looking around, he found everyone had expression of excitement. All of their moods had transformed. Everyone was filled with energy and fighting spirit. It came from their excited and anticipatory faces. Zuo Mo suddenly understood. A clear goal would cause everyone to unite. They were filled with motivation and drive. They would not muddle through like they did in the past few months. This troop was reborn. Strangely, Zuo Mo felt some regret and apology. It was only today that he had given everyone a clear goal. He really had not been a good leader. No one noticed Zuo Mo's guilt. Everyone was immersed in their dreams of the future. Since that's the case, then we will need to modify our plans. Lil Miss brushed the bangs at his forehead and 2 balls of red rose on his cheeks. He gave a bashful smile like that of the neighbor's boy. There are many advantages that we can use. The appearance of the Chaos Rift was too sudden. I believe that the MO army has not adequately prepared. The reason that they have continuously won is because the local battalions of Cloud Cgia are too weak, and also because everyone fears the MO army. They do not have these 2 advantages against us. Also, we are fighting on home territory while they are battling a long distance from their base. we have more of an advantage. Everyone listened carefully. Everyone could feel the rare seriousness in Lil Miss' voice. It seemed that Lil Miss was also excited by Darren's words. We are more familiar with the environment. This means we can use things like the transportation formations. We can identify the positions of all the transportation formations. This means that we can maneuver behind the enemy and then make a sneak attack. Lil Miss continued, but we need to cut the passage between the other army and the Mo world before that. If the other can get reinforcements, this tactic will be disadvantageous for us. Everyone present nodded. Zuo Mo looked at the calm Lil Miss and couldn't help but sigh. Lil Miss really had the mannerisms of a great general. Lil Miss put up 2 fingers. My battle plan is very simple. Send a troop to meet the Mo army and then send another troop to ambush the Chaos Rift and seal the rift. If the rift gets sealed, then we have one half of the battle. That way, the other will only have 2 choices left. The first is to keep advancing forward, and the other is to fight to return to the Mo world. The possibility of them choosing the second is greater. We can set up a battlefield near the Chaos Rift and attack from front and back. Then they will be finished. Zuo Mo thought deeply. He felt there wasn't any holes and said unhesitatingly, do it. Yes. Everyone shouted their acceptance. Translator ramblings, no more running away. Zuo Mo has ambitions beyond surviving, finding out his past and making Jingshi now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 513, When we made this decision. Chapter 513, When we made this decision. Hey, Lil Boo. A familiar voice came from behind him. Bu Xidong stopped walking and when he saw the incomer, he showed happiness. He darted forward and threw a punch at the other's shoulder excitedly. Ha ha. Aja, you didn't leave either. I thought you already left. Leave? And go where? Aja laughed helplessly. His figure was slender and scholarly. There was a star-shaped mark on his forehead. He had grown up with Bu Xidong from childhood. Even though the two of them had later entered different sects, they had kept in contact. You are right. Bu Xidong's voice was emotional. He quickly gave a sunny smile. What are you doing now? Did you find work to do? Constructing the city. Aja pointed at the city which was now coming together. Island Master wants to rebuild Suling City. I'm responsible for a mid-sized defense formation. Wow. Bu Xidong showed a shocked expression. You're this strong now? I had thought you were only able to forge 2nd and 3rd grade paper seals. Aja said exasperatedly, I've lived this many years. If it wasn't that sect leader had wanted to leave Cloud Sigia, I wouldn't have left the sect. The same with me. Bu Xidong sighed lightly. Both of them were in low moods. For them, their sects were like a second home. They were naturally reluctant to leave. Let's not speak about this. Bu Xidong gathered his mind and said proudly, right, I've been selected for Black Turtle Camp. Isn't it great? You're that strong? This time, it was Aja's turn to be shocked. I heard that the selection was very strict. It's over now that an amateur like you was able to get in. I feel slightly worried about my future. Bu Xidong rolled his eyes. I have to protect people like you in the future. I'm the one that should feel grief. It is your honor, little Boo. Aja laughed as he patted Bu Xidong's shoulder. Then he said concernedly, I heard the training there is very difficult. Do you have enough Lingdan? I have some here. No need, no need. Bu Xidong shook his hand and then said emotionally and in a show-off manner, in reality, I have never thought there would be a day that I cultivate with such luxury. We get 2 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi every day and 1 primary replenishing Dan. We have to finish using it. Every week, we will get a cleansing Dan to rid ourselves of the impurities and purify the Ling power. Aja's mouth was wide open as he stammered, that is too luxurious. Mother ****, I finally know how those large sect disciples cultivate. With such a cultivation method, would they fail? Just absorbing Ling power from the Jingshi and the medicinal power from the primary replenishing Dan would take up half of the day. Then it is battle formation training. If we are the slightest bit incorrect, we can only wait to get punished. Thinking about the pains of cultivation, Bu Xidong smacked his lips emotionally. Don't complain after benefiting. Aja was full of admiration. I heard long ago that the island is rolling in wealth. I hadn't thought they would be this wealthy. You really gained greatly. Yes. Bu Xidong said with pride. It is a pity I am not a sword show. Turtle Island is best at training sword show. You haven't seen Teacher Wei's sword essence, it is uncanny. Oh, work well. In the future, if you make it, then you can protect me. Aja's expression was matter of fact. Bu Dong thought of a matter and hurriedly said, Aja, you can go try for Golden Crow Camp. That place is filled with Xiozha skilled in forging, seals and dam making. I heard those admitted get Golden Crow Fire. Golden Crow Fire? 4th grade Golden Crow Fire? Aja's eyes were wide as though he had saw a ghost. Yes. Bu Dong nodded forcefully. I hear that they teach all kinds of forging methods. All of the lingdan that we use in cultivation are made by Golden Crow Camp. I went with Ma Fan Darren once and there were so many good things there that are just thrown on the floor. They can be seen everywhere, my heart hurt just looking at it. Which direction is Golden Crow Camp? Aja's eyes became bloodshot as he asked. Bu Dong pointed, oh, that place over there. Without another word, he turned and sprinted away. At least say farewell, Bu Dong stilled and then he muttered. The people streamed in. Turtle Island was like an enormous magnet that attracted innumerable numbers of Xiozha. The Xiozha that were not willing to leave Cloud Sijia only had this one chance. Turtle Island quickly was unable to accommodate so many Xiozha. Adding on that there were many restricted areas on the island that housed things like the Sunshin tree. There were too many eyes. If someone recognized it, then it would not be good. Zuo Mo decided to rebuild Su Ling City. Originally, Lil Miss planned to use Turtle Island as bait to attract the Mo military. But looking at the flow of people that was continuously coming in, they had to throw out this idea. Fortunately, Vermilion Bird Camp, which had the cloud wings and the nimbus clouds, were very mobile and were suited for guerrilla combat. The progress of Su Ling City was very quick. There was a large amount of manpower. Everyone knew that time was tight and worked hard. Presently, Zuo Mo was very wealthy. This was the benefit of being the first to stand up against the Mo army. Merchants like Liao Chi Chang who came to Zuo Mo in search of protection naturally were willing to also invest. The businesses that were leaving Cloud Sijia would donate the things they were unable to transport to Zuo Mo. It was a favor, one they might be able to use in the future. When he encountered this kind of situation, Zuo Mo accepted them. What? Not easy to move? No matter, I will get people to move it. Those with keen eyes gambled on Zuo Mo. Many merchant houses proactively supplied all kinds of aid in the rebuilding of Su Ling City. How many of the merchants, that could survive in the cruel market, have poor insight? Under this kind of situation, Zuo Mo's power quickly grew. A strange prosperity appeared around Turtle Island. After finalizing their goal, the people under Zuo Mo's command displayed furious battle intent and high morale. This might be the biggest business deal that Zuo Mo ever engaged in. His previous business deals were child's play compared to this business deal. When the fighting started, Zuo Mo perceptibly realized that the enormous opportunity contained in the fighting. Maybe GE was really born to do business? As to what to do after achieving their goal, who knew? Zuo Mo was too lazy to think. This really was a great chance, but it was not so simple to grasp it. Fortunately, everything seemed to be progressing smoothly at present. But Zuo Mo did not let it go to his head. He judged calmly. He was clear that this inflation in power was like a pile of bubbles. If they could not defeat the Mo army, these bubbles would instantly pop. Looking at the quiet Ague, Zuo Mo's restless heart also calmed down. Ague, I'm very sorry. We need to wait for the fighting to finish before we can search for a water cloud embryo, he said apologetically. Ague sat silently and motionlessly. The two stared at each other in silence. Ague, who are you? Gazing at Ague, Zuo Mo said quietly. A while later, he lowered his head. His expression was slightly depressed. Who am I? Suddenly a hand reached over and grasped Zuo Mo's hand. Zuo Mo stilled and raised his hand abruptly. Ague's face was still as wooden as usual, but there was a weak light in the deep reaches of the empty eyes. Ague had moved. This was the first time Ague moved of her accord after she was wounded. For some unknown reason, Zuo Mo suddenly felt his heart warm up. This simple move made him feel extremely comfortable and his dejection flew away. Ague's hand was very beautiful. Just like her feet, it did not have one flaw. Other than being slightly cold. Zuo Mo gripped Ague's hand back. Thank you, Ague. I object. I also object. Darren, you cannot enter into a dangerous situation, this is too dangerous. Zuo Mo looked at the excited group. He had predicted this reaction. Wei Sheng did not speak, but it was clear from his expression that he did not agree with Zuo Mo's thoughts. He was not the only one. Lil Miss, Shu Long, and the others were shaking their heads. Everyone knew what Zuo Mo's safety meant to their troops. If something happened to Zuo Mo, this group would likely fall apart instantly. Any suggestion that could cause that situation would receive everyone's opposition. Gradually, people calmed from their excitement. Their eyes landed on Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo was smiling as usual and did not show an excited expression. Seeing everyone calm down, he slowly opened. I've thought deeply about this. No one spoke. Everyone was waiting for Zuo Mo to keep speaking. After interacting with Darren for so long, they also knew it was extremely difficult to change Darren's mind after he made a decision. No one can replace Gongsun's shitty and Vermilion Bird Camp in fighting against the Mo military. The battle style of guard camp is not suited to guerrilla combat. Shu Long's personality is steady and is skilled in defense rather than offense. This time, guard camp's mission is to attack the other's base. I feel that no one is more suited than I am. Seeing someone open their mouth to speak, Zuo Mo waved his hand and continued. As for the danger, do not mention it in the future. We are fighting with our backs against the wall, there is no retreat. Unless we want to return to what we were before, Zuo Mo looked around and said in a deep voice, are you willing? The audience was completely silent. Before setting their goal, no one had realized this problem and felt it was nothing. But once they set their goal, it was like poking a hole in the umbrella. No one was willing to go back to their previous muddling days. When we made this decision, Zuo Mo's gaze slowly swept across everyone. Everyone felt a strong pressure. We no longer had the right to fear the consequences. Zuo Mo's tone was aloof, but these words were like a sharp sword deeply cutting into stone, and engraving themselves into people's hearts. Translator Ramblings, another chapter about how things are being set up. I think Fong Xiang likes ramping up the tension too much. Zuo Mo sounds so serious and mature, but then I remember this is also the person a few chapters ago that stripped people of their underwear. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 514, Thousand Bird Seal. Chapter 514, Thousand Bird Seal. We have encountered enemy scouts again. This is the 7th group. The vice commander's tone was very calm. The other has a high opinion of us. Oh, Sherdong made a sound. His posture did not change as he gazed into the distance. His blue eyes were as deep as the ocean. Based on the skill level of these scouts, the enemy is not weak, the vice commander continued. If the others' combat show are also at this level, then we will have a tough battle. Oh, Sherdong was unaffected. We need to be careful of our retreat path being cut off, the vice commander reminded. If our retreat is cut off, then we will be left in a dangerous situation. Sherdong finally reacted. Did you inform Yiling? Yes, the vice commander nodded and said, Yiling Darren has already spread out the Mo grass seeds. In 15 days, these Mo grass seeds will germinate. Why was Mo seed not used? Sherdong's tone was calm, but the vice commander who was familiar with him could hear the dissatisfaction in his tone. The vice commander explained, the Mo seed is too expensive. We did not have enough time to prepare. Sherdong was silent. Mo grass seed was slower to grow than Mo seed. If it was Mo seed, it would form a small Mo rearing seed, and it would take at least 15 days for Mo grass seed to form an Mo grass seed. Compared to the Mo rearing seed, the Mo grass seed was a level below in terms of expansion speed and the threat it would pose to enemies. In Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia, the Mo had used vast areas of Mo rearing seed to form a secure defensive line. Even though Sherdong felt that the Mo seed was more effective, he knew that he could not blame Yiling for this matter. The chaos rifts had appeared so suddenly. Even he had not expected it. From the time the chaos rift appeared to the time that Sherdong decided to lead the troops to attack, there was only a brief period of time. It was already very difficult for Yiling to have accomplished what he did. Also, he felt the Mo grass seed was enough to secure their base. Their advance had been so smooth it surpassed Sherdong's imagination. When he learned of Cloud Sea Jia's position, he understood why this was the case. This was a little place was remote and unattended to. It lacked powerful sects, did not have unique produce, was poor and desolate, and there were many places that were still unexplored. The successive victories did not give Sherdong any pleasure. His opponents were too weak. There was nothing to be proud of in these kinds of victories. His only hope now was that the unexplored areas under the Cloud Sea would give him some surprises. Otherwise, taking over such a place could not bring any benefits to his family. Sherdong was going to get the vice commander to remind Yiling, but thinking about Yiling's personality and how he never made low-level mistakes, he changed the topic. Have you found out yet? What products from Cloud Sea Jia are valuable? Looking at the present, it has some seams of ore, but there is not a large amount, and the grade is not high. The vice commander looked at Sherdong and then said, but Xiaohua said he felt the presence of Mo embryos. Mo embryos. Sherdong's eyes ignited, and for the first time, his tone changed. Yes, Mo embryos. Even though he does not know what kind of Mo embryo it is, but there definitely are some. You also know, Xiaohua has never been wrong in this matter before. The vice commander's tone was confident. An imperceptible trace of joy appeared in Sherdong's eyes. Xiaohua was a troop leader under Sherdong's command and a rare one who cultivated an Mo physique. The Mo physique that he practiced was called the Night-Tide Snail Mo physique. This kind of Mo physique did not have strong battle abilities, but it had a special ability, an unusually powerful ability to smell. The vice commander was right. Xiaohua had never been incorrect in this before. Mo embryo. They grew among the flora and wild beasts, and were all kinds of strange shapes. Some lived within wild beasts, other within plants, some were in lifeless areas and appeared like rocks. Even a true Mo like Sherdong found it hard to say what were actually Mo embryos. But this did not stop them from knowing the value of Mo embryos. The greatest use of Mo embryos was to cultivate the Mo physique. There were all kinds of Mo physique, and their cultivation methods were as varied and as strange. For example, Sherdong's cold blade Mo physique and Xiaohua's night-tide snail Mo physique were cultivated through their bloodlines. But more Mo physiques were not achieved through bloodlines. Using Mo embryos to cultivate a Mo physique was a common method. This was what the Mo embryos were valued for. If there was Mo embryos here, Sherdong understood. He needed to reassess the value of Cloud Sea Jia. At this time, Sherdong suddenly saw one of his scouts race back in a disheveled state. There were some shocking wounds on his body that were seeping blood. Sherdong's pupils suddenly contracted. Darren, there is a very well-hidden transportation formation here, Gu Minggong said respectfully. A merchant house had invited me to build it. Keeping it a secret, the site is very well hidden. This subordinate has put traps into it. If it is destroyed, this subordinate would detect it immediately. Ever since Zuo Mo had set the soul-setting divine light in him, Gu Minggong was extremely obedient. If Zuo Mo told him to go east, he definitely would not go west. At the beginning, he had been extremely cautious and fearful, as though he was on thin ice. As time passed, his terror had mostly dissipated. Zuo Mo never limited him on materials and continuously provided rare and valuable materials for him to forge, so he quickly immersed himself into forging. He was unable to get rid of the Jinji on his body no matter what he did. As time went on, he could only go with the flow. Fortunately, his days were pretty good. Other than not having freedom, everything else was very good, especially his forging. There was no other place that would give him so many materials to waste. Zuo Mo had specifically taken him along on this campaign. One part was that Gu Minggong was a famed Jindan expert and had combat capabilities. The other point was that Gu Minggong was very familiar with Cloud Sea Jia. He wasn't just familiar with the local transportation formations, he could make his own transportation formations. This was a great help to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo might have been provocative and stirring in his words, seeming as though he would fight to the death, but inside, he was still very afraid of death. Under the direction of Gu Minggong, they quickly entered the underground room of the storehouse. As expected, they found a transportation formation. Gu Minggong inspected it to make sure there were not any problems before he activated the transportation formation. Several pieces of 4th grade Jingshi were put into the formation. The formation instantly lit up with light. For this sneak attack, Zuo Mo really invested greatly. To say of nothing else, just to transport so many people was a shocking expense. The people stepped after each other into the transportation formation. Streaks of light lit up and then they disappeared. The other side of the transportation formation were also in a dark underground storehouse. Gu Minggong made his way familiarly through the basement and led everyone to exit. Everyone suddenly found that the buildings outside were in complete ruins and the formations were completely damaged. Darren, this is Cloud Watching Ridge. Gu Minggong's expression was not very good. He clearly was shocked by the hellish scene in front of him. Fighting between Xiaohua was regular and common as eating, but compared to the horrific scene in front of him, that was just playing house. Zuo Mo identified Cloud Watching Ridge was the one of the first places that were attacked by the Mo. Even now, they had not found where the Chaos Rift had appeared. They could only use this crude method and slowly search. Only when they found the Chaos Rift would they be able to find the other's base. The other's base definitely was not far from the Chaos Rift. Looking across the landscape, it was a field of debris. Compared to Gu Minggong's loss of composure, Zuo Mo was much calmer. He had seen scenes bloodier than this. He turned around and said to Gu Minggong, "Let's start." Gu Minggong took out a paper seal and breathed Ling power onto it. His left hand moved as he chanted. Pew! The paper seal suddenly started to burn and turned into a ball of fire. Psh hiss hiss. Among the flames, a group of nondescript gray birds flew out. There was a large number of them that flapped their wings to fly in all directions and disappeared in a flash. Xu Long and the others looked curiously at this scene. Even Zuo Mo was interested. In terms of variety of skills, it definitely was the seal show that stood tallest. Their endless variety of moves would always keep people's eyes on them. Noticing Zuo Mo's gaze, Gu Minggong hurriedly introduced, "Darren, this is the 1,000-bird seal and most suited for searching. However, it is not easy to make and very pricey. It is very practical." Zuo Mo started to consider if he should outfit guard camp with seals like this. Other than the Mo Shadow Guard who had shocking speed, guard camp was very average in speed and unsuited to being scouts. The 1,000-bird seals could cover for guard camp's shortcoming to a great degree. But Zuo Mo was not sure if Xu Long and the others could even use paper cranes. Paper cranes required Ling power, while Xu Long and the others cultivated Mo skills. He requested a paper seal from Gu Minggong and gave it to Xu Long. No matter how Xu Long tried, he was unable to use it. Zuo Mo could only give up on this tempting idea. As expected, the heavens were fair. It was not realistic to get all the benefits. In the past, guard camp always followed Vermilion Bird Camp. This was the first time they were fighting so far from the main base. Many problems that they had not encountered before were exposed now. Zuo Mo was suddenly curious. How did the Mo soldiers that were not fast deal with this problem? He ran to ask Wei. Wei explained, the Mo have many ways to solve this problem. For example, some Mo physiques are shockingly fast or they have unique attributes. These kinds of Mo are very powerful as scouts. Some Mo armies would raise Mo insects. They are extremely fast and can conceal themselves. It is hard for enemies to detect them. Zuo Mo understood now. The Xiuzha had Xiuzha moves, Yama had Yama moves. After development through so many years, the systems of Yao, Mo, and Xiu had gradually been perfected. Xiuzha had geniuses, how could all of the Yaoma be stupid? Zuo Mo also learned from Pu Yao and Wei that the internal conflicts of Yaoma were much crueler than inner conflicts among Xiuzha. The Mo had the fiercest infighting. Zuo Mo noted down this problem and decided to resolve it when he got back. They waited for about 15 minutes when Gu Minggong, who was standing with his eyes closed, suddenly shuddered. He opened his eyes abruptly, southeast. Zuo Mo and the others became alert. Without a word, they flew towards the southeast. After flying for about 4 hours, a mountain valley appeared in front of them. As they flashed past the valley, Zuo Mo's body suddenly froze. Uncontrolled shock came into his eyes. Translator ramblings, new characters. Wandering Gummioff Doom made great cast lists, but I've been so busy catching up with work I haven't had the time to post them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 515 Dumbstruck Healing. Chapter 515 Dumbstruck Healing. The black soil stood as a stark contrast. It seemed to have been dyed in ink and was clearly divided from the surrounding soil. Mo Grass C. Wei's reminder came immediately as they spotted it. Mo Grass C? Zuo Mo asked in response. Our luck is pretty good. Wei explained, this area has been recently seeded with Mo Grass seed. However, the Mo Grass seed has not germinated, so I say that our luck is pretty good. It is very powerful? It is not powerful, but after reaching maturity, the expansion rate of Mo Grass is astounding. It will spread like a poison and is able to survive on the poorest of soils. Its greatest ability is to absorb the ling power of the area it grows in. Zuo Mo inhaled sharply. For Xiuzha, they would face great trouble if there was not any ling power in the air. This meant that the Xiuzha could only expend the ling power inside their body and it could not be easily replenished. If they did not have access to special methods, they could only occasionally replenish their ling power with Jingshi. Ling foods and Ling Dan were more reliable and caused fewer side effects, but this would dramatically inflate the cost and difficulty of supplying the troop. But guard camp cultivates Mo skills. Zuo Mo suddenly reacted. That is why I said our luck is pretty good. Wei's tone was very calm. I feel you should have more confidence in guard camp. The present guard camp is nothing like it was in the past. A cold snort suddenly sounded in Zuo Mo's mind. It was like the dark and cold hiss of a poisonous snake. It was Pu Yao. How could the clever Pu Yao not hear Wei's insult? Zuo Mo pretended to not hear it. Only when these two were at odds could he, the fisherman, get the rice. If the two worked together, he could not imagine how he would survive his days. It was lucky that he brought along guard camp. If he had brought vermilion bird camp, he would have been at a great disadvantage. The Mo grass sea was ineffective against guard camp. Zuo Mo's heart rested slightly. The other was very cautious. This could be understood from the area filled with Mo grass sea. Did you find the general position of the enemy's base? Zuo Mo asked Gu Minggong. Gu Minggong shook his head. This patch of black soil is very strange. The 1,000-bird seal cannot fly over it. As expected. This Mo grass sea had not finished forming, but its effect on draining Ling power had started to emerge. The gray birds created from the 1,000-bird seal were constructed from Ling power and would be destroyed and they flew into this area. But since they found the Mo grass sea, then the other's base was definitely in here. Zuo Mo thought for a moment and then called for a Wen. After speaking in a low tone, a Wen nodded and then his plumed armor fanned out. Whoosh, his body disappeared. A Wen's strength had progressed greatly. He was different from Shu Long and he was training as a lone soldier. His shocking talent caused his rate of improvement to be rapid. Pu Yao and Wei had a rare agreement and praised a Wen's talents. A Wen quickly returned. He came back with the enemy base's general location. Just like Zuo Mo had thought, as the Mo grass seed had not matured, the other had not established their camp for a long time. Under a Wen's direction, they silently approached the other's base. Yiling had a head full of maroon hair, and his gray-white eyes looked extremely deep. The wrinkles on his face ran deep. He had an ordinary birth and no special bloodline. He also lacked talent in cultivating Mo skills, but with his outstanding work ethic, he had found a place in the army. Even though he was only in charge of the supplies, this was already very good for him and his family. His working attitude was extremely proactive and industrious. He almost never made mistakes. Over time, he quickly gained a reputation of being capable and trustworthy. Even Sherdong, who had eyes on top of his head, was willing to partner up with him. Where is Sherdong Darren now? He asked. At Grey Cloud Sea Continent. The latest reports say that our scouts have come into contact with Shouja scouts. Many of our scouts have been wounded, the vice commander hurriedly answered. Yiling was not very shocked. This is very normal. Shouja are not weak. It would actually be abnormal if they did not react at all to us knocking on their door and killing their people. Darren is right. We need to be careful and prevent others from ambushing us. Yiling's expression was grave as he said, have the troops on high alert. There are smart people among Shouja, we cannot trip up on flat ground. Yes. Darren. The vice commander accepted the order. Suddenly, a howl sounded that almost ruptured Yiling's eardrums. The duo's expression suddenly changed. Someone had mounted a sneak attack on their base. Zuo Mo's face fell. They had sneaked right up in front of the enemy. If they didn't use this chance to mount a sneak attack, they would be struck by lightning. Yet he had not expected the other's alertness to be higher than he had predicted. He had avoided the other scouts, but the enemy's defenses were extremely thorough and they had been detected anyway. The thing that caused this was an insect the size of a thumb. It was hidden in the soil and was extremely difficult to attack. Something in the black soil under their feet seemed to be shifting. It rapidly advanced towards Zuo Mo's group. Zuo Mo was the first to react. His expression changed slightly, Black Leech defense line. Almost in an instant, guard camp finished falling into formation. Vast power came from behind him. The shock and fear inside Zuo Mo quickly disappeared like snow on a hot day. The Great Day Mo physique was stimulated and quickly activated. Little Mo kill. Thick black mist shrouded Zuo Mo's right hand. He raised his hand and slammed it towards the flow of black leeches heading towards them. A black shadow of a hand left his hand. Boom! The flow of black leeches seemed to strike wall and dispersed into countless smaller flows. These slender black flows suddenly made a strange turn in the air and shot back towards Zuo Mo like black arrows. If it was a normal Shouja, they would have panicked facing such a sudden change. However, Zuo Mo's group had already seen the power of the Black Leech defense line in Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia and expected that these black leeches were not easy to destroy. At the very front of the large formation, Zuo Mo did not panic. He was immersed in a unique feeling. There seemed to be unseen threads that were spreading out from his body. Each unseen thread connected to a hardship guard. This hardship guard would also have dozens of thin threads that were connected to other hardship guards. These threads were connecting everyone. Power flowed through these unseen threads, passing through the layers of connections before they gathered on Zuo Mo's body. And burst of power tightly wrapped around Zuo Mo. Under the magnification of this power, any normal move would now carry the weight of a mountain. The great Mo physique was unusually active. Every cell in his body seemed to be cheering. Without thinking, Zuo Mo spread open his fingers and then grasped at the air in the direction of the slender flows of black leeches. Pia! The black leeches in the air suddenly exploded and turned to black mist. Zuo Mo waved his hand. The mist instantly dissipated. Yet when he saw the now organized Mo army in front of him, Zuo Mo's expression instantly became grave. His alertness had been raised when they encountered the black leech defense line. This was a temporary base, yet the other had set up a black leech defense line. To say of nothing else, just the cautiousness of this planning was enough to create a headache for people. The black leech defense line did not earn a lot of time for the enemy, but using such a brief amount of time, the other had finished their battle preparations. They were well trained. Just this quality was enough for Zuo Mo to not dare to underestimate the enemy. Yi Ling appeared extremely calm. He had the same heavy gaze as usual, and did not show any panic. This brought his subordinates great bravery and confidence. Yet what no one knew was that underneath this, Yi Ling was not as calm. His gaze was locked onto the youth at the front of the enemy formation, and his mind was in turmoil. He had seen the entire process that the youth used to defeat the Black Leech defense line. The youth seemed to be very familiar with the Black Leech defense line and had defeated it with confidence. Yi Ling knew that the Black Leech defense line that he had set up was very thin, but he never expected the enemy to defeat it this easily. The other didn't seem to be affected by the Mo grass sea at all. This was a shock to him. The Mo grass sea had not completely formed, but its ability to destroy Ling power was already present. If Xiuzha entered this area, they would be affected to various degrees. But the other didn't seem to react at all. He was not the only one. Even the subordinates behind him didn't seem to be under any pressure. What was even stranger was the shape of the other's formation. Anyway, he looked at it. Yi Ling found it familiar. Wasn't this the Crow Fiend Mo kill formation of us Mo? The Crow Fiend Mo kill formation wasn't a common thing. Only armies with power would cultivate this domineering and vicious killing formation. Seeing a group of Xiuzha use the Crow Fiend Mo kill formation of the Mo to defeat the Black Leech defense line of the Mo, Yi Ling was almost dumbstruck where he stood. All hail the king! Who was really the Mo here? Zuo Mo took the chance to examine Yi Ling. What battle formation are they using? Zuo Mo secretly asked Wei. I don't recognize it. It probably is a new battle formation that came out after our imprisonment. Wei's brow creased as well. He hoped that he could help Zuo Mo gain victory. Only victory could prove that guard camp's strength had improved under his guidance. Could someone like Pu Yao compare to Wei? A warm sunny smile came back onto Wei's face as he said with a hint of holy piousness. Do not worry. With the Crow Fiend Mo killing formation that I taught as well as your great Mo physique, we can flatten them. Oh, there was really nothing to be done. It was Wei that taught little Zuo Mo his great Mo physique. There was really nothing to be done. There was really nothing to be done. Little poo-poo. The light of Wei will burn you with my radiance. Wei's smile became even more holier and warmer. In the 10-finger prison, Pu Yao suddenly raised his head. The corner of his eyes twitched. There seemed to be a vast ocean of blood howling and roaring in his bloody eye. Nan Yu and the others trembled. A moment later, Pu Yao's cold voice squeezed out from between his teeth. 1 month. If you cannot achieve this in 1 month, there is a good place waiting for you. The scalps of Nan Yu and the others prickled as they fled in panic. Translator ramblings, sneak attack fail. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 516, To Cross Swords. Chapter 516, To Cross Swords. Sherdong looked coldly at the Xiuzha scouts that were roaming nearby. Starting from the first day of contact, the fighting between the two side scouts never stopped. The scouts were the elite of an army. The fighting was short yet fierce, ending in serious wounds if not death. Sherdong did not feel surprised. He had spent many years in the military, and his heart was as hard as stone. The conflict between scouts were the prelude to a battle, and he had confidence in his men. These scouts had followed him for many years. Each one of them had been promoted based on their merit and service. Yet the development of the situation still shocked him greatly. In 3 short days, 27 elite scouts had been wounded or killed. Even with a rock-solid heart, Sherdong felt a hint of coldness. The number of wounded and dead spoke to the violence of battle. But pitting their scouts against the enemy scouts, the other had sustained an insignificant number of wounds and fatalities. Sherdong's gaze grew colder. Sherdong understood. They had encountered a great enemy. However, this did not cause him to feel nervousness and uncertainty. It was the exact opposite. Under his icy expression, the battle intent in his mind was like the hidden turbulence under the thick layer of ice that was slowly rippling. The vice commander looked at the Xiuzha scouts roaming at the surroundings. Even now, he couldn't quite believe it that his scouts were defeated. Does Cloud Xijia really have such a powerful battalion? He murmured to himself in a voice filled with disbelief. At the start, when they entered Cloud Xijia, they hadn't known anything, but as they gathered together information, Cloud Xijia became clear in their eyes. Nothing had mentioned that Cloud Xijia had such a powerful battalion. The battalions they had defeated before had battalions that ranked in the top 10 of Cloud Xijia, but compared to this mysterious battalion, they weren't even worth mentioning. Was this battalion the strongest battalion of Cloud Xijia, the Nashan battalion? Sherdong did not speak. There was no meaning in trying to guess the origins of this battalion. In his eyes, there was only victory. He was not concerned at all with the other's name or history. The enemy scouts had created a dense net. Their scouts could not leave. Subsequently, the amount of information that reached Sherdong decreased. This feeling was terrible. He seemed to be trapped in quicksand and any struggle was useless. The other did not seem to be in a hurry to attack. Other than these scouts that stuck to them like glue, the other's primary force did not show themselves. Suddenly, Sherdong's mind shifted. He recalled Turtle Island. Was this battalion Turtle Island Battalion? The information on Turtle Island Battalion was almost non-existent. There was only scattered mentions in the information they gathered, and that was just about a small conflict. Thinking about Turtle Island's recent reputation, and this mysterious battalion that suddenly appeared, Sherdong instantly made the connection between the two. So this was how it was. Gazing at the scouts, Sherdong gripped the mantis blade at his waist tightly. The other was dragging it out for time. Yes. The other was trying to make time. But why were they trying to drag for time? Sherdong's thought became clearer. The other needed time, they were waiting for something. Were they waiting for Turtle Island's defenses to be completed? It was not so simple. This short contact could not be said to be a conflict, but Sherdong could smell the danger level of the other's battle general. An expert. The other's aims definitely were not so simple. Also, defending Turtle Island was not a very good idea. Was it? Sherdong's heart suddenly jumped. He turned around abruptly. Inquire about Yiling's situation. Immediately. Frightened by his commanding officer's moves, the vice commander stilled for a moment before reacting. Yes. He took out a black insect on his hand and cut his finger. With a flick, a drop of blood entered the forehead of the insect. The insect started to fade in his hand at a visible rate until it disappeared. Time slowly passed, but the insect never came back. The vice commander's expression changed. As expected. Sherdong, whose expression did not change, had his suspicions confirmed. He had just been speculating on the other's intentions, now he was definitely sure. Have we brought along any emo grass seed? Sherdong suddenly asked about something completely unconnected. Yes. The vice commander reflexively answered. Sherdong gripped the mantis blade at his waist. He raised his head against the wind. The blue cap that represented the sky mantis flapped in the wind. The ocean-like eyes suddenly gave off a sharp light. It was as though he drew out the mantis blade that was sheathed at his waist. His body was filled with the determination to advance. Our target is Turtle Island, advance at full speed. The other was not easy to fool. Gongsun Sha hadn't expected this Emo army to suddenly accelerate without warning. It formed a perfect assault battle formation and headed straight for Turtle Island like a sharp blade. Without a doubt, the enemy battle general had detected his aims. The counterattack was expected, but it was unusually strong. The great majority of people in this situation would turn back to act as reinforcements if their retreat was cut off. Yet this Emo army did the opposite and advanced at an accelerated rate. It was a decision filled with bravery. Even though the two were enemies, Gongsun Sha could not help himself from sighing in praise. The other was forcing him into a final battle. If the other reached Turtle Island, even if he could win, the number of fatalities would reach a terrifying number. Turtle Island's defenses were very strong, but Turtle Island itself could not hold that many Xiuzha. Suling City had not finished rebuilding, and the defenses were next to nothing. If this was any other time, Gongsun Sha would not hesitate to use these people to trade for a victory. But given the situation right now, a ruined Cloud Sea Jia was not of any benefit for them. Even Gong Sun Sha, who was only interested in being a battle general, could understand a concept as shallow as this. Actually, when Zuo Mo had said the words at the time, Lil Miss had been very surprised. But if there had to be one person that he would support unconditionally, there was only Zuo Mo. As to whether Shi Xiang's decision was correct, the obstacles they faced, and what consequences there were, it was not within the realm of his consideration. The only thing he would use his mind for, to scheme for, was victory. You want a final battle? Lil Miss' eyes flashed with an insane light. The shadow formed by the bangs at the front of his face seemed to cover his entire face. Then come. His mouth unconsciously curved in a smile that was as bashful as usual. Can we win? Bu Xidong's sweat was running in rivers down his face. The exhaustion caused his voice to gasp. They had just experienced an abnormally difficult session of training. Almost all the strength in their bodies had been squeezed out. This really was demonic cultivation, but before this, no one had ever heard of training like this. They didn't even dare think of this. Even with the great benefits, they were full of groans and complaints. Some people had even planned on running away. But ever since those few that ran away were captured and thrown into the sword formation, the wails that occurred daily caused all of Black Martial Camp to feel their scalps prickle. Ma Fan had found experts from Golden Crow Camp to set up 50 sword formations that were placed right beside the campsite. Every day when they trained, they could clearly hear the inhuman screams coming out of the sword formation. Everyone settled down. Bu Xidong never thought of running away. He didn't have any talent, but he could endure hardship. In reality, the potential of a person was greater than they themselves realized. These people were starting to adjust to this terrifying level of training. The departure of Vermilion Bird Camp and Guard Camp could be concealed from other people but not from Black Turtle Camp that was adjacent to Vermilion Bird Camp. Everyone knew the counterattack had started. When they had the time, they would discuss the situation. They probably can. The one who spoke was called Luo Wei. He was a sword shio and had a natural advantage in the camp. He was also the primary attacker of their small team. However, Luo Wei's tone did not hold much confidence. I want us to be able to participate. Didn't we come just to fight against the Mo army? Just hiding here and training every day, it is so irritating. De Ban couldn't help but mutter from the side. He had a pair of conspicuous front teeth. He was unusually proud of them and wouldn't think of using Ling power to modify them. Consequently, everyone called him De Ban. Luo Wei said without raising his head, if Vermilion Bird Camp and Guard Camp cannot win, then we aren't even enough for a mouthful. Before, I felt I was strong, now I know how laughable that idea was. Everyone became silent. Luo Wei was right. At the beginning, there were many rebellious people, but after training for a few days, they finally understood how great the difference was between themselves and Vermilion Bird Camp. Who do you think is stronger, Guard Camp or Vermilion Bird Camp? Bu Xidong saw everyone was silent and hurriedly said. Does it need to be said? Of course it is Vermilion Bird Camp. De Ban said without thinking. Everyone's interests were stirred by this topic and spoke up. I also feel it is Vermilion Bird Camp. Vermilion Bird Camp. Ma Fan Darren is too strong. Those animal from Vermilion Bird Camp are not human. All of them supported Vermilion Bird Camp. Compared to Guard Camp that had never showed its face, they had a direct experience with the strength of Vermilion Bird Camp. Some of them even felt that there wasn't a stronger battalion than Vermilion Bird Camp in the world. Bu Xidong noticed that Luo Wei did not speak. He couldn't help but ask, Luo Wei, what do you feel? I don't know, Luo Wei stopped what he was doing, but I feel that since Guard Camp can rank together with Vermilion Bird Camp, it must have its strengths. When he spoke, he suddenly recalled when he had seen a person from Guard Camp the other day. The other person just glanced at him, and he felt all the blood in his body freeze. This incident had given him a deep impression. He was preparing to tell everyone about the incident when Ma Fan Darren's serene voice came like a ghost out of the ground. You've rested long enough, prepare for the next part of training, but... Everyone instantly jumped up as though something had bitten their behinds and sprinted towards the field. Ma Fan's figure slowly floated out of the air as he looked into the distance. This really was so troublesome. And he was missing such a spectacular battle. Translator ramblings, lots of scene jumps in this chapter. Fong Xian wants to do setup. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 517 Who? Who is the MO here? Chapter 517 Who? Who is the MO here? Yiling's position was quartermaster, it was his primary duty, but he was not unfamiliar with battle. In truth, in the Mo military, people who could not fight were unable to survive. The Mo respected power. From childhood, they were taught the philosophy of fighting and its unparalleled and ultimate status. Status, wealth, Mo skills, the hopes of the clan and others, all of them had to be earned through fighting prowess. This was a long battle that began in youth, a life that was cruel and filled with blood. Those that could survive this battle and achieve something were the elite of the Mo. Yiling was that kind of elite. Even if he was just a quartermaster, even if it had been many years since he last fought, this kind of instinct would not degrade. The other's Mo-esque style of fighting shocked him, but he quickly recovered his calmness. His years of experience in the military allowed him to face anything calmly. His preferred position as he commanded differed from Zuo Mo. His position was at the center of the battle formation. For Mo, this was a rare position to stand in. Mo revered directness and brute force. Their battle generals usually stood at the front of the battle formation, as the tip of the blade. This could maximize the amount of strength they gathered from the entire battalion to unleash the strongest attack. That was where Zuo Mo was standing. Yiling couldn't help but feel slight strangeness. As a true-blooded Mo, his position was not like the Mo but more similar to the Yao and the Xioja. The enemy was clearly a Xioja, but what he used was a conventional Mo battle style. Who really was the Mo here? This absurd thought flashed through his mind. He quickly refocused his attention. Threads of power responded to him. Everything in the surroundings suddenly became unprecedentedly clear. A feeling of strength grew quickly in his mind. Such a familiar feeling. Strangely, he felt emotional. The battle spirit in his blood had remained cold for many years, but now the excitement of his youth was reawakened. His eyes became misty black. Like a ball of mist, his figure disappeared in the air. Almost at the same time, every Mo soldier under his command had their eyes turn red as though they were dyed in fresh blood. Silently, murderousness grew. Missed hand seat. The holy smile on Wei's face suddenly froze and he showed shock. What is that? Zuo Mo didn't dare to be careless. In a flash, the enemy troop suddenly seemed to inflate. The murderousness made him feel great pressure. A very interesting Mo skill. Pu Yao's voice suddenly inserted, but his tone was full of undisguised schadenfreude. I and Little Wei encountered this in the past. TSK, I really miss that time. Pu Yao dragged out the sound as he smacked his lips. He really appeared to be reminiscing about the past. Little Wei. Wei's smile became increasingly forced. Hearing Pu Yao's words, Zuo Mo suddenly had a bad feeling. It's very powerful? Powerful? The corners of Pu Yao's lips rose slightly as he shook his head. No. It isn't powerful, but it is very interesting. Ha ha. As though he seemed to recall something, Pu Yao roared with laughter. The laughter that was furious and as sharp as blades echoed in Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness. Wei's expression became increasingly terrible. Zuo Mo's bad feeling grew. Had they encountered a difficult enemy? I wonder how Yiling Darren is right now. The vice commander was full of worry. The other has gambled on Yiling Darren, and the troop they sent definitely would not be weak. The vice commander's nagging had caused Sherdong's patience to finally reach its end. He impatiently interrupted, You don't need to worry for Yiling. But... Seeing the worry on his vice commander's face, Sherdong thought and decided to say something. Do not underestimate Yiling. What he cultivates is the missed hand seat. Ah. The vice commander was shocked and his mouth was gaped so wide an egg could be shoved through it. After a long while, his mind refocused. He stammered out a question. Missed hand seat? Heavens! Yiling Darren actually cultivates missed hand seat. A military officer that was the quartermaster who cultivated the missed hand seat, this was insane. Sherdong was silent for a moment. He suddenly said nonsensically, It is a pity, if only he also cultivated the missed Mo physique. The vice commander paused again, but this time, he understood. Sherdong suddenly raised his head. His blue eyes narrowed slightly and his hand went to the mantis blade at his waist. Looking down from the sky, the entire Mo army seemed to stop without any warning. The entire process was carried out like clockwork, in sync and unified without any confusion. In front of them, a troop was silently floating in the air. Sherdong gripped the handle of the mantis blade, his expression was icy and his back straight as he slowly walked towards the front. With every step, his presence increased. When he reached to the front of the formation, he was like an unsheathed sword, the sharp edges exposed to the air without any reservation. The mantis blade was unsheathed. Pointing forward. When Gong Sun Cha saw Sherdong's action, his lips couldn't help but curl up. Without any warning, his peaceful eyes suddenly began to boil. The shy and bashful smile suddenly held a thread of craziness and undisguised admiration. The other dared to advance alone after detecting his intentions and aimed straight at Turtle Island. Just this action was enough to win Lil Miss respect. When the opponent realized Vermilion Bird Camp's advantage in speed, the other advanced at full speed without holding anything in reserve. This action that seemed reckless had greatly weakened Vermilion Bird Camp's advantage of fighting on home ground. It forced Vermilion Bird Camp into an early battle with him. This was a pretty good opponent. The wind blew the fine bangs at his forehead. Under the excitement and pleasure of facing a matching opponent, Gong Sun Cha's neck turned red. His consciousness spread like a net. Let's start. Missed hand seat? Zuo Mo didn't have the time to ask further when Yi Ling had started to attack. Whoosh! A ball of mist exploded within the Mo army and grew rapidly. In a flash, it spread out and covered the sky. Thousands of Mo soldiers were quickly swallowed by the grey mist and disappeared without a trace. The grey mist roiled restlessly as though an enormous monster was moving inside. Zuo Mo was on his guard. Pu Yao and Wei's reactions right now proved that the enemy was powerful. But as the battle began, Zuo Mo threw all other thoughts to the back of his head. He stared at the grey mist as though he was staring at prey. Viciousness shone in Zuo Mo's eyes. Focused on fighting, Zuo Mo did not have any more terror or hesitation. It might have been the stimulation from Pu Yao and Wei that Zuo Mo's attention was exceedingly focused. The power of the great Mo physique was yearning to go inside his body while his Ling power and consciousness were circulating on their own. After cultivating Shen power, the connection between the three powers grew closer and moving one would activate and pull everything alone. But Zuo Mo's attention was not on his own body. His attention was focused all behind him. He seemed to be standing inside a void with 2,000 candle flames behind him, each was a star. Every hardship guard was like wisp of candle flame. They pulsed along with the rhythm of his own heart. The two brightest flames should be Shulong and A1. Zuo Mo seemed thoughtful. 2,000 candle flames pulsed to the same beat. The threads of power gathered between them. Power and killing essence was continuously added. Zuo Mo felt his body was like an inflated balloon filled with dark killing intent and destructive power. They continuously beat against his mind. Kill! Zuo Mo's roar carried a thread of pain as he slapped towards the ball of black mist. Kill! The hardship guards shouted angrily and attacked at the same time. The black smoke condensed from killing essence gathered at Zuo Mo's right palm as though it was the rivers flowing into the ocean. The day script on Zuo Mo's right palm suddenly activated. It wasn't the usual blinding golden light but a terrifying dark red. Day script palm. Whoosh hiss. The sharp howl sounded in all directions. The moment the dark red day script left Zuo Mo's hand, it furiously pulled at the air and all the Ling power within 10 li. The air seemed to be dyed with a layer of red and the temperature of the air shot up. Day script palm. Great Day Mo physique. Yi Ling was so shocked he almost shouted. Zuo Mo was completely ignorant of Mo skills and Mo physiques, but as a true-blood Mo, Yi Ling was familiar with all kinds of famous Mo physiques. When he saw this dark red day script, he almost went insane. The Crow Fiend Mo kill formation, standing in the position of that Mo withstanding, people unaffected by the Mo grass seed, these all shocked him. But when he saw this day script, he completely turned into chaos. All hail the king! Day script poem, this really was the day script poem. Great Day Mo physique, ranking second in Colonel Mo physiques. Day script poem, one of the 6 transformations of the Great Day Mo physique. But, wasn't the Great Day Mo physique something only Mo with the highest of bloodlines could cultivate? When were even Xiuzha able to cultivate the Great Day Mo physique? Was it now fashionable for Xiuzha to cultivate Mo physiques? Who really was the Mo here? Wait. Mo, unless the other was Mo as well, Yi Ling was astounded at this daring and crazy idea that popped up. He seemed to be struck by lightning. Mo. Yes, the opponent was a Mo. Only Mo could cultivate the Mo physique. Yi Ling always paid attention to news from the front lines. They had never discovered any Xiuzha that cultivated the Mo physique. The only thing similar to the Mo physique were the Diana show of the Xiuzha, but the two had innate differences. He was 10,000% sure this was the Great Day Mo physique, and this Great Day Mo physique that had been cultivated to an extremely high level. The cultivation difficulty of the Great Day Mo physique was just as famous and terrifying as its ranking among kernel-level Mo physiques. Its 6 transformations were even harder to cultivate. This definitely was not any Dana technique. The dark red day script pulled at all kinds of energies within 10 li. Even fine black smoke that were like razors were layered by the purest of emo-killing essence. Yes, he had not seen it wrong. Yi Ling was frightened by his own thinking. Mo? Mo that had been lost in Xiozha territories? Lost in the Xiozha world, possessing the highest bloodline, Mo that tried to create a Mo army. Oh, all hail the king. Translator ramblings, Mo culture dump. Mo skills, anyone can cultivate them with hard work, Mo physique, something to do with bloodlines. This is why Pu Yao and Wei found it weird Zuo Mo could have a physique. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 518, All Hail the King. Chapter 518, All Hail the King. The dark red day script howled as it reached him almost instantaneously. It really was the day script palm. At such a crucial time, Yi Ling did not feel any fear from being hit but instead felt extremely excited. Day script palm, dot. Great day Mo physique. All hail the king. His vision suddenly became slightly blurred as a daring and insane idea revolved in his mind. He was extremely excited but his strong mind had been tempered through many battles showed in his unwavering spirit. He tightly gritted his teeth and channeled his Mo skill to its limits. The other's skill in the day script palm was very profound but in his view, the other's battle formation was still slightly lacking. This was his chance, and the only opportunity he could exploit. Otherwise, with the Great Day Mo physique working with the Crow Fiend Mo kill formation, his missed hand seat and the Skynet combat formation had no chance of victory. In his view, it was logical that a descendant of a noble Missouri lineage lost in the Xiozha world to be lacking in their understanding of Mo battle formations. The cultivation of the Mo physique could be reached through talent and Mo skills but battle formations could only mature through experience in the military. The gray mist suddenly shot out many thin chains made from gray mist, like tentacles. They were sharks that smelled blood and furiously flooded towards the intimidating dayscript. Pia pia pia. The gray mist tentacles had not even neared the dayscript when they were crushed by the powerful presence of the dayscript and exploded. As expected of the legendary Great Day Mo physique. Yi Ling's eyes grew bright within the gray mist. Strangely, there was joy on his face. The gray mist tentacles shot at the dayscript at an even faster rate. The tentacles were densely packed and seemed endless. Explosions rang out but the number of gray mist tentacles were even more numerous as though there was no end to them. Pia pia pia. The gray mist from every destroyed tentacle would be dispersed by the dayscript. Looking from afar, it seemed as the dayscript was continuously consuming the gray mist tentacles. Yi Ling methodically controlled every strand of gray mist. He quickly started to show tiredness. He was filled with shock. He found he had underestimated the other's skill in the Great Day Mo physique. This was the deep Mo layer. This was definitely the Great Day Mo physique at the deep Mo layer, only then could it have such domineering power. A Great Day Mo physique in the deep Mo layer. Once this idea came into his mind, he couldn't help but shudder. Such an outstanding Mo. In any of the Mo, he definitely would be a genius unable to be dismissed. He was so young, so filled with talent, and had such a limitless future. To be able to create a Mo army in the Xiozha world, he must be stubborn and resilient, determined and persistent. He couldn't dare think of the hardships involved. All hail the king, dot. Heavens, are you trying to make it up to your servant for being unable to cultivate the mist Mo physique, by delivering such a great opportunity in front of me? All of Yi Ling's composure flew away. However, he had to first deal with what was in front of him. Yi Ling forced himself to calm down. He was unable to cultivate the mist Mo physique and he could only withstand this attack through the power of the battle formation. Sharp howls suddenly rang out from within the gray mist. Countless crescent-shaped mist blades suddenly flew out of the mist like a tsunami. They drew out strange curves in the air and shot at the dayscript that was incoming. Looking down from the sky, this scene was spectacular. Like whips, the gray mist tentacles shot out in ruler straight lines, shooting out like spears. The deep howling as they cut through the air caused people's minds to waver. Boom boom boom. But the dayscript was still unstoppable. No matter if it was the gray mist tentacles or the crescent mist blades, they exploded once they got near. But even so, the attacks continued each like a thunderous raindrop and managed to push back the dayscript. The gray mist tentacles and the crescent-shaped mist blades were coming increasingly close to the dayscript. Within the gray mist, every Mo soldier was releasing their own attacks at the fastest possible rate. When each attack was released, it would be shrouded in a layer of gray mist. They did not need to control the direction of the attack, they only had to release attacks at the fastest possible rate. Boom! A crescent-shaped mist blade heavily struck the dayscript. The attacks that came after slammed the dayscript like a storm. The day script finally could not stand up and exploded. All the energies within 10 Li pulsed along with this huge explosion. Among the grey mist were sounds of panting. Every Mo soldier had a face full of shock. This was just the first round of the enemy's attack. Zuo Mo frowned. The other's battle method was very strange. Was this the so-called mist hand seat? However, this mist hand seat was strange, but he did not feel it was powerful. He was not so arrogant to think that he could defeat the other in one blow. He felt his body was full of energy that could not be used up. He was filled with the desire to fight. "Come on, baby!" he shouted inside. He hasn't cultivated the mist Mo physique, no wonder he is so weak. Pu Yao was greatly disappointed. He had felt the other could give way a shock but hadn't expected it to be damaged goods. He was full of disappointment. In a blink, the duo's positions had switched. Wei's pious smile came back on. Yes, such a pity. Hearing the exchange between the two, Zuo Mo twisted his lips. The power of the Crow Fiend Mo kill formation filled every corner of his body. His excitement activated the Great Day Mo physique to its limits. His excitement caused him to turn into a battle maniac. He was like a lion with bloodshot eyes that wanted to charge and tear the enemy into pieces. "Come on, baby!" Overexcited, a strange blade that seemed to burn in flame appeared in Zuo Mo's hand. Vast power flowed through his arm into the midday blade in his hand. Whoosh, the golden flame suddenly jumped up high. At the same time, the Great Day banded flame inside Zuo Mo's body uncontrollably sprouted out. Shrouded completely in golden flames, Zuo Mo held a blade that was also covered in golden flames. Zuo Mo was immersed into excitement. The midday blade was raised up high. Behind him, all the hardship guards raised up the Mo weapons in their hands. Each Mo weapon was shrouded in black mist. If this strike landed, it could tear apart the sky. Zuo Mo was like a bloodthirsty lion that stared at the roiling grey mist. "Sire, please wait a moment." Within the mist, a hurried voice suddenly passed out. Zuo Mo stilled. A middle-aged person dressed in grey robes walked out of the grey mist. He possessed a pair of grey eyes that looked extremely deep. He walked along to the front of the formation and bowed to Zuo Mo. "Sir, I am the commander of this troop. We surrender." "What? Surrender? What sort of intergy joke was this?" Zuo Mo felt as though he was having problems with his hearing. Surrender? Hadn't the fight just begun? The person in front had a respectful expression and was extremely polite. He looked very normal. Mo military surrendering to Xiuzha? Was there something wrong with his brain? The suddenly surrender, or rather, the battle general's polite, respectful, and sincere surrender forced every bit of Zuo Mo's burning battle spirit back inside. "Sir, please allow us to surrender to you. We are willing to swear our allegiance to Darren." Yiling's voice was deep and hoarse, carrying sincerity that even an idiot could detect. The Mo soldiers behind him shifted. I. Forced back, Zuo Mo felt as though something was blocking him from speaking. In reality, he still held the midday blade up ready to strike. It was only his thoughts that seemed to be frozen in wax. To surrender to someone that cultivates the Great Day Mo physique, this is our honor. Please allow us to follow behind Darren. We are willing to burn our lives for Darren to command. Darren's commands are our honor. Yiling humbly bowed deeply. All hail the king. Hearing the words Great Day Mo physique, the restless Mo army suddenly stilled. Immediately after, uncontrolled joy shone on many of their faces. Moments later, all the Mo soldiers bowed and shouted in unison. All hail the king. Everyone behind Zuo Mo was stunned by this scene. Even the mature and composed Xulong looked on with a dazed stare at the Mo army and was unable to make a sound. The lively A Wen's mouth was gaping. He looked as though he had seen a ghost. The worst off was Gu Minggong. He was in complete chaos as he murmured to himself, "Illusion, this must be an illusion, is this a trick? Has Darren sent someone to pretend to be Mo? Was this a trick from the start, this old man, which mother ****** ing is this?" Everyone behind Zuo Mo turned to stone. Even Pu Yao and Wei were almost driven slightly insane by the scene in front of them. Are they really Mo? When did the Mo become this spineless? Pu Yao looked at Yiling as though he wanted to pluck out Yiling's soul and examine it. Degeneration. This is degeneration. Wei howled. He felt discomfort as though he swallowed a fly. This guy was a neat freak. But the one feeling the most discomfort was Zuo Mo. His spirit had never burned like this before, never had such fighting spirit, never had been as impulsive as this. It all stopped and he had to suppress it. Zuo Mo's frozen face first turned pale and turned red. Energy flowed up, and his face was so red as though blood could start dripping out at any moment. Big bro, you're messing with me. A moment later, Zuo Mo could only wail inside helplessly. But the other's attitude was sincere, humble, and the tone as well as polite. No matter how suppressed the fighting spirit was, he could not vent it. Face flushed from suppressing it, Zuo Mo could not swallow the breath or breath out. He didn't manage to say a word at all. The exciting battlefield suddenly sank into a strange silence. Yiling's battalion still maintained their bows motionlessly. They were like a group of statues. Not one Mo soldier moved. A light of unusual determination flashed on everyone's face. Great day Mo physique. That was the great day Mo physique of legend. Only a Mo that had the most noble bloodlines and unparalleled talent could cultivate this kind of Mo physique. This kind of Mo possessed the potential to become king. Every Mo soldier seemed to see the great path shining in front of them. All hail the king. Translator ramblings. Okay, first clarification, no, Zuo Mo is not of any royal bloodline relating to any Mo king. Second, Yiling is slightly overexcited in working with the knowledge he has, which is high bloodline equals possibility of being king. He's not exactly Pu Yao and Wei in terms of knowledge and pretty much has no idea of what goes on. Basically, Zuo Mo is not going to magically become king. Also, a certain Yumi has made changes to a certain page. It is an amazing amount of work. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 519, On the Same Path. Chapter 519, On the Same Path. Complete silence. A complete and deathly silence. Everyone started to recover from the initial shock, especially Xu Long and his group. Even though this incident had occurred so suddenly and was so implausible, it had happened in front of him. Everyone looked at Zuo Mo. Many people couldn't help but sigh inside, as expected of Darren. Zuo Mo could not pay attention to them so much. His spirit was suppressed almost to the point of causing an internal injury. It took great effort to calm the energies roiling inside of him. But as more and more gazes looked at him, he felt he needed to display more of the mannerisms of a boss. He straightened and coughed lightly. In the silence, it was unusually clear. He frightened himself. Yiling and the others suddenly became alert, their expressions even more respectful. I say, when Zuo Mo started to speak, the presence of a boss instantly dissipated. You guys want to pledge allegiance to me? Yes, Darren. Yiling's response was clean and crisp. Why? Zuo Mo asked curiously. His question attracted everyone's attention. Truthfully, no one understood what was going on. Darren has the potential to become king, Yiling unhesitatingly replied. Everyone liked hearing flattery. Zuo Mo was not an exception. He instantly gave a smile. You have pretty good eyes. You managed to find me when I am hiding so deeply? Gu Minggong, who just recovered, suddenly had a strange expression. But when he glanced around and saw the seriousness on Xu Long and the other people's faces, he intelligently suppressed his impulse to laugh. Xu Long, a Wen, and the others threw gazes of praise at Yiling. As Zuo Mo's core troop and most loyal subordinates, Guard Camp was completely loyal to Zuo Mo. They originated as Xiuzha slaves. Compared to the old-timers of Vermilion Bird Camp, they were less skilled in the ways of social interaction and did not understand the customs of the Xiuzha world. Their thinking was simpler and even purer. In their minds, Zuo Mo was the most outstanding, powerful, and wisest Darren in the world. Even if Zuo Mo told them to jump into a fire pit, they would jump in together without any hesitation. In their minds, they only existed for Zuo Mo. Gu Minggong felt Yiling was only giving platitudes, but Xu Long and the others did not think so. To be able to recognize Darren's strength in such a short amount of time, this guy had pretty good eyes. Unconsciously, Guard Camp's collective opinion of Yiling shot up. Yiling's words caused Zuo Mo to float and feel as though he was an immortal. The incident of almost getting internal injury just now was forgotten immediately. He grinned to the point his eyes were narrow lines. His face bloomed like a flower. Potential to become king? Oh, tell me, slowly, in detail. Yes. Darren. Yiling thought that Zuo Mo was testing his abilities. He collected his thought with the utmost seriousness before he opened. Darren is young and has cultivated the great day Mo physique. In all of the Mo world, Darren could be called a genius. Situated in such a dangerous place, Darren was able to create such a powerful army and create such a situation. Darren has the signs of being a wise leader that can survive these troubled times. Only Darren, who was strong, has talent, a resilient personality, and also one with great foresight, might become king. Shu Long and the others nodded and exchanged looks. As they communicated through their eyes, they showed expressions of agreement. Shrunken in the corner, Gu Minggong was gaping. As he looked at the smug Zuo Mo, he felt this was impossible. The person speaking was serious, the person being praised was also serious. There was no flattery, no insincerity. It was terribly sincere and honest conversation. But the clever Gu Minggong opened his mouth a few times, but could not produce a word. Oh, it was a pity that eldest Shixiang and Gongsun Shidi were not present. He had forgotten, he should have recorded it with a jade scroll. Extremely happy, Zuo Mo instantly felt regret. This was one of those rare chances to grow face. He wanted everyone to see this. Finally struggling out of his regret, Zuo Mo smacked his lips with lingering hunger and coughed pretentiously. Oh, alright. However, we need to be low-key. No wonder Darren was able to survive in the shoujo world until now and had even amassed such a group. He really understood the way of concealment. Yi Ling said with sincere reverence, yes, Darren. Having heard the flattery and having enjoyed it, Zuo Mo felt that leaving like this was not fair. He thought and then said, oh, since you have such sincerity, then from today onwards, you are Grey Camp. Shu Long will temporarily lead the camp, you will be the vice commander. Yi Ling was overjoyed. Thank you, Darren, for bestowing the name. But from today onwards, you have to take note and not reveal your identity as Mo, Zuo Mo reminded Yi Ling. Yes. Yi Ling was full of admiration. Darren was extremely meticulous. He turned his head and spoke a few words. The entire Mo army changed their expressions. The Mo that could enter the Mo military all was of relatively strong strength and changing appearances were not hard for them. However, the Mo sense of beauty was far different than Shoujo. They preferred more rough and powerful appearances. Then Yi Long greeted Shu Long. Shu Long and the others had been Shoujo slaves and oppressed by Shoujo for a long time. They did not like Shoujo but did not have any bad feelings about Mo. Yi Ling's words just now had won their good opinion. Shu Long and the others felt as though Yi Ling spoke what they all thought. A feeling of walking on the same path rose. Shu Long said solemnly, I will treat Grey Camp fairly, everyone work hard. Yes. Yi Ling was full of excitement. Accidentally recruiting Grey Camp caused Zuo Mo's sneak attack journey to end in a strange manner, but in all, he had still accomplished his objectives. Under the efforts of Guard Camp and Grey Camp, they quickly began setting up a new base at the Chaos Rift. Compared to the crude base that Yi Ling had, the scale of the new base was astounding. However, the Mo Grass Sea was still uprooted. This was really too eye-catching. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly came to find Zuo Mo. Darren, Yi Ling said with hesitation. What is it? Zuo Mo asked. Darren, please permit me to persuade your Dong Darren to surrender. Yi Ling gritted his teeth and said with determination. Sure Dong? Zuo Mo stilled and then he reacted. You mean the other Mo army? Yes, Darren, Yi Ling hurriedly said. Sure Dong Darren was this subordinate's previous commander. Oh, tell me about him. Zuo Mo's interest was stirred. Sure Dong Darren is born from a rare branch of the Mantis Mo called the Sky Mantis Mo. Sure Dong Darren is the most outstanding battle general this subordinate has ever seen. He is resilient and determined, extremely perceptive in battle. If he was not limited by his birth as a Mantis Mo, his accomplishments would not be limited to just so. How is he compared to you? Zuo Mo asked curiously. Yi Ling's missed hand seed had left him a deep impression. This subordinate is inferior, Yi Ling said seriously. This subordinate has always served as Sure Dong Darren's quartermaster. So that's how it is. Zuo Mo instantly had the feeling he was making a great profit and hurriedly nodded. Then you can try. Yi Ling was overjoyed. Yes. Smoke wafted off Sure Dong's body. His grand cape was no torn and dirted, his body covered in wounds of various sizes. He also had a tired expression. Beside him, there were only half of the organized troops that remained and all of them carried wounds. Sure Dong had not expected the other to be so powerful. Thinking about these nightmarish days of battle, his heart couldn't help but shudder. The enemy battle general was too powerful. Other than at the beginning when the two were at a standoff, Sure Dong had been forced to watch as the balance of battle slowly tilted towards the enemy. A slow yet resolute tilt. He had tried all the solutions he could think of but was still unable to stop the tilt. The other had suppressed them completely and did not give them any faults to use. He had never thought he would encounter such a terrifying opponent. Was this the legendary Shuedong from Kunlun? Or Tianhuan's Gong Ye Xiaorong? Wasn't this Cloud Sea Jie? Wasn't this a remote little place that Four Realm haven't disdained to enter? How could such a peerless battle general be here? A golden battle general. Only a golden battle general could suppress him to the point of hopelessness. Sherdong was just a step away from becoming a gold battle general. If it wasn't for his Mantis and Mo bloodline, maybe he would be a gold battle general already. Since a very early point in his life, he had rarely encountered a match for himself. He never lacked confidence when directing battle. But this time, looking at the small groups of 3 and 5 sword show that were nearby in the sky, he bit down on his lips with a pale face. Just at this moment, a gasp of shock came from his vice commander. He suddenly turned around his face with a sword-sharp gaze. But when he saw the black insect in the vice commander's hand, he suddenly froze. A good opponent, Lil Miss' voice was full of praise. No one dismissed his words. The hardiness of this troop far surpassed their expectations. Even though Vermilion Bird Camp had quickly gotten the advantage, the others still withstood their assault. Even though they could not stop the rising tide, the collapse in morale that people predicted had not occurred. Even fighting to now with only half of their battalion left, their morale was still shocking steady. If this was a normal battalion, they would have crumbled long ago. This kind of enemy was worthy of being respected. Ever since Lil Miss created his own core scripture, his consciousness expanded rapidly by the day. His last shortcoming disappeared. Lil Miss, who had been strong to start with, had become extremely terrifying, unusually and abnormally terrifying. The advancement in skill caused by his increase in consciousness could be seen in this battle. From the moment the battle begun, the rhythm of battle was in his hands. From beginning to end, he didn't give the enemy on chance. Steadily and unrushed, with a method that was almost suffocating, he pressed on the other's space, leaving them no room to maneuver. However, Lil Miss still had a high opinion of Sherdong. If he hadn't had a breakthrough in his consciousness recently, the other would have been significant trouble for him to defeat. If the battle was fought in those conditions, less than 1/3 of Vermilion Bird Camp would remain, and it wouldn't have been 0 fatalities like it was now. The other reason they had such an advantage was the enemy Mo army's level was 1 lower than Vermilion Bird Camp. The investments that Zuo Mo made on Vermilion Bird Camp without any consideration for the cost finally showed their effects. Lil Miss was sure that the other had power that was nearing that of a gold battle general. Of all of Turtle Island, only Gongsun Sha and Zuo Mo had the power to fight against him. Even Shu Long was lacking in comparison. It was a pity that Sherdong encountered Gongsun Lil Mississippi. The terrifying Lil Miss that even the renowned Corps Commander Yu Hong had fallen at the feet of. Such a hardy opponent, Gongsun Sha sighed emotionally and turned to give the order to attack. Prepare to attack, let's finish this battle before sunset. Suddenly, Gongsun Sha's gaze stopped. He saw the enemy battle general leave the battle formation alone. The sword show at the front quickly flew back and reported to Gongsun Sha. Darren, they are surrendering. Translator ramblings, I won't go so far to say they are fanatical, but guard camp has been pretty well indoctrinated. Poor Gu Minggong, he's surrounded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 520, The Master of Cloud Sea. Chapter 520, The Master of Cloud Sea. No one had expected that the battle ended in this kind of manner. When Lil Miss received Zuo Mo's paper crane, he did not have any hesitation and led his troops directly towards the Cloud Sea Jizjia River. No one knew that Turtle Island had achieved victory over the Mo army. There were large numbers of Xiozha gathered at the Jia River and were preparing to flee Cloud Sea Jia. When Lil Miss appeared with the troops, he instantly caused panic in these Xiozha. Even the Xiozha that occupied the gathering points on the Jia River assumed that Turtle Island had been defeated. In panic, they instantly abandoned their bases to flee Cloud Sea Jia. Lil Miss easily took over the bases on the Jia River. There wasn't any conflict involved. Those Xiozha that had been running away quickly reacted when they saw Lil Miss take over the gathering places. Turtle Island had defeated the Mo. As expected, the news of their victory was quickly proven. Everyone was overjoyed. At this time, control of Cloud Sea Jia landed completely in Zuo Mo's hands. They had become the true masters of Cloud Sea Jia. The Xiozha that had been planning to escape returned to their homes. Without the Mo army threat, who was willing to leave their homeland? Turtle Island's strength astounded everyone. At this time, which faction did not know of Zuo Mo's ambitions? But the situation had formed and they could not do a thing. Fight? The other could defeat the Mo army. Wouldn't killing them be as easy as waving their hand? The factions that were not willing to be subordinate to Turtle Island left Cloud Sea Jia. However, many families that had deep local roots decided to stay in Cloud Sea Jia. Unexpected to Zuo Mo and Lil Miss, the great majority of people decided to stay. Zuo Mo later learned that most of the people in Cloud Sea Jia did not care who ruled them. Turtle Island's strength was also enough to protect them and for them to feel safe. With the sky-splitting calamity, war was spreading everywhere. These days, the sound tablet continuously broadcasted areas that had become battlefields, which areas had been turned into a patch of scorched earth, or was filled with mountains of corpses. It seemed that within the span of one night, the Shoujo world really entered a troubled era. In a troubled era, preserving their lives was enough to satisfy most people. But for Zuo Mo, this was just the beginning. He was extremely busy every day. The enormous Cloud Sea Jia was the largest piece of territory he had ever controlled. The responsibilities as master of a Jia were novel and puzzling for Zuo Mo, an ignorant country bumpkin with unorthodox origins. The complex matters were piled up like mountains and caused him a headache. He did not know where to start. Out of helplessness, he could only ask Pu Yao and Wei. Now you see, I guess this would happen long ago. Pu Yao did not reserve his disdain as a scornful smile hung on his face. This guy is just a country bumpkin. He can manage some business that doesn't require long-term investment. But to be a small-time landlord, he doesn't have the skill. Wei did not pay attention to Pu Yao's disdain. He had a warm and friendly smile on his face. Did you encounter some trouble? Neither of these two were good people. In all of this, Zuo Mo was clear on this one point. Nothing more needed to be said about Pu Yao. He was an ungenerous person, but Wei wasn't much better. He might look harmless and friendly, but his level of danger wasn't any lower than Pu Yao. He did not respond to Wei. He had to cause conflict between these two. Zuo Mo's eyes turned and he suddenly asked, Pu Yao, how is your Yao army? Pu Yao's expression instantly darkened. The anger in his bloody pupil roiled. Those damned talentless trash, idiots, garbage. Even when he used all his methods, the foundations of these people were too weak and they could not satisfy Pu Yao even now. Yao army? Wei gave an interested smile. No wonder Pu Yao had been absent in this past while. So he had been working on a Yao army. It seemed this guy still held a grudge over him stealing a Wei-guard camp. Zuo Mo disregarded Pu Yao's dark expression and said to himself, no matter how powerful 10-finger prison is, it is only the 10-finger prison. It cannot solve all training problems. Useless words. Pu Yao's voice was glacial and his expression was unfriendly. He knew that Zuo Mo was right. 10-finger prison was very effective, but it also had its limitations. It could not replace true combat. At the beginning, Nan Yu and the others had improved quickly, but recently the effects of lacking combat training had started to show. Their rate of advancement had slowed down. But damn it, was the great Pu Yao Darren someone this boy could laugh at? It seemed that it had been too long since the boy was straightened out. This guy was becoming outrageous. Pu Yao was irritated. Just as he was going to punish Zuo Mo suddenly spoke, I have a good solution. Ha ha. Pu Yao seemed to have heard a great joke and roared with laughter. He did not disguise his look full of disdain. You, the country bumpkin, has a solution. This is too funny. Immune to Pu Yao's disdain since long ago, Zuo Mo's expression was unconcerned. You can listen first and then laugh. Pu Yao's laughter suddenly stopped. He stared hard at Zuo Mo and a moment later, he squeezed out between his teeth, you better have a solution. Otherwise, he. Zuo Mo said solemnly, many chaos rifts have appeared in the sky-splitting calamity. These chaos rifts have connected the worlds of Yama and Shoujo. It is correct for me to say so. Don't waste words. Pu Yao said coldly. There was a faint smile on Wei's face. He sat motionlessly and listened carefully. The Yama and Shoujo territories can be connected through the chaos rifts rather than traveling through bloody sky metropolis Jia like in the past. The distance between the two sides has shortened. Just as Pu Yao was running out of patience, Zuo Mo suddenly said, maybe we can create a transportation formation and transport Nan Yu and the others over here. Transportation formation? Pu Yao paused and then had a thoughtful expression. A moment later, he shook his head. Impossible. We cannot determine their location. You know that some transportation formations are composed of a yin and a yang component. What if we get Nan Yu and the others to set up the yin formation? Zuo Mo asked in response. Pu Yao's eyes suddenly lit up. He was an extremely smart person and instantly understood what Zuo Mo was thinking. These transportation formations were divided up into yin and yang formations with the two situated in different places. This way, the two formations could still connect and so there would be a passage. If Nan Yu and the others could set up a yin formation in the Yao world, a yang formation set up here, that meant the chaos rifts formed from the sky-splitting calamity were actually natural transportation formations. Pu Yao quickly thought of the difficulty involved. He shook his head and said, the transportation formations are too complex. None of the others understand formations. We have sun seeds, Zuo Mo said proudly. The sun seeds can enter the 10-finger prison and be taken out. We can engrave the transportation formation onto the sun seed and use the 10-finger prison to pass it to Nan Yu. Wouldn't that work? This idea is interesting. Pu Yao stilled and then had a pondering expression. A beat later, he said, we need to try and find out. Zuo Mo's idea was very daring. I can supply sun seeds to you. You can find Gu Ming Gong for the transportation formation. That guy is very clever, Zuo Mo said generously. Humph. Pu Yao snorted. He did not respond to Zuo Mo. You only have to assign the daily affairs of Cloud Sijia to those local powers and get them to take care of it. If they do it well, reward them. If they don't, they get punished. Gather their powerful Xiozha and make a battalion with your people as the leaders. Adding on your own battalions, who can rebel? Zuo Mo slapped his head and understood. Pu Yao just used a few words and smoothed everything out, pointing straight at the crux of the matter. Zuo Mo wasn't stupid. He had been bewilderment because he never had experience dealing with these matters before. After being guided today, he instantly understood. He left the sea of consciousness with excitement. From beginning to end, there was a faint smile on Wei's face. It was unknown what he was thinking. Sherdong looked coldly at Yi Ling. Yi Ling was unaffected. Does Sherdong Darren have any questions? What you say is true. Sherdong coldly spat out, his hand on the mantis blade at his waist. Completely true. Yi Ling said sincerely. All of my subordinates saw Darren's great Dayamo physique. If Sherdong Darren has any questions, you can ask any one of them. Sherdong's expression did not change. His subordinates are Xiozha. There are Xiozha. Yi Ling corrected the mistake in Sherdong's words, guard camp, which is the camp that my superior, Shulong Darren commands, cultivates Mo skills. Sherdong Darren might have heard of the skill, hardship guard. Hardship guard. Sherdong's pupils suddenly contracted. Of course he had heard of this name. This MO skill was something usually cultivated by the guards of MO generals and had an extremely high in reputation. Yes, it is the hardship guard that most Mo generals' guards cultivate, Yi Ling said with a grave expression. But the hardship guard that Shulong Darren and his group cultivate has been modified by a very powerful Darren and is based on the Great Day MO physique. It is called Great Day Hardship Guard. Sherdong could not stop himself from showing shock. A Darren that can use the Great Day MO physique to modify hardship guard, could they possibly be Xiozha? Yi Ling asked in response. Sherdong was silent. He knew that Yi Ling was correct. Someone that had the ability to use the Great Day MO physique to modify hardship guard was a powerful elder who definitely had a profound understanding of MO skills. This kind of powerful person would not likely be a Xiozha. This didn't just mean they couldn't be Xiozha, they also could not be Yao. There was only one possibility, it was a powerful MO, and an unusually powerful MO, but cultivates the Great Day MO physique, has created an MO army, and has an MO elder of immeasurable power. I cannot think of an identity for Darren other than MO. Yi Ling was calm and wise. Sherdong was silent for a moment before he asked, what about those Xiozha? This is the Xiozha world. Sherdong Darren. Yi Ling reminded Sherdong. A purely MO troop cannot survive here. Darren needs Xiozha. Sherdong gave a bitter smile. He was persuaded. He sat down dejectedly. Yi Long looked understandingly at Sherdong. He said gently, I know what Sherdong Darren is feeling. For you, surrendering is hard to accept, but if you look at it from the opposite angle, Sherdong Darren, isn't this a great opportunity? He looked hard at Sherdong and asked, emphasizing each word, Sherdong Darren, how many years has it been since there was a king arose from our little savage Jie? Sherdong's body shook. He raised his head, his gaze as sharp as a knife. You think he can become king? Maybe, maybe not. Yi Ling's tone was indifferent. But Darren is the MO with the greatest potential to become king that I have ever seen. So you gambled everything? Sherdong asked. His tone was filled with disdain. Yi Ling was unaffected and smiled as usual. What else do we have? Sherdong Darren? Sherdong became silent again. Translator ramblings, some days are just not worth getting up for if you knew what was going to happen. Why do people have such a high estimation of their own skills and then not admit their mistakes? In other news, more comedic banter between Pu Yao and Wei. Zuo Mo has now become a small landlord. Just one jia, not even 1% of the world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 521, Followers. Chapter 521, Followers. Having solved his problems, Zuo Mo could finally release a breath. He began thinking about finding water cloud embryo for Ague. Ague's recovery was going well. Even though she was still very wooden, she had more reactions. In a few days, we can go to search for water cloud embryo. By that time, you will completely recover. Zuo Mo was very happy. If they found water cloud embryo, he could heal Ague. Zuo Mo didn't feel any distaste for Ague's ugly appearance. A slight smile was on his face. His hand felt coldness. A cold little hand grabbed his hand. Ague was improving by the day. Every time she found Zuo Mo nearby, she would immediately appear next to Zuo Mo. The thing she liked to do the most was hold Zuo Mo's hand. Zuo Mo allowed her to grip his hand, his other hand rubbing her head. He said with a smile, "When you have healed, Silly Bird and the others will be very happy." In the corner, the fat Silly Bird was napping with her eyes closed. She didn't respond. Looking at the bird nest he created out of Ague's hair, Zuo Mo couldn't help but roar with laughter. Ague still stood silently next to Zuo Mo motionlessly. "Why are you sitting here? Do you have something on your mind?" Ming Juzi's voice came from behind Nan Yu. He walked next to Nan Yu and sat down. In this recent while, everyone was training together. The hellish training and shared hardship had caused their friendships to strengthen. Just now when cultivating in the 10-finger prison, Pu Yao had viciously scolded Nan Yu. When Nan Yu left the 10-finger prison, she had ran out alone. Everyone was worried and sent Ming Juzi, who was most skilled in communication, to comfort Nan Yu. "Am I too dumb?" Nan Yu's tone was melancholic. The rims of her eyes were red and her expression was sad. "I'm always unable to meet Pu Darren's expectations." Even the persistent Nan Yu had been scolded to such a state. Ming Yuzi was even more afraid of Pu Yao. "None of us can meet Pu Darren's expectations," Ming Juzi comforted. "It is not that you are not working hard, it is that Pu Darren's requirements are too high. Really, not even the elites in the top Yao art houses can reach what Pu Darren is demanding. It is extremely good that you can do what you have done. Out of all of us, you have improved the quickest." Nan Yu's lips were tightly pressed together and she did not speak. "Pu Darren might be stern, but it is for our sake. Look at our present strength. Compared to before, which one of us hasn't multiplied in strength?" As he spoke, Ming Juzi compared his past and present strength and found to his shock that he had improved so much without noticing it. "I miss Darren." Nan Yu's voice held a sob. "Darren is never like this." Thinking about the time that Zuo Mo had spent teaching her, Nan Yu missed it. "Yes, I wonder what Darren is busy with." Ming Juzi sighed as well. He gazed into the distance. However, doesn't Pu Darren also work with Darren? Everyone is speculating. Pu Darren might be an elder of Darren's clan. I don't know what Darren's lineage is. But for his clan possess such a powerful elder, it might be one of the legendary great families. No matter what Darren's identity is, I am Darren's follower. I will forever follow Darren. Nan Yu's tone was determined. "And, same with me." Ming Juzi retracted his chair and showed a serious expression. Nan Yu suddenly stood up. Her eyes were still red, but her expression became determined again. "What is it?" Ming Juzi was slightly puzzled. "I am going to cultivate," Nan Yu said without turning her head. "I am Darren's follower." The figure disappeared with the wind as she threw down the strong oath. Gu Minggong's eyes were swollen like two ripe peaches. He had not rested for 10 days and nights. Even a Jindan could not tolerate working conditions like this. Anyone who saw his figure right now would not be able to recognize him as the Grandmaster of Forging and Sealing, Gu Minggong. He stared at the sun seed in front of him. The first time he saw this, Gu Minggong had been so excited his body had been trembling. Treasure. Peerless treasure. When he learned that this was the seed produced by the Sunshin tree, a pleasure like that of an orgasm had risen in his body. Oh, heavens! Sunshin tree, the legendary Sunshin tree, hadn't it gone extinct a long time ago? When he learned he would be able to get a few to study, he felt so happy he almost fainted. There was nothing as powerful as legendary materials to a seal shio skilled in forging. Then he learned the other person's intentions. They just wanted him to engrave a transportation formation inside the sun seed. He almost went crazy. Transportation formation. What he said was a transportation formation. This kind of priceless treasure was being used for just a transportation formation? He almost threw the other out. He could not tolerate such frightening waste. However, the other quickly taught him what the outcome of being uncooperative was. The great boss personally ran over to persuade him and motivated him in a meaningful tone before leaving. The pitiful Gu Minggong was frightened out of his wits. Even the boss had not mentioned one word of the soul-setting divine light at all, and did not say what would happen if he did not cooperate, but Gu Minggong sank into unprecedented terror. He didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. So what if it was a waste? He was just the worker. He quickly found that this guy in black clothing, floated around like a ghost all day, was the strictest and most terrifying supervisor in the world. The situation was also more complex than he had imagined. The sun seed was extremely rare. He had never seen one before, and even the forging records had never mentioned the qualities of the sun seed. Gu Minggong had to start from the beginning. The sun seed was filled with the domineering Sunshin power. The Sunshin power had formed through a long time as the Sunshin tree grew, and was extremely domineering. Ling power would be consumed by the Sunshin power when it was added, and it was impossible to carve a formation inside. He ran to explain to Pu Yao and was verbally slapped and rebuked by Pu Yao. Pu Yao's viciousness could him that he only needed a result, etc., etc. The pitiful Gu Minggong had the desire to ram his head into the wall and commit suicide. It was a pity that when one landed in the hands of a demon, one was even unable to seek death. Gu Minggong that was slapped and could only study even more ferociously and try everything he could think of. Ha 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 ha. I did it. I did it. The insane laughter echoed in the room. Whoosh, Pu Yao appeared like a ghost. Without a word, he picked up the sun seed with great carefulness. To Pu Yao, the Sunshin power inside the sun seed was akin to a powerful poison. His consciousness retreated. Pu Yao showed joy and then disappeared soundlessly. The fighting in the Grey Clan's council meeting had not stopped since the meeting started. Song Zhe was silent in the corner. He didn't have any right to speak in this place. A hint of impatience flashed indiscernibly through his eyes at the elders fighting. He felt those noisy elders had gone senile with age. Without Darren, would there be the Grey Clan of the present? In the future? In these troubled times, how many of the small clans like the Grey Clan could survive? Did they still think that this was the safe rear that the fires of war could not reach? Right now, was there still a rear? Clans without combat capabilities were like a piece of fat meat. No one would hesitate to leap and take a bite. Pu Darren had been helping everyone train the battalion. The Grey Clan that only thought about protecting themselves were too stupid. He was Darren's follower. Song Ze's spine was straight as he listened expressionlessly to the discussions of the elders. The chief elder noticed Song Ze's discontentment. His mind shifted and he suddenly spoke. Ze, what do you think about moving the clan? An elder said discontentedly, Chief Elder, Ze is so young, what does he understand? A cold light flashed through Chief Elder's eyes and he interrupted in a grave voice. Shut your mouth. Ze is the future clan leader. When you speak, use your mind. The elder retreated with a red face. Chief Elder was extremely authoritative and influential. Song Ze was the appointed successor to the Grey Clan, so everyone's gaze instantly landed on Song Ze. Song Ze did not shrink back. He did not look at the elders and said directly, I am Darren's follower. No matter where Darren goes, I will follow. Everyone stilled. They finally recalled the matter that Ze was Xiao Moge's follower. In the Yao world, they put great importance on the oath of a follower. Becoming the follower of someone strong was the dream of many people. Not many would easily go back on their word. Chief Elder also knew the displeasure Ze was feeling. He said with a smile, Ze, continue. Song Ze suddenly swept all of the elders with his gaze and said gravely, Elders, are we safe? Is the world safe? Are we strong? Strong enough that no matter what comes, we can protect ourselves? The room was silent. We do not have a battalion, we do not have battle generals, even with the Grey Scar Art, we have no ability to protect ourselves. And then? We will be swallowed by other people. Our Grey Clan's greatest secret, the Grey Scar Art, will land in the hands of others. Our enemies would not surrender such a good chance. Song Ze stated this cruel reality without any courtesy. Will Darren swallow us? Will Darren need our Grey Scar Art? Elders, did you forget where this Grey Scar Art came from? What is safer than being under the command of a peerless battle general that could defeat Corps Commander Yu Hong? This is an honor. Heat flashed through Zhe's eyes. All of the elders shifted. After a moment of silence, the chief elder did not disguise the praise on his face and said, I hadn't expected that our group of old people do not see as clearly as the young one, Zhe. Those elders that had been objecting to moving the clan all had shamed expressions. Sky-splitting calamity. The sky-splitting calamity. Chief elder's heavy sigh echoed in the room. I don't know how much blood will flow because of this. Everyone, do not dream and be foolishness, troubled times have come. Everyone had grave expressions. They digested what Chief Elder was saying. Chief Elder suddenly stood up. With a serious expression, he said loudly, in such troubled times, if our Grey clan is to survive, we need a stronger leader. Due to this, I recommend Zhe as the new clan leader. Zhe shouted in shock. Moments later. I second this. Seconded. I agree. A new era had arrived. Translator ramblings, about the sky-splitting calamity versus the chaos rifts, you can think of it as movement of continents versus an earthquake that suddenly jerks the entire continent. Chaos rifts are rare and so most people do not know much about them. However, the phenomenon that is occurring now means that there is an overabundance of chaos rifts opening in places they were not in before. So if there was one rift per 100 jia before, maybe there is now 1 jia in every 20. Also, these rifts have opened simultaneously. You can imagine the problems that occur now that a lot of people have access to other people's territory and the consequences make this a calamity. Personally, I think of it as a natural disaster that has occurred before, which is why they have a name for it, and records of what had happened in the past. Also, complete recap of what has happened among the Yao. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 522, Beak Island. Chapter 522, Beak Island. When Nan Yu and the others saw Zuo Mo, their expressions were spectacular. Even though they knew that Darren was young, the shock when they saw him with their own eyes far surpassed what they felt in the 10-finger prison. What shocked them even more was that Darren was in the Xiuzha territories. They finally understood why Darren had them change their appearances to look like Xiuzha when they came through the transportation formation. However, just like Healing, Nan Yu, and the others did not have any doubts about Zuo Mo's identity as a Yao despite their shock of where they were. A guy that knew all kinds of lost Yao arts, successfully completed a prison-breaking battle, and defeated Corps Commander Yu Hong, other than a Yao, what could he be? Xiuzha? That joke would be so bad. On this point, their thoughts were also the same as Yi Ling. They felt that Darren was definitely a genius from a noble family that was lost in the Xiuzha conquered territories. No wonder no one in the Yao world had found Darren. They finally realized. Darren wasn't in the Yao world at all. Right now, Zuo Mo was truly the master of Cloud Sea Jia in name and power. There were many cloud islands in Cloud Sea Jia and he picked a calm cloud island to settle the Grey family. The first day that Nan Yu and the others arrived, Pu Yao immediately started arranging a new training regime for them. Pu Yao was full of ambition. As one of the top battle generals of the Yao world, someone that had once dominated the world, he decided to make Nan Yu and the others into the best battle generals of the Yao world. He decided to let Wei realize the truth, why little Wei could only be a gravestone armor, and I, Pu, had been the best battle general once. The pitiful Nan Yu and others didn't even have the chance to breathe before Pu Yao kicked them into insane training routines. There was a boundary of Jinji set up around the Cloud Island. It was a natural demonic training ground. After Zuo Mo recruited the other powers, Cloud Sea Jia quickly settled down. The ones selected were those with good reputations in Cloud Sea Jia. The only two Yuanying that Cloud Sea Jia had seemed to have disappeared from the world after streaking naked in front of the public at the Sunshin Temple. They hadn't shown up at all when the Mo army had invaded this time. Many people speculated that they had left Cloud Sea Jia long ago. They really had been greatly embarrassed this time. What face did they have to stay in Cloud Sea Jia? After arranging everything, Zuo Mo decided to enter the Cloud Sea to search for Water Cloud Embryo. This time, he did not take many people along. The Cloud Sea depths were not suited for large-scale battles. Their group was made up of a guide, Zuo Mo, Wei Shang, Zhongru, Ague, and the little ones. They looked more like a tourist group. Even though they were few in number, their combat capabilities were amongst the top in Cloud Sea Jia. Zuo Mo, Wei Shang, and Zhongru working together might hold up against a Yuanying. Zuo Mo had not planned to take Ague along, but Pu Yao told him that it was most effective to consume the water cloud embryo when it was caught, so Zuo Mo decided to take Ague along. Silly Bird stalked imperiously and proudly beside Ague and ignored Zuo Mo. Lil Pagoda and Lil Fire were cuddled up in Ague's embrace. Lil Black held onto Ague's hair in a death grip. 10th Grade and Sunshine appeared to be bodyguards and flew around Ague. Zuo Mo felt great exasperation. In terms of shamelessness and wretchedness, the little ones that Zuo Mo taught truly learned it all. Zuo Mo didn't have a solution. In any case, taking one or taking all of them along was the same. He changed his way of thinking. They were pretty good fighters. Nothing needed to be said of Silly Bird, she was the strongest of the little ones. Even Zuo Mo didn't have a good measure of her abilities. The next strongest was 10th grade. He had made trouble for the insects frequently, and his skill had completely changed. Lil Pagoda was Zuo Mo's soul-tethered talisman. It played every day and never did anything productive. It could probably only be used when setting up formations. Zuo Mo had not seen Sunshine fight before. Lil Black's combat abilities were zero, but he was a good helper when finding treasure. Lil Fire could be used to relieve boredom on the road. Zuo Mo brought along his group and departed. The guide was called Kong De. He made a living by hunting water cloud embryos and was very familiar with the depths of the Cloud Sea. According to Kong De's plans, they first needed to fly to a place called Beak Island and then descend into the Cloud Sea from there. Beak Island was a very famous Cloud Seaport in Cloud Sea Jia. The depths of the Cloud Sea were filled with all kinds of dangers. If one tried entering from a random spot, they frequently did not return. Beak Island had been used as an entrance to the Cloud Sea for a very long time. That part of the Cloud Sea was very safe and there were no strong beings. The distance between Turtle Island and Beak Island was extremely far and there were many parts of the trip that did not have transportation formations. Fully prepared, Zuo Mo had taken along the black turtle, which saved them the pain of having to flying long distances. Wei Shang and Zhong Ru were in seclusion every day. Zuo Mo played with the little ones every day, and when he had the spare time, he would slowly study the golden leaf he obtained from the Sun Shan tribe. He didn't know what secret method had been used to make this golden leaf. The content on it was extremely rich, but because it was from the ancient era, there were many areas that were very hard to understand. Zuo Mo's attitude was very good. He was not impatient and only studied it occasionally. Other than the methods to cultivate Shan power, he was also interested in the ancient secrets. For example, he found out from the golden leaf that in the ancient era Cloud Sea Jia had been barren and there were no other tribes living here. This was probably the reason that this Shan temple had managed to survive. What stirred Zuo Mo's interest was that the golden leaf hinted that the Shan temple had been searching for something constantly in Cloud Sea Jia but never found it. Zuo Mo finally understood and some of his own questions were resolved. Big brother Qinling had once said that the level of this Shan temple was not ranked low within the Sun tribe. Shouldn't such a high-ranking Shan temple be constructed in a large and populated area? Why did they build it in the remote and barren Cloud Sea Jia? But the golden leaf did not mention what they were searching for. However, it was certain that they did not find it because the tone of the records was slightly regretful. Zuo Mo never stopped cultivating his Shan power, but his progress was extremely slow. It was much harder to cultivate Shan power compared to the three powers. Fortunately, Zuo Mo was not in a hurry. The only thing that made him slightly dejected was that after the three powers equalized and his Ling power had increased, but he was still a thread away from Jin Dan. If he could break through to Jin Dan, his power would multiple in the span of one night. His Shan power would increase as well, and enter a new realm. However, Zuo Mo was very content at this time. Shan power, soul-setting divine light, great Daimophysique, and the archaic wasteland sacrificial art, which of these was not powerful and unique? He was able to learn all these, what could he be discontent about? A person could not be so greedy. Zuo Mo was idle and satisfied. Half a month later, they finally reached Beak Island. Zuo Mo looked at the large numbers of Xiuzha on Beak Island and was slightly shocked. So many people? Kong Di explained, this is the best time to search for water cloud embryos and is also when Beak Island is most popular. Whether the yearly harvest is good or not depends on your luck during this time. These people are all searching for water cloud embryos? Zuo Mo was so shocked his chin was almost on the ground. The great majority are. The Cloud Sea has other products, but this period of time it is most profitable to hunt water cloud embryo. Kong Di was clearly very familiar with the present situation. High demand, low supply, wouldn't it be difficult for us? Zuo Mo frowned slightly. Kong Di shook his head. How can it be so easy to capture a water cloud embryo? Island Master, do not worry. You see many people, but the number that will gain something will be very small. They are also not very strong and cannot go deep into the Cloud Sea. The best quality water cloud embryos are deep in the Cloud Sea. Zuo Mo's heart was slightly reassured. Zuo Mo's group had changed their appearances so no one recognized them. But Lil Pagoda and the others attracted the attention of these Xiuzha. The heat and greed in their eyes caused Zuo Mo to frown slightly. Brother, are you selling this fireling beast? We can negotiate the price. An eagle-nosed man came over. From nearby, his compatriots looked over. Lil Fire jumped in fright and burrowed into Ague's arms. Lil Fire's intelligent response caused this eagle-nosed male's gaze to heat up. Zuo Mo's face darkened as he walked ahead. Hey, don't go. The eagle-nosed male blocked Zuo Mo and said with a smile, this little brother really wants it and is definitely sincere. Brother, give a price, we can negotiate. Kong Di suddenly spoke, he family brothers, my Darren has said we are not selling, do not keep bothering us. The eagle-nosed male's eyes narrowed slightly and flashed, someone that can identify if this one's origin should be someone familiar. Wei's eyes are stupid. Sir, who are you? Kong Di smirked coldly, don't bother trying to find out my identity. Let me advise you, be good. Otherwise, humph, none of your brothers will be able to escape. This was slightly troublesome. Wei's heart shook. Someone that could identify his origins was definitely someone familiar. The other's tone was so harsh he clearly had a powerful background and didn't need to consider him. Wei was experienced and knew when to bow. He smiled and said, brother, what are you saying? This little brother came up to ask, and does not have malicious intentions. He perceptibly stepped out of the way. He watched as Zuo Mo's group left and thought hard, who is this? His brothers quickly came over. How is it? Are they not selling? No, Wei's expression was solemn, and one of them recognizes us. It definitely is someone familiar, but they have changed their appearance. Who cares, just steal it. That fireling beast is definitely very high grade. If we can get it, second brother, your strength will multiply. One of the people said nonchalantly. This group's origins are not simple, if they are not rich, they are powerful. Wei thought back to the meeting and felt the other was calm and clearly did not think highly of them. He shook his head and said, this group might be from a large faction. Let's not cause trouble. The other people all had unconcerned expressions. The geography of Beak Island was extremely unique. It appeared as though a bird was opening its mouth facing the sky. The entrance to the cloud sea was where the mouth was open. There was almost no cloud mist at the entrance. Looking down, it was possible to see an endless path that disappeared into the cloud sea. Beak Island was actually a mountain peak that had a section above the cloud sea. Darren, let's go down. Kong Di said respectfully. Translator ramblings, and they finally make progress in finding water cloud embryo. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 523, Xian Kong Temple. Chapter 523, Xian Kong Temple. Zuo Mo and the others did not pay attention to the He brothers. Even Kong Di did not keep them in mind. Beside him was the true master of Cloud Sea Jia. People like the He brothers were not worth a mention. As they descended into the cloud sea, the light gradually dimmed. The thick cloud sea blocked most of the sunlight, but this was not as dark as Zuo Mo had imagined. There were many cloud grasses floating in the cloud layers and each released faint light that illuminated the world below the cloud sea. Kong Di saw Zuo Mo and the others curiously examining the cloud grasses and hurriedly explained, this place is a great producer of cloud grasses. The quality is very good, and occasionally, merchants from the outside will come and buy them. However, this is worthless locally. What is the use for this? Zuo Mo asked curiously. It was the first time he saw cloud grasses. These cloud grasses were shaped like sea grasses, the blades had the thickness of a pinky, completely white, and would release faint light. The individual bushes were about the size of a basket, and it was possible to occasionally see enormous ones that were multiple zhang in area. They can be used to forge water element Lingdan, but only first grade, Kong Di said. Those that aren't strong wouldn't dare to come down. Those that are strong do not care about these cloud grasses. These cloud grasses reproduce extremely quickly and can be found everywhere. Zuo Mo understood. Everyone walked down. This mountain path was misty, but the mist was tin. Under the cloud sea, what is most common is all kinds of cloud beasts. There are many people that come to hunt cloud beasts. Cloud beasts are water-oriented, and many people like them. But to get high-grade ones, they need to go deep into the cloud sea. Zuo Mo asked curiously, what qualities of the cloud beasts are outstanding? Being of the water element, their most powerful ability is their illusory spells. Since their body is formed from cloud mist, unless one encounters fire spells, other spells cannot inflict major damage. Kong Di was clearly familiar with this area and his words flowed without needing to think. How long has old Kong been here? Wei Sheng asked Kong Di. Kong Di couldn't help but sigh. More than a decade. Actually, there are several other entrances to the Cloud Sea other than this one, but this is the most famous one. Consequently, this place has the most shoujo making a living here. Wei Shang smiled. He had endured poverty before, but his heart was dedicated to the sword. The hardships of life did not leave any mark behind, and he naturally did not feel anything. Zuo Mo couldn't help but think back to his time at Wukong Mountain when he fought every day for each piece of Jingshi. He instantly felt sympathy. Seeing Kong De's expression was slightly heavy, Zuo Mo hurriedly changed the topic. He said with a smile, "Those who have not come down definitely could not imagine that the scenery down here is very good." The faint cloud mist was like silk. The cloud grasses floating in the Cloud Sea slowly swayed with the Cloud Sea. Darren has good taste. But the scenery later will be even better. Kong De laughed openly. As Kong De said, the scenery below was even more beautiful. After walking for 4 whole hours, their field of view suddenly broadened. They had passed through the thick Cloud Sea. The thick Cloud Sea slowly rippled above their heads and countless cloud grasses drooped down from the Cloud Sea. These cloud grasses were extremely large, all of them multiple mu in area. The blades that dangled down were dozens of zhang in length. Looking from afar, the Cloud Sea was a curved ceiling, and the drooping cloud grasses were like densely packed waterfalls of light. The scenery was spectacular and endless. It's so beautiful. Zuo Mo was astounded. Wei Shang and Zhong Ru were also shocked by the spectacular scene in front of them. Lil Pagoda and the others instantly became excited and flew around a gue. Lil Fire was so excited it started to chirp. Kong De smiled slightly. He was used to the scene in front of him and had become habituated to it a long time ago. The shoujo that walked past them all smiled. Every greenhorn that entered the deep of the Cloud Sea for the first time would have this expression. There was a constant flow of shoujo passing by. Everyone hoped to get something early. The price of the first batch of cloud beasts and water cloud embryo was usually the highest of the year. At this time, Zhong Ru, whose eyes had been closed all this time, suddenly made a sound and turned his head slightly. Several Diana Shio attracted his attention. The leader was one wearing purple Diana robes. He had white brows and hair, and had an extraordinary mannerism. Behind him were 3 Diana Shio in blue robes who were all very young. These Diana Shio also noticed Zhong Ru. The purple-robed Diana Shio's eyes flashed. He did not speak, but his palms came together as he bowed towards Zhong Ru. Zhong Ru's eyes were still closed, but a warm smile came onto his face. He also returned the greeting with his palms together. Noticing Zhong Ru's action, Wei Shang looked over. The other also noticed Wei Shang. A thread of shock flashed across the purple-robed Diana Shio again, but his expression did not change. With a harmonious air, he bowed towards Wei Shang. Wei Shang did not speak and bowed slightly in acknowledgement. From beginning to end, the two sides did not speak, but a strange exchange had occurred between the two sides. Only when the other had gone far away did Zhong Ru and Wei Shang take their eyes away. "These people are not simple," Wei Shang said in a deep voice. "The Diana Shio in purple robes is very powerful, and possibly a Yuanying. Even if he isn't far from becoming one." Zhong Ru nodded and agreed. They should be from one of the great temples. "We can ask Yi Zhang. He should know." Zuo Mo, who had been wandering in his thoughts, finally focused. Seeing the two acting as though they were facing a great enemy, he couldn't help but inquire. The two narrated what just occurred. Zuo Mo thought and then decided to go ask Yi Zhang. Kong De hadn't planned on talking, but he still couldn't help but say, "Darren, the Cloud Sea is thick. Paper cranes and normal flying swords cannot be used here, and cannot deliver messages to the outside." Zuo Mo waved his hand and said, "No worries, I have my ways." Zhong Ru casted a small illusory spell which projected the appearances of the Diana Shio. Zuo Mo memorized it and then entered the sea of consciousness. Other people could not use paper cranes, but he could go through Pu Yao and pass the message out. But he hadn't expected Pu Yao to snort when he saw the people and said, "There's no need to ask other people, I know their origins." Zuo Mo said suspiciously, "You know?" Pu Yao smirked coldly, "We fought so long in the past, it's impossible for me not to recognize them. They are Baldies from Xian Kong Temple." You better be careful." "Xian Kong Temple?" Zuo Mo almost shouted. The biggest powers in the shoujo world were the 4 realms, Kowloon, Tianhuan, Shixian, and Xiankong. Xiankong realm was the holy land of the Diana Shio, and the gathering place of all the famed temples in the world. Xiankong Temple was also the leader of all the temples in the world. Yi Zhang's Great Buddha Temple might also be one of the 10 great temples, but compared to Xiankong Temple, they were not in the same class. "You better not encounter the Baldies of Xiankong Temple. Otherwise, the bloody sea of Pu Yao's red eye roiled." Zuo Mo was frightened by Pu Yao's vicious expression. He hadn't seen Pu Yao act like this when it was Kunlun. Are they more powerful than Kunlun? More powerful than Kunlun? Not that powerful, Pu Yao said coldly. Kunlun is the top in fighting power, but none are more powerful than the Baldies in dragging people down. The Baldies are mother ****ing fanatics that do not fear death. There was one battle in the past when the Baldies wanted to exterminate us evil Yaoma and 60 Yuaniing committed suicide by exploding. If it wasn't Lousy that noticed something was wrong, we would have fell for it, and been blasted to pieces. Exploded, 60 Yuaniing, Zuo Mo stammered. He was unable to talk smoothly. This secret piece of information was so shocking he lost the ability to think. 60 Yuaniing collectively exploding themselves. How crazy would they have to be to do that? One Yuaniing from Tianhuan was enough to cause chaos in Cloud Sea Jia, 60 Yuaniing. When Zuo Mo came out of the sea of consciousness, Zhongru and Wei Shang looked at him. They had noticed Zuo Mo's terrible expression long ago. Zuo Mo opened his eyes and said in a dry voice, "They are from Xiankong Temple." Xiankong Temple? Wei Shang and Zhongru inhaled sharply. Kong De's expression instantly turned ashen. Xiankong Temple. The leader of all Diana Xiu, one of the 4 great sects in the world. Why have they come here? Wei Shang's sword heart was like stone and he quickly calmed down. Zhongru's samadhi was also extremely high. His mind shook and then he recovered his calmness. Zuo Mo also recovered his calm. So what if it was Xiankong Temple? Hadn't he managed to trick the elder from Tianhuan? He had been frightened by the simultaneous suicide explosion of 60 Yuaniing that Pu Yao had mentioned. He turned around his thinking. He was just a little character. They wouldn't give him such a grand treatment. He suddenly thought of something. He had to tell Guard Camp, Grey Camp, Nan Yu and the others to not show themselves in the short term. If the group of fanatics really caught them, they would definitely try to exterminate and kill Yama. Pu Yao was extremely dissatisfied with this action of retreating, but he also knew there was no chance of victory if he had Zuo Mo face Xiankong Temple at this time. Wei held a slight smile as he watched Pu Yao and Zuo Mo fight. But from any angle, it seemed that he was laughing at Pu Yao. After sending out the orders, Zuo Mo saw the terror in Kong De's eyes and his ashen complexion. He hurriedly comforted. "Let's go, don't bother with them. The Cloud Sea is so large, and everyone has their own aims. We won't encounter them." Kong De's complexion finally improved. He felt that the words were right. He knew just how large the Cloud Sea was. How likely would it be that they encountered each other and competed over the same item? However, after this incident, Zuo Mo lost all of his interest. The beautiful and vast scenery instantly became tasteless. The Cloud Sea is endless and there are many paths. If it is someone who is unfamiliar, they would definitely get lost. The cloud over Kong De's mind gradually dissipated. Even though everyone was coming down from Beak Island, but the possibility of encountering each other was pitifully small. Zuo Mo swept the surroundings and suddenly asked, "Why is no one flying?" Kong De hurriedly explained, "The Cloud Sea is different than other places. It is best not to fly in here. The Ling power vibrations can easily attract the attention of many cloud beasts that hide in the cloud layer." At the beginning, many people thought they were powerful and just charged recklessly through, but they never came out in the end. After such a long time, no one dared to fly in there. So that's why. Zuo Mo finally understood. Fortunately, everyone was of deep cultivation. Walking was not a problem. After walking down for several hours, the cloud layer above their heads that was filled with cloud grasses became further away. Some cloud mist appeared along the road. The cloud mist was extremely unique. It was gathered and did not dissipate. Even when the wind blew past, it did not move at all. Little paths flickered in and out of view between the cloud mists as though there were complex spiderwebs spreading into the cloud mist. Translator ramblings, sometimes I think that Wei Shang also fits the stereotype of the monks. Devout, philosophical and uncaring of physical pleasures. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 524, Omen. Chapter 524, Omen. Looking at the little path that was leading into the Cloud Sea, Zuo Mo released a breath for some unknown reason. Truthfully, the suddenly appearance of the Xiankong Temple's Diana Xiu gave him enormous pressure. Anything that could attract Kong Temple's Diana Xiu was not going to be anything normal. Zuo Mo wasn't interested at all. He just didn't want anything to happen as he tried to heal a Gue. "There are so many divergent paths, you know all of them?" Zuo Mo asked Kong Di in curiosity. There were hundreds of these little paths that crisscrossed and confused the eyes. Darren, don't worry, this subordinate has been hunting here for over a decade and won't walk wrong even with my eyes closed, Kong De said proudly. He then introduced, these little paths might look complex, but if one goes through a few times, they can learn them. Starting from here, we will enter the true cloud sea. The cloud mist here is not thick, the deeper we go down, the thicker it becomes. Kong De led the group at the front. They walked onto a curved little path and quickly disappeared in the cloud sea. Shirshu, are those people suspicious? Ming Jing asked probingly. Of the three young disciples, his mind was the nimblest and he noticed Shirshu's abnormalness. Pu Yao was correct, these people were Diana Xiu from Xian Kong Temple. The white-browed purple-robed Diana Xiu was called Dingzhen, and the disciples in blue robes were third-generation disciples. Dingzhen had come out with these disciples for them to gain experience. Along the way, they had received a message from the sect leader and turned to Cloud Sea Jia. Dingzhen nodded, that Diana Xiu is from an unknown sect, he actually possesses wish power, it really is rare. Wish power? The three disciples stammered, their face filled with belief. The Diana Xiu that they had seen didn't appear much older than them. He also did not look special. Wish power was one of the rarest powers of all the Diana Xiu powers. The three of them were among the top ranks of the young disciples of Xian Kong Temple and naturally knew what wish power meant. The number of people Xian Kong Temple, the greatest temple in the world, who possessed wish power could be counted on the fingers. There are always better people, the world outside is filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Dingzhen glanced at the trio. Also, that sword Xiu's sword essence is so pure and condensed that I have only seen such a thing before on a few Kunlun disciples. If you encounter him, do not be careless. The other disciple reacted the quickest. Shirshu, could they be disciples from Kunlun? Not Kunlun. Dingzhen shook his head, the sword essence of Kunlun does not feel like this. The expressions of the three disciples relaxed. It was good that it was not Kunlun. Kunlun had dominated the top position of the four-realm heaven for thousands of years. Even disciples of Xian Kong Temple were not willing to encounter Kunlun disciples. The four great sects fought openly and in the shadows, but there were rarely any direct conflicts. All of them were colossal beings. If fighting really started, it could not easily end. As long as those were not disciples of the other three sects, they didn't feel the need for any consideration. The enemies they were wary of and would treat equally were only disciples of the four great sects, people that were on the same level as themselves. Seeing the unconcerned expression on the faces of the three disciples, Dingzhen shook his head inside. But when he recalled how he had been similarly proud when he was young, he smiled and let it pass. The disciples of Xian Kong Temple had the right to be proud. Along the way, Kong De chatted about all the strange tales and rumors of the Cloud Sea. His oratory skills were not good, but he was very experienced and knew many details. Zuo Mo's group listened attentively. This trip took a day and night before the cloud mist started to become thick enough to obscure their vision. The pure white mist that seemed like cotton almost filled all of their vision. Little paths flickered in and out of the view in this cloud mist. If they were not careful and wandered off into the cloud mist, they would lose their direction. Then it would really be dangerous. Zuo Mo curiously examined the cloud mist floating in the air. These cloud mist were in the air, but they did not float everywhere. These little paths were very fine, but there wasn't any mist on the path. Zuo Mo asked Kong De about this. Kong De scratched his head. Darren, this subordinate has never thought about this. This subordinate has been here for over a decade. Even though the cloud mists will change annually, but these little paths rarely change. Would there be any dangers here? Zuo Mo asked. There are rarely any dangers in this area. Shouja frequently come through here, so cloud beasts and other things have been cleaned out, Kong De said. As Kong De finished speaking, Zhongru, who was walking in the rear of the group, with his eyes closed, suddenly made a sound and stopped walking. A cold light flashed through Zuo Mo and Wei Shang's eyes. They instantly stopped moving and held themselves warily. Kong De was extremely confused. Something is nearing us, Zhongru said in a low voice. Zhongru's samadhi deepened and his sixth sense was extremely sensitive. Unless Zuo Mo expanded his consciousness, he was not a match for Zhongru. However, Zuo Mo and Wei Shang were powerful people. At almost the same moment Zhongru spoke, they had also detected danger. Wei Shang held his black sword in his hand. Zuo Mo's Shin power turned into the three powers and was held in waiting. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several white mist arrows suddenly shot out of the cloud mist with tearing sounds. Zuo Mo's movement were extremely rapid. His consciousness shifted and several ice mirrors were cast. Ever since he listened to Kong De speak about the unique qualities of the cloud beasts here, Zuo Mo felt that Yao arts were more suited to the cloud sea. Ice mirror was a kind of little Yao art. When Zuo Mo used it, it was so fast people could not catch it. Bam bam bam. The ice mirrors shattered and a cold energy spread in the air. Several white shadows that charged out of the cloud mist instantly froze as their bodies entered the cold energy. Inside the cold energy were 3 cloud beasts that were shaped like squirrels. Their body was frozen by the cold energy into ice, and they still maintained their charging position. They were transparent and glowed like ice statues. Their faint blue eyes were beautiful. Bam bam bam. They crashed onto the ground and instantly shattered into a pile of ice. The ice quickly melted into water, and then dissipated into cloud mist to disappear. Cloud mice. Kong De's expression was shocked as he murmured to himself, "No. No. How can there be cloud mice here?" Hearing this, Zuo Mo's brow furrowed. "You are saying these things should not appear here, not?" Kong De refocused and hurriedly said, "Yes, Darren. Cloud mice are very sensitive to the movements of Xiuzha, and usually live deep in the cloud sea where there are no people. Also..." He halted. "Also what?" Zuo Mo asked in a deep voice. Cloud mice would rarely attack Xiuzha proactively. Kong De's expression was not well. Cloud mice are very gentle and their temperament makes them suited to be pets. Female Xiuzha often like them. It is the first time that this subordinate has seen cloud mice attack Xiuzha unprovoked. State your point. Zuo Mo saw Kong De's hesitating and his face darkened. Kong De gritted his teeth and stated his speculation. This subordinate thinks that something might have happened deep in the cloud sea, so these cloud mice are acting. I understand. We will be careful and take precautions for our safety. Zuo Mo understood what Kong De meant, but he was definitely unwilling to go back like this. Before departing, he had made the decision to find a water cloud embryo. This matter did not just concern Ague, but also his birth and origins. He had a strong feeling that the relationship between he and Ague was definitely not simple. Zuo Mo had prepared fully for this trip. He had asked Gu Minggong for several transportation seals and he was not afraid of encountering danger. Seeing Zuo Mo's determined attitude, Kong De could not do a thing. The other person was his boss. Shu, something's not right. Ming Jing's expression was not well. They had encountered several waves of attack. He felt a threat of uncertainty. Ming Jing had come to the cloud sea to hunt cloud beasts before and was not unfamiliar with this place. The unusual situation was clearly a sign of something wrong. What is not right? Ding Jin asked. This disciple has come to the cloud sea before. These cloud mice are fearful of people and would never attack Xiuzha first. Right now, they are so restless, this disciple suspects that something under has changed, Ming Jing carefully responded. A change? A light suddenly flashed through Ding Jing's indifferent eyes. He seemed slightly excited as he looked towards the depths of the cloud sea. Ming Jing jumped in fright at Ding Jing Shishu's burning gaze. It was the first time he saw such a gaze from the composed and indifferent Ding Jin Shishu. Was there? His mind suddenly shifted as he recalled Ding Jin Shishu having received a message from the sect leader in the middle of their journey. Ding Jin Shishu immediately had hurried to Cloud Sea Jia by traveling day and night. Was there something that the sect leaders cared about that was hiding in the depths of the cloud sea? Ding Jin glanced at Ming Jing. Ming Jing's heart jumped. Shishu's gaze was as sharp as a sword and seemed to pierce to the bottom of his heart. Let's go. Ding Jin's expression became aloof again as he started to walk deeper into the cloud sea. Li Shu's mood was terrible. The mission of the Sunshin Temple had failed. Even though the sect leader did not punish him, but thinking about what he had lost, there seemed to be a fire burning inside of him. The invasion of the Mo army and the news that Turtle Island had instantly taken over all of Cloud Sea Jia had also arrived in his ears. Turtle Island's power shocked him again. To be able to win against a Mo army, even a normal Mo army, Turtle Island was more powerful than they appeared. They had disguised themselves so well that he had not discovered their true strength. It was a pity that the sect had no interest in Cloud Sea Jia after the Sunshin Temple. Chaos rifts were continuously appearing in the Jias governed by Tianhuan. Several small-scale Yaoma battalions had been discovered in several Jia, and the strength the sect had to spare for minor endeavors had instantly become limited. This was to the point that the number of battalions sent to the front lines had dramatically decreased. If their homeland was invaded by the Yaoma, there would not be any value in guarding the front line. Jingshi, materials, ling grains, and etc. Every kind of resource supply was having problems. These were all major problems. Elder Shin was sent to the front lines and Li Shu received orders to go to a place called Tongyu Jie to assist the local battalion because they had discovered a small Yaoma battalion there. Tongyu Jie was the producer of the Ling Jade, which was important to Tianhuan. Ling Jade was a very important raw material for forging seals. The importance of Tong Yujie to Tian Huan did not need to be said. In comparison, the remote cloud sea Jie that did not produce anything significant and wasn't worth a mention. The sky-splitting calamity had come without any warning and caused every sect to descend into chaos, and their responses disorganized. No matter how much Xin Wu Hai and Li Shu wanted to settle their debts, the order had come down and they could only obediently accept the missions. But he really was not content. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 525, Cloud Crystal Mist Flow. Chapter 525, Cloud Crystal Mist Flow. In the 7 days and nights they advanced through the mist, the coldness inside the cloud mist increased. Everyone had to channel Ling power to withstand the cold energy. Zuo Mo and the others finally understood why only those Jin Dan and above dared to enter the deepest reaches of the cloud sea. This coldness alone was not something those below Jin Dan could withstand. Zuo Mo had the Great Day Banded Flame and the precious treasure of the Sun Crystal Seed. The coldness did not affect him at all. What shocked him was that the little ones, each played happily and were extremely lively. Even Lil Fire, whom he had thought would not be able to persist, didn't seem uncomfortable at all in the coldness. They occasionally encountered some cloud beasts along the way, but fortunately, they did not encounter cloud beasts that were too powerful. Kang De's expression was full of worry. The abnormality of the cloud sea caused him to feel extremely unsafe. Darren, the cloud river is up ahead, Kang De's expression lightened. Past the cloud river, we can find water cloud embryos. This sentence caused morale to rise and the group accelerated forward. Soon later, a large river appeared in their field of view, but when their eyes landed on the cloud river, they all stilled. Kang De suddenly became overjoyed and exclaimed, "Cloud crystal mist flow. How can there be cloud crystal mist flow at this season?" There wasn't any cloud mist on the surface of the river yet. What was flowing inside the river was not river water, but densely packed ice crystals. These ice crystals were each the size of an egg and were rhomboid. It was clear and transparent, and there was a small ball of cloud mist which slowly flowed inside each rhombus. When the wide river surface that was tens of li in expanse were filled with this kind of ice crystal, countless rays of lights reflected and was dazzling. Zuo Mo raised his hand and an ice crystal flew into Zuo Mo's hand. Strangely, once the ice crystal left the river, it quickly melted into a thread of cloud mist that disappeared into the air. Wei Sheng and Zhong Ru had never seen this before and tried to grab the ice crystals as well. Wei Sheng made a light sound of surprise. Such heavy coldness. Kang De said with a smile, the cloud mist would condense into a flow of water and gather in the cloud river. Every decade, a cold flow would come. When the coldness invaded the cloud river, it would form the cloud crystal mist flow. The little ball of cloud mist inside these ice crystals are the purest of cloud essence and is something great for forging. Every time the cloud crystal mist flow appears, there would be troops of Xiozha that come here to harvest the cloud essence. We are very fortunate to encounter this. Zuo Mo found that many Xiozha had appeared on the shores of the river. Each person's face was full of joy as they used all the talismans they had to gather cloud essence. Kang De took out a jade bottle and started to carefully gather cloud essence. Zuo Mo snickered and said, "We cannot enter a treasure mountain and leave empty-handed." Finishing saying this, hundreds of jade bottles and boxes appeared in front of him. Wei Sheng and Zhong Ru also started to harvest. If cloud essence was forged into flying swords, the flying sword would become more nimble and quick. Wei Sheng threw the black sword into the air. The black sword hummed lightly and then suddenly produced a strong suction. Like a whale, it sucked in ice crystals. When the ice crystals left the river, they quickly melted and then the thread of cloud essence was sucked into the black sword before it could dissipate. Zhong Ru activated his attainment golden body. When the enormous golden figure appeared, a faint and authoritative Diana presence spread. A blurry bottle suddenly appeared in one of the hands of the mountainous golden body. The mouth of the bottle was pointed towards the river and countless ice crystals flowed into the bottle like birds returning to their nest. In comparison to the other two, Zuo Mo was lacking. Even though his efficiency was high and he filled up all of his jade boxes and bottles, he still was not satisfied. His eyes turned and then he suddenly thought of the Yin Fire Bead chapter. Didn't this cloud essence belong to the Yin? He then tried to cast the spell of the Yin bead and motioned at the cloud river. Bam! Hundreds of ice crystals in the river suddenly exploded. The threads of cloud essence were like a barrage of rain that shot into Zuo Mo's hands and gathered into a thumb-sized bead. This bead was round and glowing as though it was carved out of crystal. What was most marvelous was that there was a faint cloudy mist floating around it that made it very beautiful. Zuo Mo saw that this method was workable and he laughed. He became even more motivated. Lil Pagoda laboriously flapped its eaves to absorb cloud essence. In Zuo Mo's eyes, the Xiuzha that had forged Lil Pagodas was creative, but his method had been very primitive and crude. The reason that Lil Pagoda was able to reach this level was completely through relying on piles of talismans and rare materials. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth were the 5 levels of the pagoda. Zuo Mo had put the 6th grade jade hook tree on the wood level and Zuo Mo's unique Great Day Bandit Flame was on the fire level. The gold level was filled with vast amounts of gold crystal sand. Now they had coincidentally encountered the cloud crystal mist flow. It was definitely a 1 in 1,000 opportunity. As the cloud essence continuously flowed into Lil Pagoda's body, its dim water level slowly lit up and then exuded faint cloud mist. The Xiuzha on the river shores were disturbed by the noise going on over at Zuo Mo's side and gave respectful and odd looks. Attainment Golden Body. Ding Jun's eyes suddenly became bright. The figure behind Zhong Ru's back was blurry, but it was the dignified golden body. His shock overtook his ability to speak and he was silent for a while. Shirshu, what is the attainment golden body? Ming Jing was astounded. What could cause Shirshu to lose his composure? The other 2 people also stopped what they were doing. I hadn't expected that it was the attainment golden body. Ding Jun forced a calm smile. It is a wondrous Dhyana scripture. Ever since the 1,000-year battle, it had disappeared. I had thought it was lost and it is unexpected that a branch has survived. No wonder this boy was able to attain wish power. The successor of attainment golden body is as extraordinary as one would expect. The 3 disciples showed expressions of understanding. So this was a lost Dhyana scripture. Ming Zhu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. The other 2 were also very strong. Hearing this, Ding Jun stilled. Of the 3 disciples, Ming Zhu was the most stoic, but he was usually correct in his words. Ding Jun's gaze finally moved away from the attainment golden body. When it landed on Wei Shang's black sword, his pupils expanded. Such heavy fiendish energy. Such heavy killing intent. There is actually such a vicious weapon in the world. When he looked at Wei Shang, he found that the other's gaze was clear without any maliciousness and his actions were honest. It was possible to see that the killing intent of the sword had not influenced his mind. He couldn't help but praise such a determined and strong-minded man. His gaze moved to Zuo Mo. He made a sound of surprise and his expression became bewildered. Strange, there's something strange. He said to himself, he clearly is not in the stage of Jindan, so how is he able to reach this place? His hand technique is also very strange, I cannot understand it. He kept on shaking his head. When his gaze turned to Lil Pagoda, his eyes lit up, but then he said regretfully, it is a pity. The 3 disciples were confused by his words. Ding Jun did not explain and just said, these 3 are of extraordinary origins. We need to be extremely careful in our journey this time and not get in conflict with them. Seeing the unconcerned faces of the 3 disciples, Ding Jun's brow furrowed. But when he thought about how they would have him, a Yuanying, supporting them, he couldn't help but laugh. He was too cautious. He did not continue to persuade them and said with a smile, you may want to harvest some more. It would be difficult to encounter such pure cloud essence in the future. It is a very good gift to give to your Shixiang and Shidi when you return to your sect. This time, even Ming Zhu took out a jade bottle and started harvesting. Of the 3, Zhong Ru was the first to finish. The bottle became even more defined. It had grown longer and there was a blood-red lotus on the surface of the bottle that flickered. The bottle was shrouded in cloud mist as it slowly faded into the golden body. Zhong Ru's palms came together as he stood up and bowed towards the cloud river. Zuo Mo had also formed hundreds of cloud beads. He had used up all of the Ling power inside his body. He stopped, threw a few Ling Dan into his mouth and sat down cross-legged to recover his Ling power. Lil Pagoda seemed to be overstuffed as he swayed back into a Gui's arms and laid down with its tummy facing up. The black sword's absorption of the cloud mist had not decreased. Wei Shang stared attentively at the black sword and found to his surprise that the shape of the black sword was slowly changing. The body of the sword became even narrower, and caused the sword to look longer in comparison. Compared to its previous vicious appearance, it seemed nimbler and more spirited. Despite appearances, its length was actually shortening. The long sword, which had been the length of a person, was now about the same length to Wei Shang's ribs. The ruler straight sword was still simple and unadorned, it had a deep black luster that did not give off any light. The present black sword was still a size larger than normal flying swords but was much more delicate in appearance than in the past. It was as though an ancient wild beast had hidden away its thick claws and teeth to silently settle down. There wasn't any aura of viciousness or fiendish energy, no killing intent, but for some unknown reason, Wei Shang's heart was full of a faint joy. It took 2 whole hours before the black sword stopped absorbing cloud essence. The black sword suddenly disappeared and then reappeared in Wei Shang's hand. Wei Shang gripped the hilt of the sword, which was the perfect thickness and length for his hand. A smile blossomed on his face. Kang De had finished before Zhong Ru did. He had not expected to encounter the cloud crystal mist flow and had not prepared. However, he was not greedy and was very satisfied with the surprise. Darren, after crossing this cloud river and walking for 2 more days, we will enter the grounds of harvesting water cloud embryos. Before Kang De finished speaking, his voice suddenly choked off. Almost at the same time, Zuo Mo and the others looked at the cloud river. A blue light suddenly flew out of the cloud river, covered in layers of ice crystals, and struck a Xiuzha. The Xiuzha hit was instantly frozen into a statue of ice. He didn't even have the time to scream before he dropped into the cloud river and disappeared. Ice breath beast. Kang De's face turned ashen and his voice trembled. The Xiuzha who were harvesting by the river shore instantly started to panic. Each of them had ashen faces as they turned and tried to escape. Dozens of blue energies flew out of the river. The Xiuzha that were struck instantly turned to ice sculptures. Even the expressions of their faces were preserved as though they were alive. This time, even Zuo Mo's group changed expression. These dozens of Xiuzha were all Jin Dan but were able to withstand one blow of this blue light. What was even harder to believe was that the ones that were hit were the Xiuzha who had turned in order to escape. Zuo Mo's heart shook. Such high intelligence. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in shock, "Heavens! The cloud river is growing." As he had said, the layers of ice crystals were growing upwards. They quickly reached the same level as the rivers of the shore and they were still rising. At this time, several bolts of blue light suddenly shot at Zuo Mo's group. Face ashen, Kang De's soul almost left his body. Translator ramblings: the course to the water embryo is never a smooth one. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 526, Clear Cloud Python. Chapter 526, Clear Cloud Python. Kang De was closest to Wei Shang. Wei Shang's 2 thick eyebrows shifted. The slender and straight black sword appeared in his hand, drawing an arc and then a horizontal slash. A faint black ripple spread. When the blue light hit the black ripple, it disappeared without a trace. Zhong Ru's eyes were still half-lidded. His expression had not changed, but at some time in the brief moment since the start of the attack, his right hand had formed a seal. Dawn. The attainment golden body suddenly formed behind him, one hand raised high as though it was holding something up. In this instant, a dignified Diana presence rippled outward and spread with the attainment golden body as the center. Zuo Mo, Ague, and the others were enclosed within it. When the blue lights came into contact with this intangible ripple, they exploded in the air beautifully like fireworks. From beginning to end, Zuo Mo had not needed to act. He stared at the roiling cloud river as though he was thinking of something. Unlike Zuo Mo's group, which remained uninjured, the fatalities and wounds of the other Xiuzha were extremely high. The blue light that the ice breath beasts exhaled was very domineering and normal Ling armor could not block it. If they were hit, they definitely would turn into ice statues. The Xiuzha that could stop the attack either had great treasures or were very powerful. Zuo Mo's gaze landed on the 4 Xian Kong Temple Xiuzha. They were the most attention-catching group. None of the 4 moved. The domineering blue light seemed to be stopped by an invisible wall 10 zhang away from them. Zuo Mo was intimidated. The others' move was revealed they were more skilled than their group. He was now 100% sure that the leading Diana Xiu was a Yuanying. Those that were not Yuanying were not able to resist like this. Ding Zhen's expression was unchanged, but his heart had become slightly clouded. The abnormal change of the cloud river was abnormal. It is the ice breath beasts. Ming Jing's expression was not well as he continued, 5th grade cloud beasts, their most powerful move is an ice breath attack. Ling armor below 5th grade cannot stop it. Did they appear previously in this place? Ding Zhen asked. Never. Ming Jing shook his head and responded, at most 3rd grade cloud beasts would appear here. Even 4th grade beasts were extremely rare, much less 5th grade. The expressions of the other 2 disciples were not well. For them, 5th grade cloud beasts were targets they had to face seriously. If the beast had the advantage and the benefit of the geography, they would have turned and fled without Shu's help. Fortunately Shu was present. For a Yuanying Xiuzha, 5th grade cloud beasts were easily dealt with. Shu, should we save them? Ming Jing looked at the terrible state on the shores. There was a hint of pity in his eyes as he spoke. We have more important things to do, do not stray. Ding Zhen looked towards the other side of the shore and said in a deep voice. Shu, we are to cross the river? Ming Jing probed. Even though he knew that they had an important mission, there was the cloud crystal mist flow that had appeared out of season and the ice breath beasts that should not have appeared in the cloud river. Everything implied that something was unusual here. Stay behind me, Dingjin said faintly. He swept across Zuo Mo's group and then turned his eyes away. Dingjin stepped out like usual and stepped onto the cloud river. Step by step, he walked as though he was on solid ground, steady and unhurried. The three disciples walked behind him and stepped exactly where he had. The moment Dingjin stepped onto the cloud river suddenly started to boil. Countless cold blue lights shot out of the cloud river and rained down on the quartet. Dingjin's expression was normal and did not change as though he did not see them. The storm of blue lights created countless fragments of energy as they hit the invisible wall. Dingjin and the others were not affected, and seemed to stroll towards the other shore. The Xiuzha who saw this all inhaled in shock. So powerful. Zuo Mo swallowed. This guy definitely is not the average Yuaniing. Admiration floated onto Wei Shang's face. The power that Dingjin displayed far surpassed their own. However, the admiration was quickly replaced by motivation. He unconsciously gripped the black sword in his hand. The black sword that had completely changed in appearance after swallowing great amounts of cloud essence seemed to feel Wei Shang's battle spirit and lightly vibrated in Wei Shang's palm. Wei Shang felt the slight tremor from the black sword, and lovingly caressed the sword that had become long and narrow. Kong De had been rescued from the jaws of death. An experienced person, his ashen face gradually became normal again. Darren is wise. The ice breath beasts are 5th grade Ling beasts. The ice breath they exhale is glacially cold. Normal Ling armor cannot withstand it. His gaze landed on the ice statues on the shore and couldn't help but feel some grief. As they spoke, the ice crystals spilled out as the cloud river rose. Darren, let's return. Kong De gathered his courage and urged. His voice was full of terror. This subordinate has made a living for more than a decade in the Cloud Sea and has never seen, but... Suddenly some of the Xiuzha which had fled successfully stumbled back with terrified faces. The clear cloud python. Save us. Kong De stopped. In this instant, his gaze became stunned. An enormous snake's head suddenly shot out of the cloud mist and swallowed the Xiuzha who spoke in one gulp. The snake's head was enormous like a mountain that was hundreds of zhang tall. In front of it, Xiuzha were as minuscule as ants in comparison. It was made from the cloud mist, its two eyes gray-white and empty. Just this enormous snake head was enough to scatter some people's minds. Now even Zuo Mo and the others could not keep their calm. Their expressions changed drastically. Just the snake's head was so terrifying, so how large would the body of the snake be? What was even more terrifying was the presence exuded by this enormous figure was almost enough to make them suffocate. In this instant, Zuo Mo knew that they were not on the same level. Without hesitation, he grabbed a Gui and sprinted towards the cloud river. Let's go! Wei Shang and Zhong Ru were in sync with Zuo Mo. At the border of life and death, Wei Shang grabbed Kong De who was trembling. Zhong Ru started to move at the same time. Like arrows flying out of the bow, they shot towards the river. Silly Bird who always seemed to most unconcerned had the fastest reaction. With almost abnormal speed, she flew to the front of the group. Compared with the titanic beast behind them, the ice breath beasts in the river were adorable like pets. Blue lights flew like rain out of the river and shot at Zuo Mo and the others. At this time, no one kept anything back. Even Zuo Mo seemed to go crazy, endless Yao arts flying off his fingertips. He dared to guarantee that he had reached a peak state in casting Yao arts. He didn't dare to keep anything back and he didn't even have the time to think. His instinct took over his body. The cloud sea behind him seemed to shake. Terrifying power swept across like a gust of wind. In front of this kind of power, the blue lights of the ice breath beasts were weak like candles in the wind, extinguishing easily. Archaic wasteland sacrificial art. At this time, Zuo Mo didn't even look and threw the strongest Yao art he knew out behind him. The wasteland beast appeared. The lantern-sized red eyes flashed with an eerie light. As the wasteland beast appeared, it destroyed the wave of power that came at them with a swipe. Compared to the clear cloud python, the wasteland beast was much smaller. However, the wasteland beast stared attentively at the other. Furious battle spirit that was rare to see rose up in its bloody pupils. The clear cloud python also detected the power of the wasteland beast. It stared at the wasteland beast as lightning gathered in its empty gray eyes. The wasteland beast crouched and then leapt at the clear cloud python, The archaic wasteland sacrificial art had drawn out all the power in Zuo Mo's body. If it wasn't that the three powers could be changed into each other, Zuo Mo could not have cast the archaic wasteland sacrificial art after casting so many Yao arts. His body suddenly dropped down and just as he was about to fall into the cloud river, he suddenly felt his neck tighten. It was Silly Bird that had grabbed onto him at this crucial time. Zuo Mo threw a grateful look at Silly Bird but found to his shock that Silly Bird was rolling her eyes. He instantly became furious. Zuo Mo's other hand was tightly gripping Ague's. Ague's face had not changed at all, as though she did not know what a dangerous situation she was in. Zuo Mo couldn't help but reflect that it was not a bad thing to be like Ague sometimes. Lil Fire and Lil Pagoda in Ague's arms gave off terrified shrieks once in a while. Grabbing onto two people, Silly Bird was still faster than Wei Shang and Zhongru. She kept a secure lead at the front. The next scene caused Zuo Mo to gape. Silly Bird was extremely nimble even as she dragged the two of them through the rain of blue light. None of the blue lights managed to hit them. Wei Shang and Zhongru were also dodging, but they still had to stop to defend against some of the blue lights. A true bird would not show their face. Zuo Mo's mind moved quickly as he marveled. The bird seemed more powerful than he had imagined. Such a good laborer, how had he forgotten it? Waste, such a waste. As though she detected that Zuo Mo was scheming something, Silly Bird's body suddenly dropped. Zuo Mo, who had been thinking of how to wring Silly Bird dry, suddenly felt his vision turn blue. The surface of the Cloud River was less than half a zhang away from him. He was even able to see the ice breath beasts that were hiding under the ice crystals. Silly Bird's action was clearly a provocative one to the ice breath beasts in the Cloud River. Countless blue lights headed for his face. Their goal was Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's soul almost departed. He watched as blue lights took over his field of view. Then his neck tightened again and all the blue lights disappeared instantly. In that instant, Zuo Mo felt that his heart almost stopped breathing. Zuo Mo instantly reacted and swore, "You dumb bird, fat bird, chubby bird, gee, will roast you, cough cough, hiss." Seeing Zuo Mo disheveled in the air, Wei Shang and Zhongru had sympathetic expressions. They carefully maintained a distance from the raging Silly Bird. Compared to the raging Silly Bird, the ice breath beasts couldn't even count as pets. At this time, a great sound came from behind them. Affected by the tremor, the Cloud River seemed to boil and ice crystals shot out of the water. Boom! With a muffled sound, Zuo Mo and the others found that the large Cloud River under them seemed to be torn apart by several great forces. It broke apart. They couldn't help but stop and look back. Translator ramblings, Silly Bird roller coaster, the fastest and scariest ride you will ever be on. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 527, Thieving Baldies. Chapter 527, Thieving Baldies. Only half of the clear cloud python's head was left. A portion of the cloud energy had been scattered and swirled inside the cavity. The enormous pain caused it to furiously twist its body. All of the clouds within dozens of li were pulled in and the wind cut past like blades. Where was the wasteland beast? Zuo Mo's eyes were wide as he furiously looked around to search for the traces of the wasteland beast, but he could not find it anywhere. For some unknown reason, he felt a wave of sorrow. Even though he knew that the wasteland beast was a Yao beast summoned using the archaic wasteland sacrificial art, and would not truly die, he still felt a thread of grief. In his mind, the wasteland beast was undefeatable. On multiple occasions, it had been the wasteland beast that had saved him at the crucial moment. In his mind, the wasteland beast was like one of his comrades. Zuo Mo stared hard at the clear cloud python that was still twisting around. In this moment, he hated himself for not being strong enough. Silly Bird also detected danger and accelerated. The clear cloud python quickly disappeared from Zuo Mo's vision. A rare thread of trepidation flashed through Dingjin's composed eyes. He leaned back to look at the enormous body of the clear cloud python and could not move his gaze away. 8th grade Yao beast was something that even he feared. Dingjin felt a thread of regret. He should not have brought Ming Jing and the others along. He had not expected the Cloud Sea was so dangerous that it had cloud beasts that were 8th grade like the clear cloud python. Even he needed to be wary against an 8th grade Yao beast. Ming Jing and the others would not even have a chance to escape. No matter where, 8th grade Yao beasts were the top rank of the food chain and powerful existences that Yuanying Xiuzhi did not dare to provoke. This was really fortunate this time. If they had been a bit slower when crossing the river, then it would be dangerous. However, his gaze was fixed on the people that had just crossed the river, and murderousness flashed through his eyes. He clearly remembered the wavering in his heart the moment the strange beast was summoned. No one knew the shock he felt at that moment. He did not recognize the wasteland beast, but the unique desolate and ancient presence on the wasteland beast attracted Dingjin's attention the moment it appeared. The suicide attack of the wasteland beast, what had heavily wounded the clear cloud python, caused him to reassess the power of the wasteland beast. The clear cloud python was an 8th grade Yao beast. A Xiuzha that could possess such a powerful Ling beast definitely would not have a simple background. Dingjin didn't even think in the direction of Yao arts. There was a distance between the two groups and the river was shrouded in cloud mist, so their view was obstructed. Also, all of their attention had been focused on the clear cloud python. 8th grade Yao beasts, even Dingjin had only ever seen a handful. It was only when the wasteland beast appeared that they attracted Dingjin's attention. Dingjin was considering if he should act against the other. His attitude towards Zuo Mo's group was quickly changing. He did not know Zuo Mo's goal in entering the deep of the Cloud Sea, but he felt a direct threat. He also was suspicious that Zuo Mo's group was also going after that thing in the Cloud Sea. He would not allow anything unexpected to happen on this mission. But when he met the gazes of Zuo Mo's group, he suppressed the murderousness he felt because their gazes were full of undisguised wariness. The other was prepared against him. Highly experienced old-timers. Dingjin instantly understood. He smiled like usual and nodded towards Zuo Mo's group. He then turned with his 3 disciples and disappeared into the Cloud Sea. Crossing the Cloud River safely, they could hear the howls of the clear cloud python from across the river. But for some reason, the clear cloud python seemed extremely wary of the river and did not cross it. Moments later, the shouts of the clear cloud python faded. The cloud river that had been torn into pieces spread everywhere, carrying along the ice crystals. Silly Bird relaxed her claws and Zuo Mo collapsed on the ground. He was almost completely out of energy. Even Wei Shang had an expression of trepidation on his face. Kong De's expression was stunned. He had not recovered from the situation. He intended to kill us just now, Zhong Ru suddenly spoke. Wei Shang and Zuo Mo stilled. The two exchanged a look and their expressions became grave. They knew just how fantastically sensitive Zhong Ru's perception was. There is no good Baldi in the Baldis of Xiankong Temple. Zuo Mo said hatefully. Wei Shang laughed. Alive. I'm still alive, am I dreaming? Kong De's voice was trembling as he talked to himself. Zuo Mo and Silly Bird rolled their eyes at the same time. Their movements were in unison and it could be seen that the two of them were about the same in virtue. Wei Shang patted Kong De's back and comforted him. It isn't a dream. Kong De seemed to be crazy. Everyone knew that he had not recovered from the shock of danger just now and were understanding towards his reaction. Zuo Mo shoved a bunch of Ling Dan into his mouth, crossed his legs and then started to meditate. Wei Shang and Zhong Ru guarded him to prevent any accidents from occurring. As the Ling Dan entered his throat, it turned to a wave of heat that spread through his entire body. Zuo Mo was the only one that dared to consume Ling Dan in this manner. His channels were larger than normal people, and the paths his Ling power took to circulate it through his body frequently differed from normal Xiao. He did not need to worry about collisions between large streams of Ling power. He manipulated the circulation of Shen power according to the methods on the golden leaf. The circulation of Shen power was more complex than any of the 3 powers, but its effect was also larger than any spell, Mo skill, or Yao art. Just an hour later, Zuo Mo opened his eyes. He had completely recovered. Wei Shang and Zhong Ru released a breath. If this was any other person, they would definitely be surprised at Zuo Mo's quick recovery rate, but the two did not find it strange. In their view, nothing normal happened to Zuo Mo. Kong De also gradually became calm, but his face was still slightly white. What was the big thing just now? It is the clear cloud python. Terror rose in Kong De's eyes as he tried to keep his tone calm. It is the most powerful cloud beast in the Cloud Sea. From long ago, people have spoken of it, but no one had ever seen it with their own eyes. Many people did not believe it. I also did not think it was real. I hadn't expected it to be true. Clear cloud python? Zuo Mo's eyes were thoughtful, but he didn't have any memory of it. What grade? I don't know. Kong De shook his head. It should be 8th grade, Wei Shang suddenly said. No wonder it was so powerful. Zuo Mo stilled. Then he said with surprise, no wonder it could defeat the wasteland beast, but... Just as he finished talking, Pu Yao's cold snort sounded in his mind, my ass. Zuo Mo's expression froze. Passing the archaic wasteland sacrificial art to you is a waste. Ha, the honored wasteland beast was killed by an 8th grade little fat snake. Teacher, oh teacher, please do not climb out of your coffin. Shaming you even in Cloud Sea. Jia. I actually took on such trash as a student, I should poke out my own eyes. The misfortune of the school. The humiliation of Yao world. Pu Yao's disdain and mockery was thrown at Zuo Mo him with everything he was able. Wei suddenly inserted with a smile, you cannot completely blame little Mo. The common saying is right, there are no stupid students, just terrible teachers. A deathly silence, murderousness spread in the sea of consciousness. Little Wei, it seems you are seeking death. Pu Yao was full of murderousness. So sorry, I know, the truth is slightly hurtful. Wei's face was full of innocence and apology, but he looked extremely proud. Bam 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 bam. The two of them started to fight immediately. Zuo Mo's face was full of exasperation. These two were really extreme. He turned towards Kongde. How far until there are water cloud embryos? Kongde thought and then said, not too far, about 2 more days of travel and we can arrive. However. He halted in speech. However what? Zuo Mo asked. Kongde gritted his teeth and said, Darren, this subordinate doesn't dare to guarantee that there will be water cloud embryos there. Something big definitely happened in the Cloud Sea. And, this cannot be blamed on you. Zuo Mo waved his hand and then stood up. He said, we will go immediately to find water cloud embryos. Zuo Mo decided once they found a water cloud embryo, he would use the transportation seals and get everyone to leave this dangerous place. Kongde calmly quieted down. He also knew if he secretly ran away, he would not be able to escape the Cloud Sea. If he followed Darren, he would have at least a small guarantee of safety. The group stood and continued to advance. After walking for an hour, Kongde's face gradually became ugly. He suddenly stopped walking. Darren, the road is not right. The road is not right? Zuo Mo and the others stilled. This subordinate is extremely familiar with this route and did not feel it at the beginning, but now, this subordinate is certain that the road is not correct. It seems, someone has modified it. Kongde's expression was puzzled. Zuo Mo and the others changed expression. He closed his eyes and spread out his Shin power. When he opened his eyes, murderousness flashed through his eyes. Those damned baldies. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand. A ball of light suddenly exploded in his hand. Light charged into the surroundings. It was the art used specifically to defeat illusory arts, bone-crushing obscuring flash. The Cloud Sea and the surroundings flashed but did not change. Zuo Mo's expression changed. Another, bone-crushing obscuring flash. Only after the third, bone-crushing obscuring flash, did the scenery change. Wei Sheng and Zhong Ru had terrible expressions. They had not detected the illusory art that the other had set down at all. Zuo Mo's face was black. He had used bone-crushing obscuring flash 3 times in a row to defeat the illusory spell the other set up. This was enough to show the difference in power between them. The other's move was extremely evil. It was just a little illusory spell. If they did not detect it, they would fall. If they got lost in the Cloud Sea, they would not come out alive. Thieving baldies. Kongde looked around and then his eyes suddenly lit up. I know where we are. Finishing, he hurriedly walked towards the cloud mist on the right. Zuo Mo and the others quickly followed. The Xiankong Temple baldies really do want to deal with us, Zuo Mo gritted out. Rationally, we are not in conflict with them unless they have a target? Are they afraid that we will interfere? Wei Sheng showed a ponderous expression. Zuo Mo said with a snicker, they definitely have something they are after. Otherwise, why would they come to the Cloud Sea? Something that can attract a Yuanying baldy of Xiankong Temple definitely would not be a normal treasure. Since they have involved us, He smirked coldly. Originally the two sides were only traveling in the same direction, you search for your treasure, and I'll search for my water cloud embryo. He hadn't expected the other to be so malicious and sneakily to move against them in secret. Xiao Moge's personality was to settle all scores. There was no reason to slight himself. So what if they were Yuanying? Zuo Mo could not fight him for the treasure, but in terms of setting down traps, if Zuo Mo did not have 10,000 ideas, he had at least a few thousand. Don't let GE encounter you. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and cursed inside. Translator ramblings, I think Fong Xiang has something against bald people, or a fear of going bald. Also, Pu Yao is a drama queen. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 528, Cloud Messenger. Chapter 528, Cloud Messenger. Kongde leads Zuo Mo and the others out of the mist, as expected from someone who had made a living in the Cloud Sea for over a decade. However, before they could be happy about leaving the mists, they detected the signs of a battle. It was clear that a fierce battle had just occurred here. Kongde squatted down and carefully examined the marks left on the ground. He quickly stood up. His face was slightly pale but relatively calm compared to before. Darren, it is the Cloud Messengers. Cloud Messengers? Zuo Mo's face was confused. Kongde explained, Cloud Messengers are a kind of cloud beast unique to the Cloud Sea. They are 5th grade and are extremely fast. Their territorial instincts are strong and they react with great enmity towards those who trespass in their territory. He had a serious expression. Darren, there were not any cloud messengers here in the past. At this time, Zuo Mo felt a strong sense of danger. A streak of flowing light suddenly shot out of the cloud mist and appeared in front of Zuo Mo. At this time, Zuo Mo's hand had just started to rise. This streak of light came so quickly it was like lightning. Fortunately, Zuo Mo had been on guard when he saw the marks on the ground. The Shan power in his body had turned into the 3 powers. Zuo Mo was shocked but not panicked. His reaction was extremely rapid. Seeing he did not have the time to raise his arm to block, instead his hand turned over and he slapped up in a backhand. The bright script appeared. Day script palm. Pia. Zuo Mo's day script palm accurately hit the flowing light. Unexpectedly the light did not shatter. The flowing light was like a rebounding ball that used the power of the day script palm to escape. Being thrown back by the strike, it increased in speed and went back into the cloud mist. Zuo Mo's hairs suddenly stood up. An expression of disbelief was on his face. The day script palm that had always dominated his enemies was unable to even harm this thing. This wasn't possible. The battle occurred in a flash, but Zuo Mo, Wei Shang, and the others had keen eyes and saw its appearance. The cloud messenger was extremely strange in form. 4 tentacles came out of a flattened body. Each tentacle had a ball of light at the end which shrouded its body in light. When it flew, its entire body was rotating at high speed, its 4 tentacles extended out to a point. This caused the space shield to also flatten and appear like a dart. Wei Sheng and Zhong Ru's faces changed slightly. They understood just how powerful Zuo Mo's day script palm was. The cloud messenger was able to withstand a full-on blow and not be damaged. Both of them were shocked. The cloud messenger was also lightning fast. They were Shouja with a great amount of battle experience and instantly recognized the danger. The thick, almost tangible cloud mist was a great hindrance to their vision, but for the cloud beasts it was the best camouflage. The tip of Wei Shang's black sword rose lightly. Zhong Ru's cross prayer will appeared in his hand as the two prepared to face a great enemy. Kong De's heart was also in the air. Cloud messengers were the cloud beasts that Shouja who hunted in the cloud sea, like himself, dreaded encountering the most. Ice breath beasts only lived in the cloud river. As long as they did not go near the cloud river, they would not be encountered. But cloud messengers would be commonly encountered once people went deeper into the cloud sea. There were an innumerable number of Shouja that had died due to cloud messengers each year. Even though cloud messengers were only 5th grade, but with its terrifying speed and in this environment covered in mist, it was impossible to always defend against. However, cloud messengers rarely left their territories. There hadn't been cloud messengers here before. What was going on with the cloud sea this year? Kong De was full of bewilderment. Careful, this thing's space shield is strange. Zuo Mo was the first to react and shouted a warning. Before Zuo Mo finished saying this, countless flowing light shot out of the cloud mist like a barrage. The sound was like a vast bell. It was not loud and arousing, but it rang out like thunder echoing within the clouds. With Zhong Ru as the center, the cloud mist within 5 li suddenly stopped flowing in this instant. Abhina, truth speech. Zhong Ru's first attack was the killing move he rarely used, the Abhina, truth speech. Compared to the time he used it at Nanshang village, the present, truth speech, was completely different in terms of power. The strange space shield of the cloud messengers could not stop Zhong Ru's truth speech. The flowing lights suddenly stilled. Even though they were not completely stopped, but the murderousness intent had dissipated. Zuo Mo, Wei Shang, and Zhong Ru knew each other well. Zuo Mo and Wei Shang acted at the same time. What was the cloud mist most afraid of? Fire. The cloud mist was formed from water moisture. When the sun rose, the cloud mist would quickly dissipate. Zuo Mo's control of fire had reached the level comparable to Yuanying. He had formed the Great Day Banded Flame from the Great Day Emo physique and combined with the Sun Crystal Seed. He had even been bathed in the Shin fire back at the Sun Shin Temple. His skill level in controlling fire was something he could dominate Jindan Shouja with. Bringing his hands together, the golden flames engulfed his hands. As he spread his hands apart, the flame suddenly spilled out like a golden piece of cloth thrown into the air and covering all of the cloud messengers. Wei Shang's coordination with Zhong Ru was also exquisite. The black sword swung out in a circle. Intimidating sword essence smashed out like a twister. The thick cloud mist was blown away by the sword essence and instantly cleared out an empty space dozens of zhang in diameter. Dozens of cloud messengers were instantly exposed. These cloud messengers were also affected by Zhong Ru's truth speech but were not visible in the mist. Facing such targets, how could Wei Shang miss them? The black void that represented hundreds of years of Wu Kong Sword Sect's history showed its power as Wei Sheng swung his sword. Power that was hard to detect with the naked eye pushed and pulled, and caused the space shield of the cloud messengers to creak. At the same time, one of Zuo Mo's hands circled as another twisted. The cloth of flame that had spread and trapped the cloud messengers suddenly tightened. The cloud messengers gave strong and powerful chirps. They had managed to struggle out of the truth speech effects, but the domineering Great Day Banded Flame was glued onto their space shields and would not stop burning. Great Day Banded Flame was a 6th grade flame. The cloud messengers were terrified. They furiously struggled in the circle of Great Day Banded Flame and tried to escape, but yet the tyranny of the Great Day Banded Flame far surpassed their imagination. It tore apart the space shields of the cloud messengers. As the space shields were penetrated, the Great Day Banded Flame started to burn the cloud messengers. The body of the cloud messengers disappeared at a visible rate no matter how they struggled. In a short span of a few breaths, all of the cloud messengers around Zuo Mo were cleared out. Wei Sheng was not lacking in comparison. His sword essence had broken through to the peak of sword essence manifestation and was at the doorstep of boundary. This was a level that normally only Yuanying sword show reached. The black and empty sword essence was like the endless void, deep and without boundaries. The space shields of the cloud messengers covered by the sword essence started to corrode and thin at a visible rate until they disappeared. Their bodies also disappeared at the same speed. The combined attacks of the trio had killed hundreds of cloud messengers. Kongda's eyes were left wide in awe. Clink clink, many discs the size of a thumb fell from the air. The trio did not move and maintained their defensive state to carefully examine the surroundings. Looking at the experienced and crisp teamwork between the three, Kongda had a strange feeling. He had this feeling that Darren and the others seemed very familiar with the dangers in the Cloud Sea. With the three working together, hundreds of cloud messengers had turned to dust with the flick of a finger and was a great blow to Kongda's expectations. The cloud messengers were 5th grade cloud beasts and did not have a true ranking among the cloud beasts in the Cloud Sea. However, their lightning-fast speed and their numbers had caused countless Shouja to die in the Cloud Sea. Darren and the others were coming into contact for the first time but had found the cloud messengers' weakness in such a short amount of time in order to kill them. Were Darren and the others really entering the Cloud Sea for the first time? Of course, Kongda did not know that Zuo Mo and the other two had experienced a place far more terrifying than the Cloud Sea. On the sealed extinction battlefield, Zuo Mo and the others had long become used to the fiend souls that could appear at any time. The number of fiend souls they killed were innumerable. What is that? Zuo Mo picked up a disc and asked. The disc was the size of a thumb and the material felt like ivory. It was clean white and warm, the surface covered with natural patterns. It is a messenger seal, Darren. Kongda's tone was even more respectful. Every cloud messenger would form a messenger seal in their body. The messenger seal has naturally forming seal formations. Many seal shio will buy them. Other than to study the formations, they are good materials to forge cloud-type talismans. Natural seal formations? Zuo Mo made a small sound of surprise. He brought the messenger seal in front of his eyes and closely examined it. He quickly discovered something. These patterns that looked chaotic were actually seal formations. So interesting. Zuo Mo's interest was stirred. It was not the first time he saw a natural formation, but every time, they would give him surprises. Where did the formations of Shouja originate? From nature. Actually, no matter if it was Shouja or Yama, everyone's cultivation method was different, but they all were derived from nature, from the world, from copying and mimicking. Things that had natural formations were among the best materials for forging. Zuo Mo instantly knew the value of the messenger seals. Ah, such a pity, we are in a hurry this time. Zuo Mo picked up the messenger seals on the ground as he muttered, they are easy to kill, the materials are good, where else would we find something as profitable as this? Cold sweat poured down Kongda's head. Easy to kill? Cloud messengers were easy to kill? The cloud messengers that were the top thing people did not want to encounter had become the most profitable prey to hunt in Darren's mouth. Kongda was speechless, but thinking about how Darren and the others killed hundreds in a brief moment, he chose to close his mouth. Zuo Mo was planning to get Vermilion Bird Camp to come hunt cloud messengers. This was definitely a good business. The cloud messengers in the cloud mist might have been scared by the attacks of Zuo Mo's group, and not one other cloud messenger ever popped out again. Zuo Mo picked up the messenger seals on the ground and then started moving again. Finding a water cloud embryo was the most important matter. Kongda once again led the way. Zuo Mo could feel that they were continuously descending because the ambient temperature was gradually decreasing. The cloud mist became even thicker, and Zuo Mo suddenly found that the patch of cloud mist were formed from tiny ice droplets. Kongda's expression became even more grave and his speed slowed down. Zuo Mo and the others tried to be more aware as they carefully followed behind Kongdi. They were prepared to fight at any moment. They may have appeared to kill off all the Cloud Messengers easily, but all of them were wary since the Cloud Messenger, which was just 5th grade, had been able to take Zuo Mo's day script palm and come out undamaged. Yet even so, an accident still happened. Translator ramblings: weird jellyfish for a weird sea which is more like that of a sky. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 529, The Mist People. Chapter 529, The Mist People. The cloud mist in front of them was a faint blue. If one looked closely, they would find that each ball of mist was composed of countless tiny faint blue ice crystals. These faint blue ice crystals floated in the air and did not fall. The blue endless mist sea was like an ocean and gave people the feeling of being immeasurable. Kongdi's face was pale as he gaped. His expression seemed as though he had seen a ghost. Zuo Mo's heart jumped as he hurriedly asked, "What is it? Is something wrong?" This is ice mist." Kongdi stammered out. "Ice mist?" Zuo Mo looked at the vast light blue mist and nodded. This name was pretty accurate. However, looking at Kongdi's expression, there definitely was something that was not right. He couldn't help but ask, "What is it? What is wrong?" Kongdi swallowed hard, his face pale as though his face was powdered. Darren may not know, but the ice mist is only found in one place. That is the ice mist haze territory at the deepest part of the Cloud Sea. How can there be ice mist here? Zuo Mo recognized the situation. "You are saying there should not be ice mist here?" Turning his face, he looked at the vast blue mist sea and shook. Something definitely unexpected had happened. He suddenly thought of a question and his expression changed. He hurriedly asked, "What about the road?" "Would the road?" "Darren, the road is gone." Kongdi's expression was full of terror. Zuo Mo's heart sank. Then the water cloud embryos? This subordinate does not know. Kongdi shook his head. This subordinate has never gone into the ice mist haze territory. There are rarely people that go deep into the ice mist haze territory. It is too dangerous. Darren, look at this ice mist, they are extremely cold. If one does not have a treasure or enough power to protect their body, then just contact with the ice mist is enough to freeze them. Wei Shang raised the black sword, and the tip sand into the ice mist. A layer of frost quickly spread on the surface of the black mist at a visible rate. Wei Shang shook it lightly and the frost on the black sword disappeared. He raised his face and his expression was solemn. "We need to be careful." Zuo Mo saw what Wei Shang had done from beginning to end. If even Wei Shang felt they needed to be careful, then the danger the ice mist posed was clear. But Zuo Mo looked at the quiet Agui beside him, his heart filled with unwillingness. Water cloud embryo. Only a water cloud embryo could heal Agui. At this moment, Zuo Mo felt extremely conflicted. No matter what, he needed to find the water cloud embryo, but he did not want Wei Shang and Zhong Ru to end up in danger because of him. Wei Shang glanced at Zuo Mo and instantly understood Zuo Mo's intentions. He smiled, "Just mere ice mist, shitty, do not be nervous. Finding the water cloud embryo is important, let's go." Turning around, he walked straight into the ice mist. Zhong Ru smiled slightly. "Darren, time is tight." Finishing, he walked into the ice mist. Zuo Mo's heart instantly warmed and he was moved. Seeing this, he did not hesitate and took out a transportation seal. "Your cultivation is too low, return first. This transportation formation will take you straight back to the island." Kongdi had never gone to the ice mist haze territory before and could not act as a guide any further. Kongdi was also weak relative to rest of the group and the ice mist was abnormally dangerous. They did not have the attention to spare to protect him, so Zuo Mo let him return. Giving the transportation seal to Kongdi, Zuo Mo took a gui and walked into the ice mist. Entering the ice mist, he felt the bone-boring coldness come from all directions. Even Zuo Mo, with his powerful body, couldn't help but shudder. Suddenly, a wave of warmth wrapped around him. The sun crystal seed appeared above his head and released fine light that covered Zuo Mo, Agui, and the little ones. Zuo Mo jumped in fright. The sun crystal seed had always been silent in his body and never moved. Sometimes, he would almost forget the existence of the sun crystal seed. He hadn't thought that the coldness of the ice mist would have stimulated the sun crystal seed out. Wei Sheng and Zhong Ru raised their own defenses. Wei Sheng was covered in thin sword essence. This layer was extremely thin and wrapped around Wei Sheng's body like a membrane. When the ice mist came into contact with this layer of sword essence, it would disappear as though it was swallowed. Zhong Ru held the crossed prayer wheel and slowly turned it. Fine golden sutra characters swam in the surroundings and flicking in and out of view. The strange cold of the ice mist could not break through the seemingly thin barrier of sutra characters. When Zuo Mo caught up, the three silently took up positions of a triangular formation with Wei Sheng at the front. The world is large and has all kinds of wonders, Wei Sheng said emotionally. This time, my vision has been broadened by this trip to the Cloud Sea. No wonder so many elders like to travel the world. Zuo Mo's head shook like a rattle drum. If it wasn't for the water cloud embryo, I won't come to this ghastly place. Oh, but the cloud messengers are good. Wei Sheng saw Zuo Mo's greedy state and he laughed. A strange feeling rose. In terms of strength, Shitty could be considered a great genius that rivaled him, but his personality was completely different than any young genius he had ever seen. Of the geniuses that he had encountered, like the astounding Lin Qian or the many others, they were either had great intelligence and deep talent or they had persistent hearts. Even he himself had only focused on the sword and nothing else. But Shitty was far from being considered the peak of intelligence. His personality was lively, he was businesslike and greedy for money. He learned all kinds of trades, spells, sword scriptures, seals, formations, forging. He learned a little of all of these, and many strange and weird things that Wei Sheng had never even heard of. If one saw the things that Shitty learned, he was definitely the classical example of what not to do. But even so, Shitty's strength had reached a level that was hard to believe. He didn't understand how Shitty had cultivated the way he did. Wei Sheng shook his head and laughed, throwing the question to the back of his mind. Does Shitty recognize the water cloud embryo? Wei Sheng asked. Yes. Zuo Mo nodded. He had made good preparations. Wei Sheng rested his heart. He suddenly realized that while Shitty looked unreliable usually, but he never made major mistakes. Thinking about this, Wei Sheng was thoughtful. The further they walked in, the heavier the coldness of the ice mist was. The blue color of the ice mist increased and the ice crystals that formed the ice mist became bigger. There were still remnants of cloud grasses lingering on the ground. These cloud grasses had been frozen into little ice statues. They would occasionally see corpses of cloud beasts, but they had also been frozen into ice and on their surface was a strange blue layer. The trio's expressions became solemn. All the traces indicated that when the ice mist arrived, these cloud beasts had not had a chance to escape. Suddenly, a Guhe turned her head but no one noticed. Her empty and wooden eyes stared into the depths of the ice mist, a purple light flashed across her eyes. Zuo Mo was slightly worried that the sudden appearance of the ice mist would have destroyed all the water cloud embryos. Suddenly, a wave of rustling noises came from the ice mist. The three instantly showed wary expressions, stopped moving, and went on guard. A pair of blue eyes appeared in the ice mist. The trio felt a strong feeling of danger. Without any hesitation, the black sword in Wei Sheng's hand suddenly sliced forward. The black and empty sword essence tore apart the ice mist in front of them and exposed the other's true body. A female whose body glowed like crystal appeared in front of them. She had a pair of deep blue eyes, her hair was a pure snowy white and her chin was sharp. It had an uncanny and beautiful resemblance to work of craftsmanship. Her small lips did not hold any blush. Layer upon layer of light blue ice mist spun around her and her body that was bare flickered in and out of view. When Zuo Mo and the others looked down, they were astounded. Countless blue ice crystals moved on the ground like quicksand. Her lower body was completely made up of this kind of blue ice. Mist people. Pu Yao and Wei's exclamations sounded in Zuo Mo's mind at almost the same time. Zuo Mo's heart suddenly jumped and he rushed to ask, "What are the mist people?" He had a bad feeling. This was the first time that Pu Yao and Wei shouted in shock at the same matter. How is it possible? Wei murmured to himself. The aloofness on his face had disappeared and what replaced it was deep disbelief, as though he was seeing a ghost. Pu Yao's face was not much better. His expression suddenly changed as he shouted, "Quick, run!" Run? Zuo Mo's mind blanked. Not good. Pu Yao usually looked down on everything. This was the first time Pu Yao did not hesitate in telling him to run. This would only be one kind of circumstance, the other's strength was such that even Pu Yao was wary. In a flash, Zuo Mo's mind was abnormally clear. He prepared to call Wei Sheng and Zhong Ru to flee when something suddenly changed. At some unknown time, their legs had been wrapped up in slender flows of ice mist. No matter how they struggled, they were unable to move. Wei Sheng and Zhong Ru instantly detected it and their expressions changed. Yet no matter how they channeled Ling power, the slender flows of ice mist did not move at all. The three had hopeless expressions. None of the little ones were an exception and were firmly tied up as well. Silly bird that was usually the boss had been tied until she looked like a knot. The mist person looked indifferently at them. The ice crystals under her body supported her and slowly moved her near them. Zuo Mo knew that they were finished. The difference in strength was too great, so great that they didn't even have a chance to escape. What are the mist people? Zuo Mo's expression did not change as he asked in his sea of consciousness. Pu Yao and Wei definitely knew. An ancient tribe. Wei's tone could not recover its usual calm. They are not too famous, but they have endured. It is possible to see traces of their presence in every era. I had not imagined they would have survived until now. Pu Yao's expression was complex. He was widely read and knew what the mist people were. Everyone had assumed that the ancient tribes had died out long ago. Who could have thought that they would see the lucky survivors of an ancient tribe in the depth of the Cloud Sea? Pu Yao, who had received the elite education of Yao, knew much more about all kinds of secrets than normal Yao. However, about ancient tribes, no matter if it was the Xiuzhi world, the Mo world, or the Yao world, the conclusion was unusually in consensus. They had died out long ago. Ancient tribe? This time, even Zuo Mo was shocked. A tribe as powerful as the Sun tribe had died out for tens of thousands of years. An ancient tribe had managed to survive. Suddenly, the gaze of the mist person landed on Zuo Mo and they walked right up in front of him. Translator ramblings, even more delays in getting water cloud embryo. It's great that a GUI's status isn't time sensitive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 530, Ink Jade Bones. Chapter 530, Ink Jade Bones. In the deathly silence, there was only the rustling as the mist person moved. Hey, let's talk peacefully, let's talk peacefully. Zuo Mo's heart was shaking, but he still pushed a smile on his face. The other's power was unfathomable to him. Of course, it was possible that this patch of ice mist had unusual qualities. Give it. Like her appearance, her voice was unusually icy. Give what? Zuo Mo's face was bewildered. Give what? I smell the scent of my clansman on you. The mist person's crystal-like eyes stared at Zuo Mo. Her voice was glacial and emotionless. The smell of your clansman? Zuo Mo was confused. There was a scent of mist people on his body? However, out of the corner of his eyes he saw a flash of purple energy in a GUI's eyes. A GUI's body had been gradually recovering. The purple energy that had almost disappeared from her body had seemed to recover some vitality. Also, the mist person seemed to feel that a GUI was not very strong and the ice mist flows that restrained her were the weakest. Ever since a GUI had begun somewhat recovering, she had never used her strange power again. But when he saw the purple energy in a GUI's eyes, a thread of hope suddenly rose. His mind spun furiously as he hurriedly said, is it that I am a mist person? I'm really sorry, my memory has been erased. Am I really a mist person? His intention had been to distract and buy time, but when he finished speaking, even he felt it was possible that he really was a mist person. His birth had always been a mystery, so... A rare thread of excitement rose in his mind. You are not, the mist person coldly replied. The thread of excitement calmed. What rose was a thread of disappointment. Then I do not know. A thread of puzzlement flashed through the mist person's sapphire eyes. Her head bowed, she sank into thought. Suddenly, an unique vibration came from his ring. Zuo Mo couldn't help but make a sound of surprise. The mist person was attracted by Zuo Mo's exclamation and raised her head. At this time, the ice mist chains on the silent Agui suddenly shattered without warning. Pia, the ice mist flows shattered into a light blue icy mist. Agui's right hand was slightly raised as her body twisted strangely on the spot. She was like a puppet that was pulled into a strange position as the purple light in her eyes brightened. There was no sound, no light. The mist person in front of Zuo Mo seemed to be robbed of strength, her body softening as she fainted on the ground. The ice mist flows around Zuo Mo, Wei Shang and Zong Ru instantly dissipated. Wei Sheng and Zong Ru seemed to be relieved of a great burden. Their eyes were shocked as they stared at Agui. Agui did not detect their stares as though she had not done a thing and stood quietly next to Zuo Mo. Wei Sheng asked Zuo Mo, has Agui recovered? I don't know. Zuo Mo spread his hand with a grimace. The shock he was feeling far surpassed Wei Sheng and Zong Ru. It was like a tsunami occurring in his mind. He almost didn't dare to believe his eyes. This was not the first time he saw Agui fight, but before this, Zuo Mo had been like other people and did not know the method Agui fought with. But this time, he recognized it. Shin power. What Agui was using was Shin power. A kind of Shin power that was completely different from his son Shin power, but it was undoubtedly Shin power. In the past, Zuo Mo had cultivated the three powers but knew nothing about Shin power, so he hadn't recognized that what Agui used was Shin power. Now that what he was cultivating was Shin power, he could immediately see that a Gui was using Shin power. There were no words that could describe the shock Zuo Mo was feeling at this moment. A Gui actually cultivated Shin power. At this time, countless questions flooded his mind. All the clues pointed to the fact that he and a Gui had an unknown connection. It was very probable that she knew of his past. Even the 5-element glass bead inside his body seemed to have a certain connection to a Gui. He could cultivate Ling power, he was able to cultivate Mo physique, he was even able to enter the 10-finger prison. These clues that had been ignored in the past suddenly became so clear, but then there was the soul-setting divine light, and the sun Shin power that were also of the same mold. His birth definitely had a close connection to Shin power. But Zuo Mo bit down on his lips, his expression changing. Shin power had disappeared a long time ago. Suddenly recalling that the 4 realms hunted the descendants of ancient tribes, Zuo Mo unconsciously shuddered. Then thinking about how someone had changed his appearance and erased his mind, a dark and dangerous presence suddenly rose as though it was a figure barely discernible in the thick mist. Was it? Zuo Mo's heart shook and he did not dare to keep thinking. He remembered all of his questions. He definitely was going to get to the bottom of all of them. His gaze landed on a Gui standing quietly by him and his gaze softened. The image of a Gui blocking attacks for him with her own body was still clear in his mind, as though it was yesterday. No matter what, he had to find a water cloud embryo. Resuming his normal composure, Zuo Mo's gaze became determined again. Wei Sheng and Zhongru, who had been paying attention to Zuo Mo all this time, finally released a breath. Seeing the two's expressions, Zuo Mo did not want them to worry and smiled. At this time, he suddenly recalled the strange vibration that had come from his ring. He hurriedly started to rummage through his ring. It was this. Zuo Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. At some unknown time, the pile of bones in the corner of the ring had become a bright red like burning hot metal. Ink jade bones. The strange vibration just now had come from the ink jade bones. Shocked, Zuo Mo took out all the ink jade bones. As the dark red ink jade bones were taken out, the ice mist that flooded the surroundings suddenly rushed towards the ink jade bones like sharks scenting blood. This pile of ink jade bones in front of Zuo Mo seemed to be a powerful whirlpool or a bottomless hole that kept on consuming ice mist. SSSSSSSSS. The ice mist that was being pulled in turned to slender flows that howled. Zuo Mo and the others were amazed. Wei Sheng and Zhongru were alright. Even though they were astounded, they did not know about all the events of the Sunshin Temple and just thought the ink jade bones were a treasure. Zuo Mo truly jumped in fright. No one knew better than him about the origins of the ink jade bones. That was something he had found in the burning Shin realm of the Sunshin Temple. At that time, he had seen the ink jade bones were of a good color and special quality. He had thought it was a treasure since it was not rotted after tens of thousands of years, so he kept them until now. Thinking about the presence of clansmen that the mist person had just mentioned, and then looking at this spectacular scene, Zuo Mo instantly understood. The ink jade bones were most likely an ancestor of the mist person. Then they had been captured by the Sunshin Temple and jailed in the burning Shin realm. The mist person who had been unconscious suddenly woke up with a moan. The trio's expressions suddenly changed and they realized that they had forgotten to check if the mist person was dead or alive. It might have been that a Gui had not completely recovered or that the mist person was too strong, that this was the first time Zuo Mo had seen someone survive a Gui's attack. A Gui's eyes were completely dim now and had reverted back to the usual woodenness. She did not react at all to the awakening mist person. Damn it! The three were just going to act, especially Zuo Mo. He was preparing to use Shin power. Yet the next scene stunned them. They could see tears on the mist person's face. They were like the pearls dropping off a broken necklace and fell down. The faint blue teardrops became faint blue beads once they left her eyes. When they landed on the ground, they caused a clatter. It was the first time Zuo Mo and the others had seen someone cry like this. All of them were stuck to their spot. Tears of a mist person. I don't know how a brat like you can have such good luck. In the sea of consciousness, Puya shook his head inside. Luck? Zuo Mo didn't quite understand. Everything that was happening right now did not seem to have a connection with luck. The mist people have cold personalities and the majority of them would not cry once in their life. The beads formed from the tears of the mist people are called mist people tears, and was an ultimate water element treasure. Even more importantly, once a mist person cries in front of someone, the person will receive their friendship. Pu Yao had great knowledge and described the lore. Really? Zuo Mo didn't quite believe it. If this woman suddenly went crazy, they wouldn't be able to deal with it. It is true, Wei said solemnly. His voice carried a strange emotion. He felt a mixture of feelings upon seeing the descendants of ancient tribes. Zuo Mo finally calmed his racing heart. Pu Yao and Wei usually were at odds. If both sides agreed it was true, then it should be true. He gave a look to Wei Sheng and Zhong Ru to stop them from fighting. The two did not understand but refrained from taking action. The mist person only cried for a while before stopping. Standing to the side, Zuo Mo didn't know how much ice mist the bones had absorbed. The color of the bones had gone from the burning red to a faint blue. The bones became a wondrous glowing blue, transparent like crystal. Rustling suddenly sounded in the surroundings. The figures of numerous mist people flickered in and out of the ice mist. Zuo Mo and the others changed expression. The mist people came from all directions like the tide, surrounding Zuo Mo's group in the middle. Zuo Mo was furiously replaying that what Pu Yao said, receiving the friendship of the mist person and hoping it was true, otherwise. The dense crowd of mist people appearing caused Zuo Mo's scalp to prickle. The next action of the mist people caused Zuo Mo to be shocked and also sigh in relief. The mist people orderly knelt down like the tide washing over the crowd. There was excitement on all of their faces. Zuo Mo understood his own weight and knew that the mist people were not kneeling to him. As expected, what they were kneeling to was the pile of crystal bones. He hurriedly pulled Wei Sheng and Zhong Ru to hurry to the side. At this time, it was good to be perceptive. Crack, crack. As he moved away, a wave of strange sounds came from behind Zuo Mo. Turning around Zuo Mo, he was stunned as though he was struck by lightning. The crystal bones were moving, all of them standing up. One bone flew on top of another bone, and a skeleton gradually formed. There seemed to be an invisible hand that was piecing the bones back together. A hair-raising fear that was hard to describe rose in Zuo Mo's mind. His hair all stood on end. Translator ramblings, no plot progression whatsoever as Fong Xiang builds up for this arc. Foundation work is important, but it has been a few hundred chapters. I'm not ashamed to admit I got to around this place, and then skipped to the end before coming back to read the whole story. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 531, The Tribe of Mist People. Chapter 531, The Tribe of Mist People. Wei Sheng and Zhong Ru were also shocked by the skeleton. Even Silly Bird that was usually proud was unusually obedient the moment. The skeleton was not weak. Of all of them, the only one that showed calm was Ague. Ague silently stood next to Zuo Mo and ignored everything happening in front of her. The crystal skeleton was transparent. Every piece of bone was like a piece of art. The entire crystal skeleton was exquisitely beautiful. When the last bone attached the skeleton, the entire skeleton suddenly lit up with a blinding blue light. The blue light spread in all directions in ripples. The mist people who were touched by the blinding light were extremely excited. The ink jade bones that Zuo Mo had picked up from the Burning Shin realm were not whole. There were 3 bones missing, the skull, a rib, and a finger bone. But there was no imbalance that could be seen from this incomplete crystal skeleton, as though it even like this it was complete. Wei Sheng and Zhong Ru had terrible expressions. They suddenly had felt that the ocean of ice mist suddenly seemed to come alive. Zuo Mo also detected the transformation of the ice mist. He was astounded. Shin power. This was Shin power. The Shin power released by the crystal skeleton was unusually gentle, so soft that it was almost impossible to detect. If Zuo Mo was not cultivating Shin power, and was far more sensitive to Shin power than others, he definitely could not detect it. Zuo Mo was not very shocked that the skeleton was releasing Shin power. He had picked up the skeleton from the Sun Shin tribe's Burning Shin realm, so the skeleton definitely came from the ancient era. It was normal for the skeleton to have a connection to Shin power. What he was shocked at was that the skeleton also still contained a trace of life. The Shin power released by the skeleton was weak and gentle, but Zuo Mo could feel the presence of life contained within it. Even though this presence of life was very weak, but it was truly life force. Zuo Mo looked uncertainly at the skeleton. Was this a joke? A skeleton tens of thousands of years old suddenly coming back to life, this was ridiculous. Fortunately, the skeleton did not change any further. Its light gradually dimmed. The mist people that had been prostrated on the ground stood up. Several mist people that seemed to be of advanced age carefully went forward, picked up the skeleton, and disappeared into the ice mist. A middle-aged mist person walked in front of Zuo Mo and made a strange bow to Zuo Mo's group. Respected guests, all future generations of mist people will remember what you have done for the mist people tribe. No matter when, you are our friends. Even though Zuo Mo felt slight pain that the ink jade bones had been carried away by the mist people, this also resolved a possible calamity. He hurriedly said, "You are too polite. This was just a coincidence. Speech is unable to express the gratefulness of our clan. Everyone, please, no matter what, come to be guests at our tribe for a few days so that we can act as hosts. The middle-aged mist person said sincerely. Zuo Mo was slightly conflicted. Apologies, we need to search for a water cloud embryo. The middle-aged mist person looked at Ague and understood. He then showed a smile and said, Sire, do not worry. We know many places where water cloud embryos grow. Finishing, he spoke in a low tone to a mist person beside him. The language they spoke was strange and Zuo Mo's group could not understand. The mist person nodded as he listened, and after he bowed respectfully to Zuo Mo's group, he turned and disappeared into the ice mist. I have ordered him to harvest water cloud embryos. Water cloud embryos are not rare in this area of the Cloud Sea, but there needs to be great care taken with the method of harvesting that few know of. Although the effects of the water cloud embryo are best when they are just harvested, our clan has some special methods that can maintain its efficacy after being harvested, the middle-aged mist person said to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo instantly had a joyful expression on his face as he thanked the other person. Many thanks. Many thanks. Wei Sheng and Zhong Ru also had happy expressions. They had traveled for so long and expended such effort, but obtaining their target did not take any effort. The middle-aged mist person waved his hand and said, compared to the boon that Sir has given our clan, this minor matter is nothing. He ushered Zuo Mo to the side. Guests, please. Zuo Mo's expression suddenly became slightly strange. After hesitating for a moment, he said, that. The middle-aged mist person had a puzzled expression. Sir, please voice any matters you have. Zuo Mo's old face was slightly red as he pointed at the mist person tears on the ground. That, can I first pick those up? Zuo Mo did not notice that when he said this, the female mist person who had cried suddenly had a slight blush. The middle-aged person roared with laughter. His hand moved, and those mist person tears flew into his hand. He handed them to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo carefully took them with a wide smile. These mist person tears were good treasures. Things that could receive a judgment of good treasure from Pu Yao were definitely unordinary treasures. Following behind the middle-aged mist person, the bone-achingly cold ice mist seemed to recognize them. It became a serene coolness that was comfortable. The middle-aged mist person was extremely amiable and conversed while he continuously introduced the mist tribe to their guests. It was fine for Zuo Mo, who already knew the history of the mist people, but Wei Sheng and Zhong Ru gaped as they listened. The descendants of an ancient tribe that were isolated from the world? Then the skeleton is, Zuo Mo asked carefully and curiously. He was slightly worried that this would be a forbidden topic, but he could not resist his curiosity. It is the totem of our tribe, called Lan. The middle-aged mist person's eyes flashed with excitement and happiness. He then sighed. Ever since our clan has moved to this Jia tens of thousands of years ago, the totem of our tribe had vanished suddenly soon after. We lost all sense of where it was. Ever since then, the Shin power of the mist people weakened gradually, so we are only able to live in the depths of the Cloud Sea isolated from the world. Totem. Zuo Mo finally realized. He had many guesses about the skeleton, but he had not imagined it was a totem of a tribe. When the mist people lost their connection to Lan was definitely when the Sun Shin temple had imprisoned Lan in the burning Shin realm. The Sun Shin tribe had declined and its last Shin temple turned to dust. Yet Lan, who they had captured, managed to barely survive. When Zuo Mo spoke of this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. The middle-aged mist person nodded. So it was the Sun Shin tribe, no wonder. Even though we are isolated from the world, there are always one or two of our number that are sent into the ice mist to collect information. I heard that the bloodlines of the ancients have all died out on the outside? Looking at the middle-aged mist person's unresigned expression, Zuo Mo didn't know how to comfort him and could only nod. The middle-aged mist person was silent. As this news was confirmed, the last bit of hope he had was extinguished. A moment later, he said in puzzlement, why have they died out? Zuo Mo shook his head. I don't know, there are probably many reasons. For some reason, he did not want to tell the other about the thousands of years of pursuit and killing four realm heavens did to the descendants of the ancients. He saw the depressed expression on the face of the middle-aged mist person and comforted. Now that Lan has been found, the mist clan can resume its previous strength, that is just a matter of time. Hearing this, the middle-aged mist person finally showed a smile. Yes. As long as Lan is present, our clan can continue. He was full of confidence in Lan. They quickly approached the public gathering area of the mist tribe. Along the way, an area appeared in front of Zuo Mo's group. It contained blue pools of various sizes. The sizes of these pools were all different and the water was deep blue. Looking around, it seemed like thousands of mirrors. There were blue balls of mist floating on top of some ponds. It was possible to faintly discern the figures of mist people within the mist. These are the mist pools of our clan. Seeing Zuo Mo's group show curiosity, the middle-aged mist person explained, Lan disappeared, we lost our totem and our belief had no place to go, and we were unable to produce Shin power. The ancestors spent great effort to create this mist pool body cultivation method to help our clan survive until now. Powerful. Zuo Mo praised sincerely. No matter what, any person that could create their own method were very able. Seeing Zuo Mo and the others, the mist people along the way bowed. Walking out of the mist pool area, large sections of blue building appeared in everyone's view. These buildings were completely blue as though they were constructed from crystal and gave off the feeling of transparency. The walls flickered with light. It was this layer of light that blocked off the gazes of people outside and prevented them from seeing inside. Each building was not large and could only be called a small house. Other than the material that were exquisite in feeling, the style of the buildings were simple and basic. Occasionally, they could see faint wall paintings sketched in faint gray strokes. There were more mist people here than in the mist pools, but Zuo Mo and the others found to their surprise that the strength of the mist people here seemed to be much weaker than the mist people they had originally met. Zuo Mo suddenly saw an altar out of the corner of his eyes. The skeleton was on top of it. The sacrificial altar was surrounded by mist people as they worshipped it devoutly. Zuo Mo found to his shock that the Shen power of the skeleton was stronger than just moments ago. It is a pity that we have lost Lan for too long. There is no priest in the clan. We can only worship daily and hope that Lan can recover as soon, and is able to protect the clan. The middle-aged mist person said emotionally. It will be very fast. Zuo Mo strangely followed up. The middle-aged mist person paused and then smiled. When he finished saying this, Zuo Mo suddenly seemed to feel something. The skeleton on the sacrificial altar seemed to be looking at him. This discovery caused his heart to jump, but when he looked closely, the feeling had disappeared. Zuo Mo smiled. It seemed that he was really too nervous. Lan didn't even have a skull, and no eyes, how could Lan be looking at him? Shaking his head and smiling, he followed the middle-aged mist person to walk towards the largest building. This is the conference room of the clan. The middle-aged mist person was apologetic. We have been isolated from the outside world for too long and do not have any buildings to receive guests. Everyone, you will have to make do. Please forgive us for our shortcomings. Zuo Mo and the others hurriedly said that he was too courteous. Walking into the conference hall, they found that the inside had clearly been just cleaned. There was a layer of pure white grass laid out on the ground. The table was piled up with all kinds of fruits and foods. Even though it was simple, it made people feel very comfortable. Stepping on the white carpet, everyone felt a wave of coolness seep into the body and their minds clear up. Their nervousness instantly eased and their tiredness swept away. It was unspeakably comfortable. A good thing. Zuo Mo's eyes lit up. Translator ramblings, Lan means mist. Creepy skeleton without a head, Zuo Mo is a magnet for Halloween costumes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 532, Bihan. Chapter 532, Bihan. Xian Kong Temple. In the hall, Bihan was prostrated on the ground. He was not of tall height, his figure thin with hollow cheeks and an ordinary appearance. Bihan, how many years have you been in the temple? A warm and thick voice came from behind the thick cloth curtains. 17 years, Bihan answered after a long moment of silence. 17 years, time has passed so quickly, the sect leader sighed emotionally. You are good, I have seen your improvement in these years and is very comforted. Bihan was silent. In the younger generation, other than Little Zhe, only you are able to become a gold battle general. Heard from behind the cloth, the sect leader's voice seemed to have a strange power and was so warm it permeated the heart. Little Zhe has done well in Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. I know you can also do well. Bihan was silent. Your killing energy is too heavy, I am worried about you. The sect leader's words were full of concern. Having you chant sutras every day was in the hopes that your violent energies can be dissipated. I had always hoped that you would not be required to go into battle, and hadn't expected. The sect leader sighed. A moment later, he said serenely. Go, your Dingjin Shirshu will encounter danger in Cloud Sea Jia. Take the battalion to reinforce him. Ask Ding Guan for information. You may leave. Bihan was silent. After kowtowing 3 times, he turned and left. The large doors of the hall closed without any wind. The hall was pitch black. A voice suddenly sounded, Sect leader, do we really need to send Bihan? He is a dangerous person. This matter is very important, we cannot be careless. Cloud Sea Jia might be an intermediate Jia, I've never heard of any powerful factions. Tianhuan was just tripped up there. Shen Wuhai is not among the top powers of Tianhuan, but he had Yuani in cultivation. But Bihan. He is a knife, a vicious knife. We have to be careful his tendencies do not harm our people, but now that troubled times have come, it is time to use this knife. The sect leader said peacefully. The middle-aged mist person noticed that Zuo Mo was interested in the white grass carpet. He introduced, these are cloud carpets woven from cloud silk grass. Cloud silk grass mostly grown in the deep of the cloud sea, and it takes great effort to harvest. But the most difficult step is processing it. It takes several months of effort to process each strand of cloud silk grass. The trio gaped. Just now on the road, Zuo Mo finally learned the name of the middle-aged mist person. He was Bing Yao, the clan leader of the mist people. The female mist person who had first encountered Zuo Mo was Bing Yao's daughter, Bing Yu. Finished speaking, he waved his hand. The cloud carpet instantly shrank to the size of his hand and flew into his palm. He handed the cloud carpet to Zuo Mo and said vigorously, I was troubled over what gift to give to little Zuo. Since little Zuo likes this, then this cloud carpet is little Zuo's. Zuo Mo jumped in fright and waved his hand to refuse it. No, no, no. This one is already grateful that your clan is helping us search for water cloud embryos. Zuo Mo had just learned the value of this cloud carpet from Bing Yao's description. If one strand of cloud silk grass needed that much effort to process, Zuo Mo didn't dare to accept such a valuable gift. Pu Yao suddenly shouted urgently from the sea of consciousness, this is very good, accept it. I know it is good, Zuo Mo responded unconcernedly. You know my ass. Pu Yao couldn't stop himself from cursing. This can be used to pass tribulations. Tribulations? Zuo Mo's mind shifted, but before he could inquire further, he heard Bing Yao say with a smile, Brother Zuo, do not refuse. This cloud carpet can calm the mind and remove mental barriers. We mist people are born with cold minds, and this is useless to use. Processing the cloud silk grass are what our younger ones use to cultivate ice mist. We feel that it is a pity to throw it away, so we have woven it into carpets. Also, Brother Zuo has returned Lan back to us, and you has offended you just now, it really is. Bing Yao's speech caused Bing Yu to blush from behind him. This cloud carpet is just a token. No matter what, Brother Zuo has to accept it. Bing Yao's expression was serious. Seeing this, Zuo Mo knew that he could not refuse and accepted it. Xiao Mogo was usually shamelessly greedy, but that was against outsiders. If the other really thought of him as a friend, he couldn't do things so shamelessly. He was not black-hearted enough. Zuo Mo mockingly self-reflected as he took out the copper mask from the ring. He handed it to Bing Yao. I found this mask beside Lan. I do not know if this is also something belonging to Big Brother Bing's clan. Bing Yao took the copper mask and examined it closely for a while. He shook his head and said, the style does not look like an object of my clan. We will have to ask Lan for sure. If it is of my clan, I will have a thick face and accept it. If it is not, Lan will definitely know its origins and I will return it to Brother Zuo at that time. Zuo Mo said with a smile, no matter if it is or not, this is given to Big Brother Bing. Bing Yao smiled slightly and put away the mask. Right after, Bing Yao started inquiring to the outside world. They knew some, but what they knew was very general. Zuo Mo spoke of the wars between Xiuzha and Yaoma, and then the sky-splitting calamity, and also the fact that he had taken over Cloud Xijia. Bing Yao listened with wide eyes and a gaping mouth. He had never expected the change in the outside world would be so drastic. However, when he learned that Zuo Mo was the master of Cloud Xijia, he had a happy expression. With this, they, the mist people, were in much better circumstances. Bing Yao patted his chest and said, if Brother Zuo needs the mist people in the future, do not be courteous. Zuo Mo felt very good about this open and generous mist clan leader. He said with a smile, I only hope that Big Brother Bing does not find me troublesome in the future. Bing Yao roared with laughter. I think that Lan would not forgive me. The two sides chatted for a while more before Bing Yao bid his leave for Zuo Mo and the others to rest. Shitty, what you are cultivating is Shin power? Wei Sheng suddenly asked. Zuo Mo knew that he could not conceal this any longer and nodded. It is called Sun Shin power, an inheritance from the ancient Sun tribe. So you were the one behind the Sun Shin temple matter. Wei Sheng was not stupid and instantly understood. He then asked curiously, come, let me try your Shin power, I have never seen Shin power before. Zhongru's face was also turned over. He clearly was also extremely curious as well. Zuo Mo suddenly moved into a strange posture, his two hands crossing and twisted together, his body leaning slightly towards the right as the tip of his right foot was just touching the ground. An extremely hard and yang power suddenly spread in all directions with him as the epicenter. Wei Shang's pupils suddenly contracted. Threads of black energy suddenly floated out of the black sword in his hand as he swung the sword repeatedly in the air. Pia pia pia, explosions occurred at the tip of his sword. Zhongru's expression changed and he spun the crossed prayer wheel. The sutra characters that were shrouded in wish power shielded him from the front. Bam bam bam. 3 sutra characters exploded before they managed to stop this wave of Shin power. Resting his sword, Wei Shang thought back and said after a moment, such a strange power. As expected, it is different than anything else. Zhongru was also savoring it. He followed, normal spells would have a difficult time stopping it. Zuo Mo thought and then stated his conclusion. Shin power can be seen as the product of combining 3 powers together. 3 powers? Wei Shang's expression changed. N, Ling power, spiritual consciousness, Mo skills. Zuo Mo's words flowed. Wei Shang Shixiang was a genius. Zhongru was low-key, but in order to have cultivated wish power, he also did not lack talent. These things might be of great use to him. He used even more care and energy to explain and spoke of everything he had felt and concluded regarding Shin power. He also told them the basic methods to cultivate Shin power. As to how much inspiration they would get, that depended on their individual luck. Wei Shang and Zhongru both sank into deep thought. The two had already found the edge of power. To them, Shin power was akin to opening a window to another world. There was too much content they needed to digest. Like 2 wooden puppets, they sat motionlessly and entered a meditative state. Seeing this, Zuo Mo did not disturb them. He took a Guei and the little ones to sit at the side. Taking up a Guei's hand, Zuo Mo hurriedly inspected a Guei. Since he knew it was Shin power, Zuo Mo's inspection was even more detailed and focused. Even though his understanding of Shin power was still very shallow, he still made discoveries. What he was first sure of was that the purple energy inside a Guei's body was a kind of Shin power. It was a very strange Shin power. Zuo Mo felt that if it was Shin power, it definitely would not be normal, but even so, the Shin power inside a Guei's body shocked him. Dark, cold, strange, and able to consume any life. The moment the sun Shin power came into contact with a Guei Shin power, Zuo Mo felt as though he was suddenly pulled into a deathly silent void. There was no sound, no light, no heat. It was a void that created hopelessness. Zuo Mo's mind in that instant was like a candle's flame wavering in the wind and was almost extinguished. Fortunately, his Shin power was much stronger than a Guei Shin power. The sun Shin power was innately extremely hard and yang, so this difference had saved Zuo Mo's life. His Shin power was carefully withdrawn from a Guei's body. Zuo Mo looked at a Guei's ugly and wooden face. For some unknown reason, Zuo Mo was in a low mood. His eyes were full of deep worry. As his understanding of Shin power deepened by the day, Zuo Mo was clear how great the effects of Shin power was on people. It wasn't just Shin power, the 3 powers also had effects. Shouja that cultivated fire spells usually had fiery tempers, those that cultivated ice-type spells were usually cold and unaffected by emotion. Such a strange and dark Shin power, and the terrifying seal of all 6 senses, a Guei. Thinking about the manner in which a Guei had used Shin power before she had been wounded, Zuo Mo's worries increased. Zuo Mo had found a long time ago that a Guei's body was in a terrible state. If it was not for this strange power, it probably would not have survived until now. But only today did he understand the terrifying nature of this Shin power. The scene of a Guei shielding him appeared suddenly in his mind. That hopeless and deathly void, even just one moment in it caused him to shudder. The Shin power had also been in a Guei's body all this time. There seemed to be something weighing on Zuo Mo's heart and he felt unspeakably uncomfortable. Water cloud embryo. If they could find a water cloud embryo, he could definitely heal a Guei. Then he would find a way to heal a Guei's wounds and eliminate this terrifying Shin power from a Guei's body. It was the first time Zuo Mo felt that time was passing by so slowly. Each day was like a year. Translator ramblings, one man's carpet is another man's treasure. I like how the Sun Shin Temple stuff just slipped from his mind and he didn't tell his friends. They also accept it so easily and it is Boss/Shitty did something crazy in addition to almost exploding the island. Good, let's get stronger. Also, Zuo Mo is trying to be nice. He is also controlling the Jia that the mist people live in, so he can stop most of them from leaving and protect them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 533, Sin Battalion. Chapter 533, Sin Battalion. Bihan turned his head back to look at the temple floating in the sky. The tower peaks could be faintly discerned sticking out from the top of the clouds. By his side, a strange battalion was standing silently. This battalion was extremely strange. Some of them had cow heads, others horse bodies, some had rhinoceros horns growing out of their foreheads. Any Shouja that saw this battalion would be in it for a great show. These people were all Mo. They were motionless like statues, their eyes dull and a deathly grey white. Golden seal scripts covered their bodies like beautiful tattoos. This battalion was one of the most famous battalions of Xian Kong Temple. It had a strange name, Sin Battalion. Bihan turned his gaze away and led at the front. The entire battalion slid past like water. Cloud Jia, Bihan said lightly to himself. The surroundings were completely silent. In Sin Battalion, there were no vice commanders. Zuo Mo suppressed the urgency he felt and kept his expression calm as he talked about all kinds of topics with clan leader Bing Yao. The young people in the clan liked to crowd around the two of them and listen to the stories. After being kept in isolation for so long, they were full of curiosity about the outside world. Wei Shang and Zong Ru woke up from their meditation. Both of their presences showed clear changes. Zuo Mo was extremely happy. It seemed that his words had been of some help to them even though he did not know how great of gains they achieved. Wei Sheng and Zong Ru saw that Zuo Mo was surrounded by many people, so they went into the corner to keep on pondering about Shin power. Fortunately, Zuo Mo had gone to many places and was comparatively experienced. Otherwise, he would have run out of topics long ago. No matter what Zuo Mo said, the young mist people listened with great interest. Suddenly, a figure stumbled in. On his back was an unconscious mist person. Zuo Mo's pupils contracted. This was the individual who had been sent to harvest water cloud embryos that day. Bing Yao's expression suddenly darkened. With a flash, he appeared in front of the wounded mist person. A blue energy flashed on his hand as he carefully examined the other person. Then he questioned the mist person who had carried the wounded companion with a stern tone. He was inquiring in great detail, but due to the difference in language, Zuo Mo did not understand. After finishing, Bing Yao raised his head and explained to Zuo Mo, someone fought and injured him. People are traveling into the restricted land. Zuo Mo suddenly recalled the group from Xian Kong Temple and his heart jumped. He hurriedly asked, Big Brother Bing, will you allow my fellow to examine this person's injuries? Bing Yao nodded and retreated to the side. Zuo Mo indicated for Zong Ru to come forward. Zong Ru put his hand on the injured mist person and then after a few moments, he nodded towards Zuo Mo. Has Brother Zuo discovered something? Seeing this, Bing Yao couldn't resist asking. Seeing Zong Ru nodded, Zuo Mo instantly understood and explained, on our way, we encountered 4 Diana Xiao from Xian Kong Temple. Based on the injuries of this brother, he was wounded by a Diana Xiao. I speculate that it could be the 4 Diana Xiao from Xian Kong Temple. Xian Kong Temple. Bing Yao's face darkened. In the recent days, Zuo Mo had been introducing the state of the outside world to them. He had a general understanding of what Xian Kong Temple was. Bing Yao did not hesitate and said decisively, no matter what, this clan will fight to the last remaining member and will not allow anyone to enter the restricted lands. Finishing, several mist people ran out of the conference hall. Strange howls sounded in all directions. Hearing the howls, large numbers of mist people warriors gathered like the tide from all directions in the conference hall. As Bing Yao spoke to them, all of the mist people had murderousness on their faces. Brother Zuo, your group can first stay, Bing Yao eased his tone as he turned to Zuo Mo to speak. Big Brother Bing is too polite. Zuo Mo said with a serious expression. This little brother has been waiting for an opportunity. Big Brother Bing does not know, but this group of thieving baldies have tried to entrap us on our way through the Cloud Sea. I have been thinking about how to get even, and this opportunity has delivered itself. Also, this brother was wounded in the pursuit of finding water cloud embryos for us. There is no honorable rationale for us to stand back and only observe. Bing Yao's eyes were filled with an admiring light. He patted Zuo Mo's shoulder heavily. Good. I will accept you as a brother. Go. Let us go together. Humph. Xian Kong Temple. Shu, the person just now was so strange, Ming Jing said with lingering shock. The blue figure had been like a ghost. If Shu had not attacked and heavily injured the other, they would not be safe and uninjured now. Dingjin, whose expression was usually warm, was now extremely dark. He squeezed out through his teeth, that is a mist person. The 3 disciples were frightened by the viciousness of Dingjin's face. A long while later, someone asked carefully, Shu, what is the mist person? The remnant bastards of an ancient line. Dingjin noticed the expressions of the 3 disciples and relaxed his expression. Remember for the future. If you encounter members of ancient descent lines, report them to the sect. The three were stunned by Dingjin's stern tone and nodded in compliance. Dingjin suddenly closed his mouth. He had hit that missed person with his attack but had not found the corpse afterwards. He definitely had fellows that helped him escape. Was it a missed person tribe? Dingjin became alert. If that was true, then this trip was really worth it. Even if he did not find that object, just the discovery of the Mist People tribe would be enough for the sect to reward him. He started to cast a spell and his Ling power shifted slightly. A circle of golden light flashed at his fingertips. Dingjin opened his eyes and sighed inwardly. The ice mist was slightly strange. He was unable to deliver any message to the outside and back to the sect. Dingjin became wary. These descendant of ancients most likely had a few tricks if they had managed to survive until now. Xiankong Temple was full of experts and the division of responsibilities was extremely fine. Specialized matters were taken care of by specialized people. Dingjin had never participated in this kind of mission. Truthfully, if they had not been the closest ones to Cloud Xijia, they would not have received this mission. No matter what, it was most important to finish the mission. Be careful, let's go. Dingjin said heavily. The matter this time is strange. If something goes wrong, turn and run. Do not hesitate, understand? Dingjin was not a person who held power or status in the sect, otherwise, he would not have been sent out on such a low-level mission, taking disciples out to gain experience. It was not that his power was not enough, but that he was not well liked by the main decision-makers of the sect. He did not want anything to happen to the disciples on his watch. The protocols of the sect were strict. If there were not any orders, the punishment for fleeing was very heavy. Yes, sure Shu. The three hurriedly replied. Bihan carefully browsed the information in the Jade Scroll. This was the 15th time. The information had been gathered by the sect, and included all kinds of information about Turtle Island. Bihan could see that the sect had not been paying attention to Turtle Island for too long of a time. It should have just started gathering information a few days ago. Otherwise, the information would not be so sparse. Bihan knew the power of the sect in gathering intelligence. Given enough time, they could find almost any information that could be imagined. There was nothing special in the report on Cloud Xijia. This was a remote intermediate Jia and did not have a significant faction in the past. The main point of the intelligence report was on this faction called Turtle Island. This faction was very strong and had defeated an MO army. Seeing the words MO army, Bihan's pupils uncontrollably contracted even though this was the 15th time. The scale of the MO army was unknown but none of the local powers were able to stop them, which had caused the entire Jia to flee. The situation was only improved when Turtle Island stepped up and said they were going to fight the MO army. Cloud Xijia was remote and did not have many products, so it had not attracted attention in the past. None of the tendrils of the four realms had reached this place. One of the most important reasons for this was that Cloud Xijia did not have a Jia master. Up until now, the Jia key of Cloud Xijia was still undiscovered. This attracted Bihan's attention. The Jia key was of crucial importance to every Jia. For every person, this meant peerless wealth. Possessing the Jia key granted the ability to see the Ling veins and ores in the Jia. Other than that, the Jia key could also control the Ling energy of the Jia. Usually, the Jia key would be found soon after a Jia was discovered. The Shouja which flooded in would crazily search for the Jia key. It was wealth that could drive people insane. Strangely, the Jia key of Cloud Xijia had not been found yet, and the history of Shouja residence on Cloud Xijia was uncertain but definitely over 1,000 years. It was impossible that no one had searched for the Jia key during such a long period time. Only by possessing the Jia key will one become the true master of Cloud Xijia. Bihan was speculating to the true intentions of the sect. The sect leader said that it was to help Dingjin, but Bihan did not believe him at all. He knew Dingjin's status in the sect. It was a joke that the sect leader would send a battalion just to help Dingjin. Also, they had let him venture out. After he had gotten his gold battle general jade medal, he had been forced into house arrest and to chant sutras every day. No one appeared to be guarding the door, but Bihan knew that there were countless pairs of eyes staring at his little yard from the shadows. There were elders in the sect that said he was bloodthirsty. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but smile coldly. Zhangzhe appeared handsome and gentle, but he was not soft when he started to kill. He never heard of any elder calling Zhangzhe bloodthirsty. All of this was just because. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the Sin battalion in front of him. The golden restrictive sutra characters were as blinding as sunlight in his eyes. A beat later, he took his gaze away and thought deeply without any expression on his face. The sect had even prepared transportation formations for him to be transported directly into Cloud Xijia. The expenditure for this mission was astounding, and it was possible to see how much the sect prioritized this. To transport directly into Cloud Sea Jia. The sect had sent spies into Cloud Sea Jia a long time ago. What were they planning? Only when the light of the transportation formation entered his eyes did he break free of his thoughts. Several Diana Xiao were standing by the transportation. The one that was the leader stepped forward and said respectfully, "Bihan Darren, the transportation formation has been prepared. You can depart at any time." Bihan did not even look at the other. He walked directly towards the transportation formation expressionlessly. The Sin Battalion was behind him and silent as though they were dead. Translator ramblings: Cloud Sea Jia is a weird place. Of course, Zuo Mo doesn't realize it because he went from Sky Moon, rural area where he wasn't strong enough to know too much, to Little Mountain, rural and lawless area, to the ancient battlefield, forgotten rural area, to Bloody Sky Metropolis, front lines and pretty much lawless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 534, Lantern Fire Buddhist Boundary. Chapter 534, Lantern Fire Buddhist Boundary. Everyone traveled quickly through the ice mist. The mist people were born living in the ice mist and had methods to freely move within it. Zuo Mo could see some hints as to what method they used. The mist people beside him formed thin ice mist shield. These rhombus ice mist shields allowed them to skate through the ice mist. Zuo Mo's mind shifted. He consciously started to mimic the mist people. He was unable to manipulate the ice mist, but he had other methods. At the beginning, he failed completely, but as the number of failures increased, Zuo Mo slowly found the method. At the beginning, he used Ling power, but he quickly found that Ling power was expended quickly. Then he switched to spiritual consciousness, it was also expended quickly. In the end, he found that Shin power was the most effective and its expenditure was almost negligible. However, it was much harder to control Shin power than Ling power in spiritual consciousness. Zuo Mo could only barely maintain it. Wei Sheng quickly noticed what Zuo Mo was doing. With a glance, he understood. Wei Sheng was extremely intelligent and his skill in sword essence very high. He was not a jack of all trades like Zuo Mo and quickly grasped the trick. He used the sword essence to form a rhombus shield around him and his speed suddenly increased. Wei Sheng's display stunned Bing Yao and the others. Bing Yao suddenly snorted coldly. In the front, "I've found him." Ding Jin suddenly had a feeling of danger. He stopped in his steps, his expression changed abruptly, as he shouted at the trio of disciples, "Quick, run!" The trio stilled and their faces paled. They were not slow in their reaction, turning and then running in 3 different directions. There were sounds of rustling. 3 blue lights flew out of the ice mist and accurately struck the 3 disciples. Blue ice mist spread at a visible rate. Their terrified expressions froze on their faces as they turned into ice statues. Pia pia pia. The 3 ice statues smashed to the ground and instantly shattered. Ding Jin glared angrily, his eyes bloodshot. However, he did not counterattack and shot towards the ice mist. His heart was full of shock. He had to pass this news back to the sect. There was a mist people tribe of such scale. Want to run? Bing Yao's face was full of murderousness. With a cold snort, he pointed at the ice mist. Hiss hiss. 2 light sounds hissed like poisonous snakes as the mist shifted. 2 thin strands of ice mist shot towards Ding Jin. 2 burning rays of blue light penetrated Ding Jin's body in an instant. Yet Bing Yao's expression suddenly changed slightly. Ding Jin's figure slowly faded within the ice mist until it disappeared. What had been penetrated was just his afterimage. Everyone, step back. Bing Yao suddenly said. The mist people retreated like the tide, leaving Bing Yao to stand at the front. Zuo Mo and the others also retreated to one side, but Zuo Mo was more thoughtful. Zuo Mo and his group retreated to the flanks to prevent the other from running away. Ding Jin's figure slowly appeared. He stared tightly at Bing Yao and slowly spoke, "I had not expected to encounter ancient descendants. Ding Jin is very fortunate." Bing Yao was unaffected and said coldly, "Why have you trespassed into our restricted lands?" Restricted lands? Ding Jin's eyelids jumped, "So that object is on your hands." That object? Bing Yao's gaze focused. Ding Jin smiled faintly, "Do not waste words. I see that all the people here only you are close to me in strength. It will depend solely on Sir's strength if you can keep me here." Bing Yao did not speak. He spread his arms, his fingers spread wide. 10 blue rays of light dangled from his fingertips like 10 blue threads of light. Ding Jin's talisman was extremely unique. It was the wooden fish, one he usually used when chanting. The wooden fish was completely black and covered in minuscule vermilion sutra characters. The wooden mallet was also filled with squiggly sutra characters. The moment Dingjin took out the wooden fish, Zuo Mo and the others changed expression. 7th grade talisman. This was definitely a 7th grade talisman. It was not surprising that Dingjin had a 7th grade talisman. No one would believe that a Yuanying Shouja from Xian Kong Temple would not have a 7th grade talismans. Zuo Mo and the others knew the power of a 7th grade talisman. Zhongru's prayer wheel was a 7th grade talisman. Both were 7th grade talismans, but the power they had in the hands of Jin Dan and Yuanying was drastically different. 7th grade talismans were the top talismans Jin Dan could use, and due to limitations in cultivation, Jin Dan Shouja usually could only express 20% of a 7th grade talisman's potential, the great majority could only use 1/10. Yuanying Shouja could use all the potential of a 7th grade talisman. The strength of a Shouja depended on many factors. Ling power, the quality of the spell cultivated, the depth of personal understanding, talismans etc., but the chasm in power between Yuanying and Jin Dan was one that was uncrossable. No matter in what skill, Yuanying Shouja had an absolute advantage. So when he saw the wooden fish that Dingjin took out was a 7th grade talisman, Zuo Mo instantly had a bad feeling. The destruction that a Yuanying Shouja pushed to the edge could release. Looking at Dingjin that was holding the wooden fish and mallet with a grave expression, Zuo Mo could only hope that Bingyao would be able to withstand the attack. Yuanying was still something that made him feel unconfident. Zuo Mo tried to keep his expression calm, but Wei Sheng and Zhongru were full of fighting spirit. Dingjin sat down on the ground as though he was not surrounded. He put the wooden fish next to him, his head bent low and his eyes looked down as he started to drum against the fish and chant. Bom bom bom. The sounds from the wooden fish seemed to come from the ancient temples and deep valleys and were just faintly discernible. The light in the surroundings slowly dimmed. The blueness of the ice mist in their view was consumed by a darkness. Figures seemed to walk out of the darkness and solidify. Those were Diana Shou half-dressed in monk robes with exposed shoulders. These figures did not seem to see Zuo Mo's group, and bent at their waists. A dot of candle light lit up in empty space. The Diana Shou continued to bend down and ignite candle fires. The dots of candle fire lit up one after another, swaying like the stars in the sky. Waves of Buddhist song came from the figures' candle lights. Zuo Mo's face was full of astonishment. Wei Sheng tightly gripped the black sword as excitement pulsed furiously in his eyes. He murmured to himself, "Is this the true boundary? Boundary?" Zuo Mo recovered from his shock. Hearing this, he was stunned. He's a sword Xiao? Zuo Mo only knew that boundary was a high level of sword essence. Eldest Xixiang had reached the edge of comprehending it. Not a sword Xiao. Wei Sheng's burning gaze did not move as he said gravely, "No matter if it is sword Xiao, seal Xiao, Diana Xiao, when they cultivate to a certain stage, the paths all merge together with the comprehension of boundary." Zhongru explained at this time, the Diana Xiao call this the great freedom. His tone exposed his longing. His comprehension ability was not as high as Wei Sheng. Even though he possessed the rare wish power, his level was not high and he had not reached the stage of boundary yet. Zuo Mo did not blush at his own ignorance of cultivation. He rubbed his chin and asked, "Is this an illusion? This thieving baldy is skilled in illusory spells, we almost got tricked on the way here." "It is not an illusory art." Wei Sheng shook his head and struggled, "I do not know how to explain, but he is very powerful. We need to be careful. A Yuanying thieving baldy is still a Yuanying." Zuo Mo agreed. "No, that is not what I mean." Wei Sheng shook his head again. "Boundary is a dividing line. There is a world of a difference between those who have and have not comprehended it. Boundary is related to comprehension but not cultivation. Not all Yuanying can comprehend boundary." Zuo Mo instantly became nervous. Eldest Xixiang is saying this thieving baldy is a high-level thieving baldy among the Yuanying thieving baldies, that? Wei Sheng had a conflicted expression. "No and yes, the implications to our situation are about the same. How many rounds can we survive against him?" Zuo Mo decided to ask a very pragmatic question. "I don't know." Wei Sheng shook his head. "We may not even be able to stand up against one move." "Shitty, you're," when he said this, Wei Sheng had a wary expression. He instantly halted and then said indistinctly, "That's strange. I don't understand much of it." Hearing this, Zuo Mo instantly understood. Even though Wei Sheng did not state it clearly, what he meant was that the possibility they wouldn't last one move was very high. He instantly said weakly, "Why don't we hide behind Big Brother Bingyao? It seems that Big Brother Bingyao is very powerful." Bingyao was standing in a patch of figures and candlelights without any trace of panic on his face. The 10 hair-thin blue rays of light floated in the air. They continuously grew. The other ends of the rays reached deep into the darkness and the end could not be seen. It was clear this was a battle of a higher level, one that surpassed the abilities of Zuo Mo and the others. Dingjin's light sai came from the Sea of Candlelight, a branch of the ancients as wondrous as expected. This one's lantern light Buddhist boundary is not completely successful. Powerful. The ground under Bingyao's feet was covered with faint blue ice mist in a radius of 1 zhang. The blue light that it released was abnormally eye-catching against this black sea of candlelight. Bingyao's expression was cold, but a hint of admiration flashed through his eyes. If we were not in the ice mist, I am not a match for you. His expression suddenly turned stern as the blue light flashed through his eyes. But right now, die. His hands spread, the 10 blue strands of light suddenly brightened and flying into the air. Innumerable blue threads of light swept through the candlelight sea and the Dionysia that were igniting candles. Everywhere the lights passed, an extremely cold frost spread in all directions. The candle lights that were swept by the blue light did not extinguish. They seemed to stop as though they were frozen. The white frost that came after the light spread onto the surfaces of the flames. The frost then thickened and encased and sealed the candle lights. The glowing ice crystals were regular cubes. At the center of each cube was a frozen candle light. The light it released refracted within the cube, becoming bright and eerie. The ice crystals that sealed the candle lights floated in the air like stars. Dingjin's brows moved, his expression becoming even more dignified and authoritative. The red squiggly sutra characters on the wooden fish and mallet seemed to come alive and slowly move. Suddenly, a golden sutra character flew out of the mouth of the wooden fish. Then a stream of golden sutra characters flew out of the wooden fish into the air. In a flash, the sky was filled with gold and glimmering sutra characters. A sutra character floated past Zhongru, eyes closed. Zhongru's body shuddered violently, and a shocked expression rose on his face. 1. A wooden fish, muyu or makujio, is a wooden percussion instrument used by monks during rituals involving the recitation of sutras, mantras, or other Buddhist texts. Translator ramblings, thank you guys for picking out typos. I've been busy the 2 weeks and I'm going to be super busy in the next 2 to 3. We get an introduction to a new level of understanding. The footnote came courtesy of your wonderful editor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 535, Sneak Attack. Chapter 535, Sneak Attack. The sutra characters were like leaves floating in the wind that scattered into every corner. These beautiful gold leaves carried the calm presence unique to Diana Xiao and made people unconsciously intoxicated. Zhongru's expression suddenly changed and he stepped forward. Threads of wish power wrapped onto the crossed prayer wheel and the talisman lit up. A circle of sutra characters suddenly lit up on the prayer wheel. The faint gold light covered Zuo Mo and Wei Shang behind him. Dawn. The sounds of Diana chanting echoed. All of the sutra characters suddenly exploded. They turned to slender golden lines that swept through every part of the space. The ice crystals that had been floating in the air were struck by the gold lights. With crisp sounds, they turned to ice shards. In this time, the space became filled with ice shards. The candle flames that had been sealed in ice suddenly exploded in size. Each of them were the size of a fist and wavered as they floated in the air. The light shield that Zhongru had released was unusually fragile in front of these minuscule golden lights. The two were not on the same level of power. Innate differences were completely revealed now. The shield of light shattered instantly. Zhongru gave a muffled grunt and stumbled back multiple steps. Wei Shang's expression changed slightly. He held the black sword across his body. A hole suddenly seemed to open in the space in front of him. The golden lights were instantly consumed by this hole. An imperceptible sound came from Dingjin. He glanced at Wei Shang with slight surprise. He had a high opinion of Wei Shang before, but he had never thought that this youth that looked outrageously young had already reached the border of boundary. Such a genius. Which sect did he come from? How did they end up together with the Mist People? Did this sect dare to publicly break the rules of the Four Realms? Dingjin's praise and puzzlement swept past. In his eyes, Wei Shang's boundary was crude and weak. Dingjin did not hold any real power in the sect, but due to this, he could focus more on cultivation. 20 years ago, he had stepped into the doorway of boundary and created his lantern fire Buddhist boundary. His exploration and perfecting during these 20 years had caused his lantern fire Buddhist boundary to grow significantly. The sect leader of Xiankong Temple was one of the rare few that knew Dingjin's true power, so even when he knew that Tianhuan Shang Wuhai had been defeated and retreated from Cloud Sijia, the sect leader had still believed that Dingjin had the power to complete this mission. The air vibrated as though there was an invisible hand that gathered all the golden hairs of light. It formed an enormous whirlpool that suddenly appeared in front of Wei Shang. The hair-thin lines entered the hole in front of Wei Shang. The hole suddenly shook. Wei Shang's expression suddenly changed. Before he could react, the hole exploded with an enormous bang. Wei Shang's body shook, but he did not retreat even one step. A trace of blood dripped out the corner of his mouth. Injured, Wei Shang did not give up. His burning gaze was locked onto Dingjun. Of determined personality, such a good talent. Dingjun couldn't help but praise inside, it was a pity. A thread of sharp light flashed through Dingjun's sharp and gentle eyes. Bing Yao's expression was very ugly. The other's strength clearly surpassed his. The mist people that had lost their totem had struggled to survive for tens of thousands of years in the depths of the Cloud Sea. Without realizing it, their strength had degraded. This kind of degradation was made clearer when they faced a top sect like Xiankong Temple. No matter what, they could not let him escape. Bing Yao knew that if the other escaped, what was waiting for the Mist People was gradual extermination. Compared to Xiankong Temple, the present Mist People tribe was as fragile as a baby. But we found Lan. Bing Yao believed the Mist People tribe that had found Lan again would become strong just like they were tens of thousands of years ago. But that required time, they definitely could not let this person leave alive. Bing Yao had never felt such a deep belief before. His pupils became even more transparent and blue as though all impurities had been eliminated. They reflected the burning sea of candlelights. A faint blue and glacial presence rose from Bing Yao's feet. Bing Yao closed his eyes and raised his arms up high. The 10 blue threads of light burrowed into the darkness like roots. Dingjun's expression changed slightly. He had not expected the other to go all out so quickly. Bing Yao's resolve caused Dingjun's Diana heart to waver for the first time. This thread of wavering and hesitation was an extremely fatal weakness. Bing Yao opened his eyes. A blue light flashed through his pupils. Without any warning, the blue threads of light shattered and scattered. Everywhere the eye looked there were broken fragments of the blue threads of light. They were like rootless willow branches that slowly fell. Dingjun's eyes became extremely wary. His Ling power furiously flooded into the wooden hammer in his hand. Dong dong dong. With every strike against the wooden fish, the candle lights floating in the air would jump and the flames would grow a fraction bigger. Karmic fire. Zhongru's face was ashen. He has already been wounded in the previous attack and his voice was hoarse. Zuo Mo had originally been thinking of how to dodge, but Zhongru and Wei Shang's injuries caused him to throw his thought of dodging away. New and old grievances gathered. He stared hatefully at Dingjun and searched for a chance to attack the other. When he saw the karmic fire pulsing, he smiled darkly. Playing with fire. Who was more skilled than he was? Even if the other was an old Yuanying monster, he wasn't afraid. His road to prosperity had almost started through playing with fire. Karmic fire was an extremely poisonous fire of the Diana Xiao. If one was touched, even their souls would burn to dust. Even Yuanying Xiozha feared it. But Zuo Mo was not afraid. The karmic fire was powerful, but it was a 6th grade flame, the same level as the Great Day Bandit flame. Even more, he also had the wondrous treasure of the Sun Crystal Seed. The power difference between himself and the other was great. Even if Zuo Mo was more skilled in controlling fire, he would not have any chance of victory if he directly faced Dingjun. But Zuo Mo was such a dark and cunning person, would he face Dingjun openly? Eldest Shixian's speculation allowed Zuo Mo to understand the difference in power. Zhongru and Wei Shang's wounds after their attacks allowed Zuo Mo to gain a deep understanding of this difference. There was no chance if he charged from the front. He forced down the battle spirit inside and patiently waited for a chance. He was like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark, waiting for the chance to deliver a fatal strike. When he saw the candle fire that grew explosively reach towards the thread of light, he did not hesitate to act. His hands spread apart and the Great Day Bandit flame was released without any restraint. The layers of bandit flame flowered angrily. In the darkness, Zuo Mo was instantly swallowed by the Great Day Bandit flame. He seemed to be made from flame with layers of bright flame around him and was extremely eye-catching. The karmic fire strangely paused for a brief moment. The karmic fire was an extremely yin fire, but the Great Day Bandit flame was an extremely yang flame. When the Great Day Bandit flame was released, the karmic fire in the sky was affected. This was the most basic conflict of yin and yang in the world. Dingjun's lantern fire Buddhist boundary had karmic fire incorporated in it, but that was not its primary focus. He had not spent much time on processing karmic fire. Diana Xiao usually disliked the maliciousness of karmic fire, a preference which gave Zuo Mo this opportunity. The pause was extremely short. But in this extremely brief moment, those blue strands of light slipped past and landed on the ground. Ding Jun's expression suddenly changed. How was this possible? That guy, he hadn't detected any abnormality at all. Ding Jun almost didn't believe his eyes. He had met Zuo Mo's group a few times, but every time, his gaze was drawn to Wei Sheng and Zhong Ru. He had never spared Zuo Mo a thought. In his eyes, Zuo Mo was so average Ding Jun wouldn't be able to discover him in the crowd. But this youth that looked extremely average had suddenly given him a fatal blow. Such a poisonous personality. He was able to hide for so long. A wave of coldness rose in Ding Jun's mind, but at this time, he did not have the time to look at Zuo Mo. Those fragile-looking blue strands of silk gave him a dangerous feeling. Such a strong feeling of danger had not appeared for over 2 decades. The moment the blue strands landed on the ground, they burrowed underground. Patches of blue sprouts quickly rose out of the ground. The feeling of danger increased, so strong that Ding Jun felt as though he was standing at the edge of a cliff. If he wasn't careful, he would fall into an abyss. Ding Jun started to sweat and his face was pale. He could clearly feel the blue sprouts breaking through his lantern fire Buddhist boundary easily, like they were passing through soil. What was this? Innumerable threads entered the ground and grew into blue sprouts. In almost an instant, his lantern fire Buddhist boundary was riddled full of holes. It had been defeated like this. In this moment, Ding Jun's expression was dazed. 20 years ago, he comprehended his own boundary and named it Lantern Fire Buddhist Boundary. Over the next 20 years, he spent almost all of his time perfecting it. It became stronger and more complete. He believed that Xiuzha in Yuanying could not defeat his Lantern Fire Buddhist Boundary. The Lantern Fire Buddhist Boundary that was now full of holes continuously trembled, the candle flames wavering. A thought suddenly appeared in Ding Jun's mind, a candle flame flickering in the wind. He instantly aged, his smooth skin quickly overtaken by wrinkles. His heart was dead. The darkness dissipated, the candle flames extinguished, the changing faded. The wooden hammer in Ding Jun's hand cracked, the wooden fish shattering into dozens of pieces and falling to the ground. Ding Jun's gaze suddenly locked onto Zuo Mo. His gaze suddenly became vicious. A black line that squiggled like an earthworm climbed onto his face and was alarming to see. It was him. It was him that ruined the Lantern Fire Buddhist Boundary. Zhong Ru's face suddenly changed. Not good. He has gone insane. As the warning was spoken, Ding Jun disappeared from his spot. After Bing Yao's attack, his expression was tired. Seeing this, his expression changed, but he wasn't even able to move a finger. Zuo Mo reacted quickly. Before Zhong Ru finished speaking, he detected danger. He instinctively prepared to dodge, but he suddenly thought about the two behind him. Wei Sheng and Zhong Ru were unable to fight. After Ague had acted against the mist person, she had sank back into silence, and the little ones. Blood flooded Zuo Mo's head. He moved forward rather than back. There was no time to turn Shin power into the 3 powers. He could not worry about such things. Channeling his Shin power, his body moved towards Ding Jun in a strange posture. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo finally gets to show off his fire manipulation skills again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 536, Sudden Change. Chapter 536, Sudden Change. All of the Shun power in his body pushed into his palm, and a layer of faint golden light appeared on Zuo Mo's hand. In this instant, Zuo Mo had a feeling that he could destroy anything. However, this feeling came quickly and left even quicker. The awesome power of Ding Jun came at him without any finesse. The air solidified, and terror gripped Zuo Mo as he strangled and seemed to be suffocated. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. There were dense black lines etched across Ding Jun's face like spiderwebs, and a vicious and bloodthirsty smile was extremely clear. Zuo Mo's mind was completely blank as he furiously slapped his hands forward. Boom! Zuo Mo felt as though he was hit by an rampaging rhinoceros. His vision darkened and he lost consciousness. His body was powerfully deflected and instantly disappeared into the thick ice mist. Die! You will all die! Ding Jun was crazy. A golden palm print was visible on the front of his chest. He did not seem to detect it, the presence he exuded shrouded the entire battlefield. The mad Ding Jun had let his power run berserk while in his death throes. Everyone watched as Zuo Mo's figure disappeared into the ice mist, but they were unable to move their bodies. Silly Bird's claws were tightly pierced into the ground, all the feathers on her body standing up as she trembled to resist the pressure of Ding Jun. She looked unblinkingly in the direction that Zuo Mo had disappeared with bloodshot eyes. The most powerful of the little ones, Silly Bird, had a hard time resisting this pressure and the rest were worse off. Except for Ague. The moment Zuo Mo disappeared, a purple energy suddenly flashed through Ague's eyes as she leapt at Zuo Mo. Die! Dingjin shouted viciously as he struck out at Ague's back. Ague did not seem to detect him. Pia! Dingjin's hand struck Ague's back. Ague's figure shook, but she used this force to increase her speed. Like an arrow shooting from a bow, she entered the ice mist. Dingjin did not chase her. He roared with insane laughter. Suddenly, a bolt of bright light was released from inside Dingjin's body. It was like a sharp gold sword that cut through his body. Dingjin's body froze. Countless golden lights shot out of his body like he was a hedgehog. Boom, dot. An enormous golden ball of light illuminated the entire cloud sea like the rising sun. Everyone found their visions turned head white and were unable to see anything. The powerful wave rampaged in all directions. The explosion of a Yuanying surpassed the power of any talisman. Every person present was like a fallen leaf that was swept up in the storm. They were unable to steady their bodies and were scattered around. When the dust settled and the light dissipated, their visions recovered. What they saw was an enormous and deep hole that was over 20 li in diameter. It showed them just how powerful the explosion had been. The first thing Wei Sheng and the others did after recovering was search for Zuo Mo and Ague. The other mist people quickly recovered. It was fortunate that Bing Yao had told the other mist people to retreat at the start. The injuries they received was much less compared to those in the fight, and they now flew within the ice mist to search for Zuo Mo and Ague. The Buddhist beads on Bihan's wrist suddenly lit you. Expressionlessly fiddled with the beads as a voice entered his ears. In the Diana Tower, Dingjin's candle flame has extinguished. The messenger's voice was extremely aloof and without any emotion. After hearing this, there was only silence. Bihan seemed to only have heard some news unrelated to him and his expression did not change at all. At his feet, several Shen Kong Temple outer sect disciples were lying in puddles of blood. The light of the transportation formation continuously flashed and was eerily reflected by the blood covering the ground. A short time later, a brawny figure came out of the transportation formation. When the incomer saw Bihan, his expression was excited as he dashed forward. Your Highness, dot. If Zuo Mo saw this scene, he would be shocked and recognize this person, Fu Feng. A mysterious person that suddenly appeared in Sky Moon Jia and of unknown origins. This subordinate heard that stars in daytime had occurred in Sky Moon Jia and assumed it was Your Highness. This subordinate had not expected Your Highness to be at Shen Kong Temple. Fu Feng tried to keep his tone calm, but it was possible to hear the excitement within. It caused great trouble for you. The excitement flashed through Bihan's eyes and disappeared. He quickly recovered his usual calmness. This one cannot accept it, this one cannot accept it. Fu Feng, who was such a big person, didn't know where to put his hands and feet. Do not come too near to me. There are Jinji on my body, Bihan said indifferently. We need to return as soon as possible. They will receive notice about my escape soon. Those damned thieving baldies. Murderousness filled Fu Feng's eyes. He then said deferentially to Bihan. Your Highness, do not worry, everything has been arranged. We will quickly return home. There is nothing big about the Jinji of Shen Kong Temple. Fu Feng's tone was filled with pride. Bihan turned his head to look at Xin Battalion behind him. Your Highness, this is Yi. Fu Feng was slightly puzzled. Xin Battalion, Bihan said indifferently. Fu Feng's eyes were wide as he looked in disbelief at this silent battalion. I'm taking you home, Bihan said lightly to this silent battalion. Bihan took Xin Battalion and disappeared? A deep voice came from behind the cloth. Even the stupidest person could hear the thick anger in sect leader's voice. The disciple that was reporting was nervous, but he still faithfully narrated the events. He spoke of how the outer sect disciples guarding of the transportation formations were killed, how they were unable to contact Bihan through any method, and could not find any trace of Bihan. The sect leader behind the cloth sank into silence. This was a deathly silence. The air inside the hall seemed to become solid and suffocating to this disciple. The sect leader suddenly spoke. What about the Jinji? Didn't he have Jinji on his body? There was no response from the Jinji. The disciple was kowtowing on the ground. I understand, you can leave. The sect leader's tone became normal again, and the heavy air in the room lightened back to normal. The disciple released a breath and hurriedly bowed in farewell. When he retreated out of the hall, he found that his back was completely soaked in sweat. Inside the hall. Investigate Bihan's identity, the sect leader suddenly said. Yes. A voice answered. Wei Sheng and the others had terrible complexions. They had not found Zuo Mo and Ague after 10 days of searching. All of the Mist People tribe had been sent out to search every inch of the ground, but there was no discovery. Zuo Mo and Ague seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Bing Yao's expression was not good. He had not yet recovered from the fight against Dingjin. Looking at Bing Yao, Wei Sheng asked through his teeth, "Is there any news?" Zhong Ru and the little ones all raised their heads. They had also not healed from their wounds, and additionally they could not move as easily as the Mist People through the ice mist. Bing Yao gave a grimace and shook his head. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "My clansmen have searched the area within 1,000 li and still haven't found anything. I suspect." "Suspect what?" Wei Sheng's gaze focused. "Suspect they have entered the restricted lands." Bing Yao gritted out. "They definitely should not have flown out far. There is only one place within 1,000 li that has not been searched, the restricted lands." Wei Sheng and Zhong Ru's heart sank. They recalled how Bing Yao had been willing to sacrifice his life to prevent people from entering the restricted lands. The two sides became silent at the obvious rise in tensions. At this time, a disturbance suddenly came from the door. A mist person lead an unfamiliar man about 30 years old into the room. "Clan leader, he says he is Mr. Zuo's messenger." Wei Sheng and Zhong Ru suddenly stood up. Wei Sheng's gaze was sharp as he said gravely, "Who are you? Why do I not know you?" Wei Sheng's presence was as sharp as a sword. Even though his wounds had not healed, the presence clearly was outside the limits of what the other could endure. Seeing the other's ashen face, Wei Sheng realized that he was too impatient and hurriedly dampened his presence. The expression of the incomer recovered slightly, but his voice was still trembling. This one is a good friend of Kong De. A few days ago, I received a message from him. He begged me to come here, to send a message." Then he tremblingly took out a jade scroll and respectfully presented it. "Kong Da? Hadn't he gone back already?" Wei Sheng took the jade scroll and started to read it. His expression became dazed, and then he handed the jade scroll to Zhong Ru with a weird expression. When Zhong Ru's consciousness entered the jade scroll, his expression also became strange. "You do this, your illusory spells are better than mine," Wei Sheng said to Zhong Ru with a grimace. Zhong Ru's hands flipped and the message appeared in front of everyone. The one speaking was Lil Mississippi. Lil Miss said they received a message from Zuo Mo saying that he and Agui were fine but they were unable to come back in the short term, etc., telling Wei Sheng and Zhong Ru to not worry and first go back to Turtle Island to heal. Everyone exhaled in relief. Noticing Bing Yao's expression of release, Wei Sheng bowed towards him and said apologetically, "I was very offensive towards clan leader just now. Clan leader, please have tolerance." They had seen all the people from the Mist People tribe going out in search these past days, and were grateful, yet just now, they had almost started a conflict with Bing Yao over the restricted lands. Bing Yao said guiltily, "The one who should say sorry is me. I'm ashamed not have to have taken better care of Brother Zuo." Receiving a message from Turtle Island, Wei Sheng and Zhong Ru's hearts were at rest. The information was definitely true. Kong De had never seen the Mist People. If Zuo Mo didn't give him any directions, how could the messenger find this place? Even though the words inside the jade scroll were general and vague, Wei Sheng and Zhong Ru did not think deeply about it. They were very used to anything related to Zuo Mo to be out of the norm. Since Zuo Mo could pass on this news, it was enough to show that he was in no mortal danger at this time. This was the news that made them the happiest. If Wei Sheng and Zhong Ru knew Zuo Mo's present situation, they definitely would be worried. Zuo Mo's skeleton had almost came apart. Every time Agui took a step, he felt a wave of enormous pain, but he did not make a sound. He had spent 10 whole days on Agui's back. Agui's situation was very terrible. The vitality in her eyes had disappeared. No matter what Zuo Mo said to her, she did not react at all. Only when they encountered danger would the purple light in her eyes flare up again. Agui stopped walking, put Zuo Mo down and then silently sat down. "Agui, do you know what place this is?" Zuo Mo said to himself. He knew that Agui would not respond, but he still asked her. He wasn't the only one ignorant. Puyao didn't know, Wei also did not know. He only knew Agui had saved him. According to Puyao, Agui had been hit by Dingjin in order to save him. Strangely, Dingjin's strike had worsened Agui's health but had also stimulated the purple energy in her body. It seemed to become even more powerful, but Zuo Mo didn't want it to be so powerful. Thinking about the feelings of coldness and death from the purple energy, Zuo Mo did not feel good. Compared to Agui, Zuo Mo's state was much worse. His Shin power had dissipated, his Ling power, spiritual consciousness, and Mo skill tangled together. He was unable to use any power, and even worse, he wasn't even able to move a finger. The only thing he could do was talk. Anytime the streams of power inside his body collided against itself, it would cause enormous pain. Pu Yao and Wei did not have a solution. It was the first time they saw such a strange state. I wonder if eldest Qi and Zhong Ru received my message, Zuo Mo said to himself. Then he asked, Hey Pu Yao, did you really send the message? Stop being bothersome, you asked 20 times already. Pu Yao's impatient voice echoed in his sea of consciousness. Done with his harassment, Zuo Mo threw Pu Yao to the side and said to Ague. Ague, your power seems to have recovered. It is so strange, getting injured causes a recovery in your power. Ague, if we find a water cloud embryo, would you remember the past? Ague was like a wooden puppet and did not react at all. Zuo Mo continued to chit-chat to himself. What relationship do you think we had? You have helped me so much, your relationship definitely is not a shallow one. Zuo Mo spoke to himself as Ague remained motionless like a statue. 4 hours later, Ague put Zuo Mo back on her back and continued to walk forward. Ague, why don't you fly? Did you forget how? On her back, Zuo Mo started to speak again. That stupid purple energy. When I cultivate my Sunshin power to a high level, I will eliminate it. Ague did not respond as she walked forward. This was a land of death with only rocks and crags spreading out without end. There was no trace of life. They would frequently encounter sandstorms. When the sand and stones and the wind hit their bodies, it was enormously painful. But no matter how strong the windstorm, Ague would not change her direction or stop walking. Her small body carried Zuo Mo, who was a size larger than her, as she walked against the sandstorm. She did not seem to know exhaustion and did not speak. Only when she had walked for a day and night would she stop and rest for 4 hours. Zuo Mo was pressed against Ague's neck as he was carried on her back. The enormous pain in his body did not seem to be so painful. No matter how excruciating the pain was, Zuo Mo did not speak. For some reason, he did not want Ague to hear it, even if he knew that Ague could not hear it. Even the stupidest person would know that he and Ague had more than a passing acquaintance. She was probably someone really close to him. When she did not use the purple energy, Ague's strength was the same as the average person. Her steps were very heavy. For her, it was slightly difficult to move Zuo Mo's weight. Ague, I'm going to tell you a joke, a very funny joke. Zuo Mo patiently talked to Ague. She could not hear but for some reason, but still Zuo Mo wanted to talk. Translator ramblings, I mistranslated Fu Feng as Bo Feng way back in the beginning. I haven't corrected those chapters yet, but just so you guys will remember. It also seemed like Feng Xiang was a very generous person and didn't leave on a cliffhanger. This would have been the perfect place for one. Editor's note, did you forget about Fu Feng? Go visit the cast page. Epic win kid. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 537, Shattered Stone. Chapter 537, Shattered Stone. Bing Yao's brow had not relaxed in the past few days. It was hard for him to accept Zuo Mo's disappearance. He bowed respectfully towards Lan. After the constant worship from the Mist People in the last 2 weeks, Lan's power was gradually recovering. Lan passed on the long-lost Ice Mist Shin power cultivation method to the Mist People. The power of the tribe increased daily. The shadow that had hung over the tribe for tens of thousands of years was swept away. Lan received the sincere reverence of all the Mist People. What question do you have? Lan's faint yet authoritative voice sounded in Bing Yao's mind. Lan, what are the restricted lands? Bing Yao raised his head and asked. Lan hadn't thought that Bing Yao would ask this. He remained silent. Ever since we moved here, we have guarded the restricted lands for more than 10,000 years. No one ever knew what the restricted lands are or why we guard it. Bing Yao's speaking speed was neither slow nor excited. It was filled with bewilderment. A moment later, Lan slowly said, the time has not come. Shen Kong Temple has already discovered this place. They definitely have a goal or they know something, Bing Yao said straightforwardly. Become strong as fast as possible. Lan's sigh echoed in the air. The surroundings sank into silence. No matter how Bing Yao called out, Lan no longer replied. Disappointment flashed through Bing Yao's eyes, but he did not probe more. For him, or rather, for the great majority of the Mist People, protecting and disallowing entry to the restricted lands was a tradition they had adhered to for tens of thousands of years. If it wasn't that Zuo Mo might be stranded in the restricted lands, Bing Yao would not think to question this. Even if Dingjin had really entered the restricted lands, they would not have followed. All the signs pointed to the fact that the restricted lands held an unknown secret. Even something as powerful as Xian Kong Temple desired this secret. What was inside the restricted lands? In order to become the sect leader, Bing Yao had some skill and intelligence. Lan's words had been sparse, but he still managed to deduce a lot of information. To enter the restricted lands, they were not strong enough. Bing Yao's gaze became determined as he left the altar in silence. They advanced day and night. Zuo Mo dared to swear that he probably would never have another chance in this life where he would walk so far that wasn't right carried so far. Agui's body was on the verge of falling apart, but seemed to contain astounding power. One day, one night, 4 hours rest, she did not know exhaustion. Zuo Mo was like a chatterbox and continued to talk. In the past, he definitely never would have imagined there would be a day when he spoke so much. Lying on Agui's back, the bare feet that he had sighed countless times over were trembling and straining with each step. He could clearly feel it. With every step, Zuo Mo's heart shook. An indescribable feeling spread in his heart to the point he felt he wanted to be silent, but he knew that he could not be silent. He kept on telling himself he had to do something. Other than these meaningless words, he could not do anything. There had never been a time Zuo Mo had never hoped and wished like this, wished that he could use the Shen power that dominated his body to exchange for one thread of Ling power. Just one thread of Ling power and he could create a paper crane. But there wasn't one iota. Ah, Agui, I found that you are undefeatable. The more you fight, the stronger you get. The more you are wounded, the stronger you get. Zuo Mo talked in a heartless tone. Have you been hiding your power in the past? I've always found it strange about why you were so good to me. Did you owe me Jingshi in the past? Hey, do you really owing me Jingshi? This ghastly place doesn't even have any birds pooping here. Did we come to another ancient battlefield? No, that was careless of me, I didn't mean to say that. Agui, you didn't hear a thing. We've walked for 20 days and didn't even see a stalk of grass, this is so depressing. With only Zuo Mo's nattering as company, they walked for another 10 days. When Zuo Mo saw the streak of green on the horizon, Zuo Mo was euphoric. Agui. Look. There. Oh, heavens, ha, we're saved. Agui. Can you see? Zuo Mo was extremely excited and his exhales blew up Agui's hair. Agui did not respond and walked forward. Agui, you are a genius. Oh. A great genius. Such a great distance and you could find the direction, you are really a genius. Ha, we need to find someone and then heal. Once I recover, I will take you to find a water cloud embryo again, I will. You are too excited. A rough voice came from behind him. Zuo Mo's voice abruptly halted and his heart shook. The inside of his body was a mess to the point that he didn't even detect someone was so close to him. He was unable to turn his neck and could not see the person behind him. I'm very sorry, my body is unwell and I cannot turn my head. Zuo Mo tried to keep his tone normal. And? The other was slightly surprised. A figure flashed in front of Zuo Mo that said with astonishment, so sickly. I pity you, little girl, you don't have it easy. Zuo Mo finally saw the other's appearance. The other was of large stature and about twice Zuo Mo's height. His skin was a sandy yellow, and a pair of faintly red eyes were sharp. Zuo Mo's gaze landed on the other's arm. From his wrist to the elbow, it was wrapped in a layer of brown scales. Mo. Zuo Mo was so shocked he almost shouted. Had he come to a Mo territory? He is a lizard Mo. In the sea of consciousness, Wei destroyed Zuo Mo's last hopes. However, Wei's tone held a thread of excitement. Oh, faintly red eyes, he probably has the blood of flame lizards. Lizard Mo big brother, good day. Zuo Mo wanted to put a smile on his face but his face was paralyzed. Humph, silvery-tongued boy, you don't look like a good person. The wariness in the eyes of the lizard Mo dissipated. The two in front of him didn't look like a threat at all. His brow suddenly creased. Where did you come from? The direction we came from. Zuo Mo's tone was joyful. We walked more than 30 days, I almost went crazy. 30 days? A hint of suspicion flashed across the eyes of Uncle Lizard Mo. You mean you two passed through the Shattered Stone Desert? Shattered Stone Desert? I don't know. We were exploring some ruins and might have accidentally activated something. As a result, we were transported to this damned place. Zuo Mo found an explanation that seemed extremely reasonable. His paralyzed face was the best disguise. The last hint of suspicion in the eyes of Uncle Lizard Mo left and he said with a snort, you look half dead, and you explore ruins. You are very lucky to not have died in the Gobi Desert. Zuo Mo's heart eased slightly. This Uncle Lizard Mo's tone was bold, but he could hear the friendliness. Let's go, I'll count this as doing an act of kindness. Uncle Lizard Mo glanced at Ague and complimented, "You, boy, are really fortunate." Finishing, he walked at the front. Ague seemed to understand and walked behind Uncle Lizard Mo. "Uncle, what is this place?" Zuo Mo asked familiarly. Anyone that had talked to themselves for 30 days couldn't help but be enthusiastic. "Shattered Stone Town," Uncle Lizard Mo replied without turning his head. "Shattered Stone Town, what jia does this belong to?" Zuo Mo asked in puzzlement. "Shattered Stone Jia." Uncle Lizard Mo did not turn his head. "In the Sea of Consciousness." "Wei, you were among the Mo before. Do you know where Shattered Stone Jia is?" Zuo Mo asked Wei, full of anticipation. Wei coughed and said, "You know, my masters are usually Mo of high status and were nobility, this kind of small place." "Ha ha ha ha." Pu Yao's laugh echoed in the Sea of Consciousness. Wei's skin was clearly thicker than the average as he looked at Zuo Mo with composure. Zuo Mo had lost control of his body, but this did not affect his ability to make expressions in the Sea of Consciousness. Disdain. Yes, it was disdain as he looked down, deep disdain, but... Pu Yao laughed even more freely as the red-black Yao fire danced. "You too, one of you boasts every day you are a Sky Yao, arrogant and domineering, one of you acts like a seer, ask me. Ask me. Ask me. You don't even know where Shattered Stone Jia is, how can you not know the answer to such a simple question?" Old and new grievances combining, Zuo Mo pointed at the pair and swore, "I should have seen the truth about you both a long time ago. One used a stupid bead in the past and preyed on my youth and inexperience, telling me how much jingsher I can make with it, but I didn't get any jingsher at all. Now the other comes in. Not even speaking of the rent, you always talk about that oath and that noble status. Ha, a person that doesn't even know Shattered Stone Jia has the qualifications to talk about status?" Pu Yao's laugh stopped. Wei's smile froze on his face. Even the Yao fire stopped pulsing. After he finished scolding, Zuo Mo instantly felt much better. With a snort, he left the Sea of Consciousness. Uncle Lizard Mo was not very powerful and did not cultivate an Mo physique. However, his body was strong and he strode forward. He noticed that it took Ague great effort to walk and stopped. "Hey, little girl, let me carry him." Ague did not seem to hear him and continued to walk forward. Zuo Mo hurriedly apologized to Uncle Lizard Mo, "Uncle, sorry, she cannot hear." Uncle Lizard Mo's gaze instantly gentled greatly. He seemed to think of something and was slightly inattentive, but he quickly raised his head. He walked together with Ague and snorted, "You two, one sick and the other crippled. You don't stay at home but come out to run around, you don't want to live, right?" Zuo Mo could only smile weakly. He didn't know how to respond. "You guys, fine, you won't listen even if I talk." Uncle Lizard Mo shook his head and then said, "You can first stay at my place. Since I live alone, the space isn't used, but..." Finishing, he didn't listen to Zuo Mo's words of gratefulness and walked forward. When they reached Shattered Stone Town, Zuo Mo saw some other Mo. It could be seen that these Mo were respectful towards Uncle Lizard Mo, and their gazes were full of curiosity as they looked at Ague and Zuo Mo. However, several female Mo looked at Zuo Mo with disdain and unfriendliness. Contrary to what Zuo Mo had imagined, not all of these Mo were Lizard Mo or one type of Mo. This seemed to be a place where all kinds of Mo lived together. Shattered Stone Jia, Shattered Stone Town, where was this? GE was going to shatter soon. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo, it's not those two's fault that you weren't strong enough to defeat Ding Jin and escape away untouched. Little bit of undeserved blame there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 538 Arrangements. Chapter 538 Arrangements. Shattered Stone Town was not large and did not have a large population. The climate was extremely dry, because it was at the border of the Gobi Desert. It was also extremely poor and did not produce any specialty products. The survival here was extremely primitive and rural. The only thing in this place that held any value were the iron-digging ants. This was a very practical kind of ant that was well liked by Mo that liked playing with insects. Every year, there would be some Mo that would come to search for iron-digging ants. Only during these times would Shattered Stone Town seem lively. However, for the residents of the little town, they did not feel this place was desolate. Uncle Lizard Mo looked very brawny, but he had a very delicate name, and yeah, in reality, Zuo Mo did not feel this elegant name had any connection with the Uncle Lizard Mo. Uncle Anya was very friendly. Even though his tone was slightly fierce, he took great care of Zuo Mo and Ague, especially Ague. The hints of sorrow that occasionally flashed through Uncle Anya's eyes as he looked at Ague caused Zuo Mo to speculate that Uncle Anya had once had a daughter that was like Ague. It could be seen that Uncle Anya held great authority in Shattered Stone Town. He was responsible for teaching Mo skills to the young Mo and the idol for many of the youths. Notice your footwork. Before you learn to fly, footwork is the only thing you can use. Power. What did I teach you? Gather your power together, it will only be strong then. So soft, do you want Ague to laugh at you? The young Mo that heard this blushed. Work hard. Zuo Mo, who was lying on Ague's back, shouted. These young Mo blushed even more. Ague was just the same as before and unreactive. The youth of the town quickly accepted Zuo Mo and Ague. Before they were ground down by the world, youths were always friendly and full of sympathy. In their eyes, Zuo Mo and Ague were sick and crippled. But their worldly experiences had caused the youth to be filled with yearning and curiosity. Ague did not react, but Zuo Mo, who had become a chatterbox, was the example of a friendly person. They were quickly accepted into the group. In the Gobi Desert, Ague would put Zuo Mo down to rest after walking for one day and night, but strangely, after they came to Shattered Stone Town, she never put Zuo Mo down once. Uncle Anya had tried a few times to get Zuo Mo on, but when he saw Ague's instinctive wariness, he did not try any longer. Zuo Mo could only sleep on Ague's back. However, what made him happy was that, other than being unwilling to put him down, Ague seemed to be able to hear some of his words. Like right now, come out to sunbathe, watch the youth cultivate. The lessons Uncle Anya was teaching was extremely basic content. Zuo Mo's entire body was paralyzed, but his eyes were still working. Uncle Anya's battle experience should be very high, and all of the things he taught were practical. Even Zuo Mo felt he learned a lot just watching. He had cultivated Mo skills before and had even managed to get a Mo physique, but these fundamental concepts were the part that he lacked. Especially now when he was paralyzed, Zuo Mo would frequently learn many things from listening to Uncle Anya talk. What was even better was that one day, he found he could move a finger again. After that, if Uncle Anya was teaching, he would definitely go to listen. Uncle Anya did not have any objections, as what he taught was not profound content and naturally did not need to keep it a secret. Pretty good, little Dong. Uncle Anya complimented. After a while, you can awaken your Mo matrix. A boy showed excitement. Dong Zi was the most talented out of this group of youths. He had solid fundamentals and his skill was a notch above the other youths. However, awaken the Mo matrix? Zuo Mo was slightly puzzled. Fortunately, there was Wei, who had noble status and knew a bit about this. Low-level Mo usually only have low-level Mo matrices on their body, and they are not completely developed. They need to awaken the Mo matrix through other methods before it can be used. Zuo Mo was slightly shocked. There's things like this? Pu Yao smirked coldly and said, the Mo care the most about bloodlines because of this. The more noble the bloodline of the Mo, the more powerful the Mo matrix they would have, and naturally the stronger they would be. This is a succession method that degrades the most easily. Zuo Mo suddenly thought of a question, then can't they just get Mo matrices engraved? Wei and Pu Yao stilled. Didn't Vermilion Bird Camp have formations engraved before? Since formations are possible, why not Mo matrices? Those formations even originated from the Mo matrices. Zuo Mo said excitedly. You can try, Pu Yao said casually. He was not interested in this question. In the past, he had felt great anticipation about this problem because of his hopes that one day, he could possess his own body. But that was meaningless to him now. He and Wei could not be separated. Since this was the case, why would he still want to work on the Mo matrices? Was there a place better than this sea of consciousness? Wei sank into deep thought. Zuo Mo's words were a blow for him. The Mo were born with their matrices, and in their view, this was the power that the heavens gave them. No one had ever tried to engrave Mo matrices before, at least, no one had done it in the eras he had experienced. Zuo Mo did not pay attention to these two unreliable people. He had many Mo matrices, including the golden winged rock which Pu Yao had given him in the past. He decided to first go see how they active the Mo matrix. He had never seen it before and was very curious. Also, he had a daring idea. Darren, tell us, when is boss coming back? Lei Peng smacked his lips and seemed to be thinking of something. I don't know, Lil Miss said without raising his head. I wonder what Darren is doing, is there danger? Lei Peng murmured to himself with a creased brow. You are very idle. Lil Miss raised his head. No. When Lei Peng met Lil Miss' gaze, his head shook like a rattledrum. Darren, you don't know, Black Turtle Camp has just started and those greenhorns are so terrible. I think you are too idle. Lil Miss interrupted Lei Peng. With just a glance, Lei Peng wilted. Lil Miss said lightly, "Return and tell Ma Fan that I will be inspecting your cultivation progress tomorrow, but..." Boss, no way, Lei Peng was on the verge of tears. If he returned and Ma Fan and Nian Lu learned he had caused Lil Miss to come visit, he shook just thinking about it. Lil Miss smiled bashfully. "An's leaving, An's leaving." Lei Peng stumbled and crawled as he fled. After Lei Peng left, Lil Miss moved his gaze and a shadow flashed across. Wei Sheng had passed information back. The one they had fought had been a Yuanying Shouja from Xian Kong Temple and the other had died. Lil Miss knew that Xian Kong Temple would not relent after one Yuanying and 3 disciples had died. If they were willing to accept this loss, they would not be Xian Kong Temple. Diana sects were more united than other sects and even more resistant to outsiders. When they encountered foreign enemies, the power they could gather was astounding. When Lil Miss received Zuo Mo's message, he prepared to do battle. According to what he knew, there had been a battalion that had already appeared in Cloud Sea Jie, but for some reason, the battalion had suddenly disappeared. The other had arrived through transportation formations and the cost to do that was already astounding. The expenditure for an inter-Jie transport was amazing, and the other clearly wasn't crossing just one Jie. Even though they had not found out what power that battalion belonged to, Lil Miss was sure that it was a battalion from Xian Kong Temple. But the others suddenly disappeared and Xian Kong Temple had not made any more moves against them. Lil Miss guessed that something important had happened so that Xian Kong Temple did not have the attention to spare for them right now. But they would eventually come in the end. Xian Kong Temple would definitely send a battalion to attack Cloud Sea Jie when they had the resources. To stop the other from suddenly appearing in Cloud Sea Jie again, Cloud Sea Jie was forbidden from creating private transportation formations. The present transportation formations were under guard, but Lil Miss knew that this method was not flawless. If the other did not care about cost, it was not hard to sneak into Cloud Sea Jie and set up a transportation formation. Did Xian Kong Temple seem like an entity that cared about cost? There would definitely be a fight. Lil Miss was not worried. He had started as an outsider and fought his way up to his position. He did not fear battle at all. However, no matter how confident he was, when he faced a titan like Xian Kong Temple, he could not be at ease. Fortunately, they would be fighting on home territory. This was something that Lil Miss rejoiced about. In this period of time, he had already started to set up. The present Turtle Island wasn't a small faction that just anyone could need. They had the resources of one Jie in Turtle Island, who wasn't weak to start with, quickly transformed. All of Turtle Island was preparing for battle, frantically training and preparing. So what if it was Xian Kong Temple? If they came, he wouldn't let them go without shedding a layer of skin. A cold light flashed through Lil Miss' eyes. However, there were other problems to be solved right now. Even though Xixiang had not said anything specific in the message he sent, the careful Lil Miss detected the unusualness. Xixiang most likely was in trouble. There was nothing in the message that said what he was doing now or when he was going to return. The message only said that they were fine now. Xixiang definitely was someone who would realize that Xian Kong Temple would retaliate. If he was not returning at this time, then something definitely happened. It was either a matter held him up or that he could not return, but Xixiang had transportation seals and he could also set up transportation formations. He had taken all the materials required, so even if he was in a Mo, he should rationally have returned long ago. This had only been Lil Miss' guess, but the message Xixiang sent today completely proved Lil Miss' speculation. Xixiang wanted him to research where Shattered Stone Jia was. As he had expected. Darren, Yiling, and Sherdong Darren have come, the shield platoon guard outside the door reported. Lil Miss focused. Invite them in. Lil Miss was the most protected person on Turtle Island, and even Zuo Mo's protective detail could not compare. Zuo Mo's personal strength was strong and usually did not need protection, unless he was fighting. Darren. Yiling and Sherdong bowed. They were puzzled at suddenly being called over. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo gets to have a taste of Mo life while Gong Sun Cha gets real work done. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 539, Support. Chapter 539, Support. Do either of you know Shattered Stone Jie? Lil Miss asked directly. Shattered Stone Jie? Yiling and Sherdong exchanged a look and shook their heads. Haven't heard of it. Never heard of it. Lil Miss couldn't help but show disappointment. Darren, is Shattered Stone Jie part of the Mo territories? Yiling, who was attentive, asked. Sherdong also looked at Lil Mississippi. Speaking of this, Yiling and Sherdong's attitudes towards Zuo Mo and Lil Miss were completely different from each other. Yi Ling was completely loyal and followed Zuo Mo faithfully as he felt that Zuo Mo could possibly become the true king. His respect towards Lil Miss was more the kind of respect towards a commanding officer. On the other hand, Sherdong felt doubt about Yi Ling's idea that Zuo Mo could become king, but he was truly respectful towards Lil Miss who had defeated him. "And, go ask around, who knows where Shattered Stone Jia is?" Lil Miss said after thinking. The two accepted the order and left. They quickly came back to report. "Darren, this subordinate has found it. There is a small Jia called Shattered Stone Jia, but it is very remote, it does not produce any special products. It is supposedly the territory of someone called Sing Yi," Yi Ling carefully reported. He was curiously. Why was Lil Miss Darren interested in Shattered Stone Jia? Did that poor and remote little Jia have something of value? When Yi Ling and Sherdong privately talked, they both thought that their king's great work should first start from Little Savage Jia. Little Savage Jia was the Jia they had lived in before. With the Chaos Rift, they could quickly enter Little Savage Jia. More importantly, Little Savage Jia was completely unprepared at this time. It would not be hard to take down the local powers with Turtle Island's strength. They had seen Vermilion Bird Camp's terrifying combat capabilities, and according to their observations, the power of Vermilion Bird Camp members was still improving at a terrifying rate. This was something that amazed the two of them. High rates of growth were extremely scary for battalions that had reached that certain level of strength, like Vermilion Bird Camp. Grey Camp was also progressing at the same rapid rate. Being able to practice MO skills that they dreamed about made them feel like they were in a fantasy when they held it. Every MO in Grey Camp cultivated as though they were dying of thirst. They did not need to be pressured to train. Every MO was clear about the value of this MO skill. Sherdong's brow also furrowed. When he found out where Shattered Stone Jia was, he thought that attacking Shattered Stone Jia was not a good choice. "Darren, Shattered Stone Jia is of no value to us." Sherdong was extremely proud and a pure battle general. He stated his thoughts bluntly and directly. This was also one of the important reasons that he had never been promoted. Yi Ling knew that Sherdong's action was not good. Just as he was going to speak to help Sherdong out, he heard Lil Miss speak. "Value? Oh, I do not want Shattered Stone Jia." Lil Miss shook his head, "But I need to you go get someone." "Get a person?" Sherdong had a confused expression, but Yi Ling's heart jumped. Yi Ling thought of King who had not shown himself recently. Was it? Noticing the shock in Yi Ling's eyes, Lil Miss smiled slightly. "Your king is in Shattered Stone Jia right now. Out of safety, I feel that we need to send some people over." "King is in Shattered Stone Jia." Sherdong's eyes were wide in shock. He could not imagine how King had suddenly ran over to Shattered Stone Jia. "Does King not have any guards?" Yi Ling was frightened. "Only Miss Ague." Lil Miss spread his hands. Yi Ling jumped like a cat whose tail was stepped on. "No guards. Heavens! How can there not be any guards? No guards, he's the king. How can we let the king enter such a dangerous place alone?" Looking at Yi Ling that was shouting as he waved his hands about, Lil Miss was astounded. Up until now, they had never had similar thoughts unless it was to fight on the battlefield. In the eyes of Lil Miss and the others, Zuo Mo was like a cockroach and possessed great and strong vitality. With his cunning and slippery personality and endless bag of tricks, even if he could not win, escaping wasn't a problem. Unless it was a special circumstance, people would rarely worry about Zuo Mo's safety. Not alone, Lil Miss added weakly, there is also Ague, but... Miss Ague? Yi Ling was so furious his eyes were popping out. Miss Ague is so gentle and fragile. Ague was gentle and fragile. Lil Miss sweated slightly. Looking at Yi Ling that appeared to almost go into a rage, he interrupted, So, I have decided to send you. I believe you can fulfill this mission perfectly. I, Yi Ling, will use my life to guard my king's glory. Yi Ling shouted his oath. Lil Miss weakly swallowed. Fanatics were really scary. Sherdong suddenly inserted, Lil Miss Darren. Lil Miss Darren. The corner of Lil Miss' eyes twitched and he narrowed his eyes. He smiled bashfully and appeared harmless. No one had ever dared to call this nickname in front of him, never. This damned guy. The pitiful Sherdong, who thought that Lil Miss' actual name was Lil Miss because Ma Fan and the others always used that name, had unwittingly stepped on a mine in a very natural fashion. Even someone as clever as Yi Ling did not detect anything in front of Lil Miss' gentle smile. How could Sherdong, who had a one-track mind, react in time? He said directly, if this is the case, this subordinate suggests to first take Little Savage Jia. Little Savage Jia? Lil Miss stilled. This is the Jia we originally lived in, it is a little Jia and does not have any strong powers. Dong's words flowed. Only by taking over Little Savage Jie can we guarantee that our avenue of retreat is not blocked off. Xixiang knows transportation formations, Lil Miss said. Darren may not know. This time, it was Yi Ling that spoke. He had been the quartermaster and knew more about this area. The requirements for these kind of extreme long-distance transportation formations are very stringent and the risk during use is very high. Its greatest weakness is that it will produce extremely strong power vibrations and attract the attention of the Jie strong people. Lil Miss brow furrowed. Nanyu and Song Zhe came through the transportation formation. That only means that their Jie does not have anyone strong to interfere. Calm down, Yi Ling was a completely different person. Darren, the Mo have a strong sense of territory. Any action that can intrude onto their territory is the same as a provocation to war. These strong people will only need to create a small amount of interference when the transportation formation is at work and the target of the transportation would shift. With a transportation of such an extreme distance, the slightest change would be the difference between life and death. Xiaojia and Yaoma have fought for so many years and never dared to use such a move before. So that is why. Lil Miss finally understood. He had an unorthodox education and did not know many things that were common knowledge. Before the sky-splitting calamity, everyone had been fighting at bloody sky metropolis Jia. This must have been the reason. Lil Miss became silent. If this was the case, taking over Little Savage Jia became extremely important. The Chaos Rift was the passage into the Mo territories and he would only feel assured if it was in their hands. We only need Grey Camp and we can sweep Little Savage Jia. Dong said proudly. He raised his head and looked at Lil Miss's gaze directly, full of fighting spirit. The present Grey Camp was multiple times as strong as it was in the past. Dong had been the top battle general in Little Savage Jia before, but his battalion had not been one of the top. He had always had to take the most difficult and dangerous missions. All of his subordinates were old soldiers that were experienced but were limited by their talent and their skill. They had reached a peak and could not improve. The appearance of Great Day Hardship Guard was like a key to these people with great experience and took them into a completely new world. All of them had breakthroughs. It was due to this that Dong dared to promise such a thing. Lil Miss made a decision after a moment of silence. Good. Dong will go to fight Little Savage Jia and Black Turtle Camp will take over guarding the Chaos Rift. Yi Ling and Shu Long will pick a small group from Guard Camp and go to Shattered Stone Jia. Nan Yu and the others will also go. The Grey Camp were all Mo and there would not be considered outsiders if they suddenly counterattacked. If it was Vermilion Bird Camp, all of Little Savage Jia would unite together and the matter would become much more troublesome. Yi Ling and Dong took their orders. Lil Miss orders were passed down at the fastest possible speed. All of Turtle Island started to move like enormous cogs in a machine. Dong was proud but he was not stupid. He knew since he spoke in front of Lil Miss, he had to complete the mission and do well. What could be called well? Fast. The faster the better. The major powers of Little Savage Jia did not know someone was targeting them. In secret, the guard on the Chaos Rift changed. Ma Fan wanted to go to the front lines but they didn't dare to disobey Lil Miss orders. The first to leave was not Dong, but Yi Ling and Shu Long's group. They would first enter Little Savage Jia before it became chaotic and depart for Shattered Stone Jia. There were not many people in Shu Long's group, only about 100 people. Under Yi Ling's suggestion, they disguised themselves as a merchant convoy. Even though they were only 100 people, but they were the elite. Nanyu, Song Zhe, Ming Ju Zi were among them, and all the experts of Guard Camp were included. A Wen was present and also 5 Flower Yao. Yi Ling was Mo, Nanyu, and the others were Yao, Shu Long and a Wen cultivated Mo skills. The Flower Yao also cultivated Yao arts. This group was extremely plausible. The relationship between Yao and Mo was good and they were in a kind of alliance. The interactions among the common people were even more frequent and it was possible to frequently see Yao in the territories of Mo. Guard Camp's Mo skill and the Flower Slaves' Yao arts were extremely profound. There wasn't any hint of a Xiaojia presence on them, and they seemed to be true-blooded Yaoma. Yi Ling had relationships and connections with all levels of society and they passed smoothly into Little Savage Jia. Even now, Little Savage Jia did not know that Dong and Yi Ling had betrayed them. At the beginning, they sent the two in order to test the waters and did not pay much attention. After they defected, Grey Camp had continued to guard the Chaos Rift so, naturally, no one suspected them. Looking at the scenery that was completely different than the Xiaojia world, Shu Long and the others were astounded. Out of worry for Zuo Mo's safety, all of them were burning with impatience and headed towards Shattered Stone Jia at top speed. But Shattered Stone Jia was too far away, they needed time. Translator ramblings, outside POV. Gongsun Sha is Zuo Mo's second in command, and I can just imagine his frustrations if he wasn't so obsessed with fighting and victory. My leader decided to go off exploring again, and get in trouble I need to rescue him out of. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 540, Change Position. Chapter 540, Change Position. Hearing the news that Xu Long and Yi Ling were coming to help him came to Zuo Mo through Pu Yao via the 10-finger prison, so Zuo Mo was in even less of a hurry to leave. He decided to stay in Shattered Stone Town to wait for Xu Long and Yi Ling. With his and Agui's present states, running around was the same as seeking death. It was safer to stay in Shattered Stone Town. Agui, Xu Long and the others will soon come. By that time, we will be safe, Zuo Mo said excitedly to Agui. He hadn't wanted to tell Lil Miss and the others because he didn't want them to worry, and also because he felt there wasn't any way that they could help him solve this problem even if he told them. He hadn't expected Lil Miss to actually send people to get them in a long-distance journey. This was a true long-distance journey. He didn't know how many Jia they would have to pass through from Cloud Sea Jia to Shattered Stone Jia. Truthfully, he still didn't know why he had Agui had suddenly appeared here. Even Pu Yao and Wei didn't know what happened after he lost consciousness, much less Agui. Cloud Sea Jia. Shattered Stone Jia. Was there a connection between these two? Zuo Mo definitely did not believe this was a coincidence. A transportation formation that could travel such a long distance certainly was not an average transportation formation. At the beginning, he had thought it was a chaos rift, but Pu Yao and Wei rejected this speculation with confidence. Pu Yao and Wei were not reliable, but when the two of them had the same opinion, then it was a reliable conclusion. Then what was it? Zuo Mo sank into deep thought. Suddenly, a light flashed through Zuo Mo's mind. All the clues were strung together like pearls in his mind. He remembered the words on the golden leaf had said that the Sun Tribe had set up a Shin temple in Cloud Sea Jia to look for a certain object. Zuo Mo at the beginning had thought that Lan had been imprisoned in the Burning Shin realm because of the Sun Tribe's warlike nature, but looking at it now, this definitely was not a coincidence. The thieving Baldy from Shin Kong Temple had talked about that object. It seemed that that guy knew something. Was the object that the thieving Baldy spoke of and the object that the golden leaf mentioned the same one? The restricted landed of the Mist People. That object was most likely in the restricted grounds of the Mist People. This was why Lan was in the Burning Shin realm, and why the thieving Baldys had appeared was explainable. But why did he and Agui appear in Shattered Stone Jia? What was the connection between Shattered Stone Jia and the restricted grounds of the Mist People? Was that object in Shattered Stone Jia? Zuo Mo shook his head and threw this absurd thought to the back of his mind. In the period of time he had stayed in Uncle and Ye's home, he generally understood the situation of Shattered Stone Jia. Shattered Stone Jia was an average little Jia among the many in the Mo realm. There was nothing worthy of attention here. What was most plentiful were the sand and rocks of the Gobi Desert. According to Uncle Anya, the Gobi Desert was so large it spanned over 3/4 of Shattered Stone Jia and was at its most central part. The other Mo settlements were mostly like Shattered Stone Town and scattered around the borders of the Gobi Desert. From every perspective, Shattered Stone Jia was a desolate place, even more lifeless than Cloud Sea Jia. The number of Xiozha in Cloud Sea Jia was far more than the number of Mo living in Shattered Stone Jia. Then why had he and Agui been transported here? Was this a coincidence? Zuo Mo did not understand. He quickly threw these speculations to the back of his mind. Even if there was treasure, it had nothing to do with him. He was worried about Lil Miss and the others. Since Xu Long and A1 were coming, Guard Camp now lacked a leader, and Turtle Island had one less troop that could fight. Shen Kong Temple would not remain passive. He didn't know if Gongsun Shidi would be able to withstand their advances. Fortunately, Shen Kong Temple was very far from Cloud Sea Jia and they could not send many battalions over. They were also unable to maintain a long campaign because their primary enemy was Yama, not him. If they could stop the first wave, then it would be easy. He did not speak of his worries. He believed that Gongsun Shidi would think of his. Alright, he should first take care of himself. This weak and inhuman state was hurtful to look at. Agui was probably tired as well. Zuo Mo was lying on Agui's back and her loose hair covered his face. After so many days of wind and sand, Agui's hair was so clean there wasn't any dust and carried a heart-shaking black sheen. It felt slightly eerie. It was a pity he could not see Agui's face. Hey, Agui, can we change the carrying position? Zuo Mo muttered. He clearly felt that Agui stilled. Did Agui understand? Zuo Mo was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Agui, change position, come, let's change position. Before he finished speaking, he felt a great force and he spun. He finally changed position. It had been a few weeks since he was placed on Ague's back. Ague, you were great. Zuo Mo almost cried. Ague, can we change a position again? Zuo Mo said weakly. Ague was motionless and didn't react at all. Zuo Mo was slightly nervous. His arm, which was in contact with a certain full and soft part of Ague, tingled. Zuo Mo suddenly thought of the very powerful illusory art that despicable paper crane girl had used on him at Wukong Mountain. Was this also an illusory spell? Such a powerful illusory spell. Zuo Mo swallowed in difficulty and stammered, cough, Ague, actually, we can change positions, you, holding me horizontally like this, I don't have any presence. Ague was motionless. Hey, Zua. Shouts from Dong Zi and the others came from outside the door. Zuo Mo had been accepted into their group, especially since Zuo Mo would accidentally teach them. They became even warmer after that. Not good, someone was coming. Zuo Mo panicked. Oh. The heavens as witness. Gu has never panicked like this. Facing Yama, Yuanying, Jin Dan, worldly treasures, GE has never felt such panic. Why so panicked? Zuo Mo wanted to find a crack in the ground and hide himself. Pia, the door was pushed open. Zua. Dong Zi and the others rushed in excitedly, but when they saw Zuo Mo, they were stunned where they stood. Deathly silence. Hey, what's with your expression? Zuo Mo's tone was extremely unnatural. Whoa, Sister Ague is so strong. Bridal carry. A little girl's eyes were bright and admiring as she looked at Ague. Bridal carry. Everyone's expressions became strange. Cough, speak, Ague is very tired today. Zuo Mo said with forced calm. Oh, we wanted to tell you the Matrix Awakening Master has come. Didn't you want to watch? Dong Zi's expression was very strange. Even such an honest youth as Dong Zi felt that he was embarrassed when he saw a woman holding a man in a bridal carry. Matrix Awakening Master. In the eyes of the MO, activating the MO Matrix was done to awaken the sleeping MO Matrix, so those in this profession were called Matrix Awakening Masters. However, being a Matrix Awakening Master was not a very prestigious profession because only low-level MO needed help to awaken their MO Matrixes. They were still deeply respected because they were extremely knowledgeable. Zuo Mo's mind became alert and he lost all embarrassment. He asked in a hurry, where? There were not many MO in the town. Zuo Mo guessed roughly that there were about 50,000 people. If this was Suling City, then they wouldn't even fill a corner of the city. Because the location was remote and the land was not bountiful, the MO here were mostly poor. As a result, no MO would target this place and there was no fighting. When Zuo Mo came onto the street in Ague's bridal carry, it instantly caused a burst of friendly laughter. The people here liked this strange pair. Zuo Mo, who had become a chatterbox, was warm and open in their eyes, while Ague, who was silent and determined, was greatly liked by those aunties full of maternal love. Every day, someone would bring some food and attire to Uncle Anya's home for Ague and Zuo Mo. Little Zuo, your Ague is very domineering. Bridal carry. TSK, such strong arm power, little Zuo, does it feel good to lean there, haha? Oh ho, elder sister Ague is very strong. In the future, I want to carry my man like this, so strong. So moving, I like Ague, she's so brave, why hadn't I thought of this move in the past? Time is a butcher's knife. Oh, little Zuo must be enjoying this. Zuo Mo was very embarrassed. If it wasn't that his expression was paralyzed, his face would be completely flushed at now. His finger, which was the only part of his body that could move, was trembling and shaking like a spring. GE's image was completely ruined. This was all his own fault. Why did GE want to change positions? Zuo Mo cried on the inside. Ague was silent and her expression unchanged. Her steps were not wide. As she carried Zuo Mo, her center of balance was leaning towards the front. She was not strong to being with and it was hard for her to carry him in this position. Dong Zi and the others were chattering at the side. Fortunately, no one came to help Ague. All those of Shattered Stone Town knew that Ague definitely would not let go of Zuo Mo. The Matrix Awakening Master was at the center of the town. He was helping a youth awaken his MO Matrix. The surroundings were silent and everyone had nervous expressions. This Matrix Awakening Master was not very old, about 30 or 40. His body was very thin and seemed wispy. He held a long needle about the length of his forearm and had an expression of concentration as he carefully drew with the needlepoint that was dipped in an unknown black liquid. It was the first time Zuo Mo was seeing the process of Mo Matrix awakening. He was filled with curiosity. The movements of the Matrix Awakening Master was very light and elegant. It had a certain rhythm that caused Zuo Mo to think of dancing. The expression of the Matrix Awakening Master was very focused. Every time he lowered the needle, the black medicine liquid on the tip would drip a black dot on the black of the youth. This extremely minuscule black dot would quickly permeate the skin and disappear. Zuo Mo's eyes were skilled. After a few seconds, he more or less understood the method. And the next movements of the Matrix Awakening Master shocked Zuo Mo. Translator ramblings, little bit of comedy to lighten up the dark depressing, being sent somewhere else again, without any power, part. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 541, Matrix Awakening Master. Chapter 541, Matrix Awakening Master. An imperceptible light suddenly lit up at the tip of this Matrix Awakening Master's hand. His wrist trembled slightly and the long needle was like a streak of silver light that suddenly entered the skin of the youth. The youth's body shook slightly as he gave a muffled grunt. At the same time, the faint Mo matrix suddenly appeared. It was not very distinct, but the structure of the Mo matrix was clear. The Matrix Awakening Master released a breath and lightly patted the Mo matrix. The long needle seemed to be jerked out of the youth's body by an invisible thread. Putting away the long needle, the Matrix Awakening Master stood up and said with a smile, "Pretty good luck, it is a success." The youth was instantly excited and his parents all released a long breath and gave happy expressions. With the Mo matrix awakened, as long as he did not stop cultivating, he would welcome a new rapid period of improvement after a while. No matter where, strength was the most important assurance, especially in the Mo territories. Dongzi looked with admiration at that youth. The other's talent was not as high as his, but how high he would go depended on whether the awakening was a success. Zuo Mo stared thoughtfully at the Matrix Awakening Master's long needle. When he had seen the long needle enter the body of the youth, he had jumped in fight. But when the Mo matrix appeared, he instantly identified the reason. Zuo Mo had once thoroughly studied Mo matrices and had his own understanding about the Mo matrices. In his view, the Mo matrix was a natural formation formed from the blood, flesh, and body's energies. The complexity of this was much higher than the seal formations of the Xiuzha. Other than the complexity of its structure, there was also an important cause: the blood, flesh, energy. They were not dead. The Mo had a saying: there were no Mo matrices that were exactly the same. Because the energies and flesh of every Mo were not completely the same, the Mo matrices were not the same. After seeing the entire process, he had a directly experience of how to awaken the Mo matrix. The Matrix Awakening Masters made a certain repairs to the incomplete Mo matrices. No, more accurately, it was an adjustment. They made minor adjustments to the flesh and energies. Even though they could not repair the Mo matrix, they could get the Mo matrix to be effective to a certain degree. Therefore, awakening the Mo matrix, this saying was extremely accurate. As Zuo Mo pondered this, he stared at the long needle in the hand of the Matrix Awakening Master. He was very interested in that needle. The spectating Mo gradually left. They were not unfamiliar with this matter. A group of young Mo remained behind and asked the Matrix Awakening Master all kinds of questions. This middle-aged Matrix Awakening Master was very harmonious in personality and patiently answered the questions of the youth. Zuo Mo listened for a while and instantly had a new opinion of the Matrix Awakening Master. The other was knowledgeable. "Mr. Matrix Awakening Master, may I see your needle?" Zuo Mo suddenly said. His tone did not seem any different than the other innocent youths that were full of curiosity. And the Matrix Awakening Master turned his face. When he saw Zuo Mo and Ague, a teasing expression came onto his face. "Ha, little boy, starting to eat soft rice at such a young age. This is not a good habit." Eating soft rice? Zuo Mo stilled. For some unknown reason, the feeling of fullness and softness that came from his arm instantly became crystal clear, and the tingly feeling. The illusory spell had come again. So soft, was this what eating soft rice meant? Zuo Mo instantly understood. The taste was actually pretty good. Zuo Mo was dazed, but he quickly focused. "Mister, I'm very sorry. I cannot move." At this time, he was like a harmless youth, and there was not one hint of the presence of the person who had taken over it yet. "Mr. Matrix Awakening Master, Azua's body is not well and he cannot move. Ague cannot hear nor speak," the kind Dongzi explained to the Matrix Awakening Master. "Oh." The middle-aged Matrix Awakening Master showed slight shock. He examined the two of them and said to himself, "Is there a strange ailment? Let me see." He didn't wait for Zuo Mo to respond, walked forward, and grabbed one of Zuo Mo's hands. Zuo Mo was shocked and instantly regretted his choice to interact. He shouldn't have called attention to himself so early. If the other detected something when inspecting his body, it would be dangerous. But before he could refuse, the middle-aged Matrix Awakening Master started his inspection with one hand on Zuo Mo's arm. A warm wave of power followed his finger into Zuo Mo's arm. This wave of power was instantly dismembered by the rampaging powers that were fighting in Zuo Mo's body. The middle-aged Matrix Awakening Master's face turned white. Zuo Mo sighed sorrowfully inside. It was over. The middle-aged Matrix Awakening Master took back his arm. His face was ashen. Even though he tried to maintain calmness on his face, Zuo Mo still noticed the barely discernible shock in his eyes. What is the result of Sire's inspection? Zuo Mo's voice was smiling and it sounded like an innocent youth waiting for an answer. Since he had been found out, if he came on strongly, the other would have a harder time determining his true origins. But in the years of the middle-aged Matrix Awakening Master, this was like a clap of thunder. This youth that seemed harmless and was held to the chest of this little girl instantly transformed to a dangerous youth hiding in the darkness. A Gue who was expressionlessly holding Zuo Mo seemed like a personal guard of those high-level Mo. The middle-aged Matrix Awakening Master had once seen some high-level Mo. They would frequently have one or two of those special existences by their side. Even that cold presence was the same. These kinds of personal guards usually had great power, they killed people like they were ants, cold and emotionless. Was this youth actually a high-level Mo? Cold sweat instantly floated down his back. In his eyes, the youth was staring at him sardonically. Even that tone seemed to be teasing. Ahaha, so sorry, my skill is not very good, and I really haven't seen this ailment before. The middle-aged Matrix Awakening Master laughed. No matter what the other's identity was, and why he had disguised himself like this or if Zuo was really sick, he decided to not get involved. After speaking, he turned and prepared to leave. Honorable Mr. Matrix Awakening Master, you have not let me see your needle, a seemingly innocent voice came from behind him. The middle-aged Matrix Awakening Master's step stilled and his expression froze. The other was not afraid, it seemed that his speculation was close, he could not afford to offend someone this dangerous. Turning around, his face was filled with a harmonious smile. I forgot this, so sorry. Finishing, he took out the long needle. Mr. Matrix Awakening Master, may I trouble you to put this in my hand? I'm very sorry, I cannot move, Zuo Mo said politely. The Matrix Awakening Master carefully put the long needle onto Zuo Mo's palm. Dong Zi and the others had wide eyes. They had seen a mischievous person try to touch the long needle of the Matrix Awakening Master and had been lectured severely by the Master. The Matrix Awakening Master was really a kind Mo. He probably felt that Zuo was pitiful, so he was treating Zuo so well. That was what they thought. When the long needle entered his hand, Zuo Mo instantly detected the mysteries of this long needle. Horizontal silver, zero light black sand, iron horn rhinoceros wood, sunset water, Zuo Mo murmured as he quickly deciphered the composition of this silver needle. The Matrix Awakening Master was stunned. Immersed in his exploration, Zuo Mo did not notice that the long needle in his hand gently lit up. The middle-aged Matrix Awakening Master's eyes were wide as he stared in disbelief at the silver needle in Zuo Mo's hands that was giving off light. His expression was shocked as though he was seeing a ghost. This wasn't possible. Only he could use that silver needle, and only he could activate the power inside. This youth. Zuo Mo did not detect anything at all. The enormous pain inside his body constantly attacked his mind. He needed to be more focused. Oh, this formation, no, the Mo Matrix. I remember now, it is a part of the Blackwater Leech Mo Matrix, so it can be used like this. Interesting, Zuo Mo murmured to himself and did not detect the reactions of the people around him. The middle-aged Matrix Awakening Master felt his mind was blank. He felt as though he was instantaneously stripped completely naked, with everything on display. He had used secret methods to make his silver needle, and the Mo Matrix inside the silver needle was the core secret of his teacher and the masters before him. It had been so casually revealed and stated by this youth. Zuo Mo's Mo physique was to cultivate the power of his blood and flesh. At this time, his physical power had been scattered and was mixed together with his Ling power and spiritual consciousness as it rampaged through his body. The Mo Matrix on the silver needle instantly attracted the power of blood and flesh inside Zuo Mo's body, which was why he could explore the silver needle. However, his body was in chaos and one thing would pull along something else. This stream of physical power was like a spark that was thrown into a pot of oil and instantly created an inferno. The chaotic clash of the three powers furiously flowed into the silver needle. The silver needle in Zuo Mo's hand wasn't able to support such a strong power and exploded into a ball of silver smoke. This explosion frightened everyone, including Zuo Mo. The middle-aged Matrix Awakening Master stood like a pillar of wood with an ashen face as he looked at Zuo Mo's empty palm. Dong Zi and the others were dumbstruck. They had not understood Zuo Mo's mumble, but they had still felt respect. Azua's words sounded as though they were very powerful. But when the needle exploded in Zuo Mo's hand, the first reaction of Dong Zi and the others was, oh. Azua had ruined the Matrix Awakening Master's silver needle. I'm sorry, to have ruined your silver needle. Looking at the bloodless face of the middle-aged Matrix Awakening Master, Zuo Mo really felt guilt. It had probably taken the other great effort to get this silver needle and he had ruined it. He could understand this feeling. If someone had ruined his paper crane, Lily Yellow, in the past, he would put his life on the line to kill the other. But right now, he was unable to use his Ling power. Otherwise, he could just pay the other. He naturally did not lack this amount of wealth. At present, the middle-aged Matrix Awakening Master that was stunned, Dong Zi and the others with their nervous expressions and Zuo Mo that did not know what to do stared at each other. At this time, Agui did not look so eye-catching. Translator ramblings, oops, bad Zuo Mo, don't touch something and go into debt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 542, The Declining Situation. Chapter 542, The Declining Situation. After you go back, work hard. The Corps Commander gave Mu Shi her transfer order. She admired Mu Shi greatly. Yes. Darren. Mu Shi bowed back in seriousness. Go, don't waste time. The Corps Commander's expression was calm. We will be leaving this place soon as well. Ah. Mu Shi was greatly shocked. Leave here? Are we going to abandon Blood Sky Metropolis, Jie? What is the meaning in standing guard here? The Corps Commander said calmly. Mu Shi was silent. After the sky-splitting calamity began, chaos rifts had appeared everywhere. It created countless passageways to appear between the Yao territories and the Xiuzhi territories. There was truly no meaning in standing guard at Bloody Sky Metropolis, Jie. A few days ago, Mu Shi received a message from the clan leader hoping that she could return to the clan and protect them. Immediately after, the transfer order had come and the location of the transfer was her home territory. This surprised her. The clan leader must have done something, but he was not powerful enough to effect this kind of transfer. Mu Shi was extremely smart and upon some thought, her thoughts cleared up. Though the war had changed at a fundamental level. The Yao Jies that had chaos rifts were the front lines of battle. The zigzagging chaos rifts bypassed the buffer zone between Yaoma and Xiuzhi territories and allowed them to come into direct contact. This also heralded the start of chaotic fighting. The chaos rifts were passageways, the places that had to be fought over. No matter if it was Xiuzhi or Yaoma, no one would give up the fight over them. Especially the chaos rifts that appeared in the important locations. If those were taken over, the consequences didn't need thinking about. Mu Shi could imagine just how fierce and harsh the battle over the chaos rifts would be. The situation had changed so quickly even the wise elders could not predict the outcome. All the military corps on the front lines were drawn back and transferred to protect the strategic locations. Mu Shi received the news on her way that all the Yao art houses had stopped their classes. All the teachers and students were sent to conduct complete searches to make sure that every chaos rift would be found. The safe rear guard entered an unprecedented chaos. The scent of war spread through the air, the prices shot through the roof, and there were even battalions patrolling the streets in some places. There was no rear anymore. On the road back home, Mu Shi was deep in thought. The elders must have also thought of this, so they had agreed to allow a portion of the battle generals to return to their homes. There were too many chaos rifts and the power of the regular corps was not enough to manage them all. Rather than stretching their resources, it was better to unite the local powers of each Jie to resist the advances of the Xiuzhi. They, the battle generals who had been allowed to return home, would mount a furious resistance without any urging because it was their home. The Council of Elders could shift more power to the strategic locations that they felt were most important. Even if the Xiuzhi wanted to break through by attacking these less important places, the local resistance would pose a hindrance to them and slow the enemy. This would create a buffer for the regular corps. The Council of Elders used this method to achieve strategic aims. Mu Shi understood, but she wasn't happy at all. At such a dangerous time, the Council of Elders had abandoned them. This was done out of helplessness. She did not hate the elders because if she was in their shoes she would also do the same. But determination flashed through her eyes. No matter what, she had to protect her home. Lil Miz carefully browsed the intelligence he received. After his reading, he sank into deep thought. Moments later, his gaze became clear and a slight smile floated at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that Xian Kong Temple would not be coming and making trouble for them anytime soon. Large numbers of chaos rifts had appeared in Xian Kong realm. Supposedly, many of them were in core regions. The fighting over these chaos rifts was extremely fierce. At this crucial time, Xian Kong Temple would not send a strong battalion to a place like Cloud Siege yet. Xian Kong Temple was not the only one in a rush, the other three major powers of the four realms were not much better off. The chaos rifts that had suddenly appeared caused everyone to sink into chaos. In comparison, Cloud Siege was calm. The only worry Lil Miss had was that there were too many places in Cloud Siege that were unexplored. No one knew how many undiscovered chaos rifts there were here. Originally, Lil Miss had wanted to copy the other sects and conduct a systematic search, but he quickly threw away this unrealistic idea. The Cloud Sea was deep and filled with unknown dangers. If they threw all of themselves in, they wouldn't even make a splash. Upon further thought, Lil Miss felt that the interlocking island formations that he was building right now were a more secure plan. This plan had been suggested by the two masters of Golden Crow Camp. With Lil Miss' preference to use offense in place of defense, he hadn't been interested in this plan in the beginning. But after further consideration, he felt it was a very good plan, other than the fact that it was expensive. He hadn't thought that this plan called Great Thousand Islands Formation received strong support from all the factions. They were even willing to pay for the costs themselves. Everyone had been frightened by the Mo army that suddenly arrived. Therefore, the Great Thousand Islands Formation became the Great 10,000 Islands Formation. This enormous plan that included almost all the Cloud Islands in Cloud CGS started like this, but each Cloud Island became a node and all of the Cloud Islands formed an enormous and complex formation that were locked in layers. It was like an enormous spider web. Any enemy that entered this web would be attacked. Once the Great Formation was complete, not just one battalion, but if multiple battalions came to their door, Lil Miss was confident he could force them to retreat. And the news that Zuo Mo passed on suggested an even more daring idea, asking the Mist People to help and search for the Ling Veins hidden in the Cloud Sea. These Ling Veins would be used to support the large formation's energy expenditures. Such a crazy idea. Or did Shi Xian just want to save Jingshi? Lil Miss couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Pay me one back? The middle-aged Matrix Awakening Master asked with a depressed face. At the side, Dong Zi had a nervous expression. Whether or not his Matrix would be awakened would depend directly on this. He didn't notice that the middle-aged Matrix Awakening Master was using respectful terms of speech. Yes. I'm very sorry. However, it will have to be in a few days. You should be able to see that my current state is not well. Zuo Mo's tone was full of apology. In these past days, Zuo Mo had tried to organize his blood and flesh. The techniques he had stole from Uncle Anya were extremely practical. After a few days of unrelenting effort, his right hand had gradually recovered feeling. After a few more days, he should be able to turn his wrist. The middle-aged Matrix Awakening Master didn't seem to believe him, but at this time, there was no other solution. I might need your help, Zuo Mo said after thinking. No problem. Since it was relating to his silver needle, the middle-aged Matrix Awakening Master managed to agree. Mr. Matrix Awakening Master, I have not inquired to how to call you. Kajwa. The news that Zuo Mo had cased Kajwa's silver needle to explode quickly spread through the entire town. In Uncle Anya's home. Uncle Anya looked sternly at Zuo Mo as well. What really happened? I accidentally damaged Mr. Kajwa's silver needle, Zuo Mo said innocently. Aren't you unable to move? Uncle Anya's brow creased. Yes, I had Mr. Kajwa put the silver needle into my hand. Zuo Mo felt this explanation could not satisfy Uncle Anya and he said, actually, I'm also a Matrix Awakening Master even though I'm not very skilled. You are also a Matrix Awakening Master? This question moved Uncle Anya's attention. His face was shocked. How else could I damage Mr. Kajwa's silver needle? Zuo Mo lied his pants off. That's true. The pitiful Uncle Anya was not a match for the cunning Zuo Mo who deflected him somewhere else. Uncle Anya was relieved. He turned around and said to Kajwa, so sorry, the two children are young. Where is Mr. Kajwa's silver needle sold at? When Zuo Mo heard that Uncle Anya was going to repay it on his behalf, his heart warmed and he was moved. He hurriedly opened, Uncle, don't go to the trouble. I've already negotiated with Mr. Kajwa to be his assistant for a few days to repay the silver needle. Uncle Anya was not persuaded. Zuo Mo knew this wasn't good. He was clear that while the silver needle was nothing in his eyes, but for Uncle Anya, it was an impossible sum. He hurriedly said, Mr. Kajwa said he felt that the needle was not fitting to his hand and had wanted to make a new one for some time. It is also very cheap, otherwise, why would it have broken so easily? It is not made for multiple uses. Mr. Kaijua has the materials on him to make a new one at any time. Uncle, you don't understand, don't add to the mess. Mr. Kaijua, isn't that right? Very cheap? Easy to damage? Could make one at any time? Kaijua felt pain and fury. He had spent many years to make that silver needle and the materials used up all of his saving. But, he glanced at Ague's cold face out of the corner of his eye. His heart shook. The silver needle was expensive, but his little life was more important. He pushed a smile onto his face. Yes, it is nothing major. I had been planning on making a new one. Some of Zuo's ideas are an inspiration to me, I'm the one benefiting. Kaijua was crying on the inside. Uncle Inya really believed it and an open smile appeared on his face. That's good. He turned around and stared at Zuo Mo for a long moment. Zuo Mo felt unconfident under the stare and stammered out, Uncle, what's with your look? Uncle Inya smiled and said with a snicker, this position isn't bad, enjoy it. Ha ha. Zuo Mo was very embarrassed. With loud laughter, Uncle Inya walked out of the room. He needed to supervise the youth in their daily cultivation. Kaijua released a breath. Good, he hadn't offended this dangerous person just now. Zuo Mo did not go to watch Uncle Inya's class like usual and continuously asked some questions about Mo matrices. As a matrix awakening master, Kaijua was widely read. At the beginning, he was not concerned and only explained due to Zuo Mo's identity, but as the questions deepened, his expression was taken over by shock and sternness. His responses became slower and he sank into thought. Was this youth really a matrix awakening master? Translator ramblings, we finally get to see what is happening in the wider world as a result of the chaos rifts. Things are not going well anywhere. Zuo Mo bluffs the whole house down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 543, Kaijua. Chapter 543, Kaijua. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and bore the pain caused by the powers bouncing around his body as he tried to recover and reorganize his flesh. His wrist slowly turned, so slow as though it was unmoving. Fortunately, Zuo Mo had enough patience. As he bantered with Ague, he tried to exercise his pitifully small amount of muscle. The powers that were rampaging through his body were increasing at an astounding rate. Zuo Mo suspected that if he could not find a solution soon, what waited for his body was an explosion of just like Kaijua's silver needle. Even the strongest Mo physique had an upper limit of power that it could withstand. All the strange signs were ones that Pu Yao and Wei had never seen and did not have a solution for. Yet the techniques that Zuo Mo secretly learned from Uncle Inya were very effective. Even though he only moved one wrist minutely at this time, but gave him hope. Kaijua was sitting in a daze to his side in deep thought. He had maintained this posture for a whole night. After Zuo Mo had asked his a pile of questions last night, there were many problems that he had never considered before and he sank into contemplation. Zuo Mo didn't care about what he had caused. He was more willing to talk to Ague. Ague, when I completely recover, I will definitely be very powerful. At that time, I'll carry you. Gongsun Shidi has sent a message. He said that Big Brother Bing Yao and the others have found the water cloud embryos. When we return, we can use it directly. Right now, Turtle Island and the Mist People are building transportation formations, so it won't be long. Sherdong is very strong, and has taken over half of Little Savage Jia. Ji stood up and the aura of dominance rose, whoosh, and it attracted such a powerful battle general. Even Gongsun Shidi said he is not bad. Not bad. I just don't know if Little Savage Jia has Jingshire mines, it would be great if they did. Crack, dot. The bones in Zuo Mo's wrist suddenly made a sound. A feeling of smoothness that had been lost for a long time had returned. Zuo Mo stilled and then he was overjoyed. He tried to move his wrist. Nimbleness and smoothness that he had not experienced since so long ago made Zuo Mo want to howl to the sky. Zuo Mo greedily rotated his wrist. Only after loss would he know the value. It seemed he hadn't endured his pains for nothing. Even though only one of his hands had recovered, he could now do many things. This didn't mean that the terrible situation inside his body was changing, but that he could once again control a portion of the power. Ague, look, my hand can move. Zuo Mo rotated his wrist like he was showing off a treasure. Ague didn't react at all. Zuo Mo was not demotivated. In a good mood, he instantly started to plan. He had never thought of this trip he and Ague had come on was a vacation. This was the Mo realm, an extremely unfamiliar and dangerous place. Even though Shattered Stone Town seemed so calm and peaceful to him, he still did not lose his wariness. He and Igue currently lacked the power to protect themselves. If they encountered a situation, that would be terrible. Shu Long and the others were still very far from Shattered Stone Jia and could not be depended on in the short term. What was most important now was recovering some ability to protect himself and then thinking of ways to resolve the problem of the powers running amok through his body. The recovery of his hand meant that his method was, at least in part, correct. As long as he persisted, the problem of movement would be solved. However, the amount of power in the muscles he could control was limited. This was just the power that he had not detected and did not use. Even if Zuo Mo used all of that power, he would not be a match for Uncle Inya. He had to think of another method. Zuo Mo's eyes gradually became clear. He turned around and looked at Kajua, who was deep in thought. He called, "Mr. Kajua, Mr. Kajua." "Ah." Kajua blankly turned his head. Moments later, his dazed expression became normal again. "Mr. Kajua, let's discuss the silver needle." Zuo Mo's words were full of temptation. "Silver needle?" "Ah, silver needle." Kajua first paused and then he had a nervous expression. "Speak, speak." The silver needle was of the utmost importance to Kajua, but Zuo Mo had ruined it. Even though Zuo Mo had kept on saying he would repay with another one, Kajua didn't really believe him. However, he didn't dare to offend Zuo Mo. Now that Zuo Mo was raising the topic again, Kajua's heart was up in the air. "There are two methods." Zuo Mo's tone was smiling. "The first, I will repay you with one that is exactly the same." Kajua instantly had a joyous expression. "However, you need to wait. You can see that I'm in a bit of trouble right now. I need to first resolve this, so you need to have patience." The joy on Kajua's face retreated. He recovered his calm and asked, "Then the second choice?" "The second choice is more complex." A hint of admiration flashed across Zuo Mo's eyes as his tone turned. "I believe that you have replacement materials. May you take them out and let me see? Maybe we can make a completely new silver needle." Kajua shook his head. "Making a Matrix Awakening needle is not so easy." "Oh, so they are called Matrix Awakening needles." Zuo Mo's tone was as usual. "Maybe it is possible, but maybe not. I'm only providing a plan, and Mr. Kajua will have to make it himself. I believe that Mr. Kajua will be able to judge if the plan is plausible or not." Kajua had a doubtful expression. Could this youth in front of him really design a Matrix Awakening needle? He suddenly recalled Zuo Mo's series of profound and difficult questions. In his eyes, Zuo Mo instantly became much more mysterious. "All right," Kajua managed. He then took out the materials he had collected. Chicken blood stone, forest rotten wood, insect droppings. Zuo Mo recognized the majority of the items, but there were some that Zuo Mo did not recognize. After his gaze swept across all of the materials, he already had formed a plan. He asked Kajua for pen and paper. Using his right hand that had recovered, he started to draw. As the lines lengthened under Zuo Mo's pen, shock and joy grew on Kajua's face. He started tightly at the tip of Zuo Mo's pen and stopped breathing as though he was afraid his breathing would disturb Zuo Mo. The room instantly became quiet and there was only the sound of the pen brushing against the paper. Moments later, Zuo Mo stopped. He made a close examination to make sure there were no mistakes before he threw down the pen. "All right, it is yours now. This MO matrix is the MO matrix for the nether jellyfish. It belongs to the same type as the Matrix Awakening needle you had before. I think that this should not be a hard task for you. The primary materials to make this are the forest rotten wood, and then to be soaked in the chicken blood stone and the insect droppings." Zuo Mo's voice was slightly tired. The MO matrix for the nether jellyfish was not complex, but compared to Zuo Mo's pitiful endurance at present, it was not easy. Kajua's hand trembled as he held the paper. An abnormal red flush appeared on his face. His gaze was excited and heated as though he was holding a peerless treasure in his hands. To Kajua, this was truly a treasure. The content on this paper alone was worth 10 Matrix Awakening needles. The MO matrix for the nether jellyfish was a true kernel level MO matrix. The Blackwater Leech MO matrix in his past needle had just been a captain level MO matrix. The two appeared to only be separated by one level, but the difference was drastic. Also, his eyes were skilled and he could see that the nether jellyfish MO matrix was complete. If he had doubts about Zuo Mo's identity before this, then he was certain now that this youth, who was unable to move, definitely came from a high birth. Such a complete kernel level MO matrix was something only those high level MO families with noble blood could possess. If Kajua went and sold this MO matrix, he could fetch a great price. Also, the other was able to choose a Mo matrix and even the method to making it based on the materials he had on hand, the other's skill in Mo matrices. Zhou was blind and has offended sire. Sire, please forgive. Zhou suddenly made a big bow and said with a sincere expression. Zuo Mo stilled and then said, I was wrong first, Mr. Zhou does not have to be like this. Zhou was unaffected and continued, Sire's knowledge far surpasses Zhou. Zhou laughably thought lowly of you, Zhou should die, Zuo Mo didn't know if he wanted to laugh or cry. What do you want to say? Sire, please take Zhou as an apprentice. Zhou said loudly. Take you as an apprentice? Zuo Mo looked at Zhou that was much older than him and felt strange. He hurriedly said, no way, no way. Nanyu, Sangzhe, and the others were about the same age as Zuo Mo and he had no problems fooling them. But if Zhou, who was much older than himself, became his student then it would be really strange. Please, Darren, accept Zhou as an apprentice. Zhou was not verbally skilled and he only repeated this sentence again. Zuo Mo had felt that Zhou was weak and easy to bully before, but when an obedient person became stubborn, they were even scarier. After facing off for a while, Zuo Mo almost went crazy. Alright, first make this matrix awakening needle, Zuo Mo said weakly. His endurance was almost at the end, and Zhou had gone crazy so he was not able to sustain himself. Zhou excitedly stood. Yes, teacher. Hearing this, Zuo Mo grimaced inside. He had accepted someone who could be the age of his uncle to be a student. The Mo were crazy, as expected. However, when Zuo Mo calmed down and pondered it, he felt that accepting such a student was not a bad thing. Zhou was a true Mo and had gone to many places. He was experienced and the identity of a Matrix Awakening Master could be protection and disguise for him. According to Zuo Mo's knowledge, the status of a Matrix Awakening Master was high among low-level Mo. Almost no one would oppose a Matrix Awakening Mo. Even Mo with power wouldn't offend a Matrix Awakening Master because they were extremely knowledgeable and often skilled in things like healing and poisons. This way, his and Agui's safety would increase. From this perspective, Zuo Mo felt this wasn't bad. It seemed that he needed to study the Mo matrices. It would not be good if he slipped up and lost this protection. Since he couldn't take anything else out of his ring, studying Mo matrices was a good choice. Also, he had plenty of Mo matrices. They were all ones that Pu Yao had collected over the past few millennia and they now benefited him. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo, you have no credit score in the Mo world, no property, no assets unless you rely on your 2 antiques. But it is good your study of matrices is still paying dividends to you. Was yesterday's rambling too cheesy? I thought it was funny. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 544, Dong Zi's Choice. Chapter 544, Dong Zi's Choice. Zhang Jia sighed lightly and an expression of conflict appeared on his face. On the battlefield below him, the Mo were fighting a losing battle. There were Mo who continuously fearlessly charged in suicide attacks, but in facing a completed battle formation, they were like moths charging into a fire. Zhang Jia hadn't expected the fighting to be so violent. Even if he was used to great spectacles, he was still shocked at this sight. He couldn't help but feel a threat of respect towards those crazed Mo. Without any doubt, this was an outstanding battalion. The respect did not cause Zhang Jia to be soft-hearted. He spoke softly as he commanded, central formation, feign a withdraw. Flanks, charge forward in a cross. The Mo discovered that the enemy in front of them had suddenly retreated. They were instantly overjoyed. Was the other unable to withstand their charge any longer? At this time, a battalion suddenly charged in front of the right flank with lightning speed. The Mo who had just relaxed mentally were stunned by the fierce charge. Like a knife through butter, this battalion charged through their ranks. The formation of the Mo was cleaved apart. The morale that had just rose up instantly sank. What no one noticed was that another battalion had snuck behind their rear. The panicked Mo were almost pierced through in an instant by the second charge. From the sky, the two battalions cut a perfect cross through the Mo. They are finished. The woman next to Zhang Jia stretched lazily as her voluptuous and mature body drew out an attractive curve with this motion. Several of the personal guards around them swallowed. Facing such a person, even Diana Xiu would not be unaffected. Zhang Jia was silent, his long and snowy white hair blown into the air by the wind. His brow was slender and warm, his body tall and upright like jade, standing in the air above the fighting. He would always unconsciously attract everyone's gaze, especially his calm and deep eyes, clear without any impurity. Any person that met his stare would be unconsciously attracted. As one of the most accomplished representatives of Xian Kong Temple's present generation, no matter where he went, he would attract stares. In Xian Kong realm, his reputation and fame surpassed even those great Dianashio that had been famed for many years. In the minds of young Dianashio, the name Jiangxia seemed to hold a magical power. In Xian Kong realm, there was only one person that could rival him, his Shixiang, Nangong Chenglian. Unlike Jiangxia, who was a battle general, Nangong Chenglian was a pure Dianashio. One literary and one martial, but both were outstanding. Is there any news of Bihan? Jiangxia stared off into the distance, his thoughts unknown. Not yet. What is it? You miss him? The female raised an eyebrow with a teasing expression on her face. This beautiful and moving woman was Jiangxia Shiji, Fengyu, and also his second-in-command. There was a mole at the corner of Fengyu's mouth. It did not detract from her beauty, and against the contrast of her bright red lips, it was extremely seductive. I'm thinking if it is Bihan leading the other side. Jiangxia was not affected by Fengyu at all and said lightly. You can't do it? Or you are worried you would lose? Fengyu said heartlessly, did you guys in the past, have some special feelings? Fengyu specially emphasized special. Jiangxia was used to Fengyu Shixiang's teasing style since a long time ago. He wasn't angry, and then he smiled slightly. Now that you say this, I'm feeling anticipation about fighting against him. I just don't know why the sect leader had taken him in. I didn't like him, since the first time I met him. His eyes are too vicious, like a wild beast. What about Cloud Sea Jie? Jiangxia deflected the topic. Dingjin Shirshu's status in the temple isn't high enough, he died for nothing. If those other Shirshu died, would the temple be as indifferent to the situation as they are now? Fengyu's brow scrunched as an angry expression rose on her face and her tone became less courteous. Jiangxia coughed lightly. Originally, Bihan had been sent to deal with it, but now that Bihan has betrayed us, and the situation is so chaotic, the temple. You don't have to defend those old people. Let's put the ugly stuff first. If you are going to become like them in the future, this sis will go play by herself then. Fengyu raised an eyebrow, her tone filled with nonchalance. Jiangxia gave a grimace. He didn't know what to do with Fengyu Shiji. After your defensive line stabilizes, I will go take revenge for Ding Zhangshushu. If you won't go, I will. Fengyu suddenly said. Jiangxia, who had appeared calm until now, suddenly had a dark expression. Nonsense. Dingjin Shirshu had mentored me in the past. I have to repay him, Fengyu said serenely. Jiangxia sighed as well and became silent. Kazuo looked with intoxication at the Matrix Awakening needle in his hand. He continuously caressed it and couldn't stop touching it. The new Matrix Awakening needle was completely black, and the blood-red Mo matrix spread over its surface like a spiderweb and glimmered eerily. Alright, stop looking. Zuo Mo understood Kazuo's feelings, but after Kazuo had laughed dumbly like this for a whole morning, he finally could not bear it any longer. Yes, teacher. Kazuo seemed to wake up and carefully put away the Matrix Awakening needle. Uncle Inya was unable to believe that Zuo Mo had suddenly become Kazuo's teacher, but after listening to Zuo Mo's speech about geniuses Uncle Inya had been mentally spun round and round, he managed to believe it. However, the side effect of this was that Dong Zi and the others did not dare to treat Zuo Mo like they used to. In front of Zuo Mo, they became constrained and careful. They had to maintain their respect towards the Matrix Awakening masters. Every youth had been told this repeatedly. And no one else laughed at a Gue carrying Zuo Mo in a princess carry. People suddenly realized, no wonder Zuo was so strong, he wasn't a normal Mo. In order to make his Matrix Awakening master identity more plausible, Zuo Mo started to study the topic of Matrix Awakening masters seriously. Zuo Mo was skilled in Mo matrices, forging, and seal formations. He managed to understand the craft without expending great effort. Awakening matrices was not content of a profound level, and for Zuo Mo, a freak who had seen many high-level Mo matrices, if he understood, his understanding of Matrix Awakening far surpassed the great majority of Matrix Awakening masters. Kazuo was filled with respect. The more he was in contact with teacher, the more he discovered just how vast his teacher's knowledge was. This caused Kazuo to faithfully do whatever Zuo Mo instructed. Having a Matrix Awakening needle again, Kazuo could awaken Dong Zi's matrix. Dong Zi, who had waited for a long time, was very excited and ran over instantly. The Matrix Awakening had attracted large numbers of Shattered Stone Town residents. Dong Zi was the most talented youth in this group, and most people hoped that Shattered Stone Town could produce a true expert. Kazuo made a detailed examination of Dong Zi. Everyone stopped breathing in fear of disturbing Kazuo. Zuo Mo was lying in a Gue's arms and saw the entire process. He understood. Kazuo was going to start awakening the Matrix when Zuo Mo suddenly spoke, wait. Kajua instantly stopped moving and respectfully came next to Zuo Mo to ask, "Teacher, what orders do you have?" The Mo that were watching in the surroundings shifted slightly. Even though they had accepted the reality that Zuo Mo had become Kajua's teacher, when Kajua called him this in public, it was still caused a strong reaction. Zuo Mo's age was about the same as Dong Zi and the others, yet this youth had become Kajua's teacher. Kajua did not reside in Shattered Stone Town, but he was famed in Shattered Stone Town. Dong Zi's talent was really pretty good. According to Wei's observations, Dong Zi should have alpine gorilla blood. Pure alpine gorillas were natural warriors with great strength, speed, and bravery. Zuo Mo had watched Kajua's inspection. He had confirmed that there were remnants of alpine gorilla matrix on Dong Zi's body, and Wei's guess was proven. When Zuo Mo had been studying the profession of a Matrix Awakening Master, he found in the last few days that Matrix Awakening was similar to the matrices that he had engraved on Lei Peng and the others. However, the Mo were skilled in physical power, so they used Mo matrices, while Xiuzhe used Ling power, so they used seal formations. After confirming that Dong Zi had remnants of an alpine gorilla matrix on his body, Zuo Mo had a daring idea: could he complete Dong Zi's alpine gorilla matrix? Matrix Awakening Masters could awaken the Mo matrix, but that was only bringing out the hidden Mo matrix. It was only a minor adjustment and did not repair the Mo matrix. However, to Zuo Mo, who had engraved formations before, this idea was daring but was rational. Zuo Mo was not completely confident, and he decided to let Dong Zi make the final decision. Calling Dong Zi, his parents, uncle and Ye into the room, Zuo Mo told them his thoughts. Everyone was stunned. When they heard that Dong Zi had the bloodline of the alpine gorilla Mo, their faces became disbelieving. Zuo Mo noticed that Dong Zi's gaze showed yearning and excitement. Kajua felt that his mind could not fully grasp the concept. Repair the Mo matrix? Kajua gaped. A long time later, he recovered and his expression suddenly became excited. Having been a Matrix Awakening Master for a long time, Kajua knew what it'd mean if this daring idea could be realized. Azwa, you cannot joke about this, Uncle Ye's tone was grave. How confident are you? 3/10, Zuo Mo replied with a conservative guess. After having told them this, he realized the risk and felt regret. He hoped that no harm would befall Dong Zi. In this period of time, Dong Zi had been very good to him. Dong Zi and his parents started discussing in low voices. They quickly made the decision. Dong Zi inhaled deeply. Azwa, I am willing to try this. It is very dangerous, your chance of death is very high. Zuo Mo, who now deeply regretted bringing this up, had started to urge him to reconsider. I'm not afraid. Dong Zi said boldly, I want to become more powerful, this way, we won't be bullied. At this time, Dong Zi's father also spoke. He said respectfully, Mr. Zuo, please give Dong Zi this chance. Our family, our Shattered Stone Town needs this chance. Uncle Anya sighed deeply and then suddenly looked much older. Zuo Mo knew that there probably was something going on. He saw that they were extremely resolute and even Uncle Anya didn't object, so after some thought, he agreed, alright. But I need several days to prepare. Including Zuo Mo, no one had considered what kind of legend their decision would create. Translator ramblings, Dingzhen's incident isn't settled yet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 545, Shattered Stone Shop. Chapter 545, Shattered Stone Shop. Shen Kong Temple had conquered the Mo-controlled territory, Cold Mountain Jie, Ut. This news was quickly spread throughout the four realms with the sound tablets. The four realms that had been in a state of chaos was lifted by the news. This was the first emoji that Four Realm Heaven had taken, and the news was unexpected. Originally, people had thought the first one would be conquered by Kunlun or Tianhuan. No one had expected that it would be Shen Kong Temple. Shen Kong Temple was unexpectedly attention-catching in contrast to its usual low-key conduct. Zhang Zhe, who had obtained this victory, became one of the most popular battle generals in the Four Realms with this victory. Dong Zi's entire body was immersed in the black liquid of the medicinal pool. The medicinal fluid gave off a strange fragrance. Kajua was putting the materials that had been prepared into the medicinal pool one by one. Shattered Stone Town was remote and poor, so there weren't a lot of good materials on hand. Many materials were not available in Shattered Stone Jie. Zuo Mo carefully picked and found some common materials to substitute for the rarer ingredients. Kajua had then made a trip in order to go purchase these items. It had to be said that the medicinal fluid that Zuo Mo created was very effective. The medicinal power boiled in dark green Mo matrices appeared on Dong Zi's body, especially his arms that were almost entirely covered by the Mo matrix. The Mo matrix on his arms was the most detailed and clear. Large amounts of hair-thin Mo matrices formed an eerie and complex diagram. Looking from a distance, it looked like tattoos. Alpine Gorilla Matrix, this is the Alpine Gorilla Matrix? Kazuo looked with intoxication at the tattoos on Dong Zi's body. As a Matrix Awakening Master, his obsession with Mo Matrixes was almost an instinct. Even though Zuo Mo had passed the Alpine Gorilla Matrix to him, and he was completely familiar with it, but when he saw the real thing, he couldn't help but be enchanted. Zuo Mo did not speak, as it would disturb Kazuo. He actually admired Kazuo's ability. In the past, Kazuo's education did not include any profound content. The reason that he had the skills he did now was, in part, because of his enthusiasm for Mo Matrixes. Turning his gaze to Dong Zi in the medicinal pool, Zuo Mo's expression was relaxed. The situation looks pretty good, Zuo Mo said in a small voice in his sea of consciousness. It is a pity that the materials are lacking, Wei said faintly. Pu Yao snorted coldly from the side. Zuo Mo knew that Wei was being extremely conservative in his judgment. The materials were not just a bit lacking. These materials were basically the lowest level of materials, and even so, it had taken all the Mo Bay that Kazuo had. There is no solution for this, Zuo Mo spread his hand and said helplessly. Zuo Mo's daring idea had received Wei's support. Wei had also guided him in making this medicinal pool. Supposedly, it was a kind of ancient sacrificial ceremony. Pu Yao gave a cold snort from the side. Boy, you better spend some more effort on your body. Otherwise, even we will be affected, Pu Yao said coldly. Wei was silent. On this, he was on the same side as Pu Yao. The situation is much better than before. I can even move my arm now, Zuo Mo purposefully showed off smugly. Ha, dying from exploding is a very tragic death. Pu Yao's face was disdainful. It is useless even if you can move your entire body. Your body right now is like a volcano, the inside which is becoming more and more restless. Either you cool it down, or vent it. Zuo Mo raised an eyebrow. What idea do you have, Dot? Pu Yao was silent for a moment before he said, if you can vent all of the power outside your body, your life will not be in danger. I know a Yao art that can do this. And then? Gu will become completely weak? Zuo Mo twisted his mouth. Gu won't do that. Gu still has to heal a Gue, has to find Ji's history, Ji still has many things to do. You do not have much time, Pu Yao's tone was emotionless. Based on the present state inside your body, you cannot support it for a long time. Zuo Mo's brow furrowed. How much longer? 1 month. The sea of consciousness became deathly silent. None of the three were interested in chatting further. Zuo Mo sat dazed in a Gue's embrace. He hadn't thought that the situation was this dire, it was worse than he had imagined. Teacher, can we begin? Kazuo's voice interrupted Zuo Mo's thinking. Zuo Mo refocused and glanced at the medicinal pool. Seeing the water in the medicinal pool was now clear and he could see the bottom, he became alert. Start. Kazuo took out the Matrix Awakening needle that he had made recently. His expression became serious and focused. Zuo Mo's understanding of Mo Matrixes far surpassed Kazuo, but in terms of actual practical skill, he could not compare to Kazuo. It was the first time that Kazuo was engraving the Alpine Gorilla Matrix, but his movements were not raw, flowing with an unique rhythm and extremely elegant. The process continued for a whole day. Dong Zi was covered in fine and complex Mo matrices that looked like airy tattoos. Kazuo disregarded his tiredness and a thread of nervousness appeared in his eyes. He closed his eyes and 20 breaths later, he opened them, his faint brown eyes were completely still. The Matrix Awakening needle on his hand suddenly gave off a serene black energy. The black energy shrouded the Matrix Awakening needle and made it appear as though Kazuo was holding a black bolt of energy. The black energy suddenly entered between Dong Zi's brows. Pain came onto Dong Zi's face and his entire body convulsed violently. A deep wild roar came from Dong Zi's throat that was filled with pain. Zuo Mo's heartbeat was raised as he watched Dong Zi roll on the ground. The Mo Matrix had been engraved and was activated, but the success would determine on whether or not Dong Zi's body could tolerate the complete Alpine Gorilla Matrix. He had to make it. Zuo Mo was cheering for Dong Zi on the inside and extremely nervous. Threads of black energy seemed to appear out of thin air and enter Dong Zi's Mo Matrix. Dong Zi rolled even more violently and gave heart-wrenching howls. But no matter how he rolled, the Mo Matrix on his body was not affected at all. As it absorbed more and more black energy, the Mo Matrix gradually became bright. Dong Zi's breathing was weakening as his body convulsed. Zuo Mo was staring unblinkingly at the Mo Matrix, extremely nervous and held his breath. The Mo Matrix that lit up gradually dimmed. After a while, it gradually lit up again and then dimmed, pulsing as though it was breathing. After 7 to 8 rounds of pulsing, the Mo Matrix no longer became bright again and Dong Zi was motionless on the ground. The Mo matrix dimmed and then gradually became faint, so faint that the naked eye was unable to see it. Dong Zi did not look any different than usual. Dong Zi's breathing sounded long and serene as though he was sleeping. Zuo Mo's heart came back to ground and hurriedly stopped Kajua that was going forward. Let him rest, do not disturb him. Kajua stilled and then he stammered out a question, SUC, success? Yes. Success. Zuo Mo's tone was filled with joy. After 4 hours, Dong Zi woke up. He looked around dazedly and then looked at his hands. He asked Zuo Mo in puzzlement, Zuo, when are you going to work on me? Seeing Dong Zi acting like this, Zuo Mo couldn't help but roar with laughter. Ha, it's already done. Done? Dong Zi stilled. He then raised his hands and looked for a while before shaking his head and said, Zuo, don't try to fool me, it is the exact same as before. Zuo Mo did not explain and said with a smile, come, let's go out. Uncle Anyet and the others are definitely waiting impatiently. It wasn't just Uncle Anyet and Dong Zi's parents that were waiting impatiently. All the residents of the town were filled with curiosity. There hadn't ever been a matrix awakening that had taken such a long time. Dong Zi was the most talented youth in the town, kind and honest, and everyone liked him. They were also full of anticipation about his future. Seeing Dong Zi walk out, Shattered Stone Town shook. Everyone came out and surrounded him. Dong Zi, show us, Dong Zi, show auntie how powerful you are now. Big brother Dong Zi. Dong Zi had never seen anyone shout and talk to him together like this. He instantly didn't know what to do. Thankfully, the ones that came were people he were familiar with, so he was not afraid. Dong Zi was quickly pushed by the flow of people to the training grounds. Uncle Anya was teaching the other youths in cultivation at this time. When Uncle Anya saw Dong Zi, he was first overjoyed, but after examining Dong Zi, he couldn't help but have a puzzled expression. Dong Zi looked the same as before. Dong Zi's parents were very excited. Dong Zi, it's done? Uncle Anya's question was very general. The matter about the repaired Mo matrix was shocking, and so it was kept a secret with only Uncle Anya and Dong Zi's parents knowing the truth of the matter. Uncle Anya was highly respected in Shattered Stone Town. When he spoke, the noisy crowd instantly quieted. Dong Zi scratched his head blankly. Zuo said it is done. Uncle Anya's expression did not change as he moved to make space. And, come, try, do you remember the Shattered Stone Strike that I taught you? Shattered Stone Strike was Uncle Anya's ultimate move, and this set of strikes was famous in the area. Uncle Anya had created it based on the striking method he learned in the military, and it was very strong. Oh, Dong Zi responded dazedly. In reality, he still didn't understand what was going on. However, Uncle Anya had taught him everything he knew. He would obey what Uncle Anya said without any hesitation. Zuo Mo was in Agui's arms and filled with anticipation, while Kajua's face was red from excitement. Dong Zi's legs were set apart, his arms slightly lowered with his right hand held straight like a blade. At this time, the blankness on Dong Zi's face had disappeared. His expression was stern, his eyes sharp, his entire person like an unsheathed blade. Zuo Mo thought Dong Zi was innocent in personality, and did not have stray thoughts. Just a position, and it could be seen he had truly learned from Uncle Anya. Strike! A shout, and then his slightly lowered arm moved, his hand like a blade as he chopped forward. Zuo Mo's eyes were sharp and saw it clearly. Dong Zi's palm was shaking at a very high frequency. With every shake, there would be a thread of red energy produced from Dong Zi's palm, and the red energies would layer together. When the vibrations reached hundreds of times, the red energy was almost tangible and covered the line of his palm. Hiss! The red blade energy left his hand. Boom! A ruler-straight gully stretched forward from Dong Zi's feet, almost 20 zhang before it ended. The surroundings were completely silent. Translator ramblings, really big advancement here. While Zuo Mo carved formations into people in the past, that was just putting on tattoos. They got an extra bit of ability, but what is going on here is different. First, Zuo Mo is modifying what is already within Dong Zi. The consequences for the formations failing is just getting an ugly tattoo, but if the Matrix Awakening fails, then it is loss of power and death. It's the difference between putting higher grade gasoline in a car and modifying its engine completely. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 546, A Daring Idea. Chapter 546, A Daring Idea. Uncle Anya stared at the 20 zhang long cut in front of Dong Zi. His expression changed rapidly and he was astounded. Captain level. Dong Zi's Shattered Stone Strike had reached the skill level of captain level. Uncle Enya was captain level himself and was very familiar with this move's power. If he used all his power, he could produce the same effect. Uncle Enya knew Dong Zi's strength very well. He was the most talented among the youths of Shattered Stone Town, but he was far from reaching the captain level. But now, captain level. Uncle Enya couldn't help but turn to look at Zuo Mo in Gui's arms. There wasn't any expression on Zuo Mo's face. His gaze was also normal and there didn't seem to be any change. Wasn't he shocked? Uncle Enya almost didn't believe his eyes. However, he had gone into the world and seen more, and he knew more than the people here. Zuo's origins were not simple. Thinking back to it, Zuo and Gui had walked out of the Gobi Desert. In the past, he had felt that these two had great luck, but thinking carefully now, how could they not have any strength and still manage to survive weeks in the Gobi Desert? How could they be simple people? Uncle Enya grimaced inside. It seemed that he was getting old, and actually had misjudged these two young people. His gaze landed back on Dong Zi. Dong Zi clearly was frightened by his own move. His face was panicked and he didn't know what to do. Uncle Enya laughed. Captain level, Dong Zi was in captain level now, his future would be even brighter. If Shattered Stone Town could produce an expert, then everyone's lives would be much better. Uncle Enya suddenly felt the heavy burden on his shoulders instantly became lighter. Uncle Enya walked next to Gui and said emotionally, Zuo, thank you. Zuo Mo said with a smile, Uncle, don't be courteous, this is something I should do. I hadn't thought that Dong Zi would level up to captain level directly, it really is. Uncle Enya couldn't keep the wonder out of his tone. Captain level? Hearing this, Zuo Mo paused and then said to himself, no wonder I felt it was slightly weak, so it is only captain level, but... Finishing, he ran into his sea of consciousness and started to discuss with Wei. Alpine Gorilla Matrix is a kernel level MO matrix, why is Dong Zi only at the captain level? Zuo Mo asked Wei. The change is a process. The MO matrix will continuously refine his flesh and blood until his body and the matrix truly become one and then his strength can break into kernel level, Wei explained. Zuo Mo finally understood. Talking to Wei, Zuo Mo did not notice that Uncle Enya's expression had froze. Slightly weak, captain level. A beat later, Uncle Enya refocused. He increasingly felt that Zuo Mo was even more mysterious. Where did his Zuo come from? Those with captain level strength were unable to enter those elite battalions but definitely had no problem being admitted to those normal battalions. In little places like Shattered Stone Town, people at the captain level were the strongest. As expected, they came from big places. Uncle Enya reflected inside. Uncle, I'm very strong now, very strong. Dong Zi charged over excitedly. Very powerful? Zuo Mo heard this and spoke, just captain level. Just captain level. Uncle Enya perceptibly closed his mouth. Your body has not been completely tempered, the MO matrix has not merged into your flesh, you do not have an MO physique and the MO skills you practice. Zuo Mo finally remembered that the one teaching Dong Zi was Uncle Enya. Uncle Enya was right beside him. Uncle Enya laughed freely. Zuo, don't be polite, Uncle knows his skill, and it really isn't anything. Immediately after, Enya turned and said sternly to Dong Zi, listen carefully to Zuo, remember everything that Zuo tells you. Uncle Enya was clear that this was a 1 in 1,000 chance for Dong Zi. Dong Zi clearly did not understand. He said blankly, I will listen to Zuo, he's so strong. This boy, but even a stupid MO has stupid good fortune. Uncle Enya did not state it explicitly. He felt very happy inside and then said, listen carefully to Zuo. I will first take care of them. Finishing, he pulled Dong Zi's parents away. Zuo, tell me, I'll listen to you. Dong Zi patted his chest and said in a loud voice. Zuo Mo looked at Dong Zi's face filled with sincerity and felt a threat of guilt. Gu is really too evil. Seducing such an innocent youth to nurture him into a strong sidekick. He felt guilt, but when the words reached his mouth, it became, I have a very high-intensity cultivation plan here. If you can finish it, you might rise to colonel level. Really? Dong Zi's eyes were bright and filled with desire. If you can complete it. I will definitely complete it. Dong Zi said in a loud voice as though he was swearing an oath. His face was filled with determination. Such a brave youth. Wei praised. You are becoming more and more devious. Zuo Mo ignored Wei and said, however, Dong Zi, you have to promise me something. Something? Zuo, speak. Dong Zi asked curiously. You can see that my present state is not good and Gui is very soft and weak. My family has already sent people to get us, but they are too far away. They will probably arrive after a long time. During this time, you have to protect a Gue and I. Zuo Mo's tone was serious. Of course, you and a Gue are so weak. Zuo, you might understand a lot but your body is too weak. Dong Zi's face was matter-of-fact. Suddenly, his expression became nervous. Zuo, is someone targeting you? No, this is just in case. That's good, that's good. Dong Zi becoming captain level caused a ruckus in Shattered Stone Town and Kajua's reputation had become unrivaled. Countless parents came with their children to find Kajua and Kajua was in a sorry state dealing with them. No one came to bother Zuo Mo's sickly-looking appearance caused people to not bear to disturb him. In the sea of consciousness. I have an idea, Zuo Mo said seriously, what if I also engrave a Mo matrix into myself? Pu Yao and Wei were shocked by Zuo Mo's idea. You are not a Mo, Pu Yao was the first to object. But I have achieved the great day Mo physique, Zuo Mo said unhesitatingly. Pu Yao was silent. He finally remembered that this freak had made it to the great day Mo physique even though he was not a Mo. What kind of Mo matrix do you want to engrave? Wei asked gravely. My body right now is like a volcano that is about to erupt. The power inside is increasing, and the collisions are becoming more violent. The end result is exploding. Zuo Mo was calm as though he was describing something unrelated to him. His tone was calm and composed. The best method is to reorganize the powers in my body back to their state from before, but it is too difficult and I do not know where to start. The other way is to strengthen the volcano by making the mountain stronger and harder to break through. Interesting. Even though it cannot solve the root problem, we can try, Wei said. But the effect of low-level Mo matrices will not be strong with your present state. Your physical powers are also in chaos so you probably cannot activate high-level Mo matrices. Zuo Mo nodded and said, yes, I want to engrave a portion of an Mo matrix on my arm. When the Mo matrix is engraved, the blood and flesh there would recover. It would be like a strong barrel. I will then try to direct the powers into the barrel. This way, the other parts of my body would not contain these chaotic powers, and can recover more quickly. He turned around and said to Pu Yao, you said last time you had a Yao art that could guide the powers in the body out? Since it can guide it out, then it definitely can be used to guide the powers to my arm. Pu Yao and Wei sank into deep thought. But quickly, the two raised their heads simultaneously and their eyes flashed with an excited light. The Yao art needs to be changed slightly, but not by very much. The Mo matrix has to be strong, but only has to be strong. With this kind of requirement, a Mo matrix is easy to find. Once the direction was confirmed, the rest of the matter was not very hard for experts like Pu Yao and Wei. Zuo Mo was slightly excited. He finally had hope of bidding farewell to this paralyzed state. This is the Mo matrix for the 1000-layer iron kauri, kernel-level Mo matrix, very suited to you. The Mo matrix is not complex. This is a mollusk that lives deep in the sea, each is the size of a fist. Its outer shell is one of the hardest materials in the world and can tolerate shocking amounts of power. Wei quickly found a suitable Mo matrix. The Mo matrices that Pu Yao collected were mostly powerful and great Mo matrices, but in terms of how much he knew, he could not compare to Wei, especially in obscure areas. It really isn't complex. Zuo Mo examined it for a long time. Pu Yao also produced the recipe needed. He had studied Mo matrices for a long time, even longer than Zuo Mo. This was not hard for him. But when Zuo Mo gave the recipe to Kajua's expression became strange. Is there a problem? Zuo Mo saw something was not right. Teacher, the materials on here, Kajua said slowly, are very expensive. Very expensive? Zuo Mo blanked. Yes, teacher, very expensive. Like this, date fish bone powder, this student has only heard of this, and has never seen it before. This blood gelatin, this student has never seen it before, and it is definitely not sold in most shops, Kajua stammered out. Zuo Mo became depressed. He finally got a plan with some hope but found that his ginger, Mobe, wasn't enough. Even more depressing was that it wasn't that Zuo Mo didn't have the wealth, but that he couldn't take the ginger out. Was there anything more tragic than this? Zuo Mo cried inside. An unfamiliar voice suddenly interrupted Zuo Mo's grieving. Hello, Mr. Zuo. The one who spoke had a very deep voice with a unique resonance. Zuo Mo looked up and examined the person. A tall and proportional figure wrapped in dark green armor. Dark red eyes looked at Zuo Mo without any hint of warmth. Colonel level. Zuo Mo instantly discovered the other's strength from the presence the other exuded. Zuo Mo's heart shook and felt a threat of danger. Translator ramblings, Lil Cliffy makes a comeback. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 547, Jia Mastered Tsing. Chapter 547, Jia Mastered Tsing. Colonel level. If this was in the past, Zuo Mo had complete confidence he could destroy the man standing in front of him. At normal strength, he was also colonel level, but his great day Mo physique was ranked second among colonel level physiques and would allow him to dominate Mo of the same level. Average Mo that were in brigadier level wouldn't be a match for him. But now, Zuo Mo grimaced. A single colonel was enough to defeat everyone in Shattered Stone Town. I hadn't expected to meet a colonel expert in a little place as Shattered Stone Town. It really is my honor. Zuo Mo's tone was light as he said, apologies, this one's body has some problems and is unable to move. If there is any offense, sir, please have tolerance. The other smiled slightly and said, no matter, this one has heard long ago about Mr. Zuo and knows Mr. Zuo is not a normal person. Seeing you today, you are as extraordinary as expected. This one is Chao Yu, and is under the command of Tsing Yi Darren. His voice was deep and carried an unique resonance. Heard long ago? Zuo Mo's heart shook. Had the matter with Dong Zi attracted the other's attention? Seeing Zuo Mo remain silent, Chao Yu was not angry. His dark red eyes stared at Zuo Mo as he said directly, which teacher did Mr. Zuo have? Matrix Awakening masters that can cause their targets to level up through Matrix Awakenings are very rare. Zuo Mo did not answer and asked in response, does sir have a matter to ask of me? Chao Yu did not pursue the topic and looked meaningfully at Zuo Mo. He said, it seems that Mr. Zuo doesn't have simple origins. For some reason, Zuo Mo felt this person's words were dark like a cold wind blowing at his back. Chao Yu smiled and drawled, this one wants to invite Mr. Zuo to be a guest for a few days at Stone City. Be a guest? Stone City? Zuo Mo was a clever person and naturally was able to hear the implied threat in the words. Suddenly, Mo walked over holding an unconscious Kajua in his hand. What are you dragging on for? The income said discontentedly. He was clearly unsatisfied with Chao Yu's efficiency. Zuo Mo knew that he was unable to avoid it and said in a deep voice, I'll go with you. Chao Yu laughed unconcernedly and said, maybe Mr. Zuo will thank us in the future. Zuo Mo remained silent and only stared coldly at the other. What to do? Do you have a solution? Zuo Mo impatiently asked Pu Yao and Wei in the Sea of Consciousness. Ague was lost to the world, her Shin power only working occasionally. If the other were provoked it could be disastrous. But he had no ability to fight. Zuo Mo was extremely panicked. With your present state, even the best solution is useless, Pu Yao said coldly. Wait for a chance. Wei said calmly, since they came to find you, they definitely have something to ask. Before you learn the details of the situation, do not do anything. Zuo Mo thought and quickly calmed down. Wei was right, the other clearly had intentions. They might have come for the Mo matrix. Pu Yao's eye narrowed and murderousness flashed through his bloody pupil. He was clearly discontent. They are brave to act against me. If something happened to Zuo Mo, none of them would end up well. Acting against Zuo Mo was acting against them. Zuo Mo felt slightly ashamed. Compared to the two old veterans, his mentality was still slightly tender. However, he was a leader, and after calming down from the initial panic, his mind started to quickly turn. Those two people were both colonel level. After interacting with Uncle and Yin in these days, Zuo Mo knew the general situation. In Shattered Stone Jia, colonels were in the ranks of experts. It was not a small matter for two colonels to appear together. Chao Yu and the other came in the open and had no intentions of disguising themselves. Zuo Mo was curled up in Ague's embrace as he continued to organize his body. Even though the effects could not be immediately seen, it was the only thing he could do now. Chao Yu and the other had two enormous black bats as steeds. The wingspan was 6 shang, and the back was broad enough to hold 7 to 8 people. The black bats looked intimidating, but they did not fly quickly. When they flew, a ball of black wind enveloped them which blocked the harsh winds. After flying for 2 days, a black mountain appeared in Zuo Mo's view. The entire mountain was as black as ink, the drop-off steep as it floated in the sky. Zuo Mo noticed that there were layers of wind around the mountain. The wind carried countless shards of rock that formed a belt of shattered rock. When they flew near the shattered rock belt, sharp howls almost pierced people's eardrums, the wailing causing the hearer's scalp to prickle. Chao Yu had been paying attention to Zuo Mo the entire journey. He couldn't help but marvel as he saw that Zuo Mo's gaze was still calm right now. In this shattered stone belt, the hard wind cut like blades. As the wind carried shattered rock fragments, if one was pulled in, even the strongest body would be ground into powder. Has Mr. Zuo seen such a thing at other places? Chao Yu couldn't help ask. No, Zuo Mo replied indifferently. It was the first time that Zuo Mo had no agency, he was unable to take the initiative. He was like a fish on the chopping block and could only await for others to act on him. His fighting abilities were zero, his most trusted powers had disappeared. Forced to such a hopeless situation, all of the carelessness, nonchalance, and laziness had disappeared without a trace. Because there was still a Gue. Other than his little life, there was still a Gue. Chatterbox Zuo Mo became silent once again. He wrung out his mind to try to think of anything he could do. He used every second to organize his body even though the actions did not have much meaning. All of his stray thoughts disappeared. Zuo Mo was focused. Xiao Yu saw that Zuo Mo didn't have the interest in talking, so he smiled and closed his mouth. The two black bats charged into the shattered stone wind belt without any hesitation. A light shield lit up around the bodies of the black bats. The piercing howls instantly disappeared. Zuo Mo felt his vision blur and the scenery change. The floating black pieces of stone formed a path that appeared in front of them and stretched into the distance. The black bats flew above the stone path. Soon after, they flew in front of a black palace. There were two Amo guarding the palace gates. One of them saw Xiao Yu and his fellow, smiled and said, "You have just returned? Jia Master has almost run out of patience." Xiao Yu grimaced. "We didn't dare to rest for a moment on the road, we didn't even take break to drink water until now." Zuo Mo's gaze focused slightly. "Jia Master." Shattered Stone Jia only had one Jia Master. Zuo Mo remembered Uncle Anya had said the Jia Master of Shattered Stone Jia was called Tsing Yi. "Don't complain to me," the Mo guarding the door laughed and said. He then examined Zuo Mo and said, "This little boy is the Matrix Awakening Master you found? Are you sure? He's so sick. This girl is also so ugly." Hearing this, murderousness rose inside Zuo Mo. He looked deeply at the other and memorized the other's appearance. In the sea of consciousness, Zuo Mo's killing energies are much heavier than before, Wei said lightly. Pu Yao said unconcernedly, "This is good." The boy lacked motivation, and was too content with what he had. "He treats a Gue very differently," Wei said meaningfully. "Women are the most effective." Pu Yao felt slight regret. "If I'd known sooner, I would have shoved a few women towards him before." "A Gue isn't bad." Wei seemed to think of something, his tone reminiscing. "How about shoving a few more women at the boy?" Pu Yao spoke to himself. "This is the Matrix Awakening Master you found?" A man slowly asked. Zuo Mo examined the Jia Master of Shattered Stone Jia. Sang Yi's figure was not tall nor brawny. His body was actually very thin, a thinness that felt abnormal to Zuo Mo. He was wearing pure white robes. What surprised Zuo Mo the most was that he couldn't feel any killing energy from the other. Sang Yi's chin was pointy, his face exquisite. What was most eye-catching was his almond yellow eyes that were extremely similar to snake pupils. But if one underestimated him because of this, they would die a tragic death. General. This Jia Master that looked as though he could be blown away by the wind was the first General Mo that Zuo Mo had ever encountered. As expected from the Master of a Jia, the general rank of Mo was equivalent to the Yuanying of Xiozha. Even if Zuo Mo was fully recovered, he would not be a match for Tseng Yi. "Is he a snake Mo?" Zuo Mo asked Wei. "A rare white-fanged snake Mo." Wei's tone carried a rare thread of seriousness. "White-fanged snake Mo? And this branch of snake Mo is an ancient snake Mo. Their succession is a very unique kind of Mo physique, the White Fang Mo physique." Wei talked rapidly. "If they break into general rank, they can cultivate the White Fang Mo physique. The White Fang Mo physique is a general rank Mo physique." Zuo Mo's heart dropped. His Great Day Mo physique was a colonel-level Mo physique which was 2 ranks lower than the other's White Fang Mo physique. Even if Wei didn't say it, Zuo Mo knew that the difference between the two of them was insurmountable. Now even Pu Yao did not talk. The Great Day Mo physique was ranked second in colonel rank. If he encountered normal brigadier-level Mo physiques, he might have a chance, but facing a general, there was no chance. "And we'll think of something else." Zuo Mo recovered his calm. Pu Yao and Wei exchanged a look and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They hadn't expected that Zuo Mo would still have such motivation and spirit under such a disadvantageous and unbalanced situation. Xiao Yu's voice interrupted the communication between Zuo Mo, Pu Yao, and Wei. "Jia Master." This subordinate encountered Mr. Zuo coincidentally in Shattered Stone Town. This subordinate personally saw him awaken the Matrix for a youth, and the youth directly level up to captain level. A burst of conversation instantly rose in the large hall. All the Mo had disbelieving expressions. Matrix awakening was common among low-level MO, but directly leveling up was extremely rare. Sang Yi had some surprise on his face. Oh, you were saying he caused a youth to directly level up to captain level? This subordinate saw it personally, Xiao Yu said respectfully. He then pointed at the unconscious Kajua and said, he is called Kajua, and he is Mr. Zuo's student. Jia Master, this is Kajua, this subordinate has seen him before, he is not bad, but this subordinate has never heard of him having a teacher. Among the crowd, a tall MO stood up, humph. I think Xiao Yu is just making things up. Xiao Yu didn't even look at the MO and said, Jia Master, you can wake Kajua up and question him personally. Sang Yi smiled and lightly waved his hand. A Yu is a careful person and wouldn't make a mistake. Finishing, he suddenly stood up and slowly walked in front of Zuo Mo. Translator ramblings, 2 Lil Cliffies. Between the 3 of them, who is the ID, ego, and superego? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 548, Incurable. Chapter 548, Incurable. The almond yellow pupils were clearly harmless, but Zuo Mo felt as though their stare was gripping him by the throat and he was unable to breathe. Was this the difference in their strength? Zuo Mo was shocked. Just as Zuo Mo was going to suffocate, the restless power inside his body suddenly exploded. Countless streams rampaged and charged in Zuo Mo's body like a flood. The invisible pressure pushing down on him disappeared with a pop. Zuo Mo felt his body lighten. His breathing started again. The powers inside of his body lost their target and gradually calmed. From beginning to end, Zuo Mo did not move. No one knew of such a violent change inside of his body. Sang Yi's eyes were thoughtful and then he smiled slightly. This one has a favor to ask of Mr. Zuo. Kajua carefully inspected the unconscious young female on the bed. The features of the young female were similar to Sang Yi and should be Sang Yi's daughter or someone close. The young female's features were exquisite, the warm and soft red lips slightly open, the delicate brow slightly creased as though she was enduring pain. A short time later, Kajua started to sweat. It had taken him a long time to understand what had happened after he was woke up. After the initial panic, he quickly calmed down. If he encountered something as dangerous as this by himself, he would have started trembling long ago, but since his teacher was behind him, he didn't worry so much. Zuo Mo's endless bag of tricks had completely persuaded Kajua. Kajua even felt that if it was about Mo matrices, there was nothing that would be a problem for teacher. As Kajua continued his inspection, the Mo matrix on the young female's body gradually floated to the surface. The ivory-white Mo matrix was hard to detect on the pale skin if one did not look closely. Zuo Mo was slightly surprised. This was the first time he saw ivory-colored Mo matrices. This isn't simple. Wei's expression was grave. The white Fang snake Mo's greatest barrier in life is breaking through to general level. If they can, they will form the white Fang Mo physique. If they fail, they will end up like this. Ivory-white Mo matrices is an immature Mo matrix. An immature Mo matrix? It was the first time Zuo Mo heard this term. Wei flicked a look at Pu Yao. Pu Yao snorted and then spoke. The Mo matrix on the body is not unchanging. When you reach a new level, the Mo matrix on your body will change as well, and becomes more mature, more perfect. This is what maturation is. However, if something happens during the process and the Mo matrix's maturation is interrupted, it will become like this. So that is how it is. Zuo Mo's understanding of Mo matrices increased by the day. He instantly understood when Pu Yao pointed it out. He quickly found this was a troublesome problem. This kind of problem was not easy to solve. As expected, Wei said helplessly, this kind of state, in the Mo world, is incurable. Pu Yao was also silent. He might study Mo matrices, but this kind of state wasn't in the scope of his study. Zuo Mo felt his head swell. Kajua finished his last test and retreated with his forehead full of sweat. He looked hopefully at Zuo Mo. He felt there wasn't anything that could stop teacher. Mr. Zuo, how is it? Sang Yi asked. His almond yellow snake pupils looked coldly at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo felt his scalp prickle. He knew if he didn't have anything, he would not be able to walk alive out of here today. Jia Master is a white-fanged snake Mo. Zuo Mo suddenly said. Mr. Zuo is knowledgeable. A hint of surprise flashed across Sang Yi's eyes. White-fanged snake Mo was a rare kind of Mo and not many people knew of them. Sang Yi felt some hope that the other was able to recognize it at a glance and the implied skill and knowledge behind it. White-fanged snake Mo will reach the white-fanged Mo physique when they enter general level. I had thought it was a rumor and not that it is actually so. As Zuo Mo talked, his mind whirled furiously. Kazua's mouth was gaping widely. For him, this was extremely new. Song Yi's eyes narrowed slightly and then he laughed lightly. Mr. Zuo is very knowledgeable, this one feels respect. Then Mr. Zuo should have some explanation about daughter's situation. Mr. Zuo, please explain. Zuo Mo said indifferently, honored miss has failed in the breakthrough, the maturation of her Mo physique has been interrupted. Right now, her body is probably in chaos, and her life in danger. A light flashed across Song Yi's eyes. Zuo Mo felt as though Song Yi suddenly turned into a giant, the great pressure almost making him unable to breathe. This time, the chaotic turbulence inside his body did not move. Song Yi instantly realized that this reaction was not beneficial and restrained his presence. Zuo Mo felt his body relax and he could breathe again. General level and having a Mo physique, the power was terrifying. Zuo Mo was shocked inside. He heard Song Yi say in a low voice, this one has found more than 100 Matrix Awakening Masters and only Mr. Zuo could identify the ailment. This one feels admiration. Since Mr. Zuo can correctly diagnose it, then Mr. Zuo must have a solution. Zuo Mo said through his teeth, truthfully, it is the first time this one has seen such a situation. Even though the cause is known, this one doesn't have a good grasp on the solution. Song Yi gave a smile, Mr. Zuo is too modest. Even though Song Yi had a smile on his face, Zuo Mo felt that smile was glacial. Zuo Mo knew that he could not refuse. His mind whirled furiously and he continued, this one is not being modest. Even though it is the first time this one has seen such an ailment, but this one has heard that it is incurable from many sources. Incurable. Song Yi stilled. A hint of grief shone in his eyes but he quickly recovered. Zuo Mo's heart shook. This Mo's ability to control his emotions was astounding. This one believes Mr. Zuo would have a way, Song Yi said slowly. Zuo Mo knew the crucial time has come. He said calmly, this one has some ideas but will only know if they are plausible after trying. However, this one will first say if Jia Master wants this one to do this, you need to have enough patience. Life is important. This one's ideas needs to carry out a lot of experimentation. Hearing this, Song Yi smiled and said, that is to be expected. I will give the order to fully cooperate with Mr. Zuo. However, in order for Mr. Zuo to have better results, Mr. Zuo will have to temporarily reside in Stone City. Zuo Mo had expected this. He nodded and said, alright. Song Yi was very satisfied with Zuo Mo's perceptiveness. He believed that if Zuo Mo was restricted to this place, Zuo Mo wouldn't dare to play any tricks. Then Zuo Mo was taken to a nearby compound. There were 2 Brigadier Mo guarding at the door. Only now did Zuo Mo release a breath. He had never experienced the power suppression of higher levels on lower levels. If his mind was not this strong, he would have lost his mind facing Song Yi. However, when he thought of the 2 Brigadier Mo outside the door, Zuo Mo grimaced. This time, they wouldn't be able to escape. Even if his power recovered, there wouldn't be any hope. Song Yi had general level strength and the white fanged Mo physique, that was enough to suppress Zuo Mo. His gaze landed on a Gui's expressionless face. For some unknown reason, Zuo Mo suddenly thought of a Gui's beautiful and stunning bare feet that he saw through the strands of hair blown up by the wind. On the rough rock, the beautiful and exquisite bare feet were flawless and tempting. But this pair of feet trembled from the burden with every step in the wind and sand. There was no stopping as she carried him step by step. His line of sight was mostly occluded but these short glimpses made the situation clear. Zuo Mo's eyes flashed. The low mood flew away. He felt full of energy. He was not demotivated by the situation in front of him. He believed he could overcome this obstacle. A Gui. I'll definitely take you and leave here. Zuo Mo said to himself. He started to ponder his present situation. Even though he was in a cage, he had a chance to breathe. In the short term, he didn't need to worry about his safety. This amount of time was enough for him to do something. Bala looked at the inventory list and felt great pain. Ever since that strange Matrix Awakening Master came, countless materials had been taken from his place. Bala was the housekeeper of the Jia Master. Every time, he had to give his permission for these lists. Even though the Jia Master had already ordered him to do his best to satisfy what the other needed, he still felt pain. However, he didn't dare to do anything about the requests. Everyone knew the love Jia Master had towards Mississippi. If he provoked the Jia Master because of this, it was a road leading to death. He gritted his teeth and agreed to hand over the materials. Bala understood his master very well. The Jia Master wasn't one that was easily fooled. If that damned Matrix Awakening Master could not save Miss when the time came, he would die terribly. In the hands of the Jia Master, dying was not an easy matter. None of the Matrix Awakening masters that had come before had left alive. Zuo Mo's little yard was still guarded by Zuo Mo. They were only responsible for standing guard and were not concerned with what was happening inside. Are you familiar with the Mo matrices I taught you? Zuo Mo asked Kajua. Familiar. Kajua nodded. Then let's start. Zuo Mo did not chat. Time was extremely important for him. Kajua carefully started to engrave the 1,000-layer iron Kaori Mo matrix on Zuo Mo's right palm. The Mo matrix was not complex and Kajua finished in 4 hours. Then Kajua picked up one of the medicinal fluids that had been prepared. These fluids were made using materials they'd gotten from Ba La with the excuse they were for experiments. Kajua dipped into the fluid and started to brush it onto the Mo matrix. A burning feeling came from his palm. Zuo Mo was joyed. Kajua used the next medicinal fluid and brushed again and again. The feeling of burning increased. Zuo Mo felt as though his palm was going to burn to ash, his entire palm was red like liquid metal. Kajua took out a vial that glowed with a serene blue light, the last medicinal fluid. The moment the medicinal fluid touched the Mo matrix, a feeling of cool comfort formed. Zuo Mo almost groaned in pleasure. When the serene blue medicinal fluid touched the Mo matrix, it quickly permeated into the Mo matrix. The entire Mo matrix quickly became serene blue and covered Zuo Mo's entire palm. When the medicinal fluid entered the last stroke of the Mo matrix, something changed. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo must still have his zombie face, he can bluff like crazy. Really, he should have become a professional gambler. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.